My father ranks among the 5 Regeneral soft heaf duration and Hasatanet he exalted Realma for martial arts grandmaster, showering me with parallel affection. With the Keto Triasura Trevine hand Danflin Kedby Buddy Guard soft martial kinkaliber, Gui Kud Elputex claim. The Zistrilian unprecedented and exceptional beginning. Hepazes not on lie striking Luke's butyl so prestigious status apart from a slight deficiency in innate talent. Hayes, in every respect, flawless. In the training haloft T literaket class of first senior high school in Tianhua City, within the Divine Martial Federation. A group of students clad in black and white martial arts uniforms sat, cross-legged in any formation, attentively absorbing their teacher's admonitions. Students, there are only 27 days left until the martial arts examination. This momentous crucial 4-year final push, Bomed robustly woo, his gaze a piercing gaseous survadiach student. At this critical juncture, I'd not wish to see yon fall behind. Under his sharp scrutiny, most students straightened their backs, displaying tough nervousness. Gue Wu, too, sat upright, demonstrating utmost respect for his teacher. Noticing this, Li Wan nodded slightly, secretly admiring the exceptional upbringing of the Generalson. However, when his gaze fell upon Their Rogan teaching, he couldn't help but frown slight little frequently averting his eyes. Although he disapproved of Eachin showed to demeanor and wondered with Sanofa General could maintain humility while he a civil and prodigy was ostentatious. Hekazi toast aside his Desirito intervene, respecting the so voters. As long as Eachin did not disrupt the class, he hadn't no intention of excessive interference. Clearing his throat, Li Wu spoke solemnly. In the realm of martial arts, there are Renana levels, each a heavy burden. To gain admission to a martial arts university, one must reach at least the 7th level of body refinement to have any hope. In this stage, foundational stances ario futmust importance, solit miri iterati fuca points. Thought he's a concept shad been addressed previously, Liu Yu felt tight necessaratory iteratethum to prevent students from becoming overly ambitious and straying from the path. Gui will listened intently to his teacher's teachings, his bright with focus. This dedication had been unwavering for 12 years since began formal martial arts training at the age of 6, now being teen in his senior year. He had consistently nurtured a profound love and respect for the discipline. Event Hof he had already attained the second oval of martial arts mastery, his prowess clo, sleeveling Thadafis instructor, Haramain Dumblin Diedra to learn. Gui Yu is a handsome and diligent. One of female class mater marked, her gazific segipanum, her eye sparkling with admiration. With his striking features and well-proportioned physique, the black and white martial arts uniform he worried to charm. His allure not only captivated the attention of female classmates butyl soy night dozens of determination among some email peers. If high spooting in so much effort, what excuse do I have it obelizy? Several mole classmates fraudulently, inspired by Gu Ywas example. Asked the son of General Guching Yuan, such a lineage of fault, distant to easy ordinary students. Yet, witnessing Gui was earnestness in class filled them with deep respect. Meanwhile, Gui wasn't limest, with me conduct so apparent, those protagonists who'd no longer seek to trouble, right? Thethotov to suhigs, you dead protagonist cheersmas into shiver thruffum. Gui was a transmigrator who, upon reincarnation, had not consumed Mingpo soup. He understood that in this world teeming with protagonists, no matter how formidable his lineage, he was merely a larger stepping stone. There was substantial chance could become an antagonist to be confronted collective libetha protagonists. Thus, had to tread carefully, adopting a demeanor of politeness and avoiding therogan c typicalo phasecon generation rich hair. The shul he could say was a modest lie prestigious secondary institution in Ascantier city, deliberately selected to evade attracting the attention of those with delusion soft grandeur who might seek to eliminate him for perceived grievances. Of course, while maintaining a low profile, he had so made ample preparations. Presently, he peered Toba merely as Malgini, the secondoval of martial arts, but the cards he held were sufficient to shatter a martial king of thief level. Gui Yu discreet lie assessidis classmate teachin, contemplating, if that is the case, the dead protagonists who'd not both my family, right? However, at that moment, a new unexpected voice shattered his thought sting. The antagonist plunder system has awakened. Gui was mind jolted dash realized that his chief had finally arrived. Before he could thoroughly examine it, he system's functionalities, a barrage of information bombarded him. System notification: the child of fortune, Eachin, harbors resentment towards your pretentiousness, desiring to seize our family silgans. System notification: the child of fortune, the son-in-law of Dragon King Hall, Qin Feng, has developed hostility towards you, aiming to eliminate you for enticing married woman. System notification: the child of fortune, Xiaolin, harbors animosity towards your father, cunningly plotting your downfall to drive your father into madness. In the classroom, Gui was mild with understanding. He recognized that the animosity from the protagonist stemmed from his family's power and status. Yet, he felt no concern, as he had already Devi said countermeasures. At the podium, Li Wu, observing Gu Wai was smile, mistook it for appreciation of his teaching style and thus became even more animate his delivery. Conversely, Yi Chen, witnessing Gu Wai was smile, muttered a curse under his breath, perceiving high mashup critical. He was acutely aware of Gui was numerous private instructor, se continued to fin modesty. Yi Chen's expression hardened avowed to Nede and Miss Gui was Fakadian Ziazil, they'll gotten welt hof te bloodthirsty Gu family. With his Hongmeng Body and the support of his teacher, he was confident they could succeed. Unoblito resist a glancy teachin, Gui was silent lie. Cessed the veracity of T system's evaluation. Yet, Yi Chen returned the gaze defiantly, feeling invigorated by his defiance against authority. Gu Wai was shifted his focus back, fully trusting the system's assessment. He understood the Thua's merely Yamanor antagonist, having drawn considerable without having done anything gatal. Their racing goft his protagonist swastrally unfathomable. However, Gu Wai felt no frustration. Heck knew that with the system, heckled alter his fate. Thus, he inquired of the system, antagonist plunder system, watery or capabilities? The system responded, the system is the antagonist plunder system. By eliminating the child of fortune, you can seize their destiny points. Note the child of fortune possesses destiny that requires diminishing toits nader for complete eradication. Gui Uyafuro disbrauandast, watarathi consequence soffling tora du seat, to the nader before elimination? The system replied, the child of fortune will expend destiny to rescue, necessitating increased force. Gui was braralaki dashe grasped the system's operational mechanics. In essence, it was a contest of strength. If his foreseek dead Thatoff child of fortune's destiny, he could eliminate Tethemau tried otherwise, he supports smiten counterun foreseen complications. Yet, this posed little concern for him. With Marshal King Bodyguard Sanda Marshal Saint Father backing him, he assuredly intimidated by near reinforcements, child of fortune might summon. He glanced at Teachin, deciding to target this child of fortune first. He accessed Teachin's information through T system innate martial body refinement limit off 13 levels, destiny points off 100, and a fade off fish leaping over the dragon gate. Gu Wai understood that Yishin was indeed a formidable character. However, he felt no fear, for he had already formulate the plan. Yichin, 100 destiny points. A flicker of dark light shone on Gui was Isa shizilantly vowed. Yichin, you're in for it. There will be no scondoption. Chapter 2. Yichin provokes, lightning-fast retaliation. Gu Weiwu cast a veiled glance at Yichun, a murderous intent beginning to brew within him. Classmates, remember what I just taught. Now, follow me to the training room to practice the dragon tiger stance. Li Wu rose from the podium and led the way to the training ground. Ji Weiwu reined in his murderous thoughts and followed Li Wu's lead alongside his fellow students. After all, this was a school, and openly resorting to violence would inevitably invite scrutiny. In the training room, a series of 3-centimeter thick metal pillars stood erect, varying in height and forming a cohesive array. From a distance, they resembled a metallic forest or a silvery ocean. These pillars served as aids for the dragon tiger stance, where students were required to traverse them following the stance's intricate footwork. The movements mirrored a dragon emerging from the depths and a tiger roaring within the mountains, hence the name. To successfully navigate the metal pillars with the grace of a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping indicated mastery of the stance. Generally, if one could traverse the pillars steadily, they were considered proficient. As the students moved with agility, their vital energy surged, enhancing their growth at an astonishing rate. A decade ago, the selfless martial sage Gu Qingyuan disseminated this esteemed family technique, benefiting countless ordinary martial artists. Due to its exceptional efficacy and minimal resource requirements, it gradually became a standard in martial arts education across the nation. Even in the impending martial examination, a special test would be dedicated to the dragon tiger stance. Huff, huff. Students, drenched in sweat, cautiously maneuvered atop the metal pillars, each step steady and swift. Having practiced since middle school for nearly 6 years, they had nearly ingrained this footwork into their very bones. Indeed, if we continue practicing this way, we will all perform admirably in the upcoming martial examination, Li Wu remarked, arms crossed, nodding in approval. As half an hour passed, many students descended from the pillars, glistening with sweat. This dragon tiger stance is truly challenging. After nearly 6 years of practice, we are still some distance from mastering it, one student lamented, wiping sweat from his brow. How could it not be difficult? This is the pinnacle technique of the Gu family. If it weren't for the martial sage's benevolence, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to practice it, another student expressed with gratitude. Speaking of which, isnd Gu Weiwu from the Gu family? The bloodline of the martial sage is indeed formidable, a student remarked, glancing at the composed Gu Weiwu with a hint of envy. Gu Weiwu's identity was never concealed. Despite his approachable demeanor, the lineage of the martial sage naturally conferred upon him immense prestige. Indeed, he is remarkable. The true dragon tiger stance he practices is far beyond our capabilities. A student nodded in agreement, expressing admiration. With the difficulty of the dragon tiger stance, both diligence and talent are indispensable. At that moment, discussions erupted among the students. Li Wu, sensing an opportunity, contemplated the benefits of having Gu Weiwu demonstrate the stance for his students. He approached Gu Weiwu, hands clasped behind his back, and with a friendly demeanor, said, Weiwu, your peers hold you in high regard for your mastery of the dragon tiger stance. I would like to invite you to demonstrate it for everyone. What do you think? He did not raise his voice in front of the entire class, and his tone remained courteous. After all, this classmate was the son of the martial sage, someone who was typically beyond his reach. It was only due to Gu Weiwu's calm nature that he dared to approach him. No problem, Gu Weiwu replied after a moment's contemplation. Although he was aware that one of those watching was an ungrateful character, the other students were decent enough. Enhancing his popularity could be advantageous in suppressing Yichun. Li Wu's face brightened, and he strode confidently before the gathered students, announcing, next, Gu Weiwu will demonstrate the dragon tiger stance for everyone. Let us welcome him with applause. Clap, clap, clap. The students eagerly applauded, their eyes fixed on Gu Weiwu. This was a demonstration by the son of the martial sage, which was tantamount to a display by the martial sage himself. Gu Weiwu bowed to his classmates before stepping onto the metal pillars. His feet glided gracefully over the 3-centimeter thick metal, his body unwavering. He resembled a soaring dragon, captivating the audience with his elegance. Slowing his pace for the sake of his classmates' observation, Gu Weiwu completed a full traversal in 10 minutes before descending from the pillars. Now, that is the true dragon tiger stance. The students were left in awe, gazing at Gu Weiwu with admiration. It's merely a basic stance, regardless of how well it's executed. What purpose does it serve? Yichun scoffed, arms crossed, coldly regarding Gu Weiwu. The more he observed, the more irked he became, irritated by Gu Weiwu's pretentiousness stemming from his family background. What is he? Just a little wealthier. Just fortunate to have a good father. As he pondered Gu Weiwu's training conditions, envy surged within him. As a time traveler, how could he not stand out in this school? This was intolerable. Which fool dares to speak out? I'll make him regret it. Several students rolled up their sleeves and scanned their surroundings, but upon spotting Yichun, they instinctively shrank back. He was a once-in-a-century genius, Yichun. By the end of his senior year, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement, effortlessly overpowering peers as if they were mere dogs. Such a prodigy was not someone they dared to provoke to a bunch of worthless fools. Wei Chan disdainfully lifted his chin. What do these insignificant beings know? He, Yichun, was a bona fide time traveler, with an immensely powerful grandfather backing him. His purpose in this world was to become the strongest in all, including the Gu family and the martial sage. Would bow before him, Gu Weiwu regarded Yichun with an inscrutable expression. He had encountered many protagonists who believed themselves to be unique, stirring trouble for no reason. Since this protagonist was evidently seeking trouble, he would indulge him and see how much fortune he could wrest from Yichun today. Meanwhile, as Yichun noticed the student's reluctance to meet his gaze, his arrogance swelled. Your stance is commendable, but it remains merely a foundational technique. What use is it? Silence. Gu Weiwu's gaze sharpened, locking onto Yi Chun as an invisible pressure emanated from him. The perfected stances passed down through generations of my family have been demeaned by a mere body refinement practitioner like you. Is it false that the number of martial artists has doubled since the Dragon Tiger stance was introduced to the world 10 years ago? Upon hearing Gu Weiwu's words, the classmates nodded in agreement. Glaring at Yi Chun with indignation, Gu Weiwu speaks the truth. Who do you think you are to belittle the achievements of the martial sage? If it weren't for martial sage's disclosure of the Dragon Tiger stance, we would still be practicing calisthenics. Even those classmates who usually maintained good relations with Yi Chun were now thoroughly disillusioned. In the realm of martial artists, loyalty was paramount, and no one could endure someone as ungrateful as Yi Chun. Yi Chun's expression darkened as he turned to Gu Weiwu and declared, "You may have the upper hand in words, but in the world of martial arts, strength speaks volumes. Let us duel. Should I win, you will apologize and provide me with 500 lower-grade spirit stones. Conversely, I shall do the same if I lose." Gu Weiwu was taken aback. He struggled to comprehend the protagonist's reasoning. Their current conflict had nothing to do with spirit stones. Yi Chun's voice was stern, exuding an aura of menace. "You are at the 6th level of body refinement, while I am merely a body refinement novice. Do you dare to accept?" "Very well, as you wished." Gu Weiwu nodded and, in an instant, launched himself at Yi Chun. His fingers clenched into a fist, power surging from his arm, his strength erupting like a dragon. In mere moments, Gu Weiwu was before Yi Chun. Delivering a punch accompanied by a deafening shockwave, boom! Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. To him, Gu Weiwu had transformed into a ferocious dragon, an unstoppable force. He barely had time to react before Gu Weiwu's fist struck his chest. Bang! Yi Chun was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the polished wooden floor. System notification. The fated child Yi Chun has suffered a slight blow, acquiring 5 points of destiny value. Chapter 3. The innate disparity of identity. Did I just acquire 5 points of destiny value this easily? Gu Weiwu was somewhat taken aback by the system notification. He had merely thrown an ordinary punch, albeit with full force. Martial arts techniques had not even come into play. He had yet to employ any of the trump cards he carried. He hadn't anticipated that acquiring 5 points of destiny value would be so straightforward. It seemed the protagonist wasn't as formidable as he appeared. The students erupted into a commotion. Witnessing Yi Chun sprawled on the ground, he had been felled by a single punch. How could he dare to challenge Gu Weiwu? One student looked down at Yi Chun with disdain. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence, but now it appeared he was nothing but a candle in the wind, unable to withstand even one blow. Who was to blame for his overestimation of himself? He had dared to challenge Gu Weiwu as a mere body refinement practitioner. And now he had brought shame upon himself. Another student turned to Gu Weiwu with admiration, saying, as expected of Gu Weiwu, unleashing a crushing force with the 6th level of body refinement. Speaking of which, did you see Gu Weiwu's footwork just now? A student gestured with his legs, filled with yearning. He moved like a swimming dragon, perfectly embodying the essence of the Dragon Tiger stance. Truly the son of the martial sage. His prowess is undeniable. A student gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Amidst the accolades from his classmates, Gu Weiwu maintained an air of calm, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. The students continued to shower him with praise, finding him to be exceptionally poised. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Gu Weiwu was not as dismissive of Yi Chun as he appeared. He had felt the tremendous power within Yi Chun's body when his fist connected with his chest. Yi Chun, at the 13th level of body refinement, was nearly equal in strength to Gu Weiwu, who was bolstered by his 6th level of vital energy. If one were to factor in the protagonist's unique explosive skills, Gu Weiwu might find it challenging to best Yi Chun alone. Gu Weiwu could already envision the outcome of a fierce duel against Yi Chun, where he narrowly emerged victorious, leaving the onlookers in shock. Alternatively, he considered the possibility of Yi Chun managing to equalize this time, only to decisively eliminate him in their next encounter. However, it was unfortunate that he had no intention of engaging in a conventional, turn-based duel. Gazing down at the sprawled Yi Chun, Gu Weiwu concocted various devious plans to deal with him. At that moment, Yi Chun, lying on the ground, shook his head and finally regained his senses. A wave of discomfort surged through his chest, and a trickle of blood seeped from his throat. You despicable coward, is ambush your only tactic? Yichen swallowed hard against the metallic taste rising in his throat. Fixing a steely gaze upon Gu Weiwu, judging by Gu Weiwu's earlier display of strength, he deduced that it was not significantly greater than his own, which was at the 13th level of body refinement. Confident in his ability to defeat Gu Weiwu with the secret techniques imparted by his teacher in a head-on confrontation, Yichen seethed at the blatant treachery. What's this? You initiated the challenge. Yet you're the one who's unprepared. Gu Weiwu sneered dismissively. Yichen faltered momentarily before retorting. Your underhanded tactics are nothing short of disgraceful. Enough with the stubbornness, Yichen. A loss is a loss. Don't embarrass yourself further. A classmate scoffed, casting a disdainful glance in Yichen's direction. In martial arts, should we really wait for you to perform a warm-up routine before we engage? Another chimed in. If Gu Xiao truly intended to ambush you, you wouldn't be standing here. You'd be in the infirmary. A voice rang out. Do you really think someone at the 9th level of body refinement could withstand a strike from Gu Xiao? Who is at the 6th level of vital energy? He was merely holding back. Exactly. The path of martial arts demands sincerity. Don't be a sore loser. The chorus of agreement among the classmates resonated. Their contempt for Yichen palpable. Overwhelmed by the cacophony around him, Yichen felt a surge of frustration. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He was an unprecedented 13th level of body refinement, with strength equivalent to the 8th level of vital energy, boasting an impressive force of 90,000 kilograms. If he were truly an ordinary 9th level, Gu Weiwu's strike would have cost him dearly. It was evident that Gu Weiwu had resorted to underhanded methods to inflict serious injury upon him. Yet, he could not reveal his 13th level status. This humiliation was one he would have to swallow. Such malice at such a young age was truly the mark of a born fiend. Swallowing his bitterness, Yichen's expression darkened as he declared, Gu Weiwu, I concede this round, but I have not lost. I can still fight. Very well, Gu Weiwu readily agreed, but instead of launching an immediate attack, he mockingly inquired, Are you prepared now? The classmates paused, then erupted into laughter. I'm ready. Yichen gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Here I come, Gu Weiwu reiterated, then charged forward, unleashing the full extent of his power without a hint of mercy. Dragon Bite, inheritor of the martial sage. He concentrated all his strength. Tripling his might in an instant, Gu Weiwu was upon Yichen, delivering a powerful punch. A serpentine force of vital energy coiled around Gu Weiwu's arm, exuding a ferocious aura, as if a dragon had descended upon the earth. Yichen's expression shifted as he hastily countered with a punch of his own. Boom. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the training room wall. Gu Weiwu stood aloof, hands behind his back, seemingly unfazed. Was that not yet another instant defeat? The classmates shook their heads at Yichen's dismal state. He asked for it. He deserves this. Do you think Yichen has a masochistic streak? Why else would he rush into punishment? Perhaps that's not entirely out of the question. Several classmates speculated, their gazes toward Yichen growing increasingly dubious. Teacher Li Wu shook his head, perceiving Yichen as somewhat ungrateful. Ah, Gu Weiwu, I underestimated you. Yichen's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, Twice now. I have been sent flying by you, once by ambush and the next time with your full strength. Now do you yield? If so, admit your inferiority and hand over the 500 spirit stones. Gu Weiwu dusted off non-existent specks from his clothing, a faint smile gracing his lips. The system chimed. System notification. The child of destiny, Yichen, has sustained a minor setback, extracting 5 points of destiny value. This Yichen is truly easy to manipulate. I didn't even need to employ my own forces. Just a couple of simple tactics suffice to keep him at bay. Yield? Not a chance. Yichen seethed, his vital energy igniting as a faint mist of blood enveloped him. You may be using your full strength, but I can too. He harnessed a secret technique to ignite 30% of his vital energy, knowing it would leave him severely weakened afterward. However, that additional 30% was sufficient to unleash triple his usual power. With the enhancement of martial arts, he could potentially unleash 6 times his original strength. He was eager to see how Gu Weiwu would withstand his full-force strike. Yichen charged at Gu Weiwu, a feral grin twisting his features. The air crackled with intensity. This young man was prepared to go all out. Teacher Li Wu's expression darkened. Yi Chen's aura had now surpassed the boundaries of the vital energy realm. Should this blow connect with Gu Weiwu, it could undoubtedly result in serious injury. Although Gu Weiwu likely possessed protective treasures, Li Wu could not afford to gamble. The son of the martial sage injured in a mere secondary school in a small city would force the principal to kneel before Gu Weiwu in apology. Yi Chen, cease this at once, Li Wu thundered, propelling himself toward Yi Chen with the speed of an arrow. He grasped Yi Chen's wrist with an iron grip, his peak, third-tier martial prowess unmistakable. Crack! Yi Chen's offensive was abruptly halted, the burning vital energy within him unable to manifest, his face turning an alarming shade of crimson. Gasp! He expelled a mouthful of blood, his internal energy in turmoil. Numerous veins bursting under the strain. Chapter 4 Yi Chen. Enwa. The backlash from igniting his vital energy brought Yi Chen crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered, his gaze darting between teacher Li Wu and Gu Weiwu, as if he wished to consume them whole. Hiss! Gu Weiwu shook his head, lamenting Yi Chen's narrow escape from death due to his turbulent vital energy. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. System notification. The child of destiny, Yi Chen, has sustained a moderate setback, extracting 10 points of destiny value. Gu Xiao is truly compassionate, even feeling sorrow for Yi Chen. Observant classmates noted Gu Weiwu's expression with admiration. Ji Yu Xiao shows such empathy towards his adversaries. Imagine how well he treats those who follow him. One classmate mused, I've heard the Gu family is the most approachable martial arts lineage. I'd love to work in one of their enterprises someday. Indeed, I'd love to work in the Gu family's industries. They encompass a vast array of fields. Surely there's a role suited for us. The classmates engaged in lively discussion, their focus shifting away from Yi Chen, the center of the incident. Offending the Gu family and publicly tarnishing their reputation would haunt Yi Chen for the rest of his life. Pa, he deserves this. They spat derisively at Yi Chen. Unable to muster a shred of sympathy, at that moment, Li Wu approached Yi Chen, his brow furrowed as he sternly admonished, Yi Chen, why have you dealt such heavy blows to your classmates? Do you possess no sense of conscience? Gulp! I am Enwa. Yi Chen choked on blood, his eyes a shade of crimson, nearly choking with rage. When he was being assaulted, Li Wu had merely observed, shaking his head. Yet now that he had dared to strike back, Li Wu rushed in to scold him. The repercussions of igniting his vital energy were already severe. This exacerbated the side effects manifold. Bloodied and disoriented, Yi Chen was left helpless, while Gu Weiwu remained unscathed. And Li Wu had the audacity to reprimand him. This was a conspiracy, a dark scheme, more corrupt than the matches of his previous life. This teacher was merely Gu Weiwu's lackey, intent on undermining him. Teacher, perhaps you should temper your words, I can understand him. He merely desires victory too fervently, Gu Weiwu interjected, stepping closer to Yi Chen with feigned sympathy. Why Yi Chen's fury boiled over, blood bubbling forth as he glared at the hypocritical Gu Weiwu. Disgusted to the core, DOUC. This is what a true martial artist is like, broad-minded. Li Wu pointed at Gu Weiwu, delivering a lesson to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you tarnish the legacy of Gu Wusheng. Yet Gu Xiao remains composed. Meanwhile, you, in a friendly spar, resort to burning your vital energy to harm Gu Xiao. Li Wu sighed deeply, earnestly speaking to Yi Chen. In this comparison, do you understand where your flaws lie? I acknowledge your exceptional talent, but such arrogance will never lead you to greatness. Ji Weiwu waved his hand modestly, saying, Teacher, you flatter me. I am not as good as you suggest, coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood. Yi Chen finally found his breath. Despite the intense pain from the backlash of igniting his vital energy, he forced himself to sit upright. If you can't handle defeat, then don't play the game. Practice more if you're lacking, Ji Weiwu observed Yi Chen, declaring, Now, let us fulfill the wager. Ji Weiwu, you and Li Wu have colluded to plot against me, and you still dare to demand I honor the wager? Yi Chen laughed in fury. Had it not been for Li Wu's bias, you would be the one lying on the ground now. Li Wu's expression shifted, his voice cold as he replied, Is it justified for you to strike your classmates so ruthlessly? The technique of igniting vital energy is meant for life and death foes. Your conflict with Gu Weiwu was instigated by you. Just for igniting vital energy against a classmate, I could have you expelled. You, Yi Chen retorted, his anger flaring. Yet when Gu Weiwu attacked me, why did you not intervene? Gu Xiao ignited his vital energy. He only acted after defeating you the second time. Li Wu looked down at Yi Chen. His martial authority unmistakable. No. Yi Chen gritted his teeth in response. Humph. What is there to say then? Li Wu's expression remained stern as he coldly stated, since you have lost, fulfill the wager. Yi Chen suddenly raised his head, his fingers cracking with tension. I have not lost. Wait until I recover from my injuries to challenge Gu Weiwu again. Fulfill the wager? As a prominent protagonist of transmigration, how could he endure such humiliation? Moreover, he possessed merely 403 spirit stones, a legacy left by his parents. You wish to renege? Gu Weiwu narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. If this were merely a personal grudge between us, I could let you off the hook, but to slander the martial arts created by my ancestors is inexcusable. You must either honor the wager or face charges of insulting the martyrs in a military court. Not a mere public security bureau, but the military court of the Xian Kingdom. He had the power to escalate matters, and he was curious to see how much destiny value he could seize by imprisoning the child of fortune. However, given Yi Chen's status, he deemed such actions unnecessary. This was a tactic reserved for higher-tier protagonists. Gu, you are so righteous. I believe Yi Chen deserves to be locked up. Individuals like him, who recklessly expend their vitality, should not be allowed to roam free. Numerous classmates rallied in support, harboring no fondness for Yi Chen. His extremism was alarming, instilling fear in them. Ji Weiwu, however, remained composed, presenting valid arguments. Had their family backgrounds been reversed, they shuddered to think of the kind of demon that could emerge. Bullying others with power, what skill is that? Yi Chen's face flushed with indignation, feeling utterly stifled. Were it not for Gu Weiwu's background, he could have easily dealt with him. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Yi, admit defeat. With the Gu family's influence, they can truly drag you into the military court. Although I have some old friends, those connections cannot be measured in spirit stones, nor are they likely to help a criminal escape the military court. Yi Chen fell silent, grinding his teeth in frustration. The Gu family, the Gu family. How dare they use their power to threaten a mere student? It was utterly unforgivable. He would remember this enmity. Looking at Gu Weiwu, he spoke with a heart-wrenching tone. The Gu family's martial arts are extraordinarily profound, benefiting countless warriors. I was indeed blind. Indeed, Gu Weiwu nodded slightly, acknowledging the statement. Yi Chen staggered out of the training room, each step etched in his memory. The humiliation of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Wait, Yi Chen, you still owe 500 spirit stones? Gu Weiwu signaled, and immediately 2 towering students obstructed Yi Chen's path. Yi Chen, your wager entails not only an apology but also the delivery of 500 spirit stones to young Master Gu. The Zhang brothers, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, stood before Yi Chen like iron towers, their faces brimming with amusement. They were loyal subordinates of Gu Weiwu and could not afford to falter now. Gu Weiwu, are you truly going to show no mercy? Yi Chen spun around sharply, fixing his gaze on Gu Weiwu. The wager was set by you. I have done nothing but win the duel. Gu Weiwu's expression remained indifferent, seemingly impervious to Yi Chen's twisted reasoning. Yi Chen, can you not bear to lose? Zhang Tai scoffed. If you're so weak, then perhaps you should practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Zhang Gang patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, menacingly asserting, you will hand over those 500 spirit stones, whether you like it or not. Fortunately for you, young Master Gu is merciful. Otherwise, given your insult to the Gu family's martial legacy, I could easily have you thrown into a cell. Zhang Tai added, moreover, you were so bold in provoking young Master Gu. Now you can't even produce 500 spirit stones. Yi Chen clenched his fists, on the verge of igniting his vitality once more. Endure. To achieve great things, one must overlook trivialities. An elderly voice resonated in his mind, compelling Yi Chen to regain his composure. Fine, I will pay, with a fierce glare at those around him. Yi Chen hurled a few spirit stones to the ground. 4 medium-grade spirit stones, each a 3-centimeter cube, along with some scattered fragments. 1 medium-grade stone equaled 100 low-grade stones. His parents had left him a total of 100 medium-grade stones, which were now nearly depleted. Yi Chen felt a pang of heartache. His parents' inheritance was completely gone. He stood up and left, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Not enough. Yu Weiwu glanced at the stones and coldly remarked, Zhang Tai seized Yi Chen and threw him to the ground, scolding, "Why act tough when you don't have enough money? Who are you trying to impress?" Zhang Gang threatened further, "Pick up the spirit stones. You will gather enough to deliver 500 spirit stones to young Master Gu before you can leave." Yi Chen was on the verge of madness. Were it not for the backlash from burning his vitality, he would not be bullied by these two lackeys. How humiliating. Unable to produce 500 spirit stones, he felt like a dog before Gu Weiwu. "Teacher Li Wu, lend me a medium-grade spirit stone. I will repay you later." Yi Chen approached Li Wu, his face darkened. Here, Li Wu, with a pained expression, begrudgingly produced a medium-grade spirit stone for Yi Chen. Despite his sympathy, he could not ignore Yi Chen's foolishness. He had chosen to provoke trouble, adopting an arrogant demeanor even while apologizing, and now he was merely being foolish. Still, as his teacher, he felt compelled to assist. Yi Chen wordlessly accepted the spirit stone and bent down to pick up the scattered ones. After delivering 5 medium-grade stones to Gu Weiwu, he carried the remaining fragments and headed for the door. Gu Weiwu, holding the stones, casually tossed them to Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang. With a gentle smile, Gu Weiwu said, "Use this little amount to treat our classmates to some milk tea. Do not be ungrateful. Come, register for your preferred flavors. Today, it's on young Master Gu." Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang's loud voices echoed throughout the training room. "Thanks to young Master Gu's generosity, I want strawberry boba. Thank you for the treat, young Master Gu. I want a pineapple star frappuccino." A crowd of onlookers cheered as they rushed to register. Who would have thought that not only would they witness a spectacle today, but they would also enjoy free milk tea? 500 low-grade spirit stones equaled a month's salary for their teacher, Li Wu. Young Master Gu's casual generosity was a testament to his affluent family background. "Damn!" Yi Chen muttered in anger, stumbling as he walked. The joy of his classmates stood in stark contrast to his suffering. Those 500 spirit stones represented the dignity trampled underfoot. One day, he would reclaim it 100-fold. Yi Chen exited the training room without looking back. He did not need to turn around to memorize Gu Weiwu's figure. Just wait. In the training room, Li Wu watched as his students eagerly registered their milk tea preferences. His lips twitching in dismay. Why spirit stones? That amount represented 1/5 of his salary, his long-saved stash hidden from the fierce demands of his wife. He should not have been soft-hearted in lending them to Yi Chen, who did not even express gratitude, and he had not even received the scattered low-grade stones back. Well, it was as if he had fed them to dogs at a tea that moment. Gu Weiwu approached Li Wu and patted his shoulder, saying, "Teacher, having a student like this is no easy feat indeed." Indeed. Li Wu fully understood Gu Weiwu's sentiment. This individual was unreasonable, practically a spawn of a demon. Gu Weiwu casually pulled out a high-grade spirit stone and offered it to Li Wu. "Take this. I doubt Yi Chen will ever repay his debt." This, I cannot accept," Li Wu protested vehemently. "Moreover, this is a high-grade spirit stone, far too precious. You are a good teacher. When the time comes, you can join the Gu group. And just say it was my suggestion." Gu Weiwu paused before adding, "Moreover, this is the smallest denomination of spirit stones I possess." He never carried money, as there was always someone to cover his expenses. As for high-grade spirit stones, they were merely consumables for his daily cultivation, piled high in his spatial equipment. Seeing Li Wu as a decent person, he deemed him worthy of a position in his employ, especially since he was willing to give Yi Chen another chance. "Thank you." What could Li Wu say to the outrageously wealthy Gu Weiwu? He could only gratefully accept the offer. He never anticipated that lending spirit stones to Yi Chen would earn him Gu Weiwu's favor. Not only did he receive back 100-fold for his trouble, but he also gained an offer from the Gu group. Li Wu gazed at the young man before him, marveling at his broad-mindedness and demeanor. He was truly a dragon among men. "Teacher, what flavor would you like?" At that moment, Zhang Tai cheerfully approached Li Wu, inquiring, "I'll have green bean paste, please." Li Wu snapped back to reality, smiling. These were the students he cherished. Understanding his struggles as a teacher. As for Yi Chen, he could do without. Should Yi Chen return, he would likely suffer another bout of frustration. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwu stood at the edge of the training ground, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. System notification. The child of fortune, Yi Chen, has suffered a significant setback, resulting in the acquisition of 30 points of destiny value. In their first confrontation, Gu Weiwu had not employed any extraordinary powers, yet had managed to seize half of Yi Qin's destiny value. It appeared that the child of fortune was not as formidable as he had presumed. Nonetheless, Gu Weiwu remained cautious. Not every child of fortune would be as underdeveloped as Yi Qin when meeting a late-stage antagonist like himself. However, this initial success was a much-needed morale boost, with a total of 50 points of destiny value. According to the system's information, he would be able to unlock a stage reward. Chapter 6. Yi Qin's accused spirit. Yi Qin, drenched in blood, staggered back home. Along the way, numerous passers-by pointed and whispered. Spreading an unknown number of idle rumors, he collapsed onto his bed, applying medicinal alcohol to his wounds while reflecting on the events of the day. He had merely pointed out a fact. Yet he had been humiliated to such an extent. Gu Weiwu, relying on his family background and privileges, had subjected him to relentless ridicule, truly a heinous crime. As Yi Qin thought of the 500 inferior spirit stones he had lost, along with the immense humiliation he had suffered, he roared in fury. Master, I seek vengeance. An ethereal spirit emerged from the ring on Yi Qin's finger, enveloped in a fiery aura, his face as hardened as if chiseled from stone. Anyone present would surely be astounded, for the manifestation of a young spirit was exclusive to the Martial King realm. Within Yi Qin's ring, there existed a Martial King master. Yet at that moment, the resolute middle-aged man displayed a rare expression of helplessness. Why, Yi Qin? What do you intend to do? Right now, you possess only a handful of inferior spirit stones. Not to mention cultivating, even the after-effects of burning your vitality would be challenging to resolve. He could not fathom how Yi Qin could be so confident and audacious as to provoke the offspring of a martial saint. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin angrily struck the bed. Master, assist me. I know you have a way. Yin Hongjun gasped, feeling a sense of suffocation despite being a spirit. Was he jesting? Did he think that merely flattering him would compel his assistance? If only his spirit were a tad stronger. He would not have to endure such indignities. However, he was left with no choice. Having initially recognized Yi Qin's talent and accepted him as a disciple, he now had to swallow the bitterness. Looking at Yi Qin, Yin Hongjun resignedly stated, of course, there are methods. Resources for cultivation are not limited to spirit stones. Elixirs and spiritual herbs can also aid in your training. Master, do you have any spiritual herbs for me? Yi Qin's eyes brightened with anticipation as he gazed at Yin Hongjun. None. Yin Hongjun shook his head. However, did you notice the red clouds on the horizon as you returned home? That is a sign of the 5th-tier spiritual herb. Flame Spirit Flower, nearing maturity. If you can obtain the Flame Spirit Flower, the backlash you experience will surely be manageable, and your cultivation will ascend to new heights. Is that true, Master? Yi Qin exclaimed with immense excitement. He typically felt anguish even at the thought of purchasing the most ordinary 1st-tier spiritual herbs. He had never even heard of a 5th-tier spiritual herb. If he could truly acquire one, he would certainly make Gu Weiwu pay dearly. After a moment, Yi Qin calmed himself and cautiously inquired, such a precious 5th-tier spiritual herb, even a 6th-tier martial artist would treasure it. Can we really obtain it? Although he was confident, he did not have the audacity to challenge an opponent 4 ranks above him. A 6th-tier martial artist was a dominant force, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. There was not a single 6th-tier martial artist in the entire Tianhua city. Fear not. The Flame Spirit Flower grows in underground magma, and very few are aware of this heavenly treasure in this small Tianhua city. It is nearly impossible to find someone who can recognize it. Yin Hongjun reassured him. I had initially planned to wait until you reached the Vitality Realm, at which point my assistance would ensure success. However, now we must take the risk earlier. Rest assured, Master, we shall succeed. Yi Qin's gaze was resolute, brimming with boundless confidence. He was a transmigrator endowed with the protagonist template, destined to turn misfortune into fortune. The setbacks he had faced were merely a prelude to his eventual rise. Once he obtained the Flame Spirit Flower, he would undoubtedly turn the tables. Yin Hongjun shook his head, still unable to comprehend the source of Yi Qin's confidence. Out of concern for safety, he advised, you should provoke Gu Weiwu less in the future. After all, he is the son of a martial saint. Yi Qin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The son of a martial saint is still subject to familial favoritism. Gu Weiwu, of all people, has to attend high school in a small base like Tianhua City. He must surely be the neglected one. It is possible that even the martial saint has forgotten he has a son named Gu Weiwu. He had heard that the martial saint had 3,000 adopted sons. Perhaps it was precisely because Gu Weiwu was lacking in merit. As he spoke, Yichon could not help but chuckle. In his protagonist novice village, how formidable could the antagonist truly be? He was undoubtedly destined to be the one who would face his wrath. Having dropped out of middle school to become a delinquent, he was merely following the template that was sure to succeed. Yin Hongjun sighed. Retreating into the ring, he felt that Yichin's reasoning held merit. A son valued by a martial saint should be nurtured closely, and someone like Gu Weiwu, left to his own devices, was likely not held in high regard. Yet, having observed for so long from within the ring, he genuinely believed that Gu Weiwu's demeanor did not resemble that of a discarded child. He also suspected that Gu Weiwu's two companions were not to be underestimated. Hissing and gasping, Yichin applied medicine to his wounds. At the very least, he needed to recover a bit before embarking on the search for spiritual herbs. Time passed swiftly, and as the school day ended at Tianhua City No. 1 Middle School, students scattered in all directions. Gu Weiwu, accompanied by Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, took a special vehicle home in the Huafu Biuan of Tianhua City. 2 rows of upright security personnel stood at the entrance, each armed and ready, all of them warriors at the Vitality Realm. Among them, the scar-faced captain was a formidable presence, a third-tier martial artist. Such security was only afforded to the most prestigious villa district in all of Tianhua City. A discreet black limousine slowly approached. The moment its license plate was revealed, the barrier at the entrance rose, allowing it to drive straight through. The car halted before the largest villa, and 2 individuals quickly exited to open the other side of the door, welcoming Gu Weiwu out. "Young master, today we failed in our duty and did not stop that fellow." Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang said apologetically, filled with remorse. "I did not even signal." "So it was you who failed in your duty," Gu Weiwu replied with a hearty laugh, patting the shoulders of both men. "Besides, having you pretend like this has already put you in a great position of distress." These 2 were endowed with the brilliance of the Huiyue level, and their martial prowess had reached the 3rd tier, Skyward Realm, placing them among the top tier of talents in the Xian Kingdom. For such genuine talents to abandon their honor and masquerade as mere subordinates was indeed a considerable burden. Only a powerful clan like the Gu family could orchestrate such a thing. "It is no burden. The general has shown us immense favor, and we ought to do whatever is necessary," Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang said with sincere smiles. Having been orphans of the esteemed General Gu Qing, they were taken in as adopted sons and received the full support of the Gu family. From childhood, they had regarded Gu Weiwu as their leader. Such minor tasks were hardly burdensome. Without further ado, Gu Weiwu stepped onto the soft carpet and entered the villa, while the 2 brothers followed closely behind. Chapter 7. Obtaining the Hongmeng Body. After a sumptuous dinner of spiritual cuisine, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang returned to their respective rooms to cultivate, while Gu Weiwu made his way to his exclusive training chamber. The chamber spanned a generous 300 square meters, outfitted with an array of top-tier training equipment suitable for martial artists below the 3rd tier, including a dedicated 4th-tier spirit-gathering array to concentrate spiritual energy. Such a setup would cost a fortune even for the mayor of Tianhua City. Gu Weiwu settled in the center of the spirit-gathering array. The spiritual energy around him almost mist-like. He did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he politely addressed his shadow master, "Please guard the perimeter. I have matters to attend to." Without any warning, Gu Weiwu's shadow seamlessly split in 2. One half remained in place, reflecting Gu Weiwu's form under the light, while the other half stood up, transforming into a faceless middle-aged man clad in black martial attire. He exuded no distinct aura. Had it not been for the absence of facial features, one might have mistaken him for an ordinary person. 8th-tier martial king, Ying Yuan, the most trusted aide of martial saint Gu Qingyuan, as well as Gu Weiwu's personal instructor and elite bodyguard. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang had also benefited from Gu Weiwu's connection, receiving guidance from Ying Yuan. "Young master, you called?" Ying Yuan nodded at Gu Weiwu before passing through the wall and exiting the room. He did not ask any questions, for inquiries were not within his purview. My family truly is a nest of villains." Gu Weiwu watched as Ying Yuan vanished, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. With such a sinister family, it would be a pity for them not to play the role of antagonist. Gu Weiwu redirected his focus, turning to the system to assess today's gains. The unexpectedly awakened antagonist Plunder system had brought him much joy. Initially, he thought he would have to tread cautiously beneath the shadow of the protagonist, preparing meticulously for that fate. For instance, he had left the fiercely competitive capital, Shanghai City, and sought refuge in the small secondary base city of Tianhua City to cultivate in obscurity. He had even pleaded with his father to upgrade his original 6th-tier Grandmaster bodyguard to an 8th-tier Martial King personal mentor, accompanied by 2 exceptionally gifted subordinates. He had also made attempts to become an angel investor for Yi Chen. But after a brief flirtation, he decided against it. Yi Chen was nothing but a purebred white-eyed wolf, devoid of any mixed blood. Even before the arrival of the antagonist Plunder system, he had prepared himself for the possibility of being eliminated by some protagonist. He had penned a farewell letter, instructing his 9th-tier father to take revenge should he perish, ensuring a mutual destruction. Fortunately, with the advent of the system, he felt a surge of confidence. Since discovering a protagonist-like presence, Gu Weiwu had never felt such a sense of security. From this day forth, he too would possess a cheat, standing on equal ground with those protagonists who wielded their own advantages. Moreover, he had an overwhelming background. What right did those minor protagonists have to compete with him, particularly today? Yi Chen, with merely a slight exertion of his strength, rendered the once arrogant protagonist utterly disheveled. Within the brief span of a single lesson, he inflicted upon Yi Chen 2 minor blows, 1 moderate strike, and 1 severe hit, directly resulting in a plunder of 50 points of fate value. Such a sum was sufficient to unlock the first lottery draw. System prompt: you have accumulated 50 points of fate value. Would you like to initiate the lottery? Note: the first draw guarantees a superweighted outcome, with a divine level reward assured. Lottery. Gu Weiwu silently murmured, his heart brimming with anticipation. An imposing ancient wheel materialized in his mind, each segment promising a superlative reward. Celestial Dragon Sacred Body, Infinite Divine Soul, Divine Sun Technique, Millennium Dragon Beard Ginseng. These were merely the foundational rewards of the wheel. Leaving Gu Weiwu dazzled as the son of the martial saint, he understood the immense opportunities they represented. Any single one could drive the world into madness. Yet, these life-altering treasures were merely the baseline. This lottery, augmented by the system, would undoubtedly yield a divine-grade artifact, Great Devouring Technique, Great Fate Technique, Primordial Body, Dao Seed, Infinite Strength. Even with Gu Weiwu's profound understanding as the martial saint's progeny, he had never encountered such wonders before. Only able to speculate based on his knowledge from before his transmigration. However, by merely glancing at the names and the system's divine level rating, he recognized that these items were incomprehensibly powerful. Gu Weiwu's spirit swayed as he beheld the wheel spinning. Regardless of which divine-grade reward he received, he was destined to soar to new heights. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme physique, primordial body, which greatly accelerates your cultivation speed and allows you to forge 100-fold strength within the same realm. As the system's cold notification echoed, Gu Weiwu's heart jolted. In an instant, he seemed to witness an infinitesimally small purple light within him explode, subsequently expanding into a chaotic expanse of boundless void, where countless stars flickered, teeming with infinite vitality and profound Tao rhythms. Immersed in this vast and unfathomable imagery, Gu Weiwu felt as though his consciousness had ascended to a higher plane. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Ying Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing the rapidly swelling aura emanating from within. He nodded calmly, reflecting with a hint of sentiment. Although he arrived a tad late, the young master had finally encountered his own fortuitous opportunity. This opportunity appeared to be rather significant. With that thought, Ying Yuan resumed his silent vigil at the door, contemplating his own techniques. He understood that Gu Weiwu's fortune was remarkable. In mere moments, his aura had surged over tenfold without any semblance of fragility. A feat truly astonishing. Yet, it bore no relevance to him. Curiosity was not part of his duty. 2 hours later, within the training room, Gu Weiwu awakened. Having undergone a transcendent transformation within the brief span of 2 hours due to the integration of the primordial body, he gently clenched his fist, creating a sound akin to an explosion in the air. This newfound strength far surpassed that of his previous 6 layers of vitality. Gu Weiwu held no doubt that he could now effortlessly crush Yi Chen with a single ordinary punch. Thus, he now stood at 33 layers of body refinement. Gu Weiwu's expression shifted, utterly astounded. 33 layers? What sort of ridiculous realm was this? The widely acknowledged limit of body refinement was merely 9 layers. And the only exception he had witnessed was Yi Qin's 13 layers. And now, he found himself at 33 layers, which was utterly preposterous. Fortunately, he could still sense that as long as he absorbed sufficient energy, he could swiftly restore himself to his previous 6 layers of vitality. This indicated a mere elevation of his upper limit, rather than some absurd notion of 1,000,000 layers of body refinement. After a brief moment, Gu Weiwu managed to regain his composure. Regardless of the number of body refinement layers, what mattered was his enhanced strength. He continued to perceive the depths of his transformation. He was certain that the primordial body bestowed upon him far more than mere superficial power. Something much deeper lay within. He felt an inexhaustible potential coursing through his being, as though each cell were a nascent star, awaiting the energy to ignite. Furthermore, within the training room, spiritual energy surged into him like a tidal wave, penetrating every pore, only to be consumed entirely. Once, as a 7th-level talent, he had to painstakingly absorb spiritual energy thread by thread. In contrast, this experience was as disparate as heaven and earth. Even the world around him appeared transformed, more vibrant and beautiful than ever before. This was the primordial body, a physique that transcended even the sun level and saint level. Gu Weiwu rose, exhilarated and astounded. Such compatibility with spiritual energy he had only previously sensed in his father, who, even then, could not summon such fervor from spiritual energy. This indicated that the primordial body had propelled his talent from a 7th-level mortal to surpassing the saint level. All along, his only shortcoming had been his talent, and now, the system had rectified that upon its arrival. And this was merely his first lottery draw. He dared not even imagine what awaited him next. Gu Weiwu clenched his fists, envisioning a radiant path ahead. The 12 years of trepidation spent in the presence of protagonists evaporated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming ambition. Those who sought to usurp his family's resources, such as Yi Qin, the jealous and murderous Qin Feng, and the scheming Xiao Lin, who sought to use him against the Gu family point one by one, they would soon find themselves in his path. Gu Weiwu, invigorated by the unprecedented strength coursing through him, felt a confidence stronger than ever before. Those who had regarded him as mere prey were now transformed into his stepping stones. Chapter 8. The Powerful Primordial Body. 100-fold strength. After fully integrating with the primordial body, Gu Weiwu did not halt his cultivation. Thanks to the primordial body, his former 6 layers of vitality had been compressed into 33 layers of body refinement. Now, his goal was to replenish his vitality and return to 6 layers. However, this new 6 layers would be 100-fold stronger than before. Gu Weiwu retrieved a vial from his spatial ring, uncorked it, and found 10 gleaming vitality pills lying within, exuding a fragrant aroma. Each energy pill was worth 12,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 years' salary of his homeroom teacher, Li Wu. Presently, Gu Weiwu consumed the pills as though they were free. Devouring them without hesitation, as the pills dissolved upon entering his mouth, a torrent of vitality surged through his body, replenishing every cell. Within just 2 minutes, Gu Weiwu ascended from 33 layers of body refinement to the first layer of vitality. Then, he progressed to the second layer, third layer. Half an hour later, Gu Weiwu opened his eyes, having returned to 6 layers of vitality. He clenched his fist, compressing air into a small projectile with the force of millions of kilograms. Upon releasing his grip, the air projectile detonated with a deafening roar akin to cannon fire. Gu Weiwu was utterly convinced that the explosive power of this projectile was sufficient to annihilate the previous Yi Qin. Moreover, at his former 6 layers of vitality, he would have sustained severe injuries from this small explosion without protective gear. Testing my current strength, Gu Weiwu rose and approached a detection device situated within the training room. A 4th-tier detector was capable of assessing the foundational attributes of martial artists below the 5th tier. Gu Weiwu stood upon the device, allowing the infrared beams to scan his entire body. After 2 minutes of data collection, a detailed report was displayed on the device. Vitality quality, 6 layers. Vitality reserve, 10,000. Standard value for 6 layers of vitality is 100. Basic exertion, 7,000,000 kilograms. Standard value for 6 layers of vitality is 70,000 kilograms. Comprehensive evaluation. SSS level, 100-fold vitality within the same realm, 100-fold basic exertion. Ji Weiwu gazed in disbelief at his hands, profoundly shaken by the might of the primordial body. Is this truly the primordial body? It matched the description perfectly. Indeed, the primordial body's claim of 100-fold within the same realm was genuine. Without a hint of exaggeration, at that moment, Gu Weiwu comprehended the terrifying nature of this physique. The 7 million kilograms of force from 6 layers of vitality appeared formidable, yet it was merely twice that of a peak, third-tier martial artist. Insignificant compared to the fourth-tier breaking army realm. The true shock lay in the 100-fold amplification. His 6 layers of vitality equated to 100-fold strength in the same realm, and he would possess 100-fold strength as a martial saint. The notion of a 100-fold martial saint was simply beyond imagination. Given his primordial body's aptitude, ascending to the martial saint level was merely a matter of resources and cultivation time, an utterly daunting prospect. However, the primordial body did come with a drawback. It was expensive. Merely reverting from 33 layers of body refinement back to 6 layers of vitality had consumed 10 fourth-tier vitality pills, representing nearly 10 times the resource expenditure. Fortunately, for Gu Weiwu, cost was not a concern. He smiled faintly, reflecting. 10-fold resources for a 100-fold combat power is exceedingly worthwhile. In terms of investment, a 10-fold return would undoubtedly compel most individuals to risk their lives in pursuit. Breathing deeply, Gu Weiwu gradually calmed his racing heart. His 100-fold vitality receded within, concealed beneath the veil of the primordial body, revealing nothing to the outside world. Everything appeared as it always had, save for the astonishing data displayed on the testing device, which bore witness to the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Ji Weiwu sat cross-legged on the ground, now contemplating the matters concerning Yi Chun. This child of fortune was, after all, his first significant gain. He had directly plundered half of Yi Chun's destiny value at school, delivering a considerable setback to him. Given Yi Chun's nature as a child of fortune, it was highly probable that he would take action, seeking an opportunity to cultivate before returning to slap Gu Weiwu's face. Shadow Master, I have a request for your assistance, Gu Weiwu called softly. In an instant, Ying Yuan, the shadow guardian stationed at the entrance, appeared before Gu Weiwu and calmly replied, Young master, please speak. Yet, he was somewhat astonished. In his perception, Gu Weiwu seemed entirely composed, as if the earlier surge of vitality had been an illusion. Ying Yuan pondered for a moment, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Just then, his gaze fell upon a series of evaluations displayed on the testing instrument. 100-fold vitality, 100-fold strength. Ying Yuan's heart raced, realizing that the fortune Gu Weiwu had acquired was beyond imagination. However, this surprise quickly subsided, as he felt nothing but joy at the thought of Gu Qingyuan's promising future and his own offspring's flourishing growth. Ji Weiwu took note of Ying Yuan's astonishment, but merely smiled it off. The data on the testing instrument was intentionally preserved by him. Ying Yuan, being his personal bodyguard, could not be deceived, even though the Hongmeng body possessed the innate ability to conceal its aura. Yet, there was no need for deceit. He was a person worthy of absolute trust. Ji Weiwu turned to Ying Yuan and said, Shadow Master, I would like you to investigate Yi Chun and see if he has made any moves in the past few days. Not a problem, leave it to me, Ying Yuan replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Subsequently, a shadow detached from him, stealthily departing. Unfazed, Gu Weiwu continued speaking to Ying Yuan's corporeal form, Shadow Master, I have experienced a surge of vitality due to a fortunate encounter. I would appreciate guidance on controlling this newfound energy. His strength now far exceeded the limits of his current realm, and if he did not practice control diligently, he risked being unable to unleash his full potential. Although he could easily crush 1,000 Yi Chuns with sheer brute force, he understood the importance of control. Ying Yuan contemplated for a moment before instructing, to master the overwhelming power, you must practice the tiger and dragon stance diligently. With sufficient practice, you will become well acquainted with your strength. Ji Weiwu nodded gently, understood. Ying Yuan continued, as for the finer points, I will teach you the silken thread technique. When mastered, your strength will be as light as silk, yielding threefold the effect for every unit of force exerted. Gu Weiwu listened intently, absorbing the teachings. Meanwhile, the shadow that had split off began its investigation into Yi Chun. Ying Yuan, who typically resided within Gu Weiwu's shadow, had experienced everything occurring within the school firsthand. He held a vivid impression of Yi Chun, who had made bold claims in that direction. The shadow sensed Yi Chun's aura and stealthily made its way into a common residential district under the cover of night. At that moment, Yi Chun, having exhausted his remaining inferior spirit stones, was following Elder Yan's formula to soak in a medicinal bath. The stimulating concoction in the bright red plastic tub caused Yi Chun to grimace in pain. Cursing under his breath, a shadow silently lingered in the darkness outside the window, observing everything with a cold, detached gaze. Chapter 9. A fifth-order spirit herb? It's mine. Gazing at the scene within the room. Even Yuan, with his wealth of experience, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. In the center of a modest 20-square-meter room sat a 1-meter diameter red plastic tub, steam rising from the pale liquid within. A bare youth grimaced in agony inside the tub. Yuan was momentarily transported back to his own youth, recalling the scene of a butcher plucking the feathers from a pig. However, his expression soon shifted to one of gravity. He distinctly sensed that the symptoms of Yi Chun's vitality backlash were significantly alleviated. This absurd medicinal concoction was indeed effective. From Yuan's perspective, the cost of this tub of medicine was remarkably low. Yet it was having a tangible effect on the vitality backlash. Why Yi Chun must have a master behind him? Yuan quickly realized that Yi Chun was likely under the tutelage of a medical master, or even a master alchemist. Only such a figure could transform the mundane into the miraculous. Yet, such a master would undoubtedly not be short of wealth. Why would they resort to such means? With this puzzlement in mind, Yuan observed more intently. Before long, he noticed something amiss. Yi Chun's expression fluctuated multiple times, shifting from anger to despair to renewed determination. It seemed as though he were not merely muttering to himself, but engaging in dialogue with an unseen entity. Yuan silently watched the unfolding events until Yi Chun discarded the medicinal liquid in the tub and awkwardly prepared a new batch. This was even more peculiar, as if someone was guiding Yi Chun's actions. Yuan was not overly surprised. He gradually pieced together the answer. His gaze swept over the bare form of Yi Chun, finally resting on a peculiar ring adorned with intricate engravings around his neck. A remnant soul of a martial king behind him. No wonder he dared to speak so boldly. Yuan let out a cold chuckle, continuing to monitor Yi Chun's actions. As night gave way to dawn, Yi Chun's vitality backlash had diminished significantly, and he began to store some food in his spatial ring before excitedly pushing open the door to embark on his journey. Yuan followed closely in the shadows, simultaneously notifying Gu Weiwu. After several discreet shadowy traversals, the shadow clone merged into Yi Chun's shadow, seamlessly mirroring how Yuan's true form concealed itself within Gu Weiwu's shadow, achieving true inseparability. However, while Yuan provided Gu Weiwu with utmost protection, the shadow clone offered Yi Chun inescapable surveillance. Meanwhile, within the ring, Yin Hongjuan, in a state of rest, attempted to exert his consciousness but found nothing amiss. Still unconvinced, he instructed Yi Chun to change course several times. The instincts of a warrior often prove to be accurate, having previously extricated him from dire situations. Elder Yin, why must we take so many detours? Yi Chun grumbled, having traversed the outskirts of the base city several times. Better safe than sorry. Our target this time is a fifth-order spirit herb, Yin Hongjuan replied, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. If someone is following us, even with your 13th layer of body refinement, safety cannot be guaranteed. Your caution is well-founded. No wonder you have achieved the strength of a martial king, Yi Chun remarked, a shiver running down his spine as he praised. He had to admit that his teacher was far more astute than he had been in his previous life. Let us proceed. We made enough circles. There should be no one tailing us. Yin Hongjuan relaxed slightly, believing the impending danger lay in the wilderness ahead. Yi Chun nodded, striding confidently toward the path leading out of the base city. At that moment, a scar-faced burly man clad in mismatched gear approached Yi Chun with a welcoming grin. Hey there, fellow student. With the martial exam approaching, I reckon you're looking to hone your skills against low-level ferocious beasts in the wilderness? However, venturing alone is rather perilous. Why not join our Fire Wolf squad for safety in numbers? The scar-faced man chuckled heartily. You can call me Scarbro. I have a good feeling about you. For a friendly price, it's just 5 inferior spirit stones. Not a problem. Prompted by Yin Hongjuan, Yi Chun agreed, reluctantly handing over his final 5 inferior spirit stones. The Yin Yun flower he sought lay deeper in the wilderness, and he needed a ride. However, With those 5 inferior spirit stones, he would be short on food for a week. This fare truly pinched his wallet. Thus, Yichen squeezed into a muddy off-road vehicle. Grimacing as it swayed toward the wilderness Iron Villa No. 1 of Huafu Biuan, Gu Weiwu had gone the entire night without sleep, listening intently as Yingyuan elucidated the cultivation methods for the silken thread technique while awaiting updates on Yichen's investigation. As Yingyuan finished his last sentence, he turned to Gu Weiwu and asked, "Have you memorized the silken thread technique?" "I have committed it to memory. I shall seek your guidance during my practice," Gu Weiwu replied with a gentle nod. "Very well." Yingyuan did not press further, but shifted to a serious tone. "The preliminary findings regarding Yichen have surfaced. It appears he is being instructed by a remnant soul of a martial king, who is likely also a master alchemist. The shadow I dispatched is connected to him, relaying all that it observes directly to my mind." "Huh?" Gu Weiwu was taken aback, understanding dawning upon him. The archetype of an elderly mentor aiding the protagonist was all too familiar. No wonder Yichen dared to act so audaciously in his presence. He had the backing of a martial king's remnant soul. Just imagine, in this secondary base city where even 5th-order powerhouses were scarce. Yichen had an 8th-order martial king guiding him. No wonder he exuded such confidence despite his low cultivation. With this revelation, Gu Weiwu exhaled in relief. What he feared most was the possibility of Yichen possessing some sort of system. If it was merely an old mentor archetype, he felt he could manage the situation with ease. Yingyuan continued, "Last night, after Yichen initially suppressed his vitality backlash, he set off this morning toward a forest outside Tianhua City. Yichen left the city while grappling with vitality backlash." Gu Weiwu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Which direction did he head? And are there any signs of treasures appearing?" In this world, humanity coexisted with ferocious beasts. The Divine Martial Federation established base cities in resource-rich territories, where people gathered to collectively fend off crises. Meanwhile, ferocious beasts occupied the wilderness, dominating vast expanses of forests and waters. Although Tianhua City lay centrally within the Federation's territory, truly formidable ferocious beasts were routinely purged each year. However, the wilderness beyond Tianhua City is certainly not a realm where a martial artist of the body refinement stage, who suffers from the backlash of their vital energy, can safely venture. Wei Yichen's impatience to embark on his journey likely stems from the discovery of some fortuitous opportunity. He proceeds with considerable caution, making several twists and turns, yet his trajectory clearly leads towards a dormant volcano. The spiritual energy in that vicinity is tumultuous, and ominous fire clouds loom above, prompting Yingyuan to speculate aloud. "It seems there truly is a treasure to be found." Gu Weiwu pondered for a moment before looking up with a smile and saying, "Ying Master, please take me there shortly. How could this antagonist miss out on the protagonist's adventures?" His curiosity piqued, he wondered what kind of opportunity could compel Yichen to brave the wilderness. "Just call for me when you set off." Yingyuan readily agreed, his entire being merging into the shadow of Gu Weiwu. Gu Weiwu adjusted his attire and stepped out of the training room. He did not head directly to the forest where Yichen was located, as there was a shadow clone of Ying Master monitoring the area, ensuring that Yichen would not get lost. After a modest breakfast, Gu Weiwu gave Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang a brief instruction before entering his garage. Moments later, a black military SUV surged out of the villa's garage, as swift and formidable as a panther. Vehicles on the road hastily yielded, unwilling to obstruct this military vehicle valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones. Chapter 10. The hunt begins outside the Tianhua base city, amidst the dense wilderness. Here, the mountains undulate, ancient trees tower, and the entire land thrives under the nurturing of spiritual energy. Compared to the hunting grounds of typical martial artist teams, this area is even more remote and perilous. Thus, Yichen had disembarked from the Red Wolf team's jeep early on and had made his way into this dense forest on foot. With each step he took, the thick layer of fallen leaves crunched ominously beneath him. Occasionally, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered amidst the lush underbrush, instilling a sense of unease. A fierce wolf lurked within the woods, its foul drool dripping from its jaws. After following Yichen for a few minutes, the wolf could no longer contain itself and lunged ferociously. Boom! Yichen's fist shattered the wolf's skull, splattering red and white brain matter all over him. He felt no pride in dispatching a fierce wolf equivalent to the 8th level of body refinement with a single blow. Instead, he was deeply troubled. Wolves tend to appear in packs. While he could easily handle one, A dozen would overwhelm him, especially considering the aftereffects of his vital energy backlash. Prolonged combat was not an option. Damn you, Gu Weiwu, and that teacher, Li Wu. Just wait until I return, and you'll both be in for it. Yi Chun silently cursed under his breath before preparing to hoist the wolf's carcass. The pelt of this wolf was worth 10 low-grade spirit stones, and its meat was worth 20. For someone like him, who had not a single spirit stone to his name, this was not a sum he could easily dismiss. Forget about it, Yin Hongjuan advised, frowning. The scent of blood will attract other ferocious beasts. This meager gain is not worth risking your life for. But why? Yi Chen hesitated, wishing to hide the wolf's body and retrieve it later. Howl! The furious wolf's howl echoed, causing Yi Chen's expression to change instantly. He cast a lingering glance at the wolf's corpse before sorrowfully turning away. Why, Yi Chen? Hasten your pace. You cannot afford to be entangled with these vicious beasts. Yin Hongjuan's voice resonated in his ring. The Yin Yun flower grows within volcanic caves, and that volcano is still some distance away. Understood, Elder Yin, Yi Chen nodded, propelling himself forward with all his speed. Under Yin Hongjuan's guidance, he swiftly evaded the territories of the ferocious beasts. Whenever avoidance was impossible, Yin Hongjuan would select the weakest route for Yi Chen to proceed. Die! Yi Chen bellowed, striking down several first-level ferocious beasts that surrounded him. This overwhelming display filled him with a sense of exhilaration. This was the treatment befitting a protagonist, unyielding against gods and demons alike. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a sharp pain shoot through his veins, pulling him from his reverie as he lowered his head to continue his journey. Yin Hongjuan shook his head in the ring, exasperated as he continued to guide him. This Yi Chen was a bit too eager to float upon a mere trickle of water, far too impulsive. Amidst his musings, Yin Hongjuan deliberately adjusted their course, ensuring that any nearby ferocious beasts were disturbed and converged upon the path they had left behind. Not only did this conceal their tracks, but it also served as a makeshift trap. He trusted his instincts, hoping these arrangements would provide some slight deterrent against unforeseen disasters. After successfully evading various ferocious beasts, Yi Chen finally came to a halt. He gazed at the dormant volcano before him, excitement illuminating his features. 5th-level spiritual herb, here I come. Meanwhile, on another front, Gu Weiwu advanced directly towards Yi Chen's location within the dense forest, his figure moving like the wind. So swift that it left fleeting afterimages. Why Yi Chen's grandfather's little tricks were effective, yet they posed no hindrance to Gu Weiwu. Under Ying Yuan's concealment, those ferocious beasts were unable to sense their presence. Occasionally, when encountering ferocious beasts, Gu Weiwu would effortlessly obliterate them with a single punch. Regardless of whether they were first or second level, they crumbled like paper before his 7 million kilograms of might. In the wilderness that was routinely cleared near Tianhua Bay City, Gu Weiwu could traverse it single-handedly, especially with the presence of Ying Yuan, a martial king. They halted their steps at the volcano, searching for something on that barren mountain. Ying Yuan gazed ahead, his vision in sync with his shadow clone. A stark, barren dormant volcano loomed not far from them, its surface cloaked in a layer of hard gray volcanic rock, starkly contrasting with the surrounding verdant forest. Above the volcano, a stretch of crimson clouds hung in the sky, lingering without dissipating. It appeared that the treasures they sought were hidden somewhere within the volcano. Gu Weiwu scrutinized the dormant volcano before him, attempting to discern the nature of the treasure. It must be so. The crimson clouds above the volcano should signify some extraordinary phenomenon related to the treasure. Ying Yuan carefully sensed with his spiritual mind, making a judgment. However, given his expertise, he found it challenging to identify the exact nature of the treasure. After all, his specialty lay in assassination, not alchemy. Crack, Gu Weiwu took out his phone to capture a photograph. Sending it to a master alchemist within the Gu family. 2 minutes later, a detailed illustration was returned. Yin Yun flower. Consuming it can bestow martial artists with fire attributes, classified as a 5th-level spiritual herb. Though merely a mid-tier spiritual herb, it was a priceless treasure. Gu Weiwu perused the message on his phone, surprisingly unconcerned. Of course, when the protagonist first embarks on their journey, the heavens bestow immense and indispensable opportunities. The ability to impart fire attributes to a martial artist speaks volumes to the rarity of this item. It is well known that ordinary martial artists possess no inherent attributes and rely solely on brute strength and skill in combat. In contrast, attribute martial artists gain an additional advantage, as each punch and kick can carry special effects such as flames or ice, enabling them to dominate opponents of the same tier. Any attribute martial artist often boasts several times the combat strength of their peers. The more formidable the attribute, the greater the enhancement it provides. Tio thinks such a treasure could be found in the wilderness of a second-tier base city. Ying Yuan shook his head, marveling at Yi Qin's fortune. He understood the terror of such spiritual herbs, for he himself had once benefited from a similar herb of shadow attribute, which had solidified his title as the shadow-killing martial king. Stealth, shadow clones, aura concealment, shadow slaughter, and shadow devouring. These were skills that left even martial kings of the same tier drooling with envy. Thus, despite the Yin Yun flower being merely 5th level, its value surpassed that of 8th level spiritual herbs for those martial kings who lacked attribute enhancements. Consuming this herb could exponentially increase one's combat strength, far more easily than enduring a decade of arduous cultivation to achieve a minor breakthrough. Thank you, nature, for your bountiful gifts, Gu Weiwu sighed, already envisioning the Yin Yun flower as his own possession. Chapter 11. The uncertainty of life. Yi Chun traversed the volcano, searching the mountains under Yin Hongjuan's guidance from within the ring. Having previously consumed a similar fire attribute spiritual herb and being an 8th level alchemist, he was particularly sensitive to the aura of the Yin Yun flower. After several searches, Yi Qin discovered a narrow crevice in the mountain's body, barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways, from which warm winds emanated. This is it. The aura of the Yin Yun flower is emanating from here, Yin Hongjuan stated with firm conviction. However, the ever-enthusiastic Yi Chun now hesitated. The crevice of the volcano still emitted heat. With his limited knowledge, he recognized the deadly threats of volcanic eruptions and sulfur poisoning. Elder Yin, do we really have to go in? Yi Chen's eyes flickered, his voice laced with struggle. Is there a way for me to obtain the Yin Yun flower without entering? Yin Hongjuan furrowed his brow and admonished, my spiritual sense is not abundant. The effort I have expended to guide you thus far has already drained much of my energy. If I waste more, what will become of your future dangers? He looked at Yi Chen, exasperated. Previously, he had risked danger to retrieve a mere 1st-level ferocious wolf, yet now, faced with the true opportunity of a 5th-level spiritual herb, he hesitated. Go pursue great endeavors while fearing for one's life. To neglect righteousness for small gains, he mused, realizing that training Yi Chen into a capable individual would require considerable effort. I was wrong. Elder Yin, Yi Chen admitted, lowering his head, though he felt quite displeased, asked the main character of his own story. Why was this old man so inept at handling matters? He would make the old man suffer a bit when he came seeking his assistance in the future. Forget it. Let us enter quickly to avoid lengthy delays. Yin Hongjuan shook his head, speaking with resignation. As an 8th-level martial king, he had turned away countless talented individuals who sought to apprentice under him. Yet here he was, tolerating his somewhat lackluster disciple. It was truly a matter of time and fate. Let us go. The Yin Yun flower will surely be mine. Yi Chen gazed into the unfathomable abyss of the deep crevice, gritting his teeth as he turned sideways and squeezed himself inside. The surrounding rock walls were exceedingly hard, causing his body to ache painfully with each advance. With every step taken, it felt as though he were battling against the very mountain itself. Yin Hongjuan remained silent, merely releasing his consciousness to remain vigilant. After traversing several dozen steps, Yi Chen found his body completely constricted, forcing him to crawl sideways like a crab in the enveloping darkness of the tunnel. Yi Chen felt an urge to curse, unable to suppress his inquiry. Old Yin, you must be mistaken, right? Yin Hongjuan offered no reply. Bearing his grievances, Yi Chen pressed on, but after another few dozen steps, he could no longer contain himself. Old Yin, we've arrived. Yin Hongjuan stated expressionlessly. At that moment, Yi Chen felt the pressure from the rock walls ease, and he emerged into a spacious area. Oh, let us continue, Yi Chen said, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his nose, dismissing his earlier frustrations. Although the surroundings remained dim, a faint red glow emanated from the distance, allowing him to discern the general contours of the space. This was a vast cavity, standing 10 meters high, a remarkable natural cave nestled within the heart of a volcano. Yi Chen proceeded toward the opposite end of the cavern, drawing ever closer to his objective. At that moment, Gu Weiwu's figure appeared at the crevice of the volcanic mountain, contemplating the entrance with a knowing gaze. It was indeed well concealed. Without guidance, one might need to overturn the entire mountain to find it. This seemingly insignificant crevice nestled within the volcanic rock layers was not easily noticeable amidst the overlapping strata, even if an average fifth-tier practitioner knew of the Yin Yunhua's presence within this volcano. They would be hard-pressed to locate it. Fate had orchestrated everything perfectly for Yi Chun. He was truly the child of destiny. Alas, today would be his misfortune. Shadow Master, let us enter as well, Gu Weiwu remarked with a subtle smile. A hint of mischief in his tone. I wonder what expression Yi Chun will have upon seeing me here. Ying Yuan remained silent, merely cloaking Gu Weiwu in a layer of shadow. This shroud effectively concealed his aura, making it exceedingly difficult for even a martial king's consciousness to detect him. It was precisely through this means that they had evaded the perception of that martial king's lingering soul during their journey. After masking their presence, Ying Yuan opened a shadow domain, enveloping Gu Weiwu within its confines. In an instant, Gu Weiwu transformed into a mere shadow, slipping into the narrow crevice with ease. Despite his height of 1.80 meters, he encountered no hindrance in this constricted space. Under Ying Yuan's enhancement, Gu Weiwu surged through the tunnel like a swift arrow. Meanwhile, within the mountain, Yi Chun had navigated a winding path and was drawing ever nearer to the location of the Yin Yunhua. Waves of scorching heat assaulted him, accompanied by a faint scent of sulfur. The lack of ventilation rendered the area akin to a massive steamer. Having only arrived a few minutes prior, Yi Chun was already drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. However, upon catching sight of something several dozen meters away, Yi Chun felt invigorated, the oppressive heat momentarily overshadowed by a wave of excitement. 50 meters ahead, amidst a cracked expanse of earth, a fiery red divine flower swayed gently in the still air, its petals unfurling serenely in the darkness of the volcanic interior. It stood as the sole source of light. The red glow Yi Chun had observed earlier was indeed its doing. Is this the Yin Yunhua? Yi Chun questioned, though his heart was resolute. The extraordinary flower blossoming within the volcano could only be the Yin Yunhua. Nothing else could possibly match its uniqueness. Indeed, this is the Yin Yunhua. Yin Hongjuan remarked, having adjusted his mindset, a touch of wistfulness in his tone. A single wisp of spiritual energy birthed by the heavens, nurtured upon the fire element's spiritual vein, takes centuries to bloom into a flower. This dormant volcano, I fear, was once a medium fire elemental vein several hundred years ago. The wonders of the universe, the marvels of creation, are vividly manifested in the Yin Yunhua before us. Any martial king, upon consuming it, could significantly enhance their combat prowess with just a cursory understanding. And after Yi Chun consumes it, coupled with his unprecedented 13th level of body refinement, he will undoubtedly ascend to the martial king realm, if not even the martial saint realm. Yin Hongjuan had resolved to invest fully in Yi Chun. With such fortune, even a few character flaws could be rectified in the realm of martial cultivation. The enigmatic concept of fortune held paramount importance. Just as in years past, many prodigies had emerged, some even surpassing him, yet ultimately, he alone ascended to the martial king rank. Among the martial kings, there were those weaker than him who ultimately fell. The notion of luck, shrouded in mystery, could not be dismissed. With this thought, Yin Hongjuan's tone softened considerably. Yi Chun, pluck it and consume it on the spot. From this moment forth, lay the true foundation. You will no longer be comparable to ordinary prodigies. The one you worry about, Gu Weiwu, is but a mere fledgling. Understood. Yi Chun's spirit surged as he approached the Yin Yunhua. However, a shadow darted past, and in an instant, the fiery red divine flower was plucked away. Subsequently, the shadow materialized, causing Yi Chun's expression to shift dramatically. Gu Weiwu. Chapter 12. A Fragile Encounter. System Notification. You have seized an important opportunity from the Child of Destiny, Yi Chun, and have plundered 30 points of fate value. Gu Weiwu, upon hearing the system notification, bore a slight smile. He temporarily set aside the fate value he had acquired, simply waving the hand that held the Yin Yunhua toward Yi Chun. Cheerfully stating, "Good afternoon, classmate Yi Chun." Yi Chun fixed his gaze on the Yin Yunhua and Gu Weiwu's grasp, shock and fury swelling within him. He had relied on Yin Lao's guidance, carefully evading the territories of formidable beasts to safely arrive here. Yet, Gu Weiwu, merely at the 6th level of blood energy, weaker than his 13th level of body refinement, had no right to be here. Furthermore, throughout their journey, he had been cautious, taking alternate paths while Yin Lao scanned the surroundings with his consciousness. How had Gu Weiwu managed to follow them unnoticed? Yi Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "How did you get here? Put down my Yin Yun Hua. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to the virtuous. This is my Yin Yun Hua." Gu Weiwu sneered as he stowed the flower into his spatial ring. "Shut your mouth. That is my spiritual medicine." Yi Chen, witnessing the Yin Yun Hua vanish, erupted in fury. Just yesterday, Gu Weiwu had publicly humiliated him at school, using his influence to coerce an unprincipled teacher into confronting him. Today, having discovered his great opportunity in the wilderness, Gu Weiwu had once again snatched away his Yin Yun Hua. Old grudges and new grievances could not be left unaddressed. With eyes ablaze, Yi Chen charged at Gu Weiwu with a savage grin. "Today, here, without your biased teacher and your family background, what gives you the right to contend with me?" Just as Yin Hongjuan was about to intervene, Yi Chen had already surged forward recklessly. Yi Chen's foot landed upon the cracked, hardened lava stone, the ground fracturing beneath him as he propelled himself toward Gu Weiwu like an arrow, fire cannon fist. A profound martial art bestowed by Martial King Yin Hongjuan, typically accessible only to those within the blood energy realm, capable of achieving great mastery at the 3rd level of martial arts. Yi Chen had already cultivated it to a minor success, allowing him to unleash 4 times the force with a single punch. His entire being was roaring with blood energy, the backlash from his veins causing sharp pain. Yet, Yi Chen disregarded it entirely. He only desired Gu Weiwu's demise. With a punch unleashed, a gale followed, creating an explosive roar within the confined cavity. "Today, I am not who I was yesterday." Gu Weiwu regarded the attack that had previously required all of yesterday's strength to counter and reflected silently. He simply extended his own fist, unremarkable and devoid of any intricate technique or amplification of power. For to a mouse, both a cat and a tiger could be equally lethal. The seemingly ordinary punch surged forth with 7 million pounds of force. Gu Weiwu apathetically observed Yi Chen's approach, akin to watching an ant. Boom! The collision of their fists shattered Yi Chen's explosive punch instantly. Following that, the force was transmitted back to Yi Chen, even as a faint red light attempted to defend against it. He was sent hurtling backward like a withered leaf caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the rock wall. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood mist, tumbling down from the wall in a wretched heap. Bewildered and aghast, Yi Chen had envisioned pulverizing Gu Weiwu's skull with a single blow, yet he had not anticipated being the one sent flying. The overwhelming force felt as if mountains and seas were crashing upon him, rendering him no more than a mere insect in comparison. No need for 3 punches or kicks. Gu Weiwu could simply crush him with a gentle squeeze. The shift from the elation of revenge to stark shock and terror occurred in an instant. Yi Chen was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Gu Weiwu had grown so formidable. Just yesterday, Gu Weiwu had been slightly inferior, and only by employing martial arts to ambush him had he gained the upper hand. Even then, Gu Weiwu had not dared to confront him head-on. How was it that today, Gu Weiwu had become such a powerhouse? Had it not been for Yin Lao's covert assistance, he would have been reduced to a puddle of flesh by now. Yi Chen could not help but look toward Gu Weiwu, only to find him gazing back with a cold indifference. A chill ran down Yi Chen's spine as he averted his gaze from those terrifying eyes. The Gu Weiwu before him was devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to the amiable student he had once known. Now, Gu Weiwu regarded him as if he were refuse, utterly contemptuous. Shame and fear flooded Yi Chen's mind in an instant. Trembling, he inquired of Gu Weiwu, "How can you be so strong?" "Heh, you brought this upon yourself, idle," Gu Weiwu replied, brushing off the dust from his hands with a teasing tone. Had it not been for the fate value he had plundered from Yi Chen yesterday, he would still be that ordinary 6th-level blood energy practitioner. Gu Weiwu approached Yi Chen, slowly raising his hand. His footsteps were light, echoing softly against the rocky ground. Yet, this echo seemed to toll the death knell in Yi Chen's ears. With each footfall, the weight of despair bore down on him, gradually shattering his resolve. "No, do not approach," Yi Chen cried out in panic, his gaze fixed on Gu Weiwu. He had no inkling of the immense power behind Gu Weiwu's recent strike, but he was acutely aware that another blow would surely spell his demise. How could he die? He was the destined protagonist, destined to embrace the most beautiful women, to master unparalleled martial arts, and to trample the Gu family beneath his feet. Elder Yin, save me! In the throes of desperation, Yichen cried out in anguish, "Run!" A blazing red light erupted from the ring, enveloping Yichen and propelling him through a tiny crevice. Gu Weiwu watched the red light fade without a hint of disappointment. "What use is that?" he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "Wouldn't you agree, Shadow Master?" "Indeed, what use is it?" Ying Yuan, emerging from Gu Weiwu's shadow, remarked with a faint sigh. The fleeing soul of the martial king was indeed swift, surpassing even him, the shadow-killing martial king. Yet, his shadow clone remained hidden within Yichen's shadow. Entirely undetected, he lamented the impending loss of a significant fortune-bearer. With the martial king's soul as a mentor and the opportunity of the Yin Yun grass, Yichen's future was boundless. Yet before Gu Weiwu, he was merely a caged bird, a pinned sheep. Ying Yuan regarded Gu Weiwu with admiration, despite his lack of physical eyes. With a mere wave, he toyed with the fortune-bearer at his fingertips. The son of the martial saint, after 10 years of seclusion, had finally revealed a terrifying brilliance. "Shadow Master, we have obtained the spiritual herbs here. Let us return," Gu Weiwu said with a smile, glancing at Ying Yuan. "Indeed," Ying Yuan nodded in agreement, leading Gu Weiwu away as they came. Chapter 13. Yichen's grand ambition. A radiant rainbow surged from the volcano, soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. At the moment it erupted, the light fractured into dozens of rainbow beams, each hurtling off in different directions. Each beam radiated a ferocious aura, akin to a cornered beast fleeing in desperation, in the wilderness. Whether it be first-tier beasts or the usually tyrannical third-tier beasts, all trembled and cowered at the sight of the rainbow's presence. This was a dual suppression of power and life, rendering them utterly devoid of resistance. Finally, after traversing 100 miles from the volcano, the rainbow beams descended to the ground and dissipated. A team of martial artists hunting beasts in the wilderness gazed up in bewilderment, awestruck by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Has the volcano erupted? Such an anomaly surely signifies the presence of treasures. Precious spiritual herbs often herald their emergence with extraordinary phenomena, and such a grand display hinted at herbs with the potential to alter fate. With hearts brimming with greedy ambition, the martial artists eagerly rushed towards the volcano, oblivious to the fact that the true spiritual herbs had already been taken, and that the spectacle in the sky was merely a ruse for the fleeing soul of a martial king. Meanwhile, 200 miles north of the volcano, Yichen crashed to the ground, bloodied and disheveled. At that moment, the soul of Yin Hongjuan within the ring was also considerably weakened, struggling to rise from the earth. Yichen felt no joy at his narrow escape. Instead, his bloodshot eyes demanded, "Elder Yin, why did you not strike down Gu Weiwu? Why did the esteemed soul of a martial king flee from a mere Gu Weiwu? He could have simply eliminated him without a second thought. While he may not have been able to defeat Gu Weiwu, surely a martial king's soul could handle it." "You think too much?" Yin Hongjuan replied, looking at Yichen with a bemused expression. "That Gu Weiwu managed to follow us all the way to the Yin Yun flower without my awareness. How could I easily kill him?" Yichen faltered, retorting stubbornly, "But it should have been worth a try. If he could evade my senses, then he likely has a bodyguard of at least 7th-tier martial arts. Are you certain you wish to try?" Yin Hongjuan's expression darkened as he spoke tersely. Why Yichen gasped in shock, exclaiming, "The highest-ranking leader in the entire Tianhua Bay City is merely 5th tier. How could a high school student have a 7th-tier bodyguard?" He was in disbelief. Tianhua City was, after all, a 2nd-tier Bay City, mediocre within the Divine Martial Federation. Even if Gu Weiwu were the son of the martial saint, his presence here would be akin to exile. An abandoned scion would hardly possess a 7th-tier bodyguard. There is nothing impossible. You are still a commoner, and yet I am your teacher, Yin Hongjuan replied with a wry smile. "That is different," Yichen muttered. Feeling despondent, he was the protagonist, thus entitled to the tutelage of a martial king's soul. What right did Gu Weiwu, a mere minor antagonist, have to such treatment? "There is no difference," Yin Hongjuan shook his head. "You underestimate the foundation of the martial saint and the Gu family. There are at least dozens, or even hundreds of 7th-tier practitioners. Assigning a 7th-tier bodyguard to an unvalued son is hardly remarkable. Moreover, Gu Weiwu's recent display of power was more than twice that of a peak third tier. Is he truly just an unvalued son? He had endured the brunt of Gu Weiwu's strength, fully aware of his formidable prowess. The force behind his blows exceeded 700,000 kilograms. Though he may not have reached the fourth tier, it was still astonishing for his age. He had concealed his true power. How could he be so treacherous? Yi Chen felt on the verge of collapse. If Gu Weiwu had displayed such strength at school, he would never have dared provoke him. Tio thinks someone could masquerade as merely sixth tier, yet possess such hidden strength. That cunning little man. Yet he failed to consider the terrifying possibility that Gu Weiwu had undergone a radical transformation within a single day, a notion too dreadful for him to accept. Yin Hongjuan sighed, bemused by Yi Chen's double standards. You speak of others hiding their powers, yet your 13th layer body refinement is concealed just as much. Taking a deep breath, Yin Hongjuan steeled himself. Let us move. This is not a place to linger. We must find shelter. Utilizing strategies of diversion and subterfuge, he devised a plan to mislead Gu Weiwu. However, remaining stationary was not a viable option. I have a nagging sense of unease. As if unseen eyes are watching us, Yin Hongjuan lamented, his voice heavy with foreboding. The shadow clone of Ying Yuan remained silent. Surely not. Yi Chen shuddered, glancing around the sunlit forest, feeling an inexplicable chill. He stammered, Elder Yin, we should leave quickly. Yin Hongjuan expanded his senses, attuning to the surrounding environment to guide Yi Chen. However, compared to before, he was considerably weaker now, and his perceptive range had diminished significantly. As Yi Chen traversed the wilderness, he felt like a stray dog, covered in filth and despair, a far cry from his earlier bravado. After several turns, he finally took refuge in a burrow dug by a first-tier beast. The iron-spiked boar. The burrow was lined with dry grass. If not for the nauseating odor, it could serve as a decent hiding place. Yi Chen sealed the entrance with earth, while Yin Hongjuan used his mental power to cover the opening with a layer of fallen leaves. Leaning against the hard wall, Yi Chen finally felt a semblance of safety in this manner. We should be safe for the time being, Yin Hongjuan sighed in relief. Yi Chen frowned, the stench in the burrow invading his nostrils. Making him feel nauseous, he slammed his fist into the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn Gu Weiwu. I can't believe I'm hiding in a wild boar's den. A true man can endure hardship. This minor setback is merely a test of your fortitude, Yin Hongjuan comforted. Yes, just a test of my fortitude. Yi Chen reassured himself, taking several deep breaths. For a protagonist like me, the harsher the beginnings, the more glorious the eventual rise. He recalled the novels he had read before crossing over. The ancestral emperor had faced countless hardships in his early days, as a protagonist from another world. His current suffering was merely preparation for future breakthroughs. Although he believed a more straightforward, triumphant narrative suited him better, he begrudgingly accepted the tragic arc of the ancestral emperor. Yin Hongjuan within the ring felt somewhat speechless. He sensed that Yi Chen's confidence had become rather excessive. Elder Yin, transmit your divine skills to me, Yi Chen declared, clenching his fists resolutely. I must train diligently and achieve the title of the world's strongest. Today, the Gu family forces me to hide in a wild boar's den. In the future, I will ensure they dwell in pigsties. Chapter 14. Apologies, Father's divine might, and just as Yi Chen was rallying his spirits, Yin Hongjuan's expression froze, and he spoke with difficulty. He has come again. It was hard to fathom that under his expansive senses, a figure could appear without warning. Yet he had encountered this once before. In the cave where the Yin Yun flower grew, the enigmatic young master of the Gu family had pursued him once more, mysterious and terrifying. Who? Yi Chen's heart quaked, a name he dreaded to utter lodged in his throat. Then, like a tide, the ambition he had just rekindled was submerged, replaced by waves of profound terror. Yi Chen lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot, his breath involuntarily constricted. He clung to a sliver of hope. Wishing that Gu Weiwu was merely passing by at 8 o'clock in the evening, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting fragmented white spots on the withered leaves blanketing the ground. Gu Weiwu walked through the dense forest, the sound of his tactical sneakers crunching on the dry foliage echoing in the stillness. He lowered his head, gazing at the ground covered with fallen leaves, and with a faint chuckle remarked, Senior Wu Wang, I implore you to come forth for a discussion. Your mastery in the art of escape truly leaves me in awe. He had truly come for him. Yi Qin's hopes shattered within him. Ji Weiwu had indeed arrived, and even his greatest support, Yin Lao, had been exposed before Gu Weiwu. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qin sought salvation from his ring. Yin Lao? Take me away once more, Yin Hongjun sighed bitterly. His spiritual sense could not sustain a second use of the Yin Hong Guan Kong technique. He could not help but feel a deep-seated dread towards Gu Weiwu. His secret arts had allowed him to escape from Wu Wang multiple times, yet he had unexpectedly faltered before Gu Weiwu. Taking a deep breath, Yin Hongjun resolved, Yi Qin, I shall facilitate your escape. I will hold them off, then. A fiery spirit emerged from the ring, manifesting as a formidable middle-aged warrior. He channeled some of his power, enveloping Yi Qin within the radiant light and propelling him into the distance. Meanwhile, Yin Hongjun appeared directly before Gu Weiwu, his expression dark and vigilant. Gu Weiwu paid no heed to the retreating light, but instead regarded the remnants of Wu Wang before him with keen interest. Is it truly worth sacrificing yourself for Yi Qin? As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Ying Yuan. You seem quite certain of your victory over me. Yin Hongjun scrutinized Gu Weiwu's demeanor, secretly gathering his strength. Do you have a 7th-tier bodyguard? No. Gu Weiwu shook his head, responding with utmost honesty. He certainly had no 7th-tier bodyguard. Rather, he possessed an 8th-tier one. Without a 7th-tier protector, he dared to act arrogantly before a Wu Wang. Yin Hongjun erupted with fury, his spirit ablaze with power, akin to a divine sun. Listen well, boy. A Wu Wang must not be insulted. Even if merely a remnant, your father, the martial saint, shall personally intervene. In that instant, Yin Hongjun unleashed his full strength, charging towards Gu Weiwu like a celestial body descending from the heavens. If he could seize Gu Weiwu and hold him as a hostage, he would have a chance to escape. In a fleeting moment, Gu Weiwu beheld Yin Hongjun transform from a dim spirit into a figure of divine majesty, illuminating the darkness around them. The weight of Yin Hongjun's 7 million kilograms of force felt like that of an ant before him, the sheer might pressing against Gu Weiwu's body with a creaking sound. This was Wu Wang. This was the essence of true strength in the world. Gu Weiwu naturally marveled at this, yet felt no emotion beyond that. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. How could he dare confront Yin Hongjun without absolute certainty? Ultimately, the godlike Yin Hongjun could not grasp Gu Weiwu. Though they were less than 10 meters apart, within easy reach for a Wu Wang, Yin Hongjun found himself unable to touch him, not even taking a single step forward. A profound shadow erupted simultaneously with Yin Hongjun's burning spirit, swiftly engulfing the light he emitted and firmly restraining him in place, rendering him motionless. Yin Hongjun's brilliance was consumed. Darkness once again enveloped the world, save for the silvery moonlight cascading from above. In the final moment of his strength, Yin Hongjun cried out desperately, Wu Wang! His voice roared for 100 miles, rousing the feral beasts into a frenzy, scattering them in all directions. Subsequently, Ying Yuan captured Yin Hongjun's spirit and approached Gu Weiwu with a measured gait. System notification. The fated child Yi Qin has suffered a significant setback, losing 30 points of fortune. Yi Qin's current fortune value is negative and is about to succumb to the clutches of the demon cult. To invoke my father's intervention, you truly are boastful, Gu Weiwu remarked. Observing the restrained Yin Hongjun with a shake of his head, he had previously wondered why Yin Hongjun had taken an interest in Yi Qin. Now, a commonality in their nature became apparent. Both master and disciple were indeed masters of grandiloquence. Yet, the system that accompanied Yin Hongjun piqued Gu Weiwu's interest. However, he prioritized dealing with Yin Hongjun for the moment. You claim to have no 7th-tier guards? Yin Hongjun glared at Gu Weiwu, his shadowy form pulsating. Indeed, the Shadow Master is of the 8th tier. Gu Weiwu replied with a smile. An 8th tier Wu Wang, counting the hidden existences, numbered only about 30 across the entire Divine Martial Federation. Yin Hongjun gritted his teeth in frustration. Each of them is a pivotal figure within the Federation, who possesses such clout to have such individuals serve as bodyguards. Recalling his own past, where his commands were met with reverence and respect, he realized how inconceivable it was for such powerful beings to play the role of a guard. It was precisely for this reason that he had never anticipated that Gu Weiwu would have a Wu Wang protecting him. You are correct. An 8th-tier Wu Wang holds an esteemed position, standing above countless others, Gu Weiwu acknowledged, reminiscing about his childhood encounter with the Shadow Master. There, in Yuandan military attire, commanding respect among a cadre of high-ranking officers, each of whom surpassed the base commander of Tianhua City by 2 ranks. Ying Yuan wielded authority there, and none dared show him disrespect. Indeed, a Wu Wang is of great nobility. Yu Weiwu regarded Yin Hongjun and said coolly, "However, I must apologize. My father is Xinwei Wang. Xinwei Wang, one of the 5 great generals of the Federation, one of the 5 revered martial saints, and undoubtedly the most indulgent father within the Federation." Thus, Gu Weiwu had a Wu Wang as his protector. Because of his father, Xinwei Wang. Yin Hongjun fell silent, stammering after a long pause, "Martial saint, impressive. Let us depart, Shadow Master. We shall return." Yu Weiwu cast a glance at the bright moon above. Speaking softly, today had borne much fruit. An invaluable Yin Yun flower and an even more priceless elder. He needed to return home and handle matters properly, perhaps seeking assistance from his father and sharing some good news. Chapter 15. The crumbling Yiqian, succumbing to darkness, in the midnight hour, with the full moon shining brightly. The martial artist team had either returned home early to discuss the day's extraordinary wilderness phenomena, or were still venturing forth in search of treasures, attempting to uncover the source of the anomalies. The area outside the southern gate of Tianhua City lay in quietude, with only a few rotating guards diligently standing watch. Yi Chun had been brought to the woods outside the southern gate of Tianhua City by Yin Hongjun's power, as the feral beasts near the base city had been thoroughly cleared away. Not a single beast could be seen, and even wild boars were absent. It was a zone deemed safe by the martial artist teams. Yet, at this moment, Yi Chun lay in this safe haven, feeling utterly cold and devoid of any sense of security. "Yin Lao, you are gone." Lying on the ground, Yi Chun stared blankly at the sky. Gu Weiwu has a genuine 8th-tier Wu Wang by his side. Despite his many grievances against Yin Hongjun, such as why he had not taught him more formidable techniques, or why he could not simply eliminate Gu Weiwu upon Yin Hongjun's disappearance, an intrinsic terror took hold of him. The presence of a Wu Wang's remnant spirit as his constant companion had always been the foundation of his belief in being the protagonist. With this support, he received guidance far beyond the ordinary, ensuring a level of safety that surpassed that of others. But now, his elder had been captured by Gu Weiwu, and his greatest reliance had vanished. He had also received shocking news, a message conveyed by Yin Hongjun with his last ounce of strength. Gu Weiwu had a Wu Wang at his side. He could not comprehend how Gu Weiwu, a scion of the Gu family relegated to a secondary base city, could have a Wu Wang as his protector. Nor could he fathom why Gu Weiwu, who had been kind to him until yesterday, would undergo such a terrible transformation. Before yesterday, with his elder beside him, he had trained to the unprecedented 13th layer of body refinement, brimming with confidence and ambition. How could such a dire situation have unfolded in just 2 days? Just the day before, the scene of vibrant life and flourishing vitality lingered vividly in his mind. Ji Weiwu had first humiliated him at school, then seized his 5th-tier spirit herb, and ultimately captured his elder. Yi Chun felt an overwhelming emptiness, an unprecedented void. It felt as though he had lost something of utmost importance, a loss that surpassed even that of life itself. This feeling had been growing since yesterday, intensifying until it reached its peak at this moment. He did not know what it was, but he recognized that he needed to reclaim it. With one hand bracing against the ground, Yi Chun staggered to his feet. His eyes, glinting like a wolf's, shone with a haunting green light as he surveyed his surroundings with a ravenous gaze. A grasshopper leaped nearby, its verdant body glimmering under the moonlight. A flash. The power of the 13th layer of body refinement surged forth, and Yi Chun effortlessly captured the grasshopper in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The sensation of the insect sliding down his esophagus filled him momentarily, but the overwhelming sense of emptiness soon engulfed him again. Not enough, not enough. Yi Chun's shadow under the moonlight flickered gently before settling into silence once more. He stumbled towards the checkpoint outside the base city, his eyes bloodshot, resembling those of a ferocious beast. Passing 2 rows of armed guards, he cast a sidelong glance, as if eyeing his next prey. Yet a fragment of remaining rationality compelled him to halt, redirecting his focus towards weaker targets. What a terrifying gaze! One guard shivered, watching Yi Chen depart. This guy must be caught up in a frenzy out in the wilderness, right? I felt like he was about to take us down just now. Another guard felt an acute sense of anxiety, nearly emptying his magazine in response to Yi Chen's demeanor. Silence? No whispering. The guard captain barked. Yes, Captain. The two guards quickly straightened up, their expressions stern as they faced the encroaching darkness beyond the base city. The guard captain turned to observe the direction Yi Chen had gone, his expression grave. That individual's state was far too unhinged, reminiscent of the legendary demonic martial artists. However, demonic martial artists were typically exceptionally powerful and brought forth bloodshed upon their emergence. That person did not seem to fit the mold. In summary, the captain of the guard kept this matter close to his heart, silently observing. Within the residence of Huafu, in Villa No. 1, Gu Weiwu sat before the dining table, which was laden with a sumptuous late-night feast. 4 charcoal-grilled 3-tiered mountain goat legs, fire-roasted 6-tiered violent bear meat slices, and a clear stew of 4-tiered colorful spirit chicken. Each dish was meticulously prepared, rich in vitality and essence, perfect for a martial artist's cultivation. These were all special ingredients transported from the front lines by his father, Gu Qingyun. Don't make a jest. If this 4-tiered colorful spirit chicken were still alive, even Gu Weiwu, with his impressive strength of 7 million kilograms, would indeed struggle to subdue it. As for this table of delicacies, he could only bully the 3-tiered mountain goat. After a long day of toil, although he had reaped considerable rewards, a sense of mental fatigue lingered. At this moment, indulging in a delightful late-night meal was most fitting. Young master, you have returned. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang emerged from their respective training rooms. Waving at Gu Weiwu, come, let us eat together, Gu Weiwu beckoned, smiling. These two were akin to his companions in study, their peak cultivation at the 3rd tier of martial arts providing him with considerable comfort. Even though his strength surpassed theirs by double, they could still handle some unnecessary troubles. After all, he could not attend to everything himself, could he? Thank you, young master. We happened to be famished after our training. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang expressed their gratitude, each grabbing a mountain goat leg and devouring it hungrily. They felt no need for formality, as this had become the norm. Consequently, they treated Gu Weiwu with utmost respect, never daring to be careless with his commands. They understood their position. They were the adopted sons of the Gu family and the foundation for Gu Weiwu. With the young master being so benevolent, they were all the more cautious in their actions, determined not to squander the family's kindness. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I shall have the kitchen prepare more for you, Gu Weiwu said gently. His eyes twinkling with warmth, he understood the wisdom of nurturing soldiers over a long period, only to deploy them when necessary. By the way, young master, we secured a leave for you at school today. Zhang Tai mumbled, and about that Yi Chen, we were planning to teach him a lesson, but he didn't show up today. However, you won't have to see that fellow at school anymore. He has been expelled. Zhang Gang added, swallowing a mouthful of meat, his tone filled with satisfaction. Don't slander the Gu family's achievements. Such a person is unworthy to study in the Federation. That is rather pleasing news. Gu Weiwu remarked leisurely, as he picked up a piece of chicken. He had been keeping an eye on Yi Chen through the Shadow Master, primarily curious about what would happen if the protagonist's destiny value were to fall into the negative. He was even more intrigued by whether the protagonist, with a negative destiny value, could still seize destiny points. According to the Shadow Master, it seemed that Yi Chen had fallen into madness, preying on small animals and even attempting to assault passers-by on several occasions. Had it not been for the Shadow Master's discreet intervention, many citizens might have met with misfortune. As the late-night meal came to an end, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang retired to their respective quarters, while Gu Weiwu opened the system, lost in thought. Host: Gu Weiwu, Constitution, Primordial Body, Cultivation Level, 6-fold Vitality, Destiny Value, 60 points. He currently possessed 60 points of destiny value, and with a previous draw, he had accumulated a total of 110 points from Yi Chen. Before Yi Chen was taken away, Gu Weiwu had observed the following panel. Child of Fortune, Yi Chen, Constitution, Innate Martial Body, Cultivation Level, 13-fold Body Refinement, Destiny Value, -10, Destiny Fate, Broken. Yi Chen's destiny value had plummeted from 100 points yesterday to -10 points now, and his fate, previously leaping over the Dragon Gate, had vanished into a state of ruin. Gu Weiwu pondered over the information provided by the Shadow Master and concluded, destiny values can indeed be negative. Once a destiny value turns negative, the fate disappears, leading the child of fortune into madness. He contemplated the term madness with some confusion. From what he understood, a mad martial artist was typically a strong individual whose mind faltered, caught in a mental quagmire, ultimately succumbing to their emotions. But how could Yi Chen, at the body refinement stage, fall into madness? And was Yi Chen still considered a child of fortune in his current state? As Gu Weiwu mused, he walked into his study, seated himself at the chair, and connected to the regional surveillance to observe Yi Chen's movements remotely. In the early hours of the morning, at 3 o'clock. In the Tianhua Bay City, within a village in the southern district. This area had originally been the core of Tianhua City, but after several expansions, it gradually became an outdated old district, with the tacit approval of the authorities following the contributions of gang members. It had become a chaotic place rife with gang activity. At 3 in the morning. Only here did the lights of revelry still shine brightly, the neon lights flickering. Dressed in ragged clothing, Yi Chen wandered through a shadowy alley, occasionally snatching passing rats or insects to stuff into his mouth. The blood and entrails burst in his mouth, yet Yi Chen felt no disgust. The viscous liquid and flesh slid down his throat, filling him with a sense of satiation. Even his vitality had seen a barely perceptible increase. However, as soon as these small creatures settled in his stomach, the feeling of satisfaction vanished, leaving behind a fatal emptiness that dragged Yi Chen deeper into despair. Not enough, not enough. Yi Chen's eyes glowed crimson, greedily fixating on a nearby establishment teeming with excess. The insects and rats were far too weak to fill his void. He craved larger prey. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen strode towards a small convenience store. Inside the store, a group of men, bare-chested and adorned with exaggerated tattoos such as bone-eating night demon and blood-drinking black dragon, gathered, among whom one particularly burly bald man stood out. Yi Chen recognized this as a lowly gang known as the Fierce Tiger Gang, whose strongest member was said to be merely at the second or third tier of vitality. Running such a small shop was already their limit. They held no real power compared to the true tycoons running casinos. Yet, Yi Chen harbored a deep admiration for these men. They were truly weak and intoxicating. Silently, Yi Chen entered the store and violently pulled down the metal shutter. Crash! The gazes of 5 or 6 burly men turned towards Yi Chen, while 2 customers crossed their arms, preparing to watch the spectacle. Kid, what do you want? The bald leader rose to face Yi Chen, disdainfully scoffing. Could it be that you're blocked up and need our help to clear it? Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted in the store, everyone eager to witness Yi Chen's humiliation. The bald man was their leader, and he was inviting death. A pang of pain shot through Yi Chen as he recalled Gu Weiwu's mocking gaze when he had forced him into a desperate situation. But could he not defeat a mere third-tier vitality fighter when he could not contend with the hidden powers of Gu Weiwu? With a fierce determination, Yi Chen's feet struck the ground, launching himself at the bald man like a ferocious tiger. Sizzle! In a single blow, before the bald man could react, Yi Chen shattered his skull. Ah, run! The gang members, who had been enjoying the show, were abruptly struck with shock, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Tearing! Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he lunged at several more, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. The 2 customers watching the spectacle were not spared either. Compared to the bald man, these individuals were merely at the body refinement stage, their strength not exceeding 10,000 kilograms. They were no match for Yi Chen, who was at 13 tiers of body refinement, boasting a strength of 90,000 kilograms. In the small, cramped store, what had once been a scene of laughter and merriment transformed into a grim tableau of corpses. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen pounced upon the fallen bodies, indulging in a gruesome feast. As the flesh and blood of the martial artists entered his body, waves of vitality surged within him, merging with his own. The bald man was the first to vanish. Boom! The innate martial body forcibly assimilated the foreign vitality that entered Yi Chen, circulating throughout his body along the pathways of his cultivation. Yi Chen's vitality surged, instantly breaking through from the 13 tiers of body refinement to the second tier of vitality, augmenting his strength by 60,000 kilograms. According to the teachings of his mentor, a typical individual would only gain 1,000 kilograms of strength with each breakthrough in vitality, but this was the advantage of his innate martial body. It transcended the norm. Next, the The 6 underlings disappeared. The vitality Yi Chen had just acquired fluctuated twice more, successfully propelling him to the 4th tier of vitality, adding another 60,000 kilograms to reach a staggering total of 150,000 kilograms. The power surged within him, and Yi Chen had never felt such ecstasy before. In less than 2 hours, he had broken through 4 minor levels. Yi Chen gazed at his palms, deeply astonished by the speed of his progress. He had traversed to this world, evolving his constitution into an innate martial body. Under the guidance of Yin Hongjuan, he had toiled for 6 years to reach the 13 tiers of body refinement. Yet now, in just 2 hours, he had surpassed 4 minor realms, gaining an astonishing increase of 120,000 kilograms of strength. Had he employed the correct cultivation methods 6 years ago, he would likely have already reached the 5th or 6th tier by now. What was Gu Weiwu in comparison? A sudden realization struck Yi Chen as he cursed, "Yin Hongjuan, you old scoundrel, have misled me. Claiming that gradual progress is the way, you are nothing but jealous of my talent, fearing that I would surpass you. You old fool." Bah! Yi Chen spat onto the ground, the spit landing amidst the blood and white bones. He grinned, his teeth still stained with streaks of pink flesh. But it is not too late. As long as I cultivate vigorously a few more times, everything will be but a fleeting memory. He understood now. He was not a typical protagonist, nor was he a failure-turned-hero. He was something far more terrifying, a protagonist whose growth was exponential. With 9 million slain, he would be the mightiest among the mighty. Although he still felt an overwhelming void, his fighting spirit soared as long as he consumed enough, devouring this world whole. All that he lacked would surely return. Yi Chen laughed maniacally. "Wait for me, Gu Weiwu. Wait for me, Gu family. I shall consume you all." Chapter 17. The frog at the bottom of the well gazes at the moon in the sky after a considerable duration. Yi Chen finally managed to calm his emotions somewhat. At this moment, he gazed at the chaos within the small shop, his eyes flickering momentarily. Although he had discovered a broad path ahead, it was one that could never be accepted by the world. Before truly becoming powerful, he needed to conceal himself diligently, particularly from Gu Weiwu. Yi Chen recalled Yin Hongjuan's final cries, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Gu Weiwu was protected by a martial king, a force he could not contend with at present. Additionally, Gu Weiwu was envious of his potential and remained fixated on him. Should his actions be exposed, he could only imagine the grave consequences. This time, he had no second grandfather to shield him from disaster. Yi Chen cast a glance at the wreckage strewn across the floor and, with a stoic expression, began to clean up. He gathered the bones and entrails, locating some flammable liquid in the shop to pour over the remains. Ultimately, Yi Chen quietly found a few clean clothes belonging to the ruffians and changed into them, wiping the blood from his face before donning a black mask. "From this day forth, I shall walk alone, yet remain invincible in the world." He tossed a flame onto the oil-soaked remains, his heart surging as he exited the shop. Some local thugs gathered outside, staring in astonishment as Yi Chen emerged, seemingly unscathed. Shortly after, the fire ignited by the flammable liquid engulfed the shop, causing those nearby to watch from a distance, too intimidated to approach. Yi Chen's figure vanished into the alleyway. He still had much hunting to do. It was far from enough. That night, the old district was in a state of turmoil. Several gangs were eradicated, dozens of martial artists vanished, and many ordinary people disappeared as well. Among them were 10 Qi Blood Realm martial artists, the strongest even at the 9th level of Qi Blood Realm. The 9th level of Qi Blood Realm represented the 2nd tier of gang power, just 1 level shy of the strength of the 3 leaders. The fact that such formidable beings left no trace of their remains spoke volumes about the terror and brutality of their assailants. Even in the free and open old district, the death of over 100 martial artists in a single night was an exceedingly rare occurrence. The last time had been during the power transition in the old district. Speculations arose that the perpetrator was a 3rd-tier martial artist, and only the former 4th-tier leader, who had washed his hands of such matters, could contend with them. It was terrifying, too terrifying. How could such a figure suddenly emerge here? One person shrank back, feeling a pang of fear. Yesterday's carnage had claimed many lives, including acquaintances. Had it not been for his good fortune, he too might now be without a body. Who could say? The world is such that hidden dragons and crouching tigers may suddenly appear. Another person shared the same trepidation. Indeed, it was true. Yet those who had perished left not even a corpse behind. I heard he was, sure, that's too chilling to speak of. In the midst of the rising panic among the residents of the old district, dawn began to break. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, the one responsible for the chaos, had quietly hidden himself in the wilderness outside the Tianhua Bay city. After a night of hunting, Yi Chun inherited the strength of dozens, rising to the third level of the sky control realm, with a total power reaching 2 million kilograms, and he had even gained the ability to fly in a single night. He ascended 12 levels, a speed maddeningly swift. Regrettably, to continue this rapid ascent, he would need to hunt individuals above the 5th level of Qi Blood realm, ideally 3rd-tier sky control realm martial artists, for the Qi blood of lower-tier martial artists was still far too scant. Yi Chun lamented to himself. These individuals are too conspicuous. Killing them would easily attract unwanted attention. The last Qi blood 9th level martial artist he had dispatched had drawn the ire of a sky control realm enemy. He had expended considerable effort to escape, narrowly avoiding encirclement by the subsequent law enforcers. However, achieving the 3rd level of sky control realm at my age should place me among the elite in the entire Divine Martial Federation. Yi Chun could not help but feel a swell of pride. Previously, when Gu Weiwu had confronted him, the intervention of Yin Hongjuan had obscured Gu Weiwu's true strength, but he estimated that Gu Weiwu certainly could not match his current prowess. If it were not for that damned Gu Weiwu's penchant for bullying others, he could have dealt with him already. Just wait for 3 years. After that, I shall turn the Gu family upside down. Yi Chun clenched his fists and plunged into the wilderness. His gaze was resolute. The shadow of Yin Hongjuan had been cast aside, and the misguided mentor was no longer of concern. The wilderness was rife with fierce beasts, which too could devour Qi blood. Though not as densely populated or efficient as the base city, it offered safety. Moreover, should he encounter a few martial artist teams, he could indulge his hunger. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwu had also received news from Yuanda. Yi Chun had consumed several gangs, rising to the 3rd level of sky control realm overnight? Gu Weiwu asked, slightly astonished. He had merely observed Yi Chun's movements through surveillance and lacked the detailed intelligence that Ying Yuan possessed. Indeed. Ying Yuan nodded, explaining, typically, the Qi blood of each individual is distinct and cannot be fused. It may be used for healing, but relying on the absorption of others' Qi blood to enhance one's strength is nearly impossible. However, Yi Chun's constitution is extraordinarily unique. The Qi blood of others entering his body transforms into a form consistent with his own, aiding his growth in power. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon, a true natural-born aberrant martial artist. Other aberrant practitioners might possess similar techniques, but their cultivation levels were nowhere near Yi Chun's. Does this mean Yi Chun could potentially ascend to martial saint? Gu Weiwu found it utterly incomprehensible. Yi Chun, whose fate had been thoroughly plundered by him, should not be so illogical. This is impossible. After reaching the 4th level of martial arts, one must cultivate the will of martial arts. Mere accumulation of Qi blood will not suffice. Ying Yuan shook his head, adding, moreover, Yi Chun, who absorbs too much chaotic Qi blood, cannot attain the purity of Qi blood required for breaking through to the 4th level. Ying Yuan expressed some regret. A 3rd level Yi Chun with such a unique constitution is truly a waste. He was once expected to become a martial king, yet now he may only ever remain at the 3rd level. That makes sense. Ji Weiwu nodded, finding it unsurprising. If Yi Chun were allowed to devour his way to becoming a martial arts master, there would not be so few martial arts masters in this world. The initial interest he had held in Yi Chun had now dissipated. What does it matter if he reaches the 3rd level of martial arts? He is merely a short-sighted waste. It seems the negative fate has greatly impacted Yi Chun, even driving him to madness and cannibalism. By the way, Yi Chun has been muttering about dealing with the Gu family. Ying Yuan's featureless face displayed a hint of amusement. The ignorant always provoke laughter. Why is the Divine Martial Federation a federation? It is precisely because the 5 great families govern together. Sharing the world, the Gu family represents 1/5 of the Divine Martial Federation. This small ant is rather overestimating itself. Chapter 18. The wanted Yi Chun, he remains undeterred, still fixated on U.S. Gu Weiwu smiled lightly, not at all regarding Yi Chun as a threat. However, since he is so intent, I cannot simply ignore him. The aberrant martial artist Yi Chun is causing trouble. Gu Weiwu shall personally eliminate him. Which sounds quite appealing. Since Yi Chun is so persistent, Failing to act against him would seem rather ungracious. Ying Yuan remained silent, only internally reflecting. The son of a martial saint has spent 10 years in a mere second-tier Bay City. Growing up like an ordinary person in the eyes of many, this is the despondency of a tiger's father raising a dog, an heir to the Gu family. Yet Ying Yuan understood that prior to this, Gu Weiwu, despite his mediocre talent, was otherwise exceptional. For the son of a martial saint, talent is not a necessity. It is not overly difficult for someone of martial saint's caliber to cultivate a martial king. Now, having gained a significant opportunity, Gu Weiwu was poised to reveal his true strength. He realized that some would be left utterly astonished. In Tianhua Bay City, the Public Security Management Bureau was in chaos. The law enforcement officers were overwhelmed as nearly 100 individuals perished simultaneously in the Bay City. Even if most were members of gangs from the old district, this is no trivial matter. It was an exceedingly heinous incident that should never have occurred in the secure and peaceful backline Bay City. A group of law enforcers worked tirelessly to investigate, nearly overturning every clue. Under the scrutiny of the official machinery, Yi Chen's flimsy disguise was rapidly rendered ineffective, soon laid bare before all. The law enforcers accessed Yi Chen's file, discovering only that he was a promising orphan. At the 9th level of body refinement. However, this information was insufficient. Yi Chen had skyrocketed in strength the previous day, ultimately being classified as a martial artist of the Sky Control Realm. To garner more information, Yi Chen's homeroom teacher, Li Wu, was promptly summoned to the Riot Control Department of the Public Security Bureau. Teacher Li Wu, you are Yi Chen's homeroom teacher. Please tell us about his situation. A serious-looking middle-aged man with a square face inquired of Li Wu. This matter is of utmost importance. We hope you can provide as much detail as possible. As Li Wu was a third-level martial artist, he was regarded as a prominent figure in Tianhua Bay City, also serving as a teacher. Thus, he spoke with caution. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Wu, while feeling apprehensive, spoke truthfully. Yi Chen is a rather proud genius. To my knowledge, he lost his parents 6 years ago and became determined to succeed. Reaching the 9th level of body refinement in that time, his strength far surpassing his cultivation. He too felt bewildered, uncertain about what Yi Chen had done to warrant such attention from the head of the Public Security Bureau. Indeed, before him stood Chan Chengwu, the head of the Public Security Bureau and deputy head of Tianhua Bay City, one of the few 4th-level martial artists in the city. We are already aware of this. Please provide more detailed information, Chan Chengwu calmly stated after listening patiently. Li Wu pondered for a moment before speaking. 2 days ago, Yi Chen had a conflict with Gu Weiwu due to slandering the merits of the martial sage, and they made a bet. After being taught a lesson by Gu Weiwu, Yi Chen left in a fit of anger. I also lent him a medium-grade spirit stone. As for Yi Chen's previous behavior, aside from his youthful arrogance and penchant for showing off, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. His words were quite objective. He merely expressed his genuine opinion. Although Yi Chen often appears to be quite irritating, he does not embellish the truth. Gu Weiwu, the son of the martial sage? Chan Chengwu raised an eyebrow, accurately identifying the keywords. Indeed, that is the one. Li Wu confirmed with a nod, adding, previously, Yi Chen provoked Gu Weiwu, and it was only the two of them who engaged in combat. However, to ensure Gu Weiwu's safety, I intervened when Yi Chen was burning his blood energy. Chan Chengwu was, of course, well aware of this individual's notoriety. 10 years ago, Gu Weiwu arrived in this Bay City, maintaining a very low profile, yet he was undoubtedly the most formidable figure in Tianhua Bay City. Not to mention the strength of his father. Even one of his subordinates could easily shake the foundations of Tianhua Bay City. Over the years, numerous policies in Tianhua Bay City had favored him, precisely because he had settled here. Thus, regardless of the issue at hand, Gu Weiwu was certainly above reproach in this locale. With the information provided by Li Wu, a clear thread began to form in Chan Chengwu's mind. Why Yi Chen had suffered at Gu Weiwu's hands, and thus harbored malevolent thoughts, launching a frenzied hunting expedition yesterday, rapidly advancing to the sky-soaring realm through some malevolent means. As for the nature of this dark sorcery and how Yi Chen acquired it, that would have to wait until he was captured. After contemplating for a moment, Chan Chengwu turned to Li Wu and said, "The clues you provided are quite valuable. You may return now. Remember, once you have any news about Yi Chen, notify us immediately." Understood, Director Chen. Li Wu nodded, cautiously inquiring, "Do you know what exactly happened to Yi Chen? Is he in danger?" His concern was not only for Yi Chen's safety, but also for the medium-grade spirit stone he had lent him. "You are quite the good teacher," Chen Chengwu remarked, glancing at Li Wu before calmly stating, "Yi Chen is not in danger. The individuals he has set his sights on are in peril. Yesterday, he killed nearly 100 martial artists in the old district and consumed them." Advancing to the sky-soaring realm, Li Wu gasped in shock, his mind nearly exploding. Each word was comprehensible, yet the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Stiffly, he exited the Public Security Bureau, still digesting the news Chen Chengwu had relayed. He could hardly believe that Yi Chen had overnight become a sky-soaring realm martial artist like himself, nor could he accept that such a malevolent sorcery as cannibalism had manifested in one of his students. It wasn't until he observed the security officers patrolling the streets and the recently issued citywide bounty that he was forced to accept the grim reality. Li Wu silently rejoiced at having stopped Yi Chen from confronting Gu Weiwu the day before. Otherwise, with Yi Chen's current capabilities, he could have genuinely harmed Gu Weiwu. Yet he also worried whether Yi Chen would hold a grudge against him and seek revenge. Within a mere few hours, Yi Chen's bounty had been disseminated throughout the city, and everyone became aware of the existence of such a demonic martial artist in Tianhua Bay City. Through online discussions, many learned of the notorious criminals on the wanted list. Initially, they felt little concern, but when confronted with a genuine and ruthless criminal in their midst, panic began to set in. It was terrifying. Such a person should be eradicated immediately. At just 18 years of age, he had the audacity to kill nearly 100 individuals. Who knows what he might do in 2 years' time? He is a devil, utterly brutal. Everyone ought to exercise caution. Do not venture out recklessly, and avoid unsafe places like the old district. It is said that just 2 days ago, this Yi Chen was still a high school student. Who would have imagined he would commit such atrocities? What student? I believe he was merely hiding well before this, and has only recently revealed his true self. A cunning and malevolent criminal like him cannot be allowed to continue existing in this world. A throng of individuals engaged in heated discussions online, venting their fear and anger. With a cannibalistic demon lurking nearby, one who was a third-tier martial artist, they found it utterly unacceptable. Chapter 19. The pursuit. The online discussions and wanted posters also reached Yi Chen. Concealed within a thicket, he held a phone he had stripped from a corpse. Wanted murderer Yi Chen, dead or alive. Bounty of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Those providing useful information will receive 500,000 federal coins or 500 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones represented nearly 9 years' worth of salary for Li Wu, a sky-soaring realm martial artist and esteemed teacher, sufficient to purchase a luxurious villa in the Bay City, and even enticing for a fourth-tier martial artist. However, this was exceedingly unfriendly to Yi Chen. Damn it, I did not expect the Public Security Bureau to react so swiftly. Why Yi Chen remained hidden in the thicket? His face ashen, he had thought his disguise from the previous night was effective, yet it had been uncovered so quickly. Given the current circumstances, he could no longer afford to lay low. He had to remain vigilant against incoming threats from the Bay City. At that moment, observing the vehement online condemnations, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Were those rascals not still alive? Why were they stirring trouble online? He had merely taken a few lives. What martial artist in this world was not ruthless? Countless individuals had blood on their hands far heavier than his. Why were they fixated solely on him? Yi Chen recalled Gu Weiwu. With that person's character, he had undoubtedly killed more than he had. Yet now, Gu Weiwu lived comfortably while this commoner was being hunted down. In this dark world, he could hardly be blamed for resorting to murder to cultivate. They all deserved to die. They all deserved to be killed. Yi Chen could not restrain himself and slammed his fist into a tree, causing leaves to rain down. At that moment, a squad of martial artists approached his hiding place, clearly drawn by the recent commotion. Yi Chen cautiously peered out, observing 5 individuals armed with blades and guns moving in tandem. He felt slightly reassured. In this wilderness, not far from the Bay City, martial artists of 3rd tier and above did not require teams. Without hesitation, Yi Chen's figure flickered and he appeared behind the group. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, the entire squad of 5 martial artists was annihilated. Yi Chen rifled through their belongings, opened their phones, and discovered his own wanted poster. Undoubtedly, this squad had taken the bounty. Perhaps they sought to find information about him, or perhaps they foolishly aimed to eliminate him. Humph! Yi Chen scoffed, crushing the phone in his hand. He immediately knelt upon the corpses, consuming their flesh and blood, his vitality surging dramatically. Half an hour later, Yi Chen broke through to the 4th tier of the sky-soaring realm, possessing a staggering strength of 250,000 kilograms. While the standard for the 9th tier of the sky-soaring realm was merely 300,000 kilograms, Yi Chen rose and stretched his body, moving through the dense forest like a shadow. A bounty! Now that he had reached the 4th tier of the sky-soaring realm, the only opponents he could reliably contend with were martial artists of 4th tier and above. Yet such formidable beings were fewer than 10 in the entire Tianhua Bay City, all holding significant power, making it unlikely for them to act recklessly. The current martial artists at the blood energy and sky-soaring realm levels were merely delivering him nourishment. He could utilize battle to enhance his own strength. Rapidly advancing his cultivation in a brief time, he ascended another level, achieving an astonishingly quick rate of advancement. Gu Weiwu, what do you intend to use to contend with me? Yi Chen clenched his fists and declared with unwavering confidence. I will reach the 4th tier. Attaining the 5th tier is merely a matter of time. In fact, I have already surpassed him. The only concern was the Gu family's influence, but given my rapid cultivation speed, surpassing that martial king is only a matter of time. At this moment, Yi Chen no longer regarded Gu Weiwu, this young junior, as a threat. He aimed to focus on the older generation of powerful figures within the Gu family. Considering his current rate of progress, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to that martial king, right? When the time came, with the bloodline of the entire Gu family assisting him, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the martial sage. Yi Chen's eyes burned with a crimson hue, nearly frenzied. On a narrow path through the dense wilderness, an armored off-road vehicle sped along, crushing dry branches and kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Tai was driving, Zhang Gang was on lookout in the passenger seat, and Gu Weiwu sat alone in the spacious and comfortable backseat. They were heading towards Yi Chen's location, preparing for the final hunt. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang were both astonished by Yi Chen's transformation, but recalling Gu Weiwu's outing yesterday, they held a vague suspicion that perhaps Yi Chen had been driven to desperation. Leading to these changes. As for doubting that Gu Weiwu had schemed against him, apologies, but Yi Chen was not worth their consideration. Neither of them was particularly talkative, merely cursing Yi Chen in their hearts for being a despicable wretch. To dare slander the Gu family's accomplishments and now become a cannibalistic martial artist was truly deserving of condemnation. Ji Weiwu toyed with a crystal in his hand, which was roughly the size of a pigeon egg. Smooth and translucent, emitting a beautiful orange-red glow. Encased within the crystal was Yin Hongjuan, Gu Weiwu's previous trophy. After verification, Yin Hongjuan's identity became clear. A martial king of commoner origins, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the affluent. 200 years ago, he was betrayed by friends and perished under the assault of several enemies. In that era, Yin Hongjuan was indeed a dazzling comet. His tale was recorded in the secret archives as a warning for posterity, as he was one of the few martial kings to have fallen unnaturally in the past 500 years. Ji Weiwu raised the crystal ball to his eyes, sneering as he remarked, Yin Hongjuan, your disciple is truly remarkable. In a single night, he has slain nearly 100 individuals and experienced a tremendous surge in cultivation. I did not expect this. Yin Hongjuan's bitter voice emanated from the crystal. Since his capture, he had ceased hiding, for it was futile. Upon learning of Yi Chen's deeds, he could hardly believe that Yi Chen would commit such inhumane acts. Speak of Yi Chen's uniqueness. Ordinary individuals do not possess such an extraordinary appetite, and the vitality within one's blood cannot merely be digested through the consumption of flesh. Ji Weiwu inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, Yi Chen's condition is quite peculiar. Despite the limitation of being stuck at the 3rd tier, he still warrants attention. He is an innate martial body, capable of forcibly assimilating spiritual energy and blood essence into his being. Yin Hongjuan spoke gravely, stating that while spiritual energy is relatively gentle, the blood essence carries the distinct mental wills of others. The more diverse blood essence one assimilates, the more uncertain their future becomes. The intelligence of savage beasts is quite primitive. Generally, it is only those above the 6th tier who can influence humans. However, humans are inherently complex beings, with myriad emotions and desires that intricately intertwine with their own blood essence. Even if the innate martial body forcibly assimilates, it merely touches the surface. A trace of spiritual essence remains deeply concealed within. Unless one reaches the sixth tier and can utterly obliterate the spiritual essence within the blood through unparalleled martial comprehension, consuming humans would merely sever their own path. Yin Hongjuan sighed, lamenting that it was indeed my oversight for not warning him. Otherwise, he would not have committed such a heinous act. The moral fabric among humans runs deep. He never even considered warning Yi Qian against consuming humans. This should be common knowledge, after all. Devouring savage beasts is no different from consuming humans, albeit the latter is a rarer find. He truly did not anticipate Yi Qian's utter disregard for reason. Why Yi Qian indeed blames you for not mentioning it earlier. Gu Weiwu scoffed lightly, remarking that he despises your inability to inform him about such a method sooner, allowing him to soar to greatness. Did he truly say that? Yin Hongjuan's emotions surged violently, causing the crystal imprisoning him to quiver. After being located precisely on 2 occasions, he had come to realize that Gu Weiwu had spies around Yi Qian. Yet hearing such words from Gu Weiwu was almost beyond belief. Since awakening within Yi Qian's ring, he had regarded Yi Qian as a son, even sacrificing himself twice to help Yi Qian escape from Gu Weiwu's grasp. I have no need to deceive you, Gu Weiwu stated flatly. Yin Hongjuan exhaled deeply, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He had indeed nurtured a treacherous wolf. He had sacrificed so much for Yi Qian, sharing every profound skill without reservation, only to find that after being captured in his effort to save Yi Qian would speak of him in such a manner from the shadows. How foolishly naive he had been, harboring a glimmer of hope that upon Yi Qian's rise, he would return to rescue him. What a pitiful state for a dignified martial king. How ironic, how profoundly ironic. Yin Hongjuan felt as if his sincere heart had been fed to dogs, suddenly filled with disillusionment, no longer concerning himself with Yi Qian's affairs. Given the situation, he could no longer afford to contemplate Yi Qian. He must prioritize his own well-being. Just then, a voice echoed in Gu Weiwu's ear. System prompt: Yin Hongjuan has completely abandoned Yi Qian. The child of destiny, Yi Qian, faces a significant setback, resulting in a plundering of 20 points of destiny value. Warning: Yi Qian's destiny value is now negative 30 points, and the connection to the heavens is about to sever. Gu Weiwu chuckled softly, his brow relaxing slightly. The system's information seemed to illuminate something for him. If he were to liken his devotion to Yi Qian's destiny as a bank, he was currently borrowing against Yi Qian's destiny, essentially preempting Yi Qian's destiny value to facilitate his own plundering. However, judging by the system's information, Yi Qian's credit with destiny was nearly exhausted. It seemed unlikely that much could be borrowed. Gu Weiwu couldn't help but lament. The tender shoots of the spirit world cannot be severed so easily. His plan to burden Yi Qian with a debt of 10,000 destiny points was now dashed. Meanwhile, the already hollow Yi Qian felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if another immense void had opened that needed filling. Like a beast, he roared and ravenously tore into a corpse. The real-time transmission from Yingyuan caused Gu Weiwu's expression to shift oddly. The feedback regarding destiny value was indeed immediate. Shaking his head, Gu Weiwu refocused on the crystal before him. After a few minutes of silence, the fluctuations of the crystal's glow gradually stabilized, indicating that Yin Hongjuan had adjusted his mindset. Yin Hongjuan calmly declared, "Young Master Gu, I am willing to align myself with the Gu family. With my status as a martial king, I believe I can prove valuable even to the martial saints. Should the Gu family assist me in restoring my body, I shall serve as a guest elder for a century." Born in a secondary base city's minor town, he had no support aside from his exceptional talent. Before achieving the rank of martial king, he had endured considerable humiliation at the hands of aristocratic families, leading him to disregard their overtures after his ascension. Regrettably, he found himself in a position of helplessness, compelled to submit to the Gu family for the time being. Gu Weiwu laughed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You certainly possess considerable gall. You wish for us to restore your body only to serve as a guest elder for a century? Why not request to become the head of the Gu family instead? I am a martial king, an 8th-tier alchemist. Before my downfall, I was a figure of renown throughout the Divine Martial Federation. Not only as a guest elder, but even during my lifetime, it was a challenge for your families to solicit my alchemical services." Yin Hongjuan appeared deeply affronted. He was an illustrious figure, and to bow to a junior was already a significant concession. Even if this junior were the offspring of a martial saint, he remained merely at the level of blood essence. He ought to show proper respect in his presence. Yet now, Gu Weiwu completely disregarded him, which was intolerable. "Oh, so you are dead, leaving only your remnant soul," Gu Weiwu remarked, tossing the crystal into the air with indifference. "Eccentric and arrogant, yet your abilities hardly place you at the pinnacle. Such individuals meet swift ends. Even if they ascend to lofty heights for a time, they will inevitably be dragged down by enemies, friends, and all those around them. Only 5 martial saints within the Divine Martial Federation hold the right to do so." Yin Hongjuan's anger surged, and he retorted, "Let me speak with Martial Saint Gu. He will know how to handle this. Don't even think about concealing the truth. Your Martial King guards are aware of my worth." He held a firm belief in his value. In any era, he was exceptional. 200 years ago within the Divine Martial Federation, this was true, and it remained unchanged 200 years later. From what he had observed while shadowing Yi Chun, this 8th-tier alchemist and martial king still held a prestigious position within the current federation. As for the Gu family's martial saint, he had only ever heard of 4 in the past 2 centuries. The 5th, Gu Qingyuan, was but a junior of his. Yin Hongjuan defiantly stated, "Have that martial king of shadow attributes speak with me in detail. Take me to see Martial Saint Gu." Within the shadows of Gu Weiwu, Yingyuan shook his head in silence, refusing to take the blame for this. "I do intend to introduce you to my father." "But not at this moment," Gu Weiwu quipped mockingly, tossing the crystal into his ring. As Yin Hongjuan had noted, a remnant soul of an 8th-tier alchemist was indeed a treasure, the benefits of which would draw the attention of even martial saints. However, assisting Yin Hongjuan in reconstructing his body in exchange for a century of service felt rather unbalanced. Ji Weiwu preferred to enlist his father's aid to transform Yin Hongjuan into a martial king puppet to accompany him. This way, he would possess both might and the ability to concoct any potion he desired. Furthermore, the materials required to create a puppet were far less costly than those needed to restore a body. Presenting a remarkable cost-effectiveness, he could even allow Yingyuan to have a subordinate, eliminating the need to summon him for every trivial task. Ji Weiwu turned his gaze toward the window. They were now surrounded by a dense forest. The road narrowing considerably. Clearly, they had traveled a great distance from the Tianhua base city. Ji Weiwu glanced at the driver and inquired, "Zhang Tai, are we close?" Zhang Tai checked the vehicle's navigation system and replied earnestly, "We are nearing the coordinates provided by the young master. We shall arrive shortly." "Very well." Ji Weiwu closed his eyes, leaning back to rest. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang continued driving and observing their surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Gu Weiwu and Yin Hongjuan. The first lesson for loyal guards is not to inquire into matters that do not concern them in the wild forest. Yi Chun had devoured several corpses, his cultivation level rising yet again, his strength now rivaling that of a 9th-tier martial artist. Yet, his sense of emptiness intensified. He felt as if the entire world was relentlessly demanding repayment from him, urging him to return what he owed. "What have I owed you, old heavens? Why torment me so?" Yi Chun howled at the sky, venting his inner dissatisfaction. He could not comprehend the reason behind this sensation. Yet he found himself losing control. He longed to swallow the entire world whole. If he could achieve that, he would undoubtedly do so. After a moment, Yi Chun gradually calmed himself. He cast a glance at the scattered bones on the ground, turning to disappear into the dense forest once more. Recently, the presence of law enforcement officers had become apparent in his pursuits. Moreover, it was rumored that the director of the Public Security Bureau, Chen Chengwu, was personally taking action. It seemed he was drawing near. With his 5th-tier air mastery, he was not far from the ranks of 4th-tier martial artists. Yi Chun glanced back at the forest, muttering fiercely, "Just wait. I'm hiding from you now, but soon it will be you hiding from me." As long as he consumed enough, he would surely rise to the pinnacle of the world. Yi Chun traversed through a thicket. Changing direction, he had hunted excessively in this area, and suitable prey had become scarce, with the risk of drawing the ire of formidable foes. Yet, on his path of evasion, he found 3 individuals blocking his way. Seemingly anticipating his movements, Ji Weiwu stood calmly in front of a thicket, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Behind him, the robust Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang were cracking their knuckles, ready to engage in battle. Upon noticing Yi Chun's approach, Gu Weiwu greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Yi Chun." "Ji Weiwu, how did you find me? Where are your Martial King bodyguards?" Yi Chun halted, warily scrutinizing Gu Weiwu and his companions. He is indifferent to the three of them. He has undergone a transformation, becoming powerful enough to rival the standard of a ninth layer in the Void Realm. It is certain that Gu Weiwu and his companions cannot surpass him. He has never heard of a high school student at the fourth stage of the Breaking Army Realm Online. There are no such formidable beings in the Divine Martial Federation. What concerns him is that bodyguard of the Martial King. Although he is confident, he is not yet so foolhardy as to think he can take on an eighth layer with his third layer. Furthermore, Gu Weiwu's precise tracking of him is alarming. This marks the third time Gu Weiwu has located him. A heavy feeling settled in Yi Chen's heart, and he immediately realized that Gu Weiwu had manipulated the situation to his advantage. Rather than worrying about these matters, I believe you should be more concerned about your own life. Gu Weiwu chuckled nonchalantly. A third-stage demonic martial artist, suitable as my first achievement. Gu Weiwu. Yi Chen glared fiercely at him, seething with anger. If it weren't for your Martial King protector, what would you be? If you have the guts, let that Martial King step aside and face me in a fair duel. Without that Martial King, he could immediately eliminate the three of them. Yet, with that Martial King present, he, a prodigy of this generation, is no match for that old monster. It seems you have grown complacent after some recent gains. Forgetting how I turned you into a dead dog the day before yesterday, Gu Weiwu said flatly. Dealing with you does not require the Shadow Master's intervention. Very well, since you say so. I shall not hold back. Yi Chen sighed with relief upon hearing this, a cold smile creeping onto his face. He was a fifth layer in the Void Realm, possessing strength that could rival even the standard ninth layer. With a force of 3 million kilograms. As long as he could capture Gu Weiwu during their battle, he could threaten that Martial King to let him go. Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered something and asked Gu Weiwu, "What have you done with Yin Hongjuan? Did you kill him?" He was still concerned that if the Martial King intervened, it would be best if Yin Hongjuan could still lend a hand. In his view, even though Yin Hongjuan was a waste, he was still at the Martial King realm, and even if captured, he should have his own trump card. If that useless old man could explode with power here, it would certainly make him feel much safer. Gu Weiwu smiled and replied, "Your master is an 8th stage alchemist of great value. Why would I kill him? He is quite astute and is eager to become my guest elder. That old dog truly has no backbone. If he can betray me today, he can betray the Gu family tomorrow. I believe it would be better to eliminate him outright." Yi Chen spat in disgust, a surge of anger at betrayal filling his heart. That old dog wasted several years of his cultivation time, and at a critical moment, he defected. He was utterly useless. He would prefer to hear that Yin Hongjuan had died than to learn that he was working for the Gu family. Especially now that he was on the verge of death, how could he allow that old dog to live comfortably after surrendering? Do not worry about that. My Gu family is not as incompetent as you. And I assure you we can keep your teacher loyal. With another Martial King to guard, and an 8th stage alchemist at that, my path to growth becomes all the smoother. Gu Weiwu replied with a light chuckle. I will kill you. Yi Chen's eyes turned red as he roared in fury, akin to a ravenous beast intent on crushing Gu Weiwu's bones. Yin Hongjuan, who had previously been by his side, had proven utterly ineffectual. Even when he had shown him the utmost respect, he had only coldly imparted some basics. Yet now, in Gu Weiwu's hands, he had directly surrendered, willing to become a bodyguard and a master alchemist. This disparity made him feel as though he had spent 6 arduous years only to be left with nothing but the scent of the goddess, while Gu Weiwu had simply forced open the doors to bliss. This contrast was enough to make him want to spit blood. System notification. The Son of Fortune, Yi Chen, has suffered a major setback, plundering 10 points of destiny value. Yi Chen's current destiny value is negative 40 points. He can no longer plunder destiny value through striking Yi Chen. A smirk crept across Gu Weiwu's lips. It seemed he had truly stripped Yi Chen of his fortune. Since he could no longer plunder destiny value by striking Yi Chen, there was no need for this fellow to continue living. According to the system's information, this fellow's death could still yield a wave of destiny value for him. Go die. Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson as he completely lost his reason. The Martial King bodyguard and any hidden powers were of no concern to him now. All he wanted was for Gu Weiwu to perish. With a single step, Yi Chen left a deep imprint in the ground. Awakening like a terrifying high-tier beast, fierce and dreadful, he swung his arm, condensing blood and energy into a single punch, akin to a rocket propelled from its chamber, exuding an overwhelming force. Heavy Cannon Fist. With his own immense strength of 3 million kilograms, combined with the threefold amplification of the Heavy Cannon Fist, he could unleash a monstrous force of 9 million kilograms. This punch had already crossed the threshold of a fourth-stage martial artist. A rarity among the geniuses of the Divine Martial Federation, as he unleashed the punch, it stirred up violent waves of air, creating several distinct sonic booms in the atmosphere. Chapter 22. The death of Yichen, Zhang Tai, and Zhang Gang's expressions shifted dramatically as they were stunned by the power Yichen emitted. Just 2 days prior, Yichen had been but a mere body-refining martial artist, and now he stood as a peer to the two brothers. This punch, even if the two of them combined their full strength, would be difficult to withstand. Instinctively, the brothers moved to shield Gu Weiwu, ensuring that the young master would not be harmed. However, Gu Weiwu simply bypassed Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, confronting Yichen head-on. Martial Saint's family legacy, Dragon and Tiger Fist, Tiger Roaring in the Mountains. Though merely a top-tier technique of the celestial rank, its difficulty and power were comparable to advanced techniques of the mysterious rank, capable of amplifying strength fivefold. With this fivefold enhancement, Gu Weiwu could unleash 35 million kilograms of force from his own 7 million kilograms of strength. When he struck, it was as if the White Tiger King had descended from the mountains, exuding an aura of majesty that commanded all beasts to submit. Boom! The collision of Gu Weiwu and Yichen's fists resonated with a thunderous roar. Waves of air surged outward, and several saplings were uprooted and sent crashing to the ground. The ground beneath their feet formed a deep cratered eye in an instant. Yichen's arm shattered into bloody fragments, and he was violently propelled backward. Boom! After crashing through several large trees, fresh yellow wood splinters scattered in all directions, and he landed in a disheveled heap dozens of meters away. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang gazed in shock at this scene, unable to believe that Gu Weiwu could overpower Yichen with such ease. Considering the force Yichen had displayed, it surpassed that of the two brothers, who were both in the Void Realm. Cough, cough. Yichen coughed up blood mixed with small chunks of flesh, gazing at Gu Weiwu in horror. All his ambitions of being the top genius in the Divine Martial Federation, of stepping on the Gu family, crumbled beneath Gu Weiwu's fist. The power was overwhelming, so staggering that it rendered Yichen a stranger to his own strength. Why Yichen knew his potential. When he exerted himself to the fullest, he could reach 9 million kilograms of force, having already surpassed the limits of a third-stage martial artist. Yet Gu Weiwu's strength was 3 to 4 times greater than his own. How could this be? Even if the Gu family's martial arts were somewhat superior in enhancing strength, the quality of martial arts ultimately depended on the user's inherent capabilities. Did this imply that Gu Weiwu had already achieved the 4th stage of the Breaking Army realm? But how could that be possible? Yichen looked at Gu Weiwu, confusion and fear etched across his face. How is this possible? What realm are you at? 6th layer in blood chi, Gu Weiwu calmly replied, wiping the blood splattered across his face. What? I don't believe it. Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Rather than accepting that Gu Weiwu had broken through to the 4th stage at such a young age, he found it harder to believe that Gu Weiwu could crush him while at the 6th layer in blood chi. Overcoming levels was something only protagonists like him were supposed to achieve, right? Believe it or not, the fact remains that you are going to die. Gu Weiwu smirked, calmly advancing towards Yichen. Why? Yichen looked at Gu Weiwu approaching him, a bitter smile forming as he asked, our initial conflict stemmed from a mere misstatement 2 days ago. But why must you go to such extremes in dealing with me over a single mistake? Had he not provoked Gu Weiwu back then, he would not be facing death now. If he had understood the value of patience, with his protagonist's destiny, he could have toppled the Gu family in a few decades. He regretted it. Yet Gu Weiwu, over such a trivial provocation, sought to annihilate him, demonstrating a complete lack of humanity. This damned rich second-generation heir was utterly heartless. He seethed with rage. You know well why I am dealing with you. Gu Weiwu replied, stepping down to send Yichen on his final journey. Had the system not intervened, had he not heard Yichen's inner thoughts, he might have merely taught him a lesson and let him go. But alas, there are no what-ifs. Knowing that Yichen was one of many protagonists, knowing he was destined to be a major antagonist, Gu Weiwu could only apologize. In the end, he would be the one standing victorious. System notification. The Son of Fortune, Yichen, has died, plundering 20 points of destiny value and fully unlocking system functions. He only received 20 points upon death. It seemed he had truly stripped him bare. Gu Weiwu shook his head, disdainfully kicking Yi Qin's corpse. However, it was fortunate that, combined with what he had previously plundered, he now possessed 110 points of destiny value, ample for 2 draws. Moreover, the full unlocking of system functions piqued his curiosity. Young master, you. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang approached Gu Weiwu, unsure of what to say. A small stroke of fortune. It's nothing to remark upon. Gu Weiwu casually replied. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang's lips twitched. Was this what he called a small stroke of fortune? They recalled that not long ago during their training, Gu Weiwu had only equated to a standard 8th layer in blood qi. Just a few days had passed, and he had leaped from 2nd to 4th stage. It was a grand stroke of fortune indeed. However, since the young master did not wish to elaborate, they chose to remain silent. Someone is approaching, Gu Weiwu said, glancing skyward with a calm demeanor, eye in the sky. A middle-aged man, accompanied by several capable-looking men in uniforms, swiftly descended. Soon arriving before the group, it was precisely Chen Chengwu and his 5 most elite security officers who, having ascertained Yi Qin's intelligence through prior disturbances, swiftly encircled the area. Chen Chengwu gestured for the elite members behind him to halt. As one approached the trio consisting of Gu Weiwu, is Yi Qin truly deceased? Chen Chengwu mused, glancing at the corpse on the ground. Despite some blood obscuring the sight, he could confirm that it was indeed Yi Qin. His eyes then fell upon Gu Weiwu and his companions. Immediately recognizing Gu Weiwu as a figure of utmost caution, that moment, Gu Weiwu bore some bloodstains yet appeared unscathed, his attire immaculate. His 2 attendants were remarkably cleaned. A chill ran down Chen Chengwu's spine as he realized that Gu Weiwu had been the one to eliminate Yi Qin. However, he recalled that Yi Qin, upon succumbing to madness, had reached the 3rd tier of the skyward realm, and for one to slay Yi Qin, Gu Weiwu must be at least above that level. If his memory served him correctly, Gu Weiwu was merely a high school student. One could only commend the Gu family. Even in this small city, they were no ordinary set of individuals. With this thought in mind, Chen Chengwu stepped forward and politely stated, I am Chen Chengwu, the director of the Security Bureau of Tianhua Bay City. I sincerely thank you for eradicating this scourge, thus ridding our city of a significant threat. There's no need for such gratitude. It was merely my duty, Gu Weiwu replied, gently shaking his head and sighing. This incident was, after all, instigated by me. Yi Qin defamed my family's achievements a few days ago. And I could not help but teach him a lesson. However, I never anticipated that he would succumb to madness and cause such calamity. My actions now are merely an attempt to mitigate the disaster I inadvertently caused. Do not be so modest, Gu student. You cannot bear the blame for such matters, Chen Chengwu replied, his expression turning serious. Yi Qin transformed into a man-eating fiend due to a moment of rage. Even if you had not confronted him, his nature would have led him to become a monster eventually, perhaps even more fearsome than he is now. He genuinely believed this. The paths leading one astray were myriad, influenced by various factors, which could be understood. Yet, to resort to cannibalistic practices in pursuit of power was an extreme rarity. At the very least, from Yi Qin's actions, it was evident that he consumed ferocious beasts to enhance his cultivation while deeming his kin as prey for convenience. Such individuals were inherently malevolent, irredeemably so. Yet, Gu Weiwu bore the weight of guilt, a testament to the upbringing of the martial sage family. Chapter 23. The curtain falls on Yi Qin, but experts remain. Director Chun possesses profound insights. It is no surprise he is the head of the Security Bureau, Gu Weiwu remarked nonchalantly. Now that Yi Qin has perished, my involvement concludes, and I must take my leave. Herein lies the bounty of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for Yi Qin. I kindly ask you to accept it before departing, Chen Chengwu offered, presenting several crystalline cards with a smile. Though he was aware that the Gu family was affluent and in no need of such a sum, it was imperative to give what was due. Gu Weiwu tilted his head, prompting Zhang Tai to swiftly step forward and accept the cards. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chengwu also handed Zhang Tai a postcard. This is my contact information. Should you require assistance in Tianhua Bay City, do not hesitate to call me. Zhang Tai glanced back at Gu Weiwu, only accepting it upon receiving a nod from him, while Chen Chengwu held little significance for Gu Weiwu. A business card added negligible weight to his spatial ring. Let us depart. Gu Weiwu stored Yi Qin's body within his spatial ring and turned to leave. Chen Chengwu watched as Gu Weiwu and his companions departed, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Minutes later, their figures vanished into the dense forest. Director Chen, who were those individuals? A young security officer inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. As Chen Chengwu's apprentice, he had never witnessed the usually stern Chen Chengwu display such demeanor. In Tianhua Base City, their director held a position subordinate only to the base commander, and previously, he had shown mere respect towards the commander. Yet, upon encountering this young man, he had exhibited a demeanor bordering on deference. The only son of the supreme commander of the Southeast War Zone, King Shuai in the future, avoid him as much as possible. His status is exceedingly prominent, and not everyone can approach him, Chen Chengwu replied. His gaze distant, he had given the business card solely to ensure that Gu Weiwu could contact him should he notice anything amiss in Tianhua Bay City, rather than to ingratiate himself with a powerful ally. A ninth-tier martial sage was regarded as a being of equal might to the heavens for all beneath the martial sage level. Particularly now, Gu Weiwu was capable of dispatching the third-tier Yi Chen, bringing him closer to the fourth tier himself. The other security officers nodded thoughtfully, considering the implications. Let us examine the scene thoroughly before returning, Chen Chengwu suggested, moving towards the spot where Yi Chen's body lay. Scrutinizing it closely, the other officers spread out, meticulously investigating the area. The intensity of the battle had been immense. The force unleashed at that moment had undoubtedly exceeded the third tier. Although Yi Chen was at the same skyward realm level as them, the power he had manifested was far superior, already reaching the fourth tier. According to intelligence, Yi Chen was still within the confines of the skyward realm, which indicated that he had mastered a martial art of spiritual grade or higher to such an advanced stage. Only martial arts of spiritual grade and above could empower a ninth-tier skyward realm practitioner to unleash the might of a breaking army realm. One officer gazed at the shattered trunks of several trees, each with a diameter exceeding 50 centimeters. He then examined the footprints left by Yi Chen. Each imprint sunk several centimeters deep, the soft earth compacted to the hardness of brick. Such force was beyond the capabilities of their third and fourth-tier practitioners, who could exert every ounce of strength without achieving similar results. Martial arts were categorized into 7 grades: low, middle, high, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. These officers had managed to master only a single advanced martial art, and even after decades of training, they had barely reached a proficient level. Only a fourth tier like Chen Chengwu had access to a mid-grade yellow martial art, which had attracted countless wealthy scions in Tianhua Bay City seeking to be his disciples. Chen Chengwu crossed his arms, remaining silent. With a yellow-grade martial art, he understood that such prowess was unattainable. The martial arts employed by Gu Weiwu and Yi Chen were at least of profound grade or higher. Immensely powerful, challenging to master, and worth a fortune. Within the Divine Martial Federation, one could only learn such arts through master-disciple inheritance, prestigious martial arts universities, or military merit exchange. Having occupied his position for a lifetime, he could barely afford to allow his descendants to study a single art. The battlefield's overall impact was limited, confined to a diameter of 100 meters. Moreover, apart from the fallen trees, the two had caused minimal destruction. An experienced officer surveyed the scene with astonishment. This indicated that Yi Chen had unleashed his full power in an instant, only to be decisively defeated in a mere moment. The outcome hinged on a single strike. Chen Chengwu's apprentice hesitantly spoke, his voice somewhat awkward. This was a battle of complete domination. He was a prodigy of Tianhua Base City, previously renowned in the martial arts university there, merely 25 years of age. He had attained the third tier of the skyward realm, believing he was not far from the geniuses of larger base cities. Today, however, he realized he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. The emergence of the corrupted warrior Yi Chen and the overpowering Gu Weiwu were both talents he could only aspire to, though not fret. One does not need to surpass others, only to surpass one's past self. Chen Chengwu encouraged, patting his apprentice's shoulder. The young officer nodded, regaining his composure. Let us depart. Now that Yi Chen has been vanquished, we too must return, Chen Chengwu said with a smile to his elite team. Yes, Director Chen. The officers responded in unison, taking to the skies with their skyward realm capabilities. Before leaving, Chen Chengwu cast one last glance back, imprinting the forest scene in his memory. Meanwhile, with Yi Chen's demise, the bounty notice online was promptly rescinded. In its stead, a new announcement emerged. Gu Weiwu, a student from Tianhua No. 1 High School, valiantly eliminated the corrupted warrior Yi Chun in the wilderness. Instantly, the online community of Tianhua Bay City erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the once arrogant Yi Chun, who had killed nearly 100 warriors just days prior, would be slain on the very day his bounty was issued. The efficiency was astounding. Furthermore, those with insight noted that the executor was merely a high school student from Tianhua No. 1 High School, which made it all the more unbelievable. It was well known that Yi Chun, after succumbing to madness, had demonstrated the strength of a third-tier Skyward Realm warrior. Now, a high school student had managed to slay him. Did that not imply this student had also attained the Skyward Realm? In Tianhua Bay City, third-tier Skyward Realm warriors were often heads of criminal organizations, and in the legal sphere, they held positions like the directors of security bureaus, commanding teams of 5,000 without issue. If Gu Weiwu possessed such strength while still in high school, what might he achieve in the future? This young man was terrifyingly gifted, potentially possessing the talent to become the future commander of Tianhua Bay City. The disparity among students from the same high school was staggering. A netizen lamented, "I heard that before his descent into madness, Yi Chun was a genius with the potential to attend a top martial arts university. It is truly regrettable that he chose the path of corruption. Regrettable, my foot." Even if Yi Chun had not succumbed to madness, he would have still turned out to be a bad seed once he reached a certain level. I was in the same class as Yi Chun. He was arrogant and overbearing, often resorting to extortion for protection money to fund his training. Just days ago, he slandered the Gu family's martial sage legacy. He was nothing but a wretched little thug. A student with an accurate ID voiced his indignation online. He had been robbed by Yi Chun on multiple occasions. That scoundrel had always leveraged his strength to coerce others into gambling. Isn't that just another form of theft? Indeed, this student speaks the truth. My family has some connections within the security bureau and is privy to certain insider information, another informed netizen chimed in. Yi Chun could indeed enhance his cultivation by consuming ferocious beasts, but he chose to prey upon humans instead, as they were easier to find. He is nothing but a beast. Ah, I see. This Yi Chun is truly despicable. What on earth has happened to the Divine Martial Federation to allow such a fiend to emerge? How outrageous. Thankfully, thanks to classmate Gu's intervention, otherwise, who knows how many lives Yi Chun would have claimed. Instantly, the internet erupted in a cacophony of outrage, with many condemning Yi Chun vehemently. Meanwhile, in the second villa adjacent to Gu Weiwu's residence in Huafu Biayuan, a stunning woman clad in a sleek black office dress was keenly observing the online discussions. The very protagonist of this incident resided not far from her in the grand villa next door. Lu Ruyan, with one leg draped over the other, revealed her curvaceous thighs through her sheer black stockings. She was astonished that this young master of the Gu family possessed such prowess, being capable of eliminating a third-tier demonized martial artist at such a tender age. She recalled her previous encounters with Gu Weiwu, whom she had only perceived as a polite and handsome young man, approachable and devoid of the arrogance typical of elite families. Yet, this impression was now enriched, transforming him into an exceptionally gifted and striking young man. At that moment, Qin Feng, wielding a mop, felt disgruntled. He was the master of the Dragon King Hall, a sixth-tier expert of the Shaking Mountain realm, who had concealed his identity and taken refuge as a humble son-in-law of the Lu family to evade enemies. Although Lu Ruyan rebuffed his advances and regarded him with disdain, and his mother-in-law often scolded him, he found joy in the situation, having come to view Lu Ruyan as his own. Naturally, he harbored intentions of eliminating Gu Weiwu, who sought to captivate Lu Ruyan, but had refrained from acting out of caution regarding Gu Weiwu's status. Qin Feng turned to Lu Ruyan and remarked, "Ruyan, the information online is unreliable. There might be hidden truths within. Those powerful families are quite corrupt, and there could be ulterior motives at play." "Humph. Mind your own business," Lu Ruyan replied dismissively, casting a glance at Qin Feng. "If it weren't for young Master Gu eliminating that murderous monster, you might have perished at Yi Chen's hands. To speak such derisive words here is truly petty." Just then, Lu Ruyan's mother, Lu Ting, overheard Qin Feng's words and rushed over, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. "You've been idling about, wasting your days gossiping. The lawn outside needs trimming. Why aren't you hurrying to do it?" "All right, Mom," Qin Feng replied, holding his cheek and dutifully heading out to tend to the lawn. He understood this was the Lu family's test for him, and he relished the atmosphere of equality. Compared to the sycophantic subordinates in the Dragon King Hall, this felt like family. Nevertheless, Qin Feng mentally noted Gu Weiwu as a future adversary, vowing to eliminate this interloper who sought to woo Lu Ruyan at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, as the entire Tianhua Bay city marveled at Gu Weiwu, he was indulging in a sumptuous feast within the training room of the first villa in Huafubun. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Gu Weiwu was focused on the system in his mind. Host: Gu Weiwu, physique, primordial body, cultivation, qi and blood level 6, qi and blood strength, 10-fold standard quality, qi and blood capacity, 100-fold standard capacity, physical strength, 100-fold standard strength, physical output, 7, 327,743.5 kilograms, technique, dragon suppressing and tiger taming scripture, celestial grade top tier, martial arts, dragon and tiger fist scripture, celestial grade top tier, silk entwining force, mysterious grade upper tier. Basic martial arts compilation. Treasures, superior spatial ring, dragon gun set, rank 1 to 8, demon suppressing blade set, rank 1 to 8, 8th tier revitalization grass, 8th tier poison dragon saliva, 5th tier flame cloud flower. Destiny value, 120 points. Is this the full extent of the system's capabilities? Gu Weiwu raised an eyebrow, feeling pleasantly surprised. The previous system interface had been exceedingly simplistic, but now it was vastly improved, laying out all his attributes in a clear manner. The celestial grade top-tier techniques and martial arts were all created by his father, while the rest were imparted by Ying Yuan, leaving little to be desired. His weaponry consisted of a complete set from rank 1 to 8, including swords, knives, and spears, allowing him to choose freely according to his preferences, with corresponding weapons available for every realm from body refining to martial king. The array of spiritual herbs was countless, sufficient to support his cultivation up to the martial king realm, with so many that opening the ellipsis was necessary to view them all. The treasures listed far exceeded the wealth of an ordinary martial king, resembling a veritable treasure trove. Gu Weiwu stroked his chin and said with a hint of self-deprecation, "I hadn't realized it before. But now it seems I possess an upgrade package." From his original position as a minor antagonist, he resembled a colossal warehouse. Any protagonist that perished could leave him immensely wealthy. Regardless of whether these protagonists wielded swords or practiced alchemy, he could provide them with satisfactory treasures. Fortunately, with the system's arrival, he had officially eliminated a protagonist who coveted his family's wealth. At this moment, he could proclaim with fervor that never had there been such a splendid beginning. Yet Gu Weiwu retained his composure. Just because Yi Chen was foolish did not mean that other protagonists would be equally dim-witted. He must remain vigilant. Placing a hand over his chest, his gaze gradually calmed. Today, he vanquished Yi Chen, but the initial information from the system still indicated that numerous other protagonists had set their sights on his riches. And these protagonists would not all be as gullible as Yi Chen. Some were formidable beings reborn, others possessed extraordinary alchemical talents, and some were the masters of the Dragon King Hall. Engaging with such individuals was akin to gambling everything on a single roll of the dice. Winners would take all, while the vanquished would be left with nothing. Gu Weiwu whispered, his resolve unwavering. Regardless of how perilous the future may be, he would be the one to laugh last. With the super god-level reward of the primordial body enhancing him, he was confident of victory. For now, he would opt for a lottery draw to bolster his confidence further. He extracted the final 110 points of destiny value from Yi Chen, adding it to the previous 10 points, yielding a total of 120 destiny points. With 50 points required for each draw, he now had 2 chances. Contemplating the various rewards he had glimpsed during the last draw, Gu Weiwu felt a surge of anticipation. The last primordial body had transformed him fundamentally. He wondered what this next reward would be. System: initiate a lottery draw. With a thought, Gu Weiwu activated the system's lottery. Before him appeared a familiar spinning wheel, adorned with an array of rewards that differed from the first draw, yet their names hinted at their extraordinary nature. Void Origin, Sun Core, Divine Demons Suppression Scripture, Golden Crow Radiance Technique, Taiyin Sealing Demons Technique, Tai Transformation Monument, Sea Swallowing Spell. Ultimately, most treasures faded from view, leaving only 2 luminous orbs. Gu Weiwu focused his consciousness on one of the orbs, and an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind. Tai Transformation Scripture, Super God-Level Technique. Innate Tai, the source of all laws. Fusing all worldly laws, cultivating into the supreme divine skill. A technique, a super god-level technique? Even though Gu Weiwu had anticipated this, he was still astounded by the magnitude of this prize. Initially, he felt a tinge of regret for acquiring another technique given that he already possessed a celestial grade technique. However, upon seeing the introduction of the Tai transformation scripture, his perception of the system was once again transformed. It was undeniably powerful. The Tai transformation scripture could seamlessly integrate all laws, perfectly merging the characteristics of various techniques, embodying a limitless super technique. It is worth noting that the vast majority of individuals in this world only cultivate a single fundamental technique, their foundation determined by that singular art. For instance, the Zhang brothers, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, both possess talents suited for body refinement and practice the dragon and tiger gold refinement technique, a celestial grade mid-tier technique created by Gu Qingyuan. Once mastered, they would be nearly unmatched within the same realm. Similarly, Gu Weiwu had obtained the celestial grade upper-tier Shenong refinement scripture from Yin Hongjuan, allowing fire attribute martial artists to amplify their flames to a level capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, with meticulous control over their flames, significantly enhancing their alchemical abilities. Furthermore, Gu Weiwu himself practiced the celestial grade top-tier dragon suppressing and tiger taming scripture, enabling comprehensive development of martial artists. In the early stages, it was comparable to mysterious grade techniques. In the mid-stages, it rivaled earth grade techniques, and in the later stages, it could subdue true dragons and white tigers. This was a technique tailored for Gu Weiwu, considering his mediocre talent. While various techniques each had their merits, martial artists could only choose to cultivate one, refining one or two traits, if one were to be overly greedy. The best outcome would be stagnation, while the worst would lead to conflicting techniques rendering one a failure. However, the Tai transformation scripture perfectly resolved this issue, allowing for the flawless fusion of each technique's advantages into a top-tier super technique. The only drawback was that the more techniques were fused, the greater the energy required. Yet, for Gu Weiwu, this was hardly a disadvantage. Prior to acquiring the system, he had already possessed financial prowess. System, fuse the Tai transformation monument. Gu Weiwu commanded, excitement bubbling within him. In the next moment, the orb containing the Tai transformation monument merged with his soul. There were no words, images, or teachings, only a flash of spiritual light, an ineffable feeling, and a vast, profound essence. Gu Weiwu felt as though he had returned to the moment he acquired the primordial body, standing in a realm of nothingness, witnessing the first flicker of spiritual light emerging from the void. This light held endless possibilities, revealing the future transformations of the world. Gu Weiwu suddenly gained profound insight. The only constant in a changing world is change itself. Innate Tai, the path of infinite transformation and evolution. Chapter 24. A monumental surge in power. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Tai Yindao scripture appears to be a repository of boundless knowledge, from which all principles and truths are derived. Logically, such a comprehensive text encompassing the Great Way should not manifest in this world, nor should anyone be capable of fully comprehending it. Yet, under the auspices of the system, the infinite information contained within the Tai Yindao steel coalesced into a singularity, seamlessly integrating into Gu Weiwu's very soul. Furthermore, due to the system's transmission of the true essence of Tai, Gu Weiwu was able to directly access this transcendent level technique, thereby establishing a clear path for future enhancement. Upon the complete fusion of the Tai Yindao scripture, Gu Weiwu immediately incorporated his existing 3 celestial tier techniques into in an instant. The singularity representing the Tai Yindao scripture in his mind became somewhat nebulous, giving rise to 3 distinct phenomena: the dragon coiling and tiger leaping, the divine general subduing the dragon, and the Tao fire burning the heavens, which fully amalgamated the 3 celestial tier techniques, subduing the dragon and suppressing the tiger sutra, dragon and tiger refining the body, and the divine farmer's Tao refinement scripture. Following this, Gu Weiwu experienced a dramatic surge in his vitality and a rapid escalation of his foundational attributes. Moments later, the transformation ceased. Gu Weiwu slowly opened his eyes, sensing the terrifying power within him. As profound as an abyss, he delved into his consciousness to observe the changes on the system panel. Host, Gu Weiwu, physique, primordial body, cultivation, 6th layer of vitality, vitality intensity, 30 times the standard quality, vitality capacity, 150 times the standard capacity, body strength, 150 times the standard strength. Physical output, 75. 673,254 kilograms. Technique. Tai Yindao Scripture, Transcendent Level, Traits. Subduing the Dragon and Suppressing the Tiger, Dragon and Tiger Golden Body, Divine Farmer's Tao Refinement, Martial Arts, Dragon and Tiger Fist Scripture Celestial Tier Supreme, Silk Binding Force Mysterious Tier Upper Grade, Basic Martial Arts Compilation. Treasures, Supreme Spatial Ring, Dragon Coiling Spear Set, 1/8 Tier, Demon Suppressing Blade Set, 1/8 Tier, 8th Tier Revitalizing Grass, 8th Tier Poison Dragon Saliva, 5th Tier Flame Cloud Flower. Fate Value, 70 points. Compared to before, the enhancements in strength and physique alone have increased by at least 10-fold. Coupled with the integrated traits, the progress is truly staggering. Gu Weiwu clenched his fists, feeling a profound shock within. He now wielded a colossal force of 75 million kilograms, capable of vanquishing his former self with a single strike. Even the 4th-tier warrior Chen Chongwu he had encountered previously would be easily defeated in one blow. As for Yi Chen, he no longer qualifies as a unit of measurement for him. This is merely the enhancement of fundamental physical attributes, with the Tai Yindao Scripture now infused with the traits of 3 celestial tier techniques. Once his cultivation deepens further, these traits will reveal their true, unparalleled potential. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tai Yindao Scripture has bestowed upon him an increase of more than 100-fold. It is truly worthy of being a transcendent-level reward, akin to the primordial body itself. Ji Weiwu gazed at the remaining 70 points of fate value on the panel and silently intoned, "System. Draw again." The system's roulette spun once more, presenting a dazzling array of treasures. Eventually, a luminous orb emerged. Nihai Tunshin Spell Transcendent Level Secret Art, capable of swiftly refining all heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Nihai Tunshin. When mastered to its pinnacle, one can consume the heavens and the earth within oneself, achieving eternal longevity. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Weiwu fused with it. After witnessing the terrifying vision of the Kuanping consuming the heavens through the system's infusion, he seamlessly accessed this transcendent-level secret art, a technique embodying the path of devouring. He decided to test its efficacy. Gu Weiwu retrieved 500 pieces of upper-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring. This amounted to the bounty of 100 Yi Chins, or over 800 years' worth of wages for Li Wu. Piled together, the 500 spirit stones resembled a small mountain, reflecting a radiant, pearlescent glow that evoked an illusion of suddenly abundant spiritual energy even in their mere presence. Nihai Tunshin Spell. Gu Weiwu exerted his full strength, and immediately, a profound suction emanated from him. The small mountain of upper-grade spirit stones before him underwent visible transformation. The outermost layer rapidly weathered away, grayish-white dust cascading to the ground. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, the 500 upper-grade spirit stones had been reduced to a pile of grayish powder, completely drained of their value. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy from the stones surged into Gu Weiwu's body through every pore, swiftly refined by the Tai Yindao Scripture. The energy, sufficient to overwhelm a 4th-tier warrior, was now entirely contained within Gu Weiwu, aiding his rapid cultivation advancement. After a week of absorbing these spirit stones, he would undoubtedly break through to the 3rd-tier skyward realm, and no need for tedious meditation to slowly absorb spiritual energy. A single substantial intake would suffice, allowing his body to gradually assimilate it. And this was merely a minor function of the Nihai Tunshin spell, as a representation of the path of devouring. Its applications are undoubtedly boundless. Not only is it immensely powerful in functionality, but it also serves as a lethal weapon in combat. Rising from his meditative position, Gu Weiwu contemplated the Nihai Tunshin spell with newfound ideas. However, he decided to experiment further once the opportunity arose. For now, he wished to call his father and share the good news. Ji Weiwu retrieved a device resembling a computer host from his spatial ring and directly sent a communication request to his father stationed in the southeastern battle zone, thousands of miles away. Shortly thereafter, a mature and formidable middle-aged man appeared on the holographic screen. Dressed in a black uniform adorned with golden embroidery, he stood with hands clasped behind him in a tranquil garden, his deep black eyes seemingly reflecting the myriad of the world. Despite being merely an image, he emanated an imposing authority, akin to a towering mountain. Martial Sage Gu Qingyuan, officially connecting. Weiwu, What brings you to contact me today? Gu Qingyuan inquired, his expression calm and a smile gracing his lips. Observing Gu Weiwu through the hologram, he noted the significant improvement in his son's spirit and demeanor, eliciting a sense of gratification alongside curiosity regarding his typically independent son's sudden outreach. Father, I recently eliminated a genius with Dawn-level talent and obtained a remnant soul of a martial king from him. I hope you can assist me in crafting a puppet to carry with me. Gu Weiwu replied, his expression serene, a smile adorning his face. Jiyu Qingyuan fell silent, suspecting there was a malfunction in his hearing. Was his son truly developing in a second-tier base city? How could such a small place produce a Dawn-level talent and a martial king's remnant soul? At that moment, he could only feel relieved by Gu Weiwu's foresight. 10 years ago, an 8-year-old Gu Weiwu had insisted on developing cautiously in the rear, insisting on having a martial king bodyguard and an array of protective items. At the time, Gu Qingyuan had found his son's cautiousness endearing and, out of indulgence, had acquiesced to his requests. In hindsight, had it not been for Gu Weiwu's numerous safeguards, he would have faced dire consequences. Clearly, his son had reaped tremendous rewards. Father, don't be dazed. You haven't yet said whether you agree, Gu Weiwu said, shaking his hand. Jiyu Qingyuan snapped back to reality and replied decisively, I agree. I will have your shadow master send a projection over, and I will collaborate with several elders from the family to expedite the process of crafting the puppet. However, if you have any medicinal pills you wish to refine, do not obstruct me. If the remnant soul of a martial king were to be presented by someone else, he would have certainly taken advantage of the situation. An 8th-tier alchemist is an exceedingly rare find, even more so than a martial sage, and their conditions for refining pills are notoriously stringent. Securing an 8th-tier alchemist puppet would substantially elevate the Gu family's status. Yet, since this belonged to his son, it was certainly off-limits for him to exploit. With a smile, Gu Weiwu responded, Thank you, Father. In the future, feel free to refine any medicinal pills you desire. How could I possibly obstruct you? If anyone were to be obstructed, it would be those stubborn elders in the family. Yu Qing shook his head, laughing as he admonished, Be mindful not to obstruct the old men. You don't want to hinder your martial king uncles. If there's anything else, speak quickly. I need to gather materials to help you craft the puppet. Actually, there is one more thing. Father, I have a powerful gift for the military. If used well, it could provide you with an entire army of 3rd-tier warriors. Gu Weiwu said as he retrieved Yi Qin's corpse from his spatial ring, smiling. Oh? Gu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his voice. What is so special about this corpse? This corpse belongs to Yi Qin, who possesses Dawn-level talent and an innate martial body. Beyond breaking through limits to cultivate up to the 13th layer of body refinement, this physique also allows for the forced conversion of others' vitality to enhance oneself swiftly. Gu Weiwu pointed at Yi Qin's corpse, elaborating. Gu Qingyuan's expression gradually turned serious. Dawn-level talent was already significant enough to warrant his attention, as it was on par with the talents of the other 4 martial sages. However, what alarmed him even more was the 13th layer of body refinement. Even he, a martial sage with talent exceeding that of the Dawn level, had never reached such heights in body refinement. Gu Weiwu continued. He devoured numerous warriors and ferocious beasts, ascending from the 13th layer of body refinement to the 5th layer of Skyward Realm in just 2 days. Although his upper limit is locked and he cannot break through to the 4th tier, his speed is undeniably impressive. If we can uncover the secrets within his body, we need not replicate his extraordinary Dawn-level talent. We simply seek to emulate the innate characteristic of assimilating vitality. After all, you have no shortage of ferocious beast meat on the front lines, making it perfect for rapidly advancing underperforming soldiers to 3rd-tier warriors. This was his gift. Yi Qin, as a valuable talent, even in death, held immense utility. The ability to mass-produce 3rd-tier warriors for the military would indeed be a significant contribution to Yi City. Your idea is indeed feasible. I will accept this gift, Gu Qingyuan nodded, a rare stir of emotion rippling through him. Most of the grassroots soldiers in the Southeast military region are at the body refinement stage, and even those at the 9th level of body refinement and the 1st level of air control have at least a 300-fold disparity. If we could rapidly elevate the entire army to the 3rd tier of air control by utilizing the beast meat readily available on the battlefield, the enhancement of the military's strength would exceed 1,000-fold. As for the restriction of not reaching the 4th tier, in truth, Many soldiers lack the innate talent to even break through to the blood qi stage. Well then, farewell, father, I still have a few opponents to deal with. And perhaps I can bring you a surprise once I finish, Gu Weiwu said casually, waving his hand. Jiu Qingyuan regarded Gu Weiwu with a deep gaze before solemnly advising, stay safe, and inform me if there is any danger. The opponents that Gu Weiwu mentioned, which he hinted would yield surprises, were likely to be formidable foes akin to Yi Chun. During their conversation today, Gu Qingyuan sensed a profound transformation in Gu Weiwu. The fifth level of air control after becoming possessed was not something an ordinary genius could contend with. He refrained from further inquiries, silently offering his support. Rest assured, I excel at dealing with such matters. Gu Weiwu nodded, chuckling as he ended the long-distance communication. He then stored the communicator and called in Ying Yuan, who had been waiting outside. Ying, sure, I need you to make a trip and deliver Yi Qin's corpse and Yan Huajun's remnant soul to my father. Not a problem. I happen to have some questions for the martial sage as well. Ying Yuan readily agreed, promptly creating a shadow clone to store the crystal containing the remnant soul and Yi Qin's corpse within a spatial ring. He then melded into the shadows, swiftly traversing through the realm of shadows, crossing 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Only such speed could reach the command center of the Southeast Military Region. Located tens of thousands of miles away, Jiu Weiwu nodded lightly. Now all that remained was to await the return of his martial king puppet. According to the time frame given by his father, it should be completed around the time of his martial examination, roughly a month from now. Until then, he might as well deal with another minor protagonist. System notification. The child of destiny, Qin Feng, harbors murderous intent toward you and wishes to utilize the Dragon King Hall to eliminate you. This was a recent system notification he had just received. Jiu Weiwu pondered that over the past couple of days, he had been preoccupied with Yi Chun and had not provoked the often maligned son-in-law. However, it mattered little. Since Qin Feng was so audacious, he might as well take care of him first. Gu Weiwu dialed Zhang Tai's number, commanding, investigate the Liu family, as well as the son-in-law Qin Feng. Are you referring to the Liu family from Shindu? They recently produced 2 6th-tier Celestial Realm martial artists, Liu Qing and Liu Huai, who are currently serving in the Southeast Military Region. However, there hasn't been any news regarding the son-in-law from this Liu family, indicating he might be a marginal figure. Further verification is required. Zhang Tai quickly relayed a wealth of information, all sourced from the Gu family's intelligence network, accessible with the right permissions. Not that Liu family, but the one residing next to our villa. Along with that Qin Feng who is constantly being humiliated, Gu Weiwu said with some exasperation. Understood. I'll look into it immediately, Zhang Tai replied, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. The primary issue was that Tianhua Bay City was rather small, and this Liu family did not hold much prominence. Several hours later, Zhang Tai delivered a stack of documents to Gu Weiwu, detailing everything regarding the Liu family in Tianhua Bay City. Young master, I have compiled the Liu family's information here, but Qin Feng remains quite mysterious. His background prior to becoming a Liu family son-in-law is a blank slate. A more in-depth investigation will require additional time. Gu Weiwu was not surprised. He simply instructed, understood, continue the investigation, focusing on any leads related to the Dragon King Hall, and notify me immediately upon any updates. Chapter 26. The layout unfolds. Understood, young master. Zhang Tai took note of the term Dragon King Hall and exited. Jiu Weiwu perused the materials in his hands. The Liu family of Tianhua Bay City, primarily represented by Liu Corporation, thrived under the leadership of the former patriarch Liu Chang'e, a 4th-tier martial artist and a 3rd-tier alchemist, controlling the local pharmaceutical distribution channels and ranking among the top 10 family powers in the region. Interestingly, this Liu family was a collateral branch of the Shindu Liu family, obligated to provide significant benefits to the latter annually. A few months prior, the head of the Liu family, the 4th-tier martial artist Liu Chang'e, passed away, leaving his only granddaughter Liu Ruoyan to inherit the family business and become the president of Liu Corporation. Due to Liu Ruoyan's beauty and astuteness, she was dubbed the first goddess of Tianhua Bay City, attracting countless suitors seeking both wealth and beauty. However, the arrival of the enigmatic Qin Feng shattered the dreams of many wealthy youths. Since Liu Chang'e's death, while the Liu family appeared tranquil on the surface, internal strife and external competition loomed. Without the support of her grandfather, a 4th-tier martial artist, Liu Ruoyan's position was precarious, and the situation had become increasingly dire. Gu Weiwu skimmed through the documents, gaining insight into the Liu family's predicament. The female protagonist faced internal and external challenges, rendered powerless amidst a pack of wolves. Then, Qin Feng emerged, flaunting his prowess and winning Lu Ruoyan's affections after several heroic rescues. After a brief contemplation, Gu Weiwu picked up his phone to inform Zhang Gang. Send over 2 fourth-tier alchemists to swiftly establish a third-tier subsidiary and prepare to take over the pharmaceutical business in Tianhua Bay City. Zhang Gang, somewhat bewildered, respectfully inquired, "Of course, young master. Should I recruit those with higher skills or gather some young talents? Normal skill levels will suffice. They should be capable of maintaining a firm grip on Tianhua Bay City." Gu Weiwu replied casually. He merely intended to send a signal to the Lu family, applying a bit of pressure to entice Lu Ruoyan, the alluring fish. For a Lu family that relied on a third-tier alchemist for FAAD, fourth-tier alchemists represented an unattainable echelon, regardless of talent. "Understood. I'll handle this right away." Zhang Gang nodded, respectfully stating, "Young master, is there anything else you require?" "Not at the moment. Remember to keep an eye on the progress regarding your brother and familiarize yourself with the intelligence he is investigating." Gu Weiwu decisively replied, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Zhang Gang promptly acknowledged, "Understood, young master." After hanging up, Gu Weiwu felt a profound trust in his 2 brothers. They were reliable in their endeavors and had never disappointed him. In ancient times, they would be akin to royal companions, possessing both capability and loyalty, forming the core foundation of Gu Weiwu's future. At this moment, Gu Weiwu was practicing on the metallic stakes in the training room, maintaining a graceful yet increasingly fierce demeanor. The resonating clang of the stakes echoed, leaving deep and shallow imprints of his feet. The addition of 2 super divine level techniques had exponentially enhanced his strength, necessitating thorough familiarization with his newfound power. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan stood nearby, providing instruction and guidance. 3 days swiftly passed, and with only 22 days remaining until the martial examination on June 7, Gu Weiwu chose not to indulge in campus life but rather to take leave alongside Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang until the commencement of the examination. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang busied themselves coordinating resources to fulfill Gu Weiwu's directives. This did not require them to run around tirelessly. A single phone call sufficed. However, both approached Gu Weiwu's rare task with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwu dedicated himself to rigorous practice, striving to fully control his surging power in 3 days. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang had nearly completed their assignments and were now reporting back to Gu Weiwu. Zhang Tai held a stack of documents, stating gravely, "Qin Feng suddenly appeared in Tianhua Bay City a year ago, and his identity information appears to be fabricated temporarily. The leader of the assassin organization Dragon King Hall also went into hiding a year ago after assassinating a federal legislator." Various pieces of intelligence indicated that Qin Feng was indeed the assassin who killed the federal legislator, being only 47 years old and having reached the pinnacle of the 6th-tier martial arts, nearing a breakthrough into the 7th-tier sealed realm. While some of this information was startling, Gu Weiwu could somewhat anticipate it. However, the fact that Qin Feng was already 47 surprised him. He recalled Qin Feng's youthful visage and the merely 24-year-old Lu Ruoyan. Leaving him somewhat speechless, it turned out he was an old man pretending to be young, utterly shameless. With narrowed eyes, Gu Weiwu began to contemplate. Why did he assassinate a federal legislator? The intelligence indicated that the legislator intended to submit a proposal to strengthen the control over assassin organizations. And Dragon King Hall was high on that legislator's target list. It was highly probable that the Dragon King Hall acted preemptively to thwart the legislator's proposal by eliminating him. Zhang Tai methodically continued. Their plan proved successful. That proposal was buried along with the legislator. Aside from a select few, no one is aware that this deed was orchestrated by the Dragon King Hall. We only obtained this information 2 days ago after capturing a high-ranking member of the Dragon King Hall. No wonder he chose to conceal his identity. It turned out he was on a counter-terrorism watch list. Gu Weiwu smirked slightly, imprinting this intelligence in his mind. Assassinating a federal legislator was tantamount to treason. Once exposed, it would invite a full-scale pursuit by the Federation. Even an 8th-tier martial king would certainly shy away from clashing with the Federation's authority. It was no surprise that although Qin Feng remained undisclosed, he still chose to hide in a secondary base city, reluctant to act. With such connections, he possessed considerable maneuvering space. After hearing Zhang Tai's report, Gu Weiwu turned to Zhang Gang, asking, "How is the Gu pharmaceutical subsidiary under your purview faring?" "All matters are progressing exceptionally smoothly. 3 days ago, a 4th-tier alchemist from our clan, Gu Huayan, arrived hastily under the cover of night. Over the past 2 days, with the cooperation of the base chief in Tianhua Base City, he has completed all the necessary procedures and has now finalized the transfer of goods, ready to take over the elixir market in Tianhua Base City at any moment. Zhang Gang elaborated. Moreover, the Liu family, which you asked me to keep an eye on, has begun to undergo drastic changes and is urgently seeking collaboration with us. You have all done remarkably well, Gu Weiwu encouraged. Rising to pat both of their shoulders, we cannot claim credit for this. If it weren't for your guidance, we would still be unaware of such a dangerous criminal lurking next door, Zhang Tai admitted with a hint of shame. This is not your fault. Who could have anticipated that a nearly 7th-tier martial artist would willingly hide here, subjecting himself to the daily humiliation of being slapped by an ordinary woman? Gu Weiwu comforted as he patted Zhang Tai's shoulder. In truth, had it not been for the system notification, he too would have remained oblivious to Qin Feng's true identity, a martial artist, brimming with vigor. Being subjected to such indignity by an ordinary woman was something he had only encountered in novels from his past life. Shall we notify the Federation to eliminate this fellow directly? Zhang Gang suggested, gesturing dramatically across his neck. No, for now, we will remain cautious, Gu Weiwu replied, shaking his head. I will first test him. Just follow my lead. After all, he could not simply eradicate Qin Feng. He must first extract all of Qin Feng's destiny value before allowing him to meet his end. Understood. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang nodded in agreement, reassured by the presence of a martial king guarding their young master, believing no mishap could occur. Chapter 27. The Welcome Banquet. At this moment, Zhang Gang hesitantly addressed Gu Weiwu, young master, Gu Huayan. The 4th-tier alchemist we have summoned to Tianhua Bay City has prepared a welcome banquet and wishes to invite you to attend. Just as Gu Weiwu was about to decline, considering the gathering too trivial and unworthy of his time, he reconsidered. After all, it was remarkable that such a small place as Tianhua Bay City had produced 2 prominent figures, Yi Chun and Qin Feng. Surely, there must be something exceptional among its upper echelons worth observing. When is Gu Huayan's welcome banquet? Gu Weiwu inquired. It is scheduled for tomorrow, at the Wangjiang building in the center of Tianhua Bay City. Zhang Gang reported. Where is Gu Huayan currently? Gu Weiwu asked. He is staying at the Huafu Buin and can meet at any time, Zhang Gang replied. Then have him come over to make my acquaintance. I will attend with him tomorrow, Gu Weiwu decisively concluded. Following this, Zhang Gang made a phone call, and a middle-aged man, with a respectful demeanor, hurried into Gu Weiwu's villa. The next day, at the Wangjiang building. This luxurious establishment, the finest in Tianhua Bay City, had been entirely reserved for the occasion. The hall was adorned with flowers and greenery, with exquisite tableware embellishing the space, creating an atmosphere of elegance and charm within the lavish marble and red crystal decor. The soft-colored walls were adorned with renowned paintings, each capable of fetching millions of federal coins at auction. 2 rows of young female attendants, each possessing delicate features, showcased their long legs and high-slit kipeos. Their faces perpetually adorned with welcoming smiles. Armed security officers maintained order outside, their muscular forms resembling fierce beasts, barring entry to any unauthorized individuals. At the entrance stood over 100 prominent figures from Tianhua Bay City, arranged by their status. Among them, the woman hailed as the first goddess of Tianhua City, Liu Ruyan, had no choice but to stand alongside Qin Feng in a central position. Despite her resplendent beauty, her status was not elevated among this crowd. Leading the assembly was the base chief of Tianhua City, Chen Mingkai, a 5th-tier martial artist. Behind him stood 4 deputy base chiefs and 6 other 4th-tier martial artists. These influential figures, capable of shaking the very foundations of Tianhua Bay City, now waited with bated breath to welcome Gu Huayan, the 4th-tier alchemist dispatched by Gu Pharmaceutical. At last, a luxurious stretch limousine arrived and came to a halt before the Wangjiang building. The arrival invigorated Chen Mingkai and the others, who straightened their postures, eagerly awaiting the individual descending from the vehicle. Amidst the collective gaze, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a youth, exited the car, displaying utmost respect in both demeanor and actions. Young master, please step forward, Gu Huayan gestured with a smile, invitingly. Gu Weiwu nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping across the gathering. He paused momentarily at Liu Ruyan and Qin Feng's positions before shifting his attention elsewhere. Chen Mingkai's heart raced as he recognized Gu Weiwu's identity. The The son of the martial saint was known for avoiding interactions with individuals of their ilk, yet here he was, accompanying the alchemist from the Gu family. This could very well indicate that Gu Pharmaceuticals' foray into Tianhua Bay City was orchestrated by Gu Weiwu himself. Chun Minkai had no time for further contemplation and promptly led the others forward. Greeting with a smile, "I never expected young Master Gu to grace us with your presence today. It is truly an honor for us. Please, no need for formality. I am merely accompanying Alchemist Gu for a visit. Proceed as you originally intended. I shall observe at my leisure," Gu Weiwu replied, shaking his head with a serene smile. Ji Huayan's face lit up with pride. Given his status, he would normally never dream of encountering Gu Weiwu, let alone receiving such treatment. Chun Minkai could only maintain a polite smile for a moment before addressing Gu Huayan. "Alchemist Gu, thank you for your arduous journey. Please allow us to extend a small token of our hospitality." "Your kindness is appreciated," Gu Huayan responded with a somewhat detached smile. Nevertheless, Chun Minkai felt no offense and respectfully led Gu Weiwu and his companion into the Wangjiang building. Regardless of Gu Weiwu's unexpected prominence, Gu Huayan deserved to be treated with respect as well. As the three leaders entered the venue, the upper echelons, who had been mere background figures, finally followed suit. Among the crowd, Qin Feng stood out, disdainfully snorting, "It's just a fourth-tier alchemist. He doesn't merit this weight. I have a sixth-tier alchemist under my command." Lu Ruyan, observing Qin Feng's expression, felt a strong urge to slap him. Were it not for the absence of a suitable man at her side, she would never have brought him along. She tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, her face cold as she whispered, "Just find a quiet spot to wait. Do not act out." Qin Feng immediately plastered on a smile. "Understood, dear wife." Lu Ruyan inhaled deeply to steady her emotions at Qin Feng's insufferable demeanor and chose to ignore him, making her way into the Wangjiang building. With Gu Huayan's arrival, the meticulously prepared welcome banquet led by Chun Minkai officially commenced. Chun Minkai first delivered a welcoming speech on behalf of the Tianhua Bay City elite, followed by presenting a substantial gift list detailing offerings from various families and their business cards. Gu Huayan exchanged pleasantries before glancing at Gu Weiwu's expression and casually accepted the list. At this moment, the banquet was officially underway. Chun Minkai raised a glass towards Gu Weiwu, smiling as he said, "Thank you for gracing us with your presence, young Master Gu. A few days ago, you eliminated a nefarious foe in Tianhua Bay City, saving countless citizens. I toast to the hero. There is no need for formality. Ridding the Shunji Federation of evil is merely my duty," Gu Weiwu replied, raising his glass with a light chuckle. "Young Master Gu, your noble spirit," Chun Minkai praised, emptying his glass in one gulp. "You are too humble," Gu Weiwu remarked, taking a sip of his drink before turning to the assembly. "Today, I am merely here in accompaniment to Huayan and am not the focal point of this banquet. Please continue as planned." With Huayan at the center of attention. With that, Gu Weiwu patted Gu Huayan's shoulder and made his way to a nearby booth to sit. Chapter 28. Stirring the Hornet's Nest, young Master Gu? "Please feel free. Do not hesitate to command us should you need anything," Chun Minkai said, watching Gu Weiwu walk away, feeling a sense of relief. He had never intended to cultivate a relationship with Gu Weiwu. It was Gu Huayan, the fourth-tier alchemist, who warranted his utmost flattery. Taking too great a step could lead to unforeseen consequences. If Gu Weiwu remained in close proximity to Gu Huayan, there were certain things he would find difficult to express. "Base Chief Qin, if you have matters to discuss, please feel free to approach me. There is no need to disturb my young master for trivialities." Gu Huayan raised his glass, smiling faintly. Of course. Chun Minkai replied, raising his glass in a humble gesture. "Alchemist Gu, your journey has been arduous. Allow me to toast to you." The two exchanged a toast and began sharing information. Observing this interaction, those present were taken aback. Most of them were familiar with Gu Weiwu's existence, recognizing him as a hidden dragon in Tianhua Bay City. However, it was only today that they truly grasped the magnitude of his status. Base Chief Chun Minkai exhibited utmost deference to the fourth-tier alchemist, while Gu Huayan appeared subservient before Gu Weiwu, resembling a mere supporting character. The onlookers felt a chill, casting their gaze towards the handsome young man seated off to the side. Silently designating that area as a forbidden zone, they eagerly watched the exchange between Gu Huayan and Chun Minkai, ready to seize any opportunity to engage in conversation. Yet, the four deputy base chiefs encircled Gu Huayan like stars around the moon, making it impossible for anyone below the fourth tier to approach. Ji Huayan was more than pleased, turning a blind eye to the eager expectations of those around him, for he was not one to be easily swayed by the masses. The individuals below the fourth tier could only gaze longingly at the small circle, anxiously awaiting their chance, too intimidated to intrude. Humph, merely a fourth-tier alchemist. Just wait until I deplete your stock of elixirs. We shall see how arrogant you remain. Qian Duo pinched a piece of delicately shaped pastry and popped it into his mouth, the not-so-small rectangular treat appearing diminutive against his radish-like fingers. He had intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with the fourth-tier alchemist today, but now found himself unable even to catch a glimpse of him. Nevertheless, he could already envision Gu Huayan's desperate attempts to curry favor with him. Possessing an almost endless supply of spirit stones through his divine wealth system, it was only a matter of time before a fourth-tier alchemist would kneel before him in reverence. And that Gu Weiwu? Merely a product of a well-to-do family. What was he trying to flaunt? In comparison to his limitless spirit stones, the Gu family was nothing but a trifling entity destined to be crushed beneath his immense wealth. Qian Duo swallowed another piece of pastry, his thoughts swirling with malice. Such small-minded individuals, truly, what limited perspectives they possessed. Lin Tian observed the myriad of behaviors at the banquet with a dismissive smile. It was laughable how a mere fourth-tier alchemist could incite such frenzy among these people. In his previous life, it would have been a source of amusement. He had been a formidable figure on the endless continent. Known as the Demon Sky Sword Master, his status in this world akin to that of a martial saint. Back then, not even an eighth-tier alchemist would dare to approach him without utmost respect. Had he not been forcibly dragged here by his overbearing father, he would still be at home diligently training for the martial examination, preparing to seize the top position and acquire boundless resources. Yet, fortuitously, he had come and stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. Lin Tian's gaze shifted toward Gu Weiwu, his lips curling into a sly smile. He could easily discern Gu Weiwu's exceptional qualities, though his vitality was not outwardly apparent. Lin Tian's martial saint-level perception revealed the perfection of his physique, indicative of at least a Zyra-level body refinement talent. If he could refine Gu Weiwu, he was confident he could reclaim his peak within a decade, and perhaps even surpass it. Lin Tian had resolved to include Gu Weiwu on his primary hunting list. Though it was not the right time to act, opportunities would surely arise in the future. What did it matter if his father was a martial saint? He was unrestrained in his pursuits. Such a perfect physique, it was almost divine. Li Fan fixed his gaze on Gu Weiwu, desperately suppressing his excitement. The nearly boundless profound Tao rhythm emanating from that body seemed to reveal to him the very essence of the heavens, even more precious than the entire universe. Since acquiring his extraordinary insight 3 months ago, he had yet to witness such an abundance of spiritual essence in a single individual. Even the most formidable base leader, Chen Chengwu, appeared to him as nothing more than an ordinary man. Yet, the young master of the Gu family, merely by observing him, ignited a torrent of inspiration within Li Fan. Suddenly, countless ideas coalesced, forming the initial concepts of a skill. Hunyuan body transformation technique. This method could reverse the acquired into the innate, reshaping one's natural talents, with just a drop of gifted blood to act as a catalyst. Combined with ample spiritual energy, one could transform oneself into a second-rate genius, potentially elevating their talent to the level of a morning star. Li Fan's heart raced as he gazed at Gu Weiwu with increasing fervor, mingled with deep jealousy. He derived such a formidable technique merely from observation. How extraordinary was this person's innate talent? With his mortal-level 7th-tier talent paired with his unparalleled insight, he had managed to break through from the 9th tier of body refinement to the 3rd tier of sky ascension within 3 months, even matching his father, who was 4 tiers above him, in combat. If he possessed morning star-level cultivation talent, how rapid would his progress be? If only he could dissect Gu Weiwu for research, he might just be able to claim that talent for himself. Such an unimaginable opportunity. Li Fan's heart burned with fervor, an overwhelming greed compelling him to consume Gu Weiwu whole. Yet, he knew he must exercise patience. Gu Weiwu had the strength to eliminate the possessed Yi Chen, and any potential guards nearby would complicate matters further. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within them. The disparity in their statuses was far too great. If it came to underhanded tactics, He would undoubtedly be no match for Gu Weiwu. It would be best to find an opportune moment to gauge Gu Weiwu's true nature. Seated nearby, Gu Weiwu toyed with a wine glass, the clear liquid reflecting a brilliant luminosity. Beside him sat Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, who refrained from stepping onto Gu Huayan's red carpet. After all, in terms of status, Gu Huayan was far beneath them. Should they tread the red carpet, the banquet's host would merely serve as a backdrop, which would not do. In this small Tianhua-based city, hidden talents abounded. Gu Weiwu took a sip of the wine. Exclaiming in admiration, he had hoped to encounter some potential experts in Tianhua-based city, but unexpectedly discovered several protagonists. Within the brief time he had been present at the banquet, the system notifications had chimed several times. System notification. The child of fate Qian Duo harbors hostility towards you. System notification. The child of fate Lin Tian harbors hostility towards you. System notification. The child of fate Li Fan harbors hostility towards you. System notification. The child of fate Qin Feng harbors hostility towards you. He turned to observe, for exceptionally unique panels materializing before him, each possessing a miraculous golden finger. Heavenly insight, divine wealth system, rebirth of a strong man, maximum level son-in-law, far superior to the basic templates of Yi Chun. Setting aside the familiar name Qin Feng, 3 more children of fate bore animosity towards him, all within this seemingly trivial banquet, truly remarkable. Including the deceased Yi Chun, a mere second-tier Bay City had gathered 5 children of fate. Gu Weiwu found himself questioning his life choices. How had the seemingly innocuous choice of a secluded development location turned so perilous? Was he destined to be entangled with the protagonists, unable to escape? Yet, he found solace in the awakening of his villainous plundering system, which would allow him to hunt these individuals without fear. Chapter 29. The protagonists prepare to strike. Make a note of those 3. And upon returning, we shall investigate their backgrounds. Exercise utmost caution during the inquiry. It is imperative they remain unaware of our actions. Ji Weiwu subtly tapped his fingers 3 times and spoke softly. Understood, young master. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, keenly observant of Gu Weiwu's instructions, immediately committed the appearances of Qian Duo, Li Fan, and Lin Tian to memory. Meanwhile, Gu Huayan was engaged in light-hearted banter with the 5 base leaders. Master Gu, it is a regretful encounter today. It is indeed our honor to have such a talent residing in Tianhua Base City, Chun Mingkai exclaimed, his words laced with genuine admiration. I dare not claim to be a great talent. I am but an ordinary person, Gu Huayan humbly replied, shaking his head. I and my family, prodigies abound. I am merely one among the multitude. Were it not for the family's kindness in nurturing me from a young age, my achievements would likely mirror those of the 4 deputy base leaders. How could he possibly claim the glory of being a 5th-tier breakthrough realm expert and a 4th-tier alchemist? Master Gu? You are far too modest. You are no mere ordinary individual. Qin Mingkai chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to voice his thoughts. Ji Huayan smiled faintly and said, feel free to speak your mind. In the years to come, I shall be collaborating closely with all of you, so there is no need for formality. Chun Mingkai forced a smile, saying, I had originally intended to invite some of the outstanding talents from Tianhua Bay City to participate in a friendly competition. But since you refer to yourself as an ordinary person, how could those lesser talents from remote areas dare to come forward? Haha, true heroes need not emerge from renowned places. I believe Tianhua Bay City harbors many geniuses. Let us proceed with your plan and allow them to showcase their skills. Gu Huayan casually produced a small jade vial and placed it on the table, chuckling. I shall offer a bottle of 4th-tier bone-strengthening pills as a prize. Let us see which talented individual can claim it. Though he held little interest in the so-called talents of this 2nd-tier Bay City, appearances were still important. Moreover, he was aware of 3 genuine talents within the Bay City. He could not afford to belittle his own young master and the future elders of the clan. Of course, he had no intention of awarding the young master a pill. The 3 young masters would never demean themselves by participating in the competition. Master Gu, your generosity is truly commendable. Had I been a bit younger, I might have joined in to challenge the younger generation, Chun Mingkai remarked, glancing at the vial on the table with a smile. While he joked, it underscored the value of the elixir. The 4th-tier bone-strengthening pill could enhance a martial artist's skeletal structure without side effects, increasing their physical prowess significantly. 1 pill could boost strength by an additional 30,000 kilograms. Up to a bottle could be consumed, yielding a total enhancement of 300,000 kilograms, equivalent to adding the strength of 3 standard 9th-tier Blood Chi Realm practitioners. For the youths preparing for the martial examination, it was a life-altering opportunity. Chen Mingkai exchanged glances with the 4 deputy base leaders, who understood the unspoken message and began their preparations. Soon, a circular space with a diameter of 20 meters was cleared in the center of the hall. Designated as the competition arena, Chen Mingkai stood up and declared, "Today, Master Gu has graced Tianhua Base City with his presence, and I have arranged this arena for a friendly competition. Master Gu, possessing a heart for justice, has generously provided a bottle of 4th-tier bone-strengthening pills as a prize. I invite all the young talents to step forward and demonstrate their abilities, ensuring that Master Gu's goodwill is not in vain." Gu Weiwu's interest was piqued. He was eager to witness whether the 4 children of fate would clash, to gauge their capabilities. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in excitement. Though the dignitaries understood the competition's purpose, they had not anticipated that Gu Huayan would present such a valuable item as the 4th-tier bone-strengthening pill. As they gazed at the cleared space, they urged their sons to step forward. At the very least, it would allow them to make an impression before the base leaders, and if one could secure the top position, the rewards would be even greater. Lin Tian, Li Fan, and Qian Duo, the 3 fated children, all harbored fiery aspirations within their hearts. However, after considering his own combat prowess at the 6th level of Qi and Blood, Qian Duo decided against stepping forward to invite humiliation upon himself. He merely possessed boundless spirit stones, and his own tangible strength was insufficient to make an impact in Tianhua Bay City, where there was no avenue to expend his wealth. Lin Tian, on the other hand, yearned to acquire the bone-strengthening pill. Confident in his mastery of the 3rd level of Void Ascendance and his unparalleled swordsmanship, he felt assured of victory. Yet, upon glancing in Gu Weiwu's direction, he opted to remain still for the time being. He still sought to refine Gu Weiwu and could not afford to reveal himself too soon in the eyes of this son of a martial saint. "I shall take it. The bone-strengthening pill is destined to be mine today," Li Fan declared, stepping lightly out of the gathering, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though his innate talent was unremarkable, his comprehension was extraordinary. However, such comprehension could only amplify his power without altering his physical capabilities. Presently, at the 3rd level of Void Ascendance, he possessed a foundational strength of nearly 1.2 million kilograms. Should he obtain this vial of bone-strengthening pill, it would grant him a significant leap in strength. Li Fan boldly positioned himself at the center of the arena, casting a disdainful gaze upon the other young challengers. Among them was a scion of the Li Feihong family, rumored to have concealed his strength for 3 months prior to suddenly revealing his prowess at the 3rd level of Qi and Blood, a feat that was indeed remarkable. One individual gazed at Li Fan with awe. The 3rd level of Qi and Blood. Previously, this would have placed him among the top 3 talents in Tianhua Bay City. With a stroke of luck, he could even vie for the 1st position. Another, puzzled, remarked, "Yet the Li family is not insignificant." There was no need for him to hide. Unfortunately, while the 3rd level of Qi and Blood was noteworthy in years past, it held little weight this year. One individual shook his head, dismissing Li Fan's concealment. This year, it seemed that every senior student was formidable. The 3rd level of Qi and Blood barely ranked around 15th. Not to mention, there existed Gu Weiwu, who had slain a 3rd-tier demonic warrior. That moment, a tall youth stepped onto the stage, positioning himself opposite Li Fan. Among the elites, Hong Ji, feigning modesty, proclaimed, "This is my son, now at the 6th level of Qi and Blood. His strength is rather unremarkable. The 6th level of Qi and Blood. Your son is indeed a dragon among men." A few gathered around him, expressing their admiration. 18. Achieving the 6th level of Qi and Blood would secure him a place in one of the 88 prestigious martial arts academies, ensuring an unlimited future ahead. In Chapter 30, Li Fan seeks trouble. On the stage, the tall youth clasped his fists in salute, stating solemnly, "Hong Gang, I seek your guidance." "Li Fan," he replied dismissively, barely sparing a glance. The so-called talents here were but mere chickens and dogs in the face of his extraordinary comprehension. "If you seek humiliation, then come at me." Hong Gang, incensed by Li Fan's disdain, immediately charged forward with a punch. Advanced martial art. Falling stone fist. He struck with such force that it sounded like a massive boulder tumbling down a steep cliff, capable of reducing a person to pulp. "Go flaunt such trivial skills before me?" Li Fan scoffed, countering with a punch of his own. Utilizing the same advanced martial art, the falling stone fist, his punch was far more ferocious. It resembled not a falling boulder but a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Boom! Without any suspense, Hongmeng was sent crashing to the ground, his muscular frame trembling upon impact. Had Li Fan not held back, he would have been utterly obliterated. You also know the falling stone fist? Hongmeng struggled to rise, incredulity etched across his face. It's so difficult. This mere advanced martial art? Li Fan sneered. Although he had not known the technique before, with his extraordinary comprehension, he had mastered it by merely observing Hongmeng. Enduring his pain, Hongmeng forced himself out of the ring. To be overwhelmed by someone using the same martial art was an utter disgrace. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to those around him. Yet now he resembled a duck caught by the throat, his face ashen and speechless. He had never anticipated that his son, at the 6th level of qi and blood, would fall so swiftly at the hands of Li Fan, who had just moments ago received a bone-strengthening pill. Hong Ji shot a dark glance at Li Fan, plotting to seize an opportunity for retribution later. Is there anyone else? Li Fan called out from the stage. His tone haughty. If anyone wishes to challenge me, step forward. Do not waste my time, though not be so arrogant. I shall face you. A young man, brimming with youthful vigor, stepped forward. Yet Li Fan merely cast a glance, confidently declaring, those below the level of void ascendants should not come forth to humiliate themselves. I am already at the 3rd level of void ascendants. As he spoke, he soared into the air, rising over 2 meters above the ground. Hiss! Several youths who had intended to continue retreated, silenced. The 1st level of void ascendants equated to 3 times the strength of the 9th level of qi and blood. The 3rd level was 9 times. Even if 100 of these young aspirants banded together, they would stand no chance against Li Fan. Meanwhile, Hong Ji, who had been scheming in the shadows, retracted his thoughts. Li Fan's level was but 4 tiers below his own. A talent of this age was not someone he could contend with. Qian Duo frowned slightly, adding yet another competitor to his list. Lin Tian observed coldly, as if regarding a fool, while also noting Li Fan for future refinement. Point 1. Who does not know how to conceal their brilliance is destined for an early demise. Seated in the upper tiers, Gu Huayan was astonished. He had not expected to witness a true talent. Achieving the 3rd level of void ascendance at such a young age was indeed a standard for genius within the Gu family. Only with at least a stellar-level cultivation talent and ample resources could one achieve such a feat. Gu Huayan sighed. Turning to Chen Mingkai, Tianhua Base City is indeed a place teeming with talent. It has truly opened my eyes. You flatter me, Master Gu, Chen Mingkai replied with a forced smile. The sudden emergence of Li Fan had not been in his plans, as the talents he had favored were still cowering below the stage. Unconcerned with Chen Mingkai's thoughts, Gu Huayan picked up a vial of pills from the table and strode toward the stage where Li Fan stood. Master Gu is personally presenting the award. It appears he holds Li Fan in high regard, of course, at 18, achieving the 3rd level of void ascendance. Where would he not be esteemed? The crowd looked on enviously at Li Fan, realizing that securing the recognition of a 4th-tier alchemist from a prominent family would ensure his future resources were guaranteed. If he performed well, he might even be invited to work for the Gu family. A prospect full of promise. Li Fan, I see your talent shining brightly. You will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Please accept this vial of bone-strengthening pill, and should you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out, Gu Huayan said warmly, extending the vial to Li Fan. Thank you, Master Gu, Li Fan replied. Neither obsequious nor arrogant, a mere 4th-tier alchemist was hardly worthy of his gratitude. Once he entered the martial arts university, a few days in the library would allow him to master anything. Thanks to his extraordinary comprehension, Ji Huayan's expression stiffened, feeling as though he had pressed a warm face against a cold backside. Since this young man did not appreciate the gesture, he saw no reason to continue his pursuit. With a flick of his sleeve, he returned to Chen Mingkai, his expression cold. Chen Mingkai quickly offered words of consolation. Master Gu, do not be upset. He is merely an ignorant young man from a remote area. When he matures, he will realize the magnitude of the opportunity he has missed today. Ji Huayan's countenance softened considerably. He was no longer as furious. Oh dear, this unfortunate child. At that moment, Li Fan's father, Li Gang, was seething with anger. A group of nobles nearby cast disdainful glances. secretly mocking the Li family for their failure to seize the opportunity. They had squandered a golden chance to ascend and even offended a potential benefactor. It was truly foolish. Li Gang awaited his son's return, eager to chastise him thoroughly. Meanwhile, Li Fan remained standing atop the stage, showing no inclination to descend. He directed his gaze toward Gu Weiwu, who was spectating, and called out loudly, "I have heard that young Master Gu recently vanquished a void ascendance demon. Your prowess is truly remarkable. I implore you to engage in a duel with me, so I may witness your skills firsthand." He still coveted Gu Weiwu's blood. Obtaining it would elevate his talent to stellar level, enhancing his chances of claiming the top spot in the upcoming martial examination in just over half a month. Only by challenging him here could he ensure his own safety while gaining insight into Gu Weiwu's capabilities, possibly inspiring a groundbreaking martial technique. "Impudent. Get down from the stage at once. Who do you think you are to challenge the young master?" Gu Huayan thundered, his aura of the breaking army realm radiating fiercely. He could tolerate insults aimed at himself, but would not abide any affront against Gu Weiwu. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Li Gang's face turned pale, as if he might shatter under the pressure. Chen Mingkai's expression shifted, yet he did not intervene in Gu Huayan's fury. After all, Li Fan had overstepped, having just accepted a pill from them. He now sought to challenge their young master. Undeterred by Gu Huayan's wrath, Li Fan maintained his composure, addressing Gu Weiwu once more. "Young Master Gu, I beseech you to engage in a duel. If you are unwilling, you need only say so." Gu Huayan was on the verge of losing control, ready to strike Li Fan down. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "Do not be so agitated. I admire his courage." Gu Huayan was taken aback. The command from Gu Weiwu forced him to remain seated. Since the young master forbade him from acting, he would comply. "I knew you would accept the challenge," Li Fan exclaimed, his excitement evident as he beamed at Gu Weiwu. He envisioned the enhancements he would gain from Gu Weiwu's blood, and with his extraordinary comprehension, he would truly soar. Although it was said that Gu Weiwu was also at the level of void ascendance and had slain a third-tier demonic warrior, Li Fan's ambition remained undeterred. However, with his extraordinary innate talent and the formidable strength of 1.2 million kilograms at the third level of the Skyward Realm, he is confident that there is no rival within this realm. Today, should he triumph over the son of the martial saint here, his name shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the world. Chapter 31. A single blow. Gu Weiwu rose from his elegant seat and strode towards Li Fan on the arena. His pace was unhurried, yet he exuded an imposing presence akin to a mountain pressing down, making it difficult for others to breathe. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon Gu Weiwu. Filled with awe, the young man, clad in splendid attire, was strikingly distinguished from the common crowd. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes as she marveled at Gu Weiwu, acknowledging him as the scion of a prestigious family. His grace captivating all. Beside her, Qin Feng observed Lu Ruyan's expression and felt a surge of jealousy, his animosity towards Gu Weiwu deepening. He sneered at Gu Weiwu, anticipating his impending humiliation. With his keen insight, having nearly broken through to the 7th rank of martial artists, he recognized Li Fan's extraordinary talent and was uncertain about defeating him, even on equal terms. Regardless of whether Gu Weiwu emerged victorious or not, he was determined to make him look foolish. Lin Tian and Qian Duo also watched intently from the sidelines, already considering Gu Weiwu their foe, and it was indeed a fortunate opportunity to test him through Li Fan. "Ladies and gentlemen, witness the splendor of our young master," Gu Huayan proclaimed with a sweeping glance, his voice ringing out. As a member of the Gu family, he was naturally brimming with confidence in Gu Weiwu. Especially after hearing of Gu Weiwu's recent conquest over a third-tier demonic martial artist, his trust in his young master intensified. Having just been incensed by Li Fan's provocation, he was eager to watch Li Fan reap what he had sown. "Young Master Gu possesses a celestial grace. Victory is assured," Chen Mingkai exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. This was echoed by Chen Chongwu and 3 other deputy base leaders, followed by the heads of various factions from the Tianhua base city. Li Fan's father, Li Gang, appeared lost in the crowd, his complexion pale and his spirit weary. In mere moments, as Gu Weiwu approached Li Fan, the arena erupted with cheers for Gu Weiwu. Li Fan's face turned ashen, a flame of fury igniting within him. "Gu Weiwu, I shall defeat you here. This world ultimately reveres martial prowess, not mere volume." He was consumed by jealousy towards Gu Weiwu, questioning why he deserved such a prestigious lineage to be celebrated. While he was relegated to mere background, the louder the crowd cheered, the more his anger swelled, fueling his determination to vanquish Gu Weiwu. Indeed, this world ultimately honors martial strength. Gu Weiwu sighed and addressed Li Fan with profound meaning. Everything you desire is here. Feel free to take it. Li Fan's heart trembled, nearly convinced that Gu Weiwu had discerned his intent for blood. Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved that if he could defeat Gu Weiwu, everything would be his. The yellow-grade intermediate martial art, Shadow Step, Eightfold. This martial art, refined from the advanced Shadow Step through his extraordinary comprehension, was the sole copy within the entire Tianhua base city. Li Fan's steps became ethereal, his figure flickering and then vanishing, leaving behind a lingering shadow that slowly dissipated. 8 phantoms then surrounded Gu Weiwu, each indistinguishable from Li Fan himself, as his true form shifted among them. Should he find the perfect opportunity, a single strike would secure his victory, a yellow-grade martial art mastered to its pinnacle. Chun Minkai rose in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Li Fan in the arena. How is this possible? No one in Tianhua base city possesses such a level of footwork. How did he learn it? The 4 deputy base leaders were similarly dumbfounded. While martial arts can be taught by masters, how had Li Fan managed to elevate it to such an apex? How old could he possibly be? Chun Minkai was deeply shaken. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 4 stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and pinnacle. To master a yellow-grade intermediate martial art by the age of 18 was an unprecedented talent in his experience. After all, he himself was over 40, with his sole yellow-grade intermediate fist technique still stuck at the major achievement stage. Gu Huayan's expression darkened, his concern for the young master growing. Initially believing Li Fan to be merely a poor lad from Tianhua base city, he was astonished to discover that he had cultivated a yellow-grade intermediate martial art to such a degree. Even among their own family, this constituted a considerable talent. Meanwhile, on the arena, Li Fan circled around Gu Weiwu, seeking a flaw to exploit. Although he was resolute in his belief of victory, he did not underestimate Gu Weiwu. His record warranted caution. Yet, Gu Weiwu remained unfazed, his gaze locked onto the true Li Fan amidst the phantoms. Their foundations were vastly different, so much so that martial arts could not bridge the gap. Li Fan's flashy maneuvers appeared utterly absurd to Gu Weiwu. Finally, unable to contain himself, Li Fan launched a surprise attack from behind. The yellow-grade superior martial art, Tiger's Roar Fist, also cultivated to its pinnacle. This was the most powerful technique he had gleaned from the foundational Dragon Tiger stance, capable of rivaling Earth-grade martial arts. His fist surged forth like a ferocious tiger pouncing, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, his strength amplified 5-fold, reaching an astounding 6 million kilograms, double that of a standard 9th-level Skyward Realm martial artist. Another pinnacle yellow-grade martial art? Chun Minkai gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by the revelation. For Li Fan, at such a young age, to have mastered 2 yellow-grade martial arts to their apex was simply unfathomable. Such a Li Fan possessed immense combat prowess, capable of standing out even in the Federal Martial Arts examination. Young master, Gu Huayan's eyes darkened, a string of anxiety tightening within him. Should Gu Weiwu show even the slightest hint of defeat, he would immediately intervene to slay Li Fan on the spot. Yet now, on the arena, faced with Li Fan's strongest assault, Gu Weiwu remained unfazed. Ocean-swallowing spell. A mere trial today, in an instant. An eerie force enveloped his body, akin to an infinitely massive celestial body collapsing. Its terrifying gravity threatening to consume all matter. The audience in the arena involuntarily averted their eyes, feeling as though their very souls were being drawn in. Lin Tian and Qin Feng wore grave expressions, while Qian Duoduo was so startled that he struggled to steady his pastry. An elder in the hall also revealed himself, watching the arena with a serious and composed demeanor. The Gu family's young master astonished him, while the lad opposite stirred his admiration for talent. In the arena, Li Fan, poised in a perfect attack stance, was suddenly affected. The 6 million kilograms of force he had gathered in his fist dissipated in an instant, his entire being drawn in like a leaf caught in a current. What kind of technique is this? Li Fan's expression turned to one of horror as he exerted all his strength to resist this terrifying gravitational force. Alas, no matter how he struggled, he could not budge an inch. It was like an ant attempting to shake a tree, like a mere insect gazing at the heavens. Smack! Gu Weiwu calmly extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping Li Fan's neck, coldly regarding him. Is that all? He understood that Li Fan's unique advantage lay in his extraordinary comprehension. Yet, sometimes, such innate talent could be a double-edged sword. Encountering an evil god might lead to greater despair. Freshly embarked on his journey, what right did Li Fan possess to behold a transcendent secret art representing the path of devouring? Chapter 32. Shocking everyone. Cough cough. Li Fan gazed at Gu Weiwu. His eyes filled with immeasurable dread. With his extraordinary comprehension, he beheld an all-consuming black hole, embodying an unspeakable terror. The black hole threatened to swallow him whole, plunging him into an ever-deepening void. Gu Weiwu scoffed, nodding at an elder in the hall before releasing his grip on Li Fan. As expected, yet another meddlesome old fool appeared. Thud! Li Fan collapsed to the ground, all his strength drained. System notification. The child of fortune, Li Fan, has suffered a moderate setback, losing 20 points of fortune value. Gu Weiwu remained unfazed, his right hand grasping the bottle of strengthening elixir that Gu Huaiyan had just given to Li Fan. He scanned the hall, tossing the elixir to Hong Gang, who had first challenged Li Fan, with a light-hearted remark, "In your prime, such a reward is deserved." Having said this, Gu Weiwu cast a glance at Qian Duoduo and Lin Tian before departing with Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang amidst a profound silence. "Thank you for your generosity, young Master Gu." Only after Gu Weiwu's figure exited the building did Hong Gang, clutching the elixir bottle, awaken from his stupor, bowing 3 times in gratitude towards the door. With this elixir, he could enhance his strength to that of a first-level Skyward Realm practitioner, securing his position in the elite 88 martial arts universities. Filled with joy, he proclaimed, "If the young master does not forsake me, I would gladly serve as your subordinate." Hongzhi waited a moment before lifting his son Hong Gang, guiding him to boast about his fortune. As Hong Gang spoke, the hall erupted in a cacophony. The applause, which should have erupted at Gu Weiwu's victory, was momentarily stifled by the sheer shock of his display, but now it crescendoed to a fever pitch. Young Master Gu is truly extraordinary. That terrifying martial art is beyond my wildest dreams. One person reflected on the extraordinary martial art just witnessed, eyes glazed with wonder. To stand still and unleash one's full strength, only to have Li Fan submissively offer his neck, was utterly terrifying. Another person imagined themselves in Li Fan's position, shivering at the thought that their life and death lay in another's hands. The grade of that martial art must surely surpass the Earth grade. The 5 ruling families indeed possessed unfathomable depth. One speculated about the martial arts grade, unable to suppress their yearning. If only they could possess such a martial art, it would be a dream come true. Yet, such dreams were unattainable, for only the most gifted could even hope to grasp such a level of martial art. Despite Li Fan's casual mastery of 2 pinnacle yellow-grade martial arts, most individuals required decades of diligent practice to achieve even one advanced martial art, let alone the unfathomable might of Earth-grade or Heaven-grade martial arts. So, do you now know what realm young Master Gu occupies? One person inquired, somewhat puzzled. The pinnacle of the Skyward Realm? Another ventured hesitantly. How is that possible? The 9th level of the Void Realm cannot toy with Li Fan as if he were a mere plaything. Someone immediately retorted. Hiss, could it be that he has reached the 4th stage of the Breaking Army Realm? One individual said in disbelief. The capital of the Divine Martial Federation, Shindu, has a genius ranking that records all sorts of prodigies under the age of 18. This list is publicly available online, and even the top-ranked individual is merely at the 8th level of the Void Realm, 100-fold away from the Breaking Army Realm. It must be the Breaking Army Realm. Just recently, Li Fan had already surpassed the limits of the Void Realm with the support of 2 peak-level yellow-grade martial arts. Young Master Gu must indeed be at the Breaking Army Realm to wield such effortless strength. A middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and stated with utmost certainty, a practitioner of the Breaking Army Realm at such a young age is not only destined for a boundless future, but is also a figure of prominence in Tianhua Bay City. The crowd sighed in unison, having accepted the fact that Gu Weiwu is indeed at the 4th stage of the Breaking Army Realm. Their awe for Gu Weiwu deepened, initially stemming from his status, now rooted in his personal prowess. They couldn't help but lament that this young Master Gu had lived a tranquil life in Tianhua Bay City for 10 years, and had it not been for the demonic warriors and this Li Fan, they would remain oblivious to the true dragon he is. Jiu Huayan sat at the head of the table, observing all the expressions below with satisfaction at his young master's grandeur. However, upon noticing Li Fan and his father embracing each other, he let out a cold snort. Today, with such petty individuals present, I shall not linger, Director Chen. Take care of yourself. That Li Fan, refusing my goodwill and even daring to provoke the young master, is truly insufferable. Originally, it was a great opportunity for the young master to cultivate connections by attending this event. Yet now, who knows what he thinks? Gu Huayan flicked his sleeve and immediately rose to leave. Master Gu, please wait. Chen Mingkai and 4 deputy directors rose to retain him, their faces filled with regret. There is no need to keep me. Gu Huayan did not look back as he strode out of the Wangjiang building. Lu Rian's expression soured immediately. She had come here intending to discuss the business conflicts between Gu Pharmaceuticals and the Lu Group with Gu Huayan. With him gone, her plans had naturally fallen through. Alas, Lu Rian sighed, feeling somewhat weary as she sat down. She could only comfort herself internally, thinking that the Lu family is merely in decline, while the Li family that has offended Gu Weiwu is doomed. Qin Feng, however, was unfazed. He held a particular disdain for Gu Weiwu and did not wish for Lu Ruyan to seek assistance from the Gu family. Yet, recalling Gu Weiwu's earlier display, he felt a sense of trepidation. That peculiar and powerful martial art was something even he had never encountered. Meanwhile, Chen Mingkai could only escort the 4 deputy directors until Gu Huayan left in his vehicle, at which point they halted. All of them wore gloomy expressions. What had started as a splendid banquet, with Gu Danshi presenting 4th stage elixirs as prizes, had ended in such a manner. Upon returning, they would ensure the Li family understands the grave consequences of poor parenting. Chen Mingkai, watching Gu Huayan's vehicle disappear, spoke darkly to the 4 deputy directors. Jiu Huayan represents not only a 4th stage alchemist, but also the colossal Gu Pharmaceuticals. It is important to know that of the 30,000 base cities in the Divine Martial Federation, less than 10,000 have Gu Pharmaceuticals operating within them, all of which have received substantial support. While his political achievements might be manageable, the hope of procuring high-stage elixirs from Gu Huayan for cultivation had now vanished. This incident has even left a negative impression on the reclusive young master of the Gu family. Were it not for his unwavering determination in martial arts, he would be contemplating his demise. We understand, the 4 base directors replied in unison, their faces hardening with resolve. Their animosity toward the Li family exceeded that of Chen Mingkai. As a 5th stage practitioner, his needs from Gu Huayan were not substantial. But they, as 4th stage practitioners, were reliant on Gu Huayan for their breakthroughs into the 5th stage. They would not let the Li family ruin their prospects without retribution. They each managed one of the 4 major functions of Tianhua Bay City. Any one of them would be enough to trouble the Li family, and with all 4 working together, they would surely extract a heavy toll. Well then, let's get to work. Think of a way to apologize to Gu Danshi. Chen Mingkai commanded, turning to leave. The 4 deputy directors exchanged glances, glancing one last time at the Wangjiang building hall, before each boarded their respective vehicles and departed. Chapter 33. The line of apologizers at this moment. Gu Weiwu, who was regarded by many as a 4th stage breaking army realm practitioner, opened his system panel. Host. Gu Weiwu physique. Primordial body. Cultivation. Blood Qi level 9. Blood Qi strength. 40-fold standard quality. Blood Qi capacity. 170-fold standard capacity. Body strength. 170-fold standard strength. Body output. 110. 77 million kilograms. Technique. Tai Yindao Book Super Divine Level. Characteristics. Subduing Dragon and Tiger Golden Body, Shinong Refining Dao, Martial Arts, Dragon Tiger Fist Manual Heavenly Grade Supreme, Silk Winding Force Mysterious Grade Upper Tier. Basic Martial Arts Summary. Secret Techniques, Sea Devouring Spell Super Divine Level, Treasures, Supreme Space Ring, Panlong Spear Set, 1 to 8 stages, Demon Suppressing Blade Set, 1 to 8 stages, 8th Stage Revitalizing Herb, 8th Stage Venomous Dragon Saliva. Fate Value. 40 points. The 5th stage Yin Yun flower, obtained from Yi Chun, had already been consumed, adding a fire attribute to his blood qi while activating the characteristics of Shinong Refining Dao, enhancing his blood qi strength 10-fold compared to standard levels, and increasing his blood qi capacity and body strength by 20-fold each. since he used the sea-devouring spell to absorb 500 top-grade spirit stones. 3 days had passed, during which he practiced the silk-winding force to control his surging power without meditating. Yet despite this, he had still advanced from the 6th level of Blood Chi realm to the 9th level. His strength had surged by 30 million kilograms, breaking the 100 million kilograms threshold in basic power. Ji Weiwu glanced at his remaining fate value before closing the system panel. Today, he had discovered 3 new children of destiny, relieving him of concerns about not having anyone to deal with for a long time. At that moment, Zhang Tai, feeling somewhat indignant, exclaimed, "That Li Fan today is too ungrateful. Should I go and deal with him?" "There's no need. Focus on the tasks I previously entrusted to you and avoid stirring up unnecessary trouble." Ji Weiwu, recalling the warning from Ing Yuan, replied with a cold smile. "The Wang of the Heba family has set his sights on Li Fan. I will deal with him once I have the time." He was not yet ready to open multiple fronts against Qin Feng, whose targeting had just begun. That white-haired elder was a member of the Heba family, a family renowned alongside the Gu family, and had engaged with the Shadow Master several times. His presence here was likely to observe and counterbalance him after hearing news of his rise following the slaying of a third-stage practitioner. It seems that Li Fan is indeed a child of destiny, always under the protection of others. "Understood, young master." Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang responded, both somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that this small Tianhua Bay city would see the emergence of a Wang beyond the Shadow Master, who so fortuitously had taken an interest in Li Fan. "How has your training progressed lately?" Gu Weiwu shifted his focus to the cultivation status of his 2 confidants. Zhang Tai, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Realm, gaining insights into the techniques under the guidance of the Shadow Master." Zhang Gang added, "I am on a similar path, with progress nearly identical to my brothers." They both looked at Gu Weiwu and spoke in unison. "We feel ashamed for not being able to contribute to the young master. Failing to live up to your expectations?" They had initially believed that being by the young master's side would allow them to make significant contributions, yet whether it was today's Li Fan or the previous Yi Chen, they felt uncertain in securing victories. "You both have done well enough. There is no need for self-reproach." Ji Weiwu shook his head, offering words of comfort. These 2 young men were among the top-tier talents below the children of destiny, capable of competing with heirs from prominent families in Shindu. However, if they were to be compared with those who had extraordinary advantages, it would be somewhat unfair. After all, the peers of the protagonist only had significant roles early on. Most of the protagonist's later arcs involved overcoming the older generation. Go back and investigate Li Fan and those 3 individuals. While you are working, do not forget to continue your training and consult the Shadow Master if you encounter any issues. Gu Weiwu casually tossed a batch of resources to the 2, speaking calmly. They were his future backbone, the next generation of martial kings from the Gu family, and his longtime followers, deserving of proper cultivation. "Thank you, young master." Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang replied in unison, tears of gratitude in their eyes. They resolved to ensure that all matters were handled flawlessly, to practice diligently, and to contribute even more to Gu Weiwu. The master treats them as national heroes, and they vowed to repay him with their lives. Gu Weiwu waved them off, remaining in the training room to diligently practice martial arts. The next day, at the Hua House Villa, before Villa Number 1, Chen Mingkai stood with a respectful demeanor, holding a gift box, standing not far from the villa's entrance, notifying the servants inside. Behind him, several high-ranking individuals from Tianhua Bay City also arrived with gifts, evidently here to offer their apologies. "Young master, Chen Mingkai, the base director of Tianhua Bay City, has come with gifts to seek an audience, wishing to apologize for yesterday's misunderstanding." Zhang Tai reported to Gu Weiwu. "Let him in. He can find Gu Huayan." Gu Weiwu waved his hand dismissively, stating indifferently, he had no intention of holding Chen Mingkai accountable, but also lacked the time to converse with someone of his stature. Gu Huayan, whom he had summoned, was the one suited to handle such trivial matters. "Understood. I will instruct him to leave." Zhang Tai immediately withdrew. Shortly after, Chen Mingkai, looking somewhat troubled, departed from the entrance of Villa No. 1 with his gifts in hand, turning instead toward another direction in the Hua House Villa. Other high-ranking individuals from Tianhua Bay City closely followed, forming a substantial procession of apologies. All of this transpired due to a mishap during a welcoming banquet yesterday. Their initial intention was to curry favor with Gu Huayan. However, their efforts backfired, leaving Gu Huayan with a decidedly unfavorable impression of the local populace. Today, They have come to offer their apologies, hoping to convey that the citizens of Tianhua Base are genuine and unpretentious. With the only troublesome family being the Li clan, in truth, they should be seeking forgiveness from Gu Weiwu, but alas, they have been barred from even entering the gates of Villa No. 1 at their own base, which led them to this predicament. Standing 100 meters away from the entrance of Gu Huayan's villa, these individuals anxiously awaited the opening of the doors. This time, Chun Minkai had successfully been ushered inside. Providing a moment of relief for many outside, a group of them craned their necks towards the entrance, fully aware that the outcome of this apology would significantly impact the future development of Tianhua Bay City. Gu Pharmaceuticals, as one of the pillar industries of the Gu Group, is a colossal entity within the entire Federation, let alone in their small secondary base city. Tio put it bluntly, Gu Pharmaceuticals is akin to a central enterprise from the Federation coming here for poverty alleviation. The upper echelon who have offended Gu Huayan will undoubtedly face dire consequences, and it is they who will bear the brunt of the fallout, not the newly arrived powerful dragon. Among those waiting to apologize, two individuals were particularly anxious. Chapter 34. Lu Ruyan gets hooked. Great ancestor of the primordial opening, bless my family with safety. Li Gang fervently prayed within, his face etched with bitterness. A man who had never believed in the supernatural found himself superstitiously seeking solace today. Upon returning home yesterday, before he could even settle his son, a series of calamities struck. The once thriving family business was besieged by the Public Security Bureau, the Fire Department, and the Tax Bureau within mere hours, uncovering numerous grave offenses, leading to an immediate closure of their establishment. He acknowledged that in the past, he had indulged in a bit of corruption, earning some ill-gotten gains, but it was certainly not to such an extreme. Yet, who could blame him for offending someone? The four deputy base leaders had acted with such severity that he felt as if he were on the brink of a breakdown. In just a few days, the Li family's foundation would crumble. Li Gang cast a glance at the four deputy base leaders ahead, suppressing the resentment and fury within. He had no choice but to abandon his son, who still had some lingering issues, and come here to apologize, hoping to earn Gu Huayan's forgiveness and secure a path to survival. As he stood before the villa, beads of sweat formed in his palms, and he felt as if he were nearing dehydration. Not far from him, a beautiful woman found herself in a similar predicament. Unlike Li Gang, who had committed wrongs, Lu Ruyan was here due to a business conflict with Gu Pharmaceuticals. Once Gu Pharmaceuticals officially commenced operations, her Lu Group would be left in the shadows. In terms of scale and product quality, no leading enterprise in a secondary base city could compete with the branches of Gu Pharmaceuticals. Lu Ruyan eagerly anticipated the opportunity to negotiate with Gu Huayan today. At that moment, Chun Minkai emerged from Gu Huayan's villa, his previously furrowed brow now replaced with a smile, indicating a favorable outcome. The crowd hurriedly approached under the lead of the four deputy base leaders, with Li Gang impatiently inquiring, Director Chun, has Master Gu forgiven us? Chun Minkai shot Li Gang a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, Master Gu is magnanimous and understands that our intentions yesterday were well-meaning. Thus, he will not make things difficult for us innocent souls. However, for those who are audacious and rebellious, Master Gu shall not be lenient. Li Gang's face paled, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. The crowd merely regarded him with cold indifference, offering no assistance. Had it not been for this fool's disgraceful son, they would not be in such a state of trepidation. Lu Ruyan, feeling somewhat desperate, asked, Director Chin, may I see Master Gu now? There are matters I wish to discuss with him in person. Chun Minkai shook his head and directly addressed the crowd. Master Gu is feeling troubled today and does not wish to meet with outsiders. Please leave your gifts and return home. Lu Ruyan's expression faltered, and she felt a wave of dejection wash over her. She had prepared extensively but was unable to even catch a glimpse of the man. The other upper echelons also sighed in disappointment, inscribing their names on their gifts and placing them at the villa's entrance. Li Gang still yearned to stubbornly confront Gu Huayan and plead for forgiveness in person. However, before he could act, two deputy base leaders seized him and unceremoniously ejected him from the Huafu villa. Lu Ruyan cast a resentful glance at Li Gang's retreating figure before placing her own gift before the villa and returning home in a daze. Although she was referred to by some as the first goddess of Tianhua City, the individuals who had just waited outside Gu Huayan's villa held statuses and identities comparable to her own. The heart that had once remained resilient amid pressure, both within and outside the Lu Group, now felt a fracture beginning to form. how vulnerable the Lu Group, a significant player in Tianhua Bay City, appeared before this suddenly arrived branch company. Lu Ruyan's slender fingers grasped a cup of water, downing it in one gulp, allowing droplets to trickle down her chest. Observing this, Qin Feng hurriedly approached like a devoted puppy, asking Ruyan, "What troubles you?" "Get lost," Lu Ruyan snapped, her autumn-like eyes full of disdain as she rebuked him without hesitation. She was already irritable, and the sight of this spineless husband only added to her annoyance. Why must her grandfather insist on marrying her off to such a wretched creature? A useless coward, devoid of any masculine spirit. "Ruyan, if there's anything you need, just tell me. I will definitely help you resolve it," Qin Feng said gently, his expression faltering. Lu Ruyan's heart momentarily stirred, but upon seeing him clad in an apron, her interest quickly waned as she waved her hand dismissively. "It's none of your business. Go clean the floors, Ruyan. Just say the word, and I guarantee I'll handle it," Qin Feng insisted, growing anxious as he patted his chest in assurance. He was eager to showcase his extraordinary capabilities and capture Lu Ruyan's attention. Smack! Lu Ting suddenly appeared from nowhere, delivering a resounding slap to Qin Feng and shouting, "Get lost, go clean. Don't disturb my daughter while she's thinking. If our Lu family collapses, you, a freeloading good-for-nothing, won't fare any better." "You!" Qin Feng was infuriated, nearly raising his hand to retaliate. "Hurry and clean the floors. Stop bothering me." Lu Ruyan wearily waved her hand, not even sparing him a glance. "Fine." Qin Feng, feeling heartbroken, obediently went to clean. However, he kept his ears perked up, eager to hear what was happening. Lu Ruyan leaned against Lu Ting, her voice frail as she said, "Mom, Gu Pharmaceuticals is entering Tianhua Bay City. Our Lu Group is doomed. I wanted to speak with that fourth-tier alchemist from Gu Pharmaceuticals, but I couldn't even get through the door." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Since taking over the Lu Group, outsiders only saw her glamorous exterior, but only she knew the hardships she faced. Without the protection of her fourth-tier martial artist grandfather, competitors outside had been eyeing her like hawks. Meanwhile, her uncles and relatives within the Lu family showed no regard for kinship, only scheming for a share of the family assets. She had held on until now, but with Gu Pharmaceuticals' arrival, she truly felt overwhelmed. "Why, dear daughter, relax, don't cry. It will harm your health." Lu Ting gently patted Lu Ruyan's back, softly inquiring, "Which Gu Pharmaceuticals are you referring to?" "The Gu Pharmaceuticals that belongs to the 5 ruling families of the Federation," Lu Ruyan replied, feeling somewhat defeated at the mention of the colossal entity. "The Southeast Divine Might Wong, the Gu family of the 5 ruling families of the Federation." Lu Ting was taken aback, suddenly comprehending her daughter's plight. Even if it were merely a branch company, it was not something their Lu family could contend with. Lu Ruyan managed a bitter smile. "The Lu Group, which I have painstakingly maintained, feels as insignificant as an ant before such a behemoth. You've endured so much, Ruyan." Lu Ting could only embrace Lu Ruyan, softly comforting her while racking her brain for a solution. However, with her limited experience, she could hardly conceive a plan to make the Gu family relent. Suddenly, Lu Ting's eyes lit up with a hint of excitement. "The Gu family? Ruyan, isn't the occupant of Villa No. 1 next door the sole son of the martial saint from the Gu family? Although he typically keeps a low profile, he is, after all, the martial saint's son. If he is willing to help, what issue could he not resolve?" Gu Weiwu. Lu Ruyan paused, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. She had met Gu Weiwu a few times and shared a nod of acquaintance with him. Compared to the elusive Master Gu, she indeed had a better chance of seeking Gu Weiwu's assistance. She did not expect him to come to her rescue, merely wishing for an opportunity to meet with Gu Huayan, which would be a tremendous blessing. "All right, I shall give it a try," Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her pallid face flushing with a hint of a sickly hue, rendering her even more alluring. "You mustn't go. You cannot seek out Gu Weiwu." Qin Feng, who had been listening nearby, could no longer contain himself, shouting in protest. Chapter 35. A pleasant conversation. Qin Feng glared at Lu Ruyan, filled with unprecedented anger. Though they had yet to consummate their marriage, Lu Ruyan had always treated him coolly, yet he had come to view her as his own. At this moment, as Lu Ruyan intended to approach Gu Weiwu, he felt as if a green hat was about to be placed upon his head. "Why can't I go?" Lu Ruyan instinctively asked, genuinely curious about Qin Feng's viewpoint. Over the course of their year-long relationship, Despite his constant display of cowardice, she had sensed some remarkable qualities within him. Gu Weiwu is a lecherous man. He has long harbored ulterior motives towards you. If you approach him, it is akin to walking into a tiger's den, Qin Feng said with disdain, recalling Gu Weiwu's face. Lu Ruyan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, reproaching Qin Feng. I thought you might have some brilliant strategy to share, but it turns out you are merely spouting baseless nonsense. Young Master Gu hails from an illustrious family and possesses admirable character. Given my reputation as a goddess in Tianhua Bay City, what could I possibly be to him? Our previous encounters were merely nods and waves. He harbored no romantic inclinations whatsoever. She felt a profound disappointment towards Qin Feng. Initially, she believed that her grandfather, having been astute throughout his life, must have had his reasons for leaving behind his final words before passing, and she sought to gradually accept Qin Feng. However, upon reflection, she realized her judgment was clouded, leading her to mistakenly assume that Qin Feng possessed hidden talents. Yet, reminiscing about her grandfather's demeanor in life, Lu Ruyan resolved to endure. A mediocre person remains mediocre. Since they were already legally wed, she had no intention of engaging in licentious behavior. Ruyan, why can't you see reason? Qin Feng advised that Gu Weiwu merely concealed himself better in the past, but now circumstances have changed. Seeking his favor would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Ignoring him, Lu Ruyan's frustration reached a boiling point, her chest heaving with indignation. Just as Qin Feng attempted to continue, Lu Ting strode over and, with a swift motion, slapped Qin Feng across the face twice. Silence. Just tidy up your mess, she reprimanded. The affairs of the Lu group do not require your unsolicited commentary. Qin Feng could only pick up the broom and sweep the floor in silence. Lu Ting and Lu Ruyan shook their heads in disapproval. Had this man not been so easily appeased, Lu Ting, a gentlewoman by nature, would not resort to slapping others. Ruyan, you have truly suffered. The old man has left. Leaving you with this mess to clean up, Lu Ting said softly, patting Lu Ruyan's back. It is not suffering. It is my duty as a granddaughter, Lu Ruyan replied, shaking her head as she wiped away her last tear. Resolutely stating, the Lu group is at a critical juncture. I must prepare a gift to visit young Master Gu. With that, Lu Ruyan adorned herself with an exquisite makeup, concealing her weariness, and formally proceeded towards Villa No. 1 with the gift in hand. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued sweeping the lawn outside the villa, ready to rush in at the first sign of trouble with Lu Ruyan. He observed her graceful silhouette entering Gu Weiwu's villa. His heart wrenched with anguish. He knew Lu Ruyan was a virtuous woman, yet he also understood that Gu Weiwu was a man of ill repute. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan rang the doorbell of the Gu residence. And after stating her purpose, she was promptly escorted by Zhang Tai. A sigh of relief escaped her. At least this meeting was far superior to not even catching a glimpse of Gu Huayan. Under Zhang Tai's guidance, she traversed several gates, her heart racing as she entered the side study. There, she beheld a handsome young man seated before a tea table, steam rising from the white porcelain cup in his hand. Exuding tranquility, Lu Ruyan's previously restless heart calmed significantly at this sight. In that moment, she found herself agreeing with Qin Feng's concerns. Such a splendid youth was reminiscent of her own youthful days, evoking deep emotions within her. Miss Lu, please take a seat. Gu Weiwu gestured gracefully, his tone gentle. Thank you, young Master Gu. Lu Ruyan steadied her nerves and formally presented her gift before taking a seat in the plush armchair opposite him. A small token of appreciation. I hope it meets your approval. Miss Lu is too kind, Gu Weiwu replied, dismissing the gift without a glance, smiling as he inquired, might I ask what brings such a rare guest to my door? Thank you for your understanding, young Master Gu. Lu Ruyan expressed gratitude with a forced smile. Surely you are aware that Gu Pharmaceuticals is entering the Tianhua Bay City market, and that there is significant overlap between Gu Pharmaceuticals and my family's Lu Group. Once Gu Pharmaceuticals commences operations in Tianhua, the Lu Group will be severely impacted. I have come to seek your assistance in arranging a meeting with Master Gu Dan to explore the possibility of our survival. She was acutely aware that her relationship with Gu Weiwu was superficial, having exchanged mere pleasantries as neighbors. Hence, she only dared to request a meeting, not wanting to overstep. After speaking, she nervously crossed her legs, her gaze fixed anxiously on Gu Weiwu. Miss Lu, please have some tea, Gu Weiwu offered, pushing a cup towards her. Thank you, young Master Gu, Lu Ruyan replied, taken aback by the honor. Previously, she had known of Gu Weiwu's esteemed status, but she had not fathomed the extent of it. After the banquet at Wangjiang Tower, she realized that his nobility was beyond imagination. With a sigh, Gu Weiwu remarked, I was unaware that Gu Pharmaceuticals' entry into Tianhua would have such dire implications for the Lu Group. What was once a boon for the region's development has now turned into a threat to livelihoods. Listening to Gu Weiwu's words, even if she was unsure of their veracity, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Young Master Gu, there is no need for guilt. Gu Pharmaceuticals entering Tianhua is undoubtedly beneficial. It is merely unfortunate that our Lu Group finds itself in this predicament. Ji Weiwu shook his head gently. Since my family's enterprise has placed the Lu Group in jeopardy, I must find a way to assist. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lu Ruyan, her excitement palpable. Your kindness, young Master Gu, shall not be forgotten by the Lu family. Please, guide us. Initially, she had sought only the chance to meet, yet she had not anticipated Gu Weiwu's willingness to lend his support. Based on the previous day's interaction between Gu Huayan and Gu Weiwu, the Lu Group now had a 70% chance of survival. Gu Pharmaceuticals' expansion into various base cities was a long-term family strategy, thus I cannot make significant alterations. However, providing a lifeline for the Lu Group is quite feasible. I can lead the way for the Lu Group to invest in this branch, jointly operating the elixir market in Tianhua base city. Ji Weiwu took a delicate sip of tea, smiling as he added, the Lu Group will continue its traditional practice of manufacturing and distributing medicines, while Gu Pharmaceuticals will refrain from importing these types of elixirs from other regions, only supplying those that are unavailable locally. In return, the Lu Group will need to offer some form of compensation. This. Lu Ruyan was overwhelmed with joy, her mind reeling from the unexpected delight. Investing in Gu Pharmaceuticals while still managing its original elixir market. With Gu Pharmaceuticals ceasing to supply the core products held by the Lu Group, would grant the Lu Group the protection of Gu Pharmaceuticals, elevating its status beyond that of Tianhua base city. Although sharing some profits was necessary, the benefits gained far outweighed the cost. It was worth noting that her initial hope was merely for Gu Pharmaceuticals to grant the Lu Group some time to clear its inventory and exit the elixir market with dignity. Chapter 36. Qin Feng's interference, Lu Ruyan's fury. How do you feel? If there are any remaining grievances, I am at a loss to assist further. Ji Weiwu feigned regret. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your immense generosity towards the Lu Group. To express further dissatisfaction would be to show my ingratitude. Lu Ruyan was overcome with gratitude, tears shimmering in her eyes as they fell freely. The long-standing dilemma had been resolved in an instant, filling her with an indescribable joy that left her breathless. Miss Lu, please do not become overly emotional. We have merely outlined a plan. Gu Weiwu advised gently. It is best to finalize the specifics within the next 15 days. As I shall be preoccupied with exams in 20 days, leaving me no time to oversee the subsequent developments. Understood. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, nodding vigorously. With Gu Weiwu's agreement, the Lu Group had undeniably found a path forward. However, whether this path would be as promising as Gu Weiwu suggested depended on his continued presence in Tianhua base city. If he were to depart, Gu Huayan might eventually come to an agreement with the Lu family. But the process could be fraught with difficulties. In that moment, Lu Ruyan once again recognized the profound debt of gratitude she owed Gu Weiwu for his assistance in revitalizing the Lu Group. Let us act swiftly. I shall have someone obtain a development plan from Gu Huayan, and we can draft a contract on the spot. Ji Weiwu smiled, signifying the true commencement of the plan. The discussions regarding this collaboration would undoubtedly not be a brief endeavor. Surely, the man who had grown jealous even at the sight of Lu Ruyan merely exchanging pleasantries with him, Qin Feng, would not tolerate Lu Ruyan lingering in his villa for an extended period. Young Master Gu, your integrity and generosity truly impress me. Ruyan is immensely grateful. Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming emotion swell within her. And without the slightest hesitation, she acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Gang arrived with a comprehensive development plan, which included a future procurement list. He stood by, documenting the ensuing discussions between Lu Ruyan and Gu Weiwu. Upon glancing at the document, Lu Ruyan gasped in astonishment. Many of the elixirs listed were direct competitors of the Lu Group, with comparable prices yet superior efficacy, suggesting that a higher-tier alchemist had improved the formulas. Had it not been for her visit to Gu Weiwu today, these elixirs could have served as potent weapons against the Lu Group. Time flew by, and 2.5 hours passed as the discussions between Gu Weiwu and Lu Ruyan grew increasingly fervent. Showing no signs of abating, their seating arrangement shifted from opposite sides to sitting side by side, clearly indicating a closer rapport. Meanwhile, outside the Lu villa, Qin Feng had been sweeping the lawn for 2.5 hours. His anxiety mounting as he cast glances towards the Gu residence. What could be accomplished in 2.5 hours? Perhaps enough for some individuals to reach their peak, were it not for his unwavering trust in Lu Ruyan's virtue. His mind would have conjured up inappropriate scenarios. Yet, while he believed in Lu Ruyan, he could not place his faith in Gu Weiwu in those 2.5 hours. It was entirely possible for Gu Weiwu to resort to underhanded tactics against Lu Ruyan. Letting out a long breath, Qin Feng resolved to act. He felt an overwhelming urge to bring Lu Ruyan back. 2.5 hours had already tested his patience to its limits. Darkness would soon fall. Qin Feng strode confidently towards Villa No. 1, exuding an air of fierce impatience as he threatened the doorman with palpable menace. After a brief commotion, Qin Feng, empowered by his formidable aura, forcefully breached the villa under the deliberate indulgence of Gu Weiwu. At Gu Weiwu's behest, Zhang Tai offered minimal resistance, merely trailing Qin Feng to document the damage he inflicted. Qin Feng rampaged through the villa, smashing through gates and barriers with unyielding force. Growing increasingly anxious, he pondered the convoluted tactics employed by Gu Weiwu. There must be some ulterior motive concerning Lu Ruoyan. If he arrived too late, Lu Ruoyan might lose her innocence and the purity of her Taiying body. Before long, guided by Lu Ruoyan's scent, he found himself outside the study. With a powerful kick, he sent the exquisite wooden door flying and hurried inside. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Gu Weiwu seated beside Lu Ruoyan, evidently deep in discussion, while another individual busily recorded their conversation. Qin Feng exhaled in relief. He had arrived just in time to thwart Gu Weiwu's plans. Ruoyan, come to me quickly. I will ensure your safety, Qin Feng said gravely, his eyes fixed on Lu Ruoyan. The moment he entered the room, he felt an overwhelming sense of lethal intent directed at him. An icy, palpable threat from someone at least of the 7th tier in martial prowess. Qin Feng? Lu Ruoyan stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend his sudden appearance or his dramatic entrance. All she knew was that her carefully negotiated collaboration was at risk. Turning her gaze, her heart sank as she beheld Gu Weiwu's now cold demeanor, devoid of the earlier cordiality. Qin Feng, you have unlawfully entered my residence and now shattered my door. Shouldn't you offer an explanation? Gu Weiwu spoke calmly. There is nothing to explain. You are well aware of your own schemes. Had I not arrived, Ruoyan would have been in grave danger. Qin Feng retorted with a scoff, refusing to back down. It appears that Miss Lu and her husband harbor doubts about me, which is only natural. In that case, Miss Lu, please accompany your husband home. We can discuss the matters in detail later. Gu Weiwu waved dismissively. Young Master Gu, I doubt, Lu Ruoyan exclaimed in desperation. She could not bear the thought of her painstakingly arranged collaboration falling apart at this critical juncture. Enough. I will uphold my promise, but moving forward, you must meet with me here for 10 minutes each day to avoid upsetting your husband. Gu Weiwu stated coldly as he regarded Lu Ruoyan. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your generosity, Lu Ruoyan replied, relieved, though she understood that the terms of their future contract would likely be less favorable. With many details left unaddressed by Gu Weiwu. Generosity? You have forcibly entered my home today. First, settle the damages before discussing anything further, Gu Weiwu indicated casually, summoning Zhang Gang, who had been trailing Qin Feng. Zhang Gang stepped forward to report, Qin Feng has caused damage amounting to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones? Lu Ruoyan was taken aback, her expression turning pained. She could accept a tenfold compensation, but 500,000 was simply excessive. Previously, even a third-tier demon practitioner like Yi Chen was only worth 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 500,000 could buy the lives of 10 third-tier practitioners. Qin Feng erupted in anger. Gu, stop extorting me. I merely broke a few doors. How could the damages amount to this much? Chapter 37. Misunderstood and cast out. If you refuse to compensate, then let today be forgotten. And Miss Lu need not return, Gu Weiwu stated without a glance at Qin Feng. Young Master Gu, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention, Lu Ruoyan pleaded, her desperation rising. She had finally established a connection with Gu Weiwu, providing a lifeline for the Lu group. If she fell out of favor with him now, their prospects would be even more dire than before. Ruoyan, let us leave. There is no need to plead with this man, Qin Feng said, anger flaring as he attempted to pull Lu Ruoyan away. However, she recoiled from him as if he were venomous, her aversion to him palpable. Lu Ruoyan prioritized, seeking Gu Weiwu's forgiveness over confronting Qin Feng. With a beseeching look, she turned to Gu Weiwu and said, "Young Master Gu, I will bring you the 500,000 low-grade spirit stones as soon as possible. Please grant me another chance regarding our collaboration." Gu Weiwu waved his hand lightly, replying indifferently, "Zhang Tai, see them out." Lu Ruoyan attempted to say more. Zhang Tai stepped in front of her with a stern expression, ushering them out. "Young Master Gu, I apologize for my rudeness today. I promise to bring the spirit stones tomorrow." Lu Ruoyan managed a strained smile, her heart heavy with regret. Qin Feng glared at Gu Weiwu, his voice raised, "Gu Weiwu. You?" Lu Ruoyan snapped, "Silence. Young Master Gu has shown patience, yet you continue to stir trouble. Do you wish to die here? I would gladly dispose of your remains." She then turned to Gu Weiwu with an apologetic smile, saying, "Please do not mind me. If you wish to eliminate him, feel free to proceed." With that, she turned to leave, her demeanor suggesting a willingness to see Qin Feng harmed. Stunned, Qin Feng stammered, "Ruoyan, let me explain." At that moment, a suffocating aura of lethal intent enveloped him, causing his heart to race even as he neared the 7th tier. He quickly realized that Gu Weiwu had a formidable protector at least at that level. Any further provocation could lead to violence. Despite possessing several means of self-preservation, he preferred to avoid confrontation. Casting a furtive glance at Gu Weiwu's side, he found no discernible threat and could only follow Lu Ruoyan's retreating figure dejectedly. "Ruoyan, wait for me." Seeing Qin Feng's pitiful state only deepened Lu Ruoyan's embarrassment, prompting her to quicken her pace. A sense of despair washed over her. What had her grandfather selected for her, aside from causing chaos? He was utterly useless. As they departed, Lu Ruoyan's gaze fell upon the damaged furniture and doors, each a meticulously crafted piece of art, worthy of being a collectible in any wealthy household. While she marveled at the Gu family's elegance, her heart sank further. The worth of these items, totaling 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, was hardly surprising, and Gu Weiwu had not targeted her due to Qin Feng's rudeness. Minutes later, the two exited Villa No. 1. With a click, Lu Ruoyan turned back to the closed door, feeling utterly helpless. Sensing her distress, Qin Feng began to recount his achievements. "Ruoyan, fortunately, I arrived early today. Had I been later, Gu Weiwu might have." Lu Ruoyan shot him a cold glance. Hastening her return home, they were in public, and she could not afford to be the subject of ridicule. "Ruoyan, let me tell you." Qin Feng continued to babble, expressing his thoughts. Lu Ruoyan remained silent until they reached the Lu family villa and entered the living room, shutting the door behind them. With a resounding slap, she turned and struck Qin Feng's face, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? What do you believe you accomplished today? I was negotiating with young Master Gu for a collaboration with Gu Pharmaceutical, and you chose to disrupt everything." The thought of her hard-won progress being shattered by Qin Feng's actions caused her heart to bleed. "Ruoyan, I was merely worried for you, fearing he might do you harm," Qin Feng explained, his expression pained. Another slap followed, and Lu Ruoyan replied coldly, "I do not require your concern. Young Master Gu would never harm me. I am angry at your reckless thoughts and your lack of judgment. The Gu family did not prevent your entry. Why did you escalate matters so unnecessarily? Why did you vandalize in someone else's home?" Had it not been for the recoil causing her hand to throb, she would have struck him again. The Lu group was teetering on the brink of collapse, and she felt an overwhelming urge to consume Qin Feng alive. "I was simply too concerned for you. Besides, Gu Weiwu demanding 500,000 spirit stones is nothing short of extortion," Qin Feng said, feeling a bit sheepish about his bluntness. "You know better than anyone if this is extortion. The damage you caused is indeed worth that amount." Lu Ruoyan retorted, her disdain for Qin Feng's obstinacy growing. The pressure she had accumulated, coupled with the hope that had been so swiftly dashed, left Lu Ruoyan devoid of rationality. Faced with the reality of her lost opportunity and Qin Feng's obstinate refusal to change, she erupted, "You claim to care for me and oppose my dealings with young Master Gu. Then why don't you resolve the Lu Group's issues? Ensure the survival of the legacy left by my grandfather. And keep the other relatives in check. Make sure Gu Pharmaceutical ceases to be an enemy of the Lu Group. If you can achieve that, I would gladly accept your words and would not need to humbly beg others for assistance. But what have you done? Aside from bringing me trouble, what else have you accomplished? Qin Feng stammered, contemplating revealing his true identity. He was the Lord of the Dragon King Hall, a 6th-tier alchemist. As soon as he takes action, he can easily handle the small branch of Gu's Pharmaceutical in the secondary base city. Unfortunately, he cannot do so, having assassinated a federal legislator, even if no one is aware of it for the time being. He cannot afford to expose himself recklessly. What do you mean? Useless fool. Lu Ruyan, observing Qin Feng's hesitant and ineffectual demeanor, felt a deepened disappointment in this man registered as her husband. She longed for a partner who could stand by her side through thick and thin. At the very least, someone with a modicum of understanding. Alas, Qin Feng was not that man. Forget it. Lu Ruyan sighed heavily, her heart weary as she stated, "You will move out immediately. I shall provide you with 2 million federal coins and a city apartment." Following the events of today, she no longer wished to be entangled with Qin Feng. She would not defy her grandfather's last wish. Divorce was not an option. Instead, she would let this man live outside. Never to see him again. Ruyan, I won't leave. I want to stay by your side to protect you. Qin Feng declared passionately. Aunt Wang, please gather Qin Feng's belongings and throw them out, Lu Ruyan instructed a middle-aged maid. Ignoring Qin Feng entirely, with that, she retreated to her room and closed the door, isolating herself in silence. Qin Feng, still eager to salvage the situation, began to direct the maid who was packing his things. But Lu Ting, who had been observing the unfolding drama, swiftly approached. Without hesitation, she delivered several sharp slaps to Qin Feng, forcing him to drag his suitcase away with a face full of resentment. Chapter 38. Qin Feng's bloodlust arises. Qin Feng glared at Villa No. 1 with a mix of hatred and anger before turning to exit the gates of Huafu Beng. If it weren't for Gu Weiwu's meddling today, he would not have been cast out by the Lu family. He gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Gu Weiwu to shreds. Even though Gu Weiwu was surrounded by formidable experts, he felt confident he could take Gu Weiwu's life. He merely needed to bide his time until the moment was right. However, what troubled him more was the thought of Gu Weiwu taking action against Lu Ruyan after he had left the Lu household, a distance that would render him powerless to intervene. Qin Feng resolved to return each day, for aside from the mysterious experts surrounding Gu Weiwu, there were no worthy adversaries in the entire Tianhua Bay City. He needed to act swiftly, ensuring he eliminated Gu Weiwu before he could deceive Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was his woman. Anyone who coveted her would meet a dead end. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwu sat in his study, his mood quite pleasant. System notification: the destined child Qin Feng has lost the trust of the fated female lead, suffering a significant blow, and has lost 20 points of destiny value. He could not help but reflect on the importance of a martial artist's strength, as well as the significance of possessing a keen mind. Yet, what captured his attention more was the system's designation of Lu Ruyan as the fated female lead. It seemed this woman was not merely beautiful but possessed qualities that Qin Feng found impossible to let go of. In an instant, Gu Weiwu's mind was filled with numerous thoughts. However, this woman was already within his grasp, requiring no further manipulation. At that moment, Zhang Tai leaned in to speak to Gu Weiwu quietly. "Young master, Qin Feng has been expelled by the Lu family. Should we send someone to monitor his movements? I fear he may attempt to flee Tianhua Bay City." That Qin Feng was a peak 6th-tier martial artist. If he truly wished to hide, even a martial king would struggle to locate him. Having already offended him, they naturally needed to eliminate the threat completely. No need. Lu Ruyan is still here. Qin Feng cannot escape. Gu Weiwu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Your insight is commendable, young master." Zhang Tai nodded in agreement. He couldn't fathom why a peak 6th-tier martial artist would be so pathetic, but seeing Qin Feng's obsequiousness, he surmised he was indeed unlikely to flee. "I may need to enter seclusion for a day tomorrow. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary," Gu Weiwu instructed Zhang Tai. He felt that his internal energy was nearly depleted and his body was rapidly advancing towards the skyward realm, ahead of schedule by 2 days. Theoretically, there was no risk, but he anticipated needing to adjust to the surge in power following his breakthrough. "Understood, young master. My brother and I will handle everything." Zhang Tai replied solemnly, silently marveling at the rapid progress of his young master. Just a short while ago, he had been at the 6th layer of qi and blood, and now, in less than a week, he was on the verge of breaking through to the skyward realm, truly astonishing. You both have consistently performed well. Gu Weiwu acknowledged the brother's capabilities before adding, do not refer to me as young master going forward. It is inauspicious, of course. The following day, Lu Ruyan withdrew 6,000 middle-grade spiritual stones from the liquid assets of the Lu Group. Equivalent to 600,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. 5,000 of these were compensation for the previous day, and the remaining 1,000 were a token of her apology. She was acutely aware that spiritual stones meant little to Gu Weiwu. Yet she felt it necessary to express her sincerity. The expenditure of 6,000 middle-grade spiritual stones was no small sum for the Lu Group, even at its peak, exacerbating its already precarious situation and deepening Lu Ruyan's disdain for Qin Feng. Early in the morning, she respectfully awaited at the entrance of Gu Weiwu's villa, eager to sincerely convey her apologies. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tai personally came to greet her, politely informing Lu Ruyan, I apologize, but my young master is currently in seclusion, experiencing a breakthrough, and is unavailable to meet guests. Lu Ruyan's expression faltered, and a sense of foreboding crept into her mind. Nevertheless, she handed the spiritual stones to Zhang Tai with a forced smile, saying, I understand. This is compensation for yesterday. Please extend my regards to young Master Gu and wish him a fruitful breakthrough. Yesterday, my family was lax in discipline. I hope young Master Gu can forgive us. Understood. I will relay your message to the young master. Zhang Tai replied nonchalantly before closing the door. Lu Ruyan gazed longingly into the villa, only seeing a verdant landscape. She hesitated for a moment before sighing and turning to leave. Anxiousness gnawed at her. She feared Gu Weiwu might harbor grievances over yesterday's incident and might no longer wish to assist her. After all, Gu Weiwu's help was merely a matter of neighborly obligation. And choosing not to assist was his right. That obligation had been utterly obliterated by Qin Feng's actions. Yet, she also believed Gu Weiwu was not the type to hold grudges, since he had made a promise to her. He would likely not go back on his word. Perhaps he was truly undergoing a moment of enlightenment and was on the verge of a breakthrough? The thought of Gu Weiwu effortlessly overpowering the genius Li Fan, who had just entered the skyward realm, stirred her heart. How fearsome would he become after his breakthrough? Lu Ruyan's heart raced as memories of Gu Weiwu's imposing presence from 2 days prior flooded her mind. She fervently hoped that after his breakthrough, Gu Weiwu would be in a better mood and would quickly forget the unpleasantness of yesterday. Lu Ruyan mustered her spirits, encouraging herself. Her hopes now rested entirely on Gu Weiwu, and she could only think positively. In the shadows, Qin Feng watched as Lu Ruyan departed from the Gu family residence, exhaling in relief. Had Lu Ruyan truly entered, he would have had to disguise himself and risk infiltration. A venture fraught with danger. As he observed Lu Ruyan enter the Lu family's villa, memories of the past surfaced. Once, he could admire Lu Ruyan up close. Now, he could only hide in the shadows and watch. Cursing under his breath, he vowed to hold Gu Weiwu accountable. Just wait, your doom is imminent. With a swift motion, he left Huafu Biewen, heading towards his secret base. Just yesterday, he had secretly contacted several trusted subordinates from the Dragon King Hall. They should have arrived by now. After a period of preparation, he would launch a feint to lure Gu Weiwu away, allowing him to eliminate the threat. Having already killed a federal legislator, taking down a martial saint's son posed no significant challenge. After all, what was a multitude of lice to someone already itching? Chapter 39. Planting a thorn the next morning, Gu Weiwu sat cross-legged in the training room, his expression devoid of emotion as he contemplated his martial arts, awaiting the moment he would attain the 3rd tier of the skyward realm. The abundant spiritual energy within him flowed in accordance with the Taiyi Yendao scripture, refining his qi and blood to perfection before the energy began to transform his body, propelling him towards the 3rd tier of the skyward realm. After a moment, a crisp sound resonated from his body, akin to the shattering of Kunlun jade, melodious and clear. He suddenly opened his eyes. His deep black irises resembling black holes, as the once bright and majestic training room seemed to be engulfed in darkness. The 3rd tier of the skyward realm was achieved effortlessly, a feat many qi and blood realm martial artists struggled to attain. As long as the spiritual energy completed the transformation of his body and enhanced his qi and blood, the elevation in realm occurred in an instant. At that moment, His status panel underwent significant changes as well. Host, Gu Weiwu Physique, Hongmeng Body, Cultivation, First Layer of Skyward Realm, Qi and Blood Strength, 40 times Standard Quality, Qi and Blood Capacity, 170 times Standard Capacity, Body Strength, 170 times Standard Strength, Physical Output, 344. 33 million kilograms, Cultivation Method, Tai Yendao Book Super Divine Grade, Traits, Subduing Dragons and Taming Tigers, Dragon Tiger Golden Body, Shinong's Alchemy, Martial Arts, Dragon Tiger Fist Scripture Heavenly Grade Supreme, Silk Winding Force Mysterious Grade Superior. Collection of Basic Martial Arts. Secret Techniques, Swallowing the Sea and Sky Spell Super Divine Grade, Treasures, Superior Spatial Ring, Dragon Slaying Gun Set, 1 to 8 tier, Demon Suppressing Blade Set, 1 to 8 tier, 8th tier Revitalization Grass, 8th tier Poison Dragon Saliva. Destiny Value, 60 points. Having broken through to the Skyward Realm, I have indeed grown significantly stronger, Gu Weiwu remarked softly, clenching his fist in awe. His foundational output had surged from 110 million kilograms to 344 million kilograms, more than tripling and far surpassing the standard strength of 30 million kilograms for the 9th layer of the Broken Army realm. From the moment he ascended to the realm of flight, he could, with the formidable vitality coursing through his veins, defy gravity and fulfill humanity's age-old aspiration to soar into the skies. Crack! Gu Weiwu instinctively rose, yet his feet pressed against the alloy floor, leaving two profound imprints. The alloy, capable of forging weapons for practitioners of vital energy, could scarcely withstand the force of 300 million kilograms exerted by a single footstep. Well, that was its sole drawback. The rapid and substantial increase in his strength had rendered the control he had recently mastered with the silken threads technique obsolete. He found himself unable to precisely harness his power. What once felt like merely holding a cup now had the potential to shatter the skull of a 4th-tier warrior. Any slight leakage of this strength in daily life could lead to catastrophic consequences. After pacing several laps in the training room, the floor bore a series of footprints, varying in depth, until he finally reined in his power, returning to a normal gait. However, achieving meticulous control over this newfound strength would require considerable practice. At that moment, Zhang Tai pushed the door open and was taken aback by the chaotic state of the training room. The once smooth and even alloy floor was now marred by deep and shallow footprints, leading one to believe that a martial king was honing his leg techniques within. Young master, I heard quite a commotion coming from your training room and assumed you had completed your practice, Zhang Tai said, swallowing hard. Miss Lu from next door has come to see you. Would you like to meet her? All right, I understand. Please have her wait for me in the study, Gu Weiwu replied as he made his way toward the door. Casually closing it behind him, boom! The heavy alloy door twisted and flew out like a card, producing a thunderous noise. Zhang Tai glanced back, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His young master was becoming increasingly formidable. He began to doubt the authenticity of his own Huinyu-level talent, wondering if the so-called martial king demeanor and the Federation's top genius were merely the fabrications of his adoptive father. Zhang Tai hastily quickened his pace to inform Lu Ruyan that she could enter the villa to speak. Young Master Gu can see me today? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy upon hearing the news. She had initially thought she would return disappointed, but to her surprise, Gu Weiwu had agreed to meet her in that instant. She realized that her previous thoughts had been profoundly misguided. Gu Weiwu truly possessed a magnanimous heart. Reflecting on the slanders directed at Gu Weiwu by Qin Feng and the damage inflicted upon the Gu family villa, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of shame, admiration, and respect wash over her. If she had endured such an ordeal, she would have likely harbored no intention of offering assistance. However, she recalled that Gu Weiwu had mentioned he would be in seclusion for cultivation today. With a hint of hesitation, Lu Ruyan inquired, "This won't interfere with young Master Gu's training, will it?" Zhang Tai shivered at the memory of the earlier scene. "Not at all. My young master has just finished his training." Lu Ruyan then felt reassured and followed Zhang Tai toward Gu Weiwu's study. Along the way, she noticed that everything damaged by Qin Feng 2 days prior had been replaced with new items. The new furnishings were equally exquisite and arranged with remarkable precision, creating a very pleasing atmosphere. She couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Gu family, who could replace what the Lu family had struggled to finance. The furniture was repaired overnight. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan arrived at the study, where she found Gu Weiwu seated calmly, eyes closed in meditation. His aura emanated subtly, deep and unfathomable like an abyss. The suffocating authority enveloped her, evoking an instinctual desire to prostrate herself. What an overwhelming sensation! It felt as if she were facing a primordial beast. Lu Ruyan's heart quivered, astonished. Previously, she had not sensed anything of the sort. It was as if she were witnessing only the tip of the iceberg today. It seemed that Gu Weiwu's recent advancements in cultivation had left him unable to perfectly control his aura. A faint clarity dawned upon Lu Ruyan as she gazed into Gu Weiwu's eyes, now softened with understanding. He'll meet her immediately after his training spoke volumes of his regard for her. Congratulations, young Master Gu, on your remarkable progress in cultivation. I am grateful for your generosity in granting the Lu family another chance. Gu Weiwu opened his eyes and replied with a gentle smile. One matter at a time. Although the brash man from the other day angered me, I understand that it was not Miss Lu's intent, and I would not unjustly blame you. Thank you for your understanding. Young Master Gu, Lu Ruyan expressed, touched. Please, let us continue our previous discussion. However, considering that Miss Lu's husband might become jealous, it would be wise to speak less and focus on reaching an agreement. Gu Weiwu's demeanor remained calm, his tone sincere. Lu Ruyan felt a deep sense of shame wash over her, biting her silver teeth. Oh, young Master Gu, please do not jest with me. That Qin Feng is merely a son-in-law. I am not well acquainted with him. Ah, that explains it. Gu Weiwu feigned realization, discreetly planting a seed of doubt. A person of unknown identity. Lu Ruyan was taken aback in her inquiries. Qin Feng's identity had seemed quite clear. Following the incident 2 days prior, her subordinates had casually investigated and discovered that Qin Feng had abruptly appeared in Tianhua Base City a year ago, with much of his background shrouded in mystery. Gu Weiwu casually redirected the conversation. Miss Lu, let's not dwell on such a tiresome topic. Shall we discuss matters of cooperation instead? Oh, yes. Lu Ruyan quickly leaned closer to Gu Weiwu, the earlier conversation etched in her mind. After several minutes of discussion, the terms of cooperation between the Lu Group and Gu Pharmaceutical had been nearly finalized. Gu Weiwu gestured for Zhang Tai to prepare a draft contract, which he presented to Lu Ruyan for review. Excellent, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she examined the terms. Young Master Gu, this contract poses no issues whatsoever. Thank you for your assistance. The contract had been tailored based on her discussions with Gu Weiwu, and with her legal expertise, it was flawless. Some details would require further discussion for supplementary agreements, but the current draft was solid. I am relieved to hear that, Gu Weiwu said, taking the contract back and signing his name with a smile. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, realizing the magnitude of this favor. She had not anticipated that Gu Weiwu would so readily sign his name. This was the personal contract of the Gu family's heir. Initially, she had thought it would require the signature of the fourth-tier alchemist Gu Huayan, and this unexpected turn of events was overwhelming. Gu Weiwu's signature held immense weight. As the sole heir of the martial saint and a member of the Gu family, it could serve as a lifelong talisman for the Lu Group. Gu Weiwu handed the contract and pinned to Lu Ruyan, saying, Miss Lu, it's your turn. Yes, it's my turn, Lu Ruyan replied, awakening from her reverie as she took the contract and inscribed her name. Her elegant handwriting appeared somewhat ethereal in that moment, reflecting her exhilaration. The contract was soon signed in duplicate and secured for both parties. After organizing the documents, Lu Ruyan felt as though she were in a dream. The burdensome worries that had plagued her were lifted, as the Lu Group not only evaded disaster, but also experienced a rebirth, all thanks to the young man beside her. Young Master Gu, your kindness shall never be forgotten by me or the Lu family. Lu Ruyan stood, eager to shake Gu Weiwu's hand. However, Gu Weiwu deftly sidestepped, smiling as he said, I appreciate your sentiments, Miss Lu, but I must solidify my cultivation and cannot linger today. Then I shall not impose, Lu Ruyan replied, her bright smile masking a hint of embarrassment. The small gesture of retreat hurt more than she had anticipated. After a deep bow, she turned to leave, guided by Zhang Tai. Once outside the Gu family villa, she let out a soft Gu Weiwu was nothing like Qin Feng had imagined. He even actively avoided contact with her. Qin Feng, projecting his own insecurities onto others, was indeed a fool. Having been neighbors for nearly a decade, their encounters had numbered in the hundreds, despite the 8-year age difference. The gentle and humble young man from her youthful days had left a profound impression on her. Suddenly, she recalled that during her teenage years, she had entertained a few fleeting thoughts of pursuing him, despite the disparity in their ages. However, after being forced to accept Qin Feng into her life, those shameful desires had gradually faded. Lu Ruyan glanced back at the Gu family villa, a surge of emotion washing over her, her expression tinged with melancholy. She had become utterly disillusioned with someone as ineffectual as Qin Feng, who could only harbor jealousy. In contrast, Gu Weiwu was powerful, of noble lineage, sincere and handsome. He was the epitome of an ideal partner. Alas, she believed herself unworthy. Lu Ruyan lamented quietly as she resolutely made her way back to her own villa, regaining her determination to channel her energy into the boundless realm of corporate management, forsaking marriage for the time being. Within Villa No. 1, Gu Weiwu stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, watching Lu Ruyan depart. He had observed the changes in her demeanor closely. It was evident that she had been ensnared. People often express gratitude to those who save their lives without contemplating whether that savior might also be the harbinger of their downfall. Gu Weiwu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, muttering cynically to himself. It appears that the Lu Group has entered into a partnership with Gu Pharmaceutical, but in truth, it is Gu Pharmaceutical that has absorbed the Lu Group. Regardless of how sincere and generous the terms of the contract may seem, or how trustworthy my signature is, it cannot erase the vast disparity between the Lu Group and Gu Pharmaceutical. The more one consumes, the faster one assimilates. Were I in Lu Ruyan's position, I would harbor the utmost skepticism towards all kindness. The consequence of naivety is to gamble one's own future. Poison is often concealed within honey. He wishes to discern what sets Lu Ruyan apart. After a moment of reflection, Gu Weiwu murmured softly to himself, "Shadow Master, is Qin Feng nearby?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows, revealing Qin Feng, who appeared agitated as he lingered within the darkness. To hide in the shadows before a martial king who comprehends the laws of shadow is indeed a pitiful sight. Gu Weiwu's eyes, dark as ink, gleamed with a cold smile as he remarked, "To be here yesterday and again today, have you truly lost your composure? Lu Ruyan has never displayed such a wealth of emotion towards me." Concealed in the darkness, Qin Feng's eyes blazed red, unable to suppress the murderous intent directed at Gu Weiwu. Gritting his teeth as he growled, "Gu Weiwu, you shall pay dearly." He had never witnessed Lu Ruyan showing him such affection. Even the slaps he received were mostly administered by Lu Ruyan's mother. Now, seeing the vibrant emotions Lu Ruyan exhibited before the Gu family villa, including the admiration he so desperately craved yet never received from her, he felt as though a green hat was being placed upon his head. It hurt. The pain was unbearable. He had believed that following the natural course would eventually lead Lu Ruyan to him. Yet, now cast aside, Gu Weiwu was launching an assault at a rapid pace. The greatest agony in life is not the realization of impossibility from the outset, but rather witnessing a roasted duck escape from the pot. How could he not be enraged? He had to act swiftly, lest Lu Ruyan continue her association with Gu Weiwu. Qin Feng departed from the Huafu villa with a resolute determination to strike early. Yesterday, he successfully received 5 loyal subordinates from the Dragon King Hall, 4 of whom were at the 9th tier of the 5th stage, and 1 at the 1st tier of the 6th stage, alongside himself at the 9th tier of the Heaven Realm. This formidable assembly could sweep away over 90% of the forces within the Divine Martial Federation. Not to mention, they had a cadre of 3rd and 4th tier elites to lend their support, making for an exceptionally luxurious lineup. Once they returned to strategize, even if Gu Weiwu had a formidable expert of 7th tier or above by his side, it would still be a guaranteed kill. There was no time to lose. In just over 10 days, the martial arts examination would commence, and he would entirely lose the opportunity to strike. More importantly, he sensed that Lu Ruyan would not last more than a few days under the insidious influence of Gu Weiwu. The thought alone ignited a piercing pain within him, robbing him of his calm. Chapter 41. The true intent of the path of slaughter, the world loses its color. Qin Feng returned to the residence Lu Ruyan had prepared for him, where 5 individuals were already inside, chatting and laughing. Each of these 5 individuals was robust, their auras subtle yet formidable, each not to be underestimated. They were Qin Feng's trusted confidants, elite assassins from the Dragon King Hall who had gone into hiding across the Federation after the assassination of a counselor a year ago, now summoned by Qin Feng. After a year of no contact, the five brothers were joyously sharing their experiences when they noticed Qin Feng returning with a somber expression, instantly halting their lively banter. "Brother Feng, what troubles you?" inquired Wu Minka, a first-tier Heaven Realm expert, stepping forward with concern. "Your sister-in-law visited that scoundrel Gu Weiwu's home again today. It seems an alliance has been forged. I fear Gu Weiwu has deceived her, and he may soon take action against her," Qin Feng said darkly, suppressing his fury. "We must act swiftly and eliminate that scoundrel from the Gu family with one decisive strike." The mere thought of Lu Ruyan emerging from Gu Weiwu's villa with a radiant smile caused him unbearable anguish. Lu Ruyan had never shown him such expressions. The affectionate slaps she once delivered now felt unappealing. The stark contrast stoked the flames of jealousy within him, accompanied by a lingering fear. No one remains calm upon realizing they are to don a green hat, particularly when Lu Ruyan's unique physique bore significant implications for his aspirations of reaching the 8th stage Martial King realm. "Understood, boss. Since our Dragon King Hall's experts are all present, we shall ensure that scoundrel does not leave this secondary base city alive." Qin Jing, Qin Bing, Qin Chong, and Qin Jiang spoke in unison, their murderous intent unmistakable. They had long regarded Qin Feng as their sole leader after being granted new names upon achieving the 5th stage. "Good, excellent," Qin Feng exclaimed, observing the unity among them, his laughter filled with satisfaction. "Your loyalty shall be rewarded handsomely once we succeed." At that moment, Wu Minka furrowed his brow and spoke. "Brother Feng, I see potential issues. If Gu Weiwu is indeed the martial saint's legitimate son, and if he has a guard by his side at least of the 7th stage, direct confrontation would be exceedingly perilous, and we may risk our lives." "Minka, your concerns are valid," Qin Feng acknowledged, nodding before asserting confidently, "However, this assassination is imperative, and I possess a strong assurance of victory. I am certain there is only that one powerful guardian by Gu Weiwu's side. I will draw that guardian out, while you all surround and eliminate Gu Weiwu without fail. Even if we fail, we will not expose our identities." Wu Minka clapped his hands in delight. A clever tactic to lure the tiger from its mountain lair. A perfect blend of strategy and strength. With Brother Feng's plan, success is nearly guaranteed. Ha ha. You all are my brothers who have stood by me in life and death. I would not allow you to take risks without absolute certainty. Qin Feng chuckled, clearly pleased by Wu Minka's praise. Brother Feng's loyalty is commendable. Wu Minka expressed his gratitude, though concern creased his brow. "However, Brother Feng, that is still a powerful guardian of the 7th stage. Your safety cannot be assured." He was aware that Qin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage Heaven Realm, a mere hair's breadth from the 7th stage. Yet, that slender divide created a chasm, as the difference between the peak of the 9th layer of the Heaven Realm and the 1st layer of the 7th stage exceeded 100-fold. "No worries," Qin Feng waved his hand confidently. "Since I have taken the initiative to propose this, I naturally have my methods of coping. With my trump cards, even before a martial king, I can retreat unscathed." He paused momentarily, his gaze deepening. "Moreover, I have lingered at the peak of the 6th stage for far too long. Perhaps this time I can break through to the 7th stage with the pressure from that guardian." "What?" The five were taken aback, their eyes alight with fervor as they gazed at Qin Feng. Their leader was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th stage, elevating his power to a new echelon. The 7th stage would grant him the capability to carve out territories. A rarity in the Divine Martial Federation, with barely 200 individuals possessing such strength, sufficient to establish a new first-rate family. They were filled with excitement, envisioning the future development of the Dragon King Hall. "Then I can rest easy," Wu Minka said, his expression relaxing considerably. "Let us use the blood of the martial saint's legitimate son to sharpen our blades after a year of dormancy. We shall ensure that the scoundrel who dares to scheme against our sister-in-law knows that the Dragon King Hall is not to be trifled with." Qin Jing, Qin Bing, Qin Chong, and Qin Jiang cheered, rallying around Qin Feng. "Ha ha. What of the martial saint's legitimate son? There is no one in this world capable of causing me to suffer." A smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips as he envisioned the scene of Gu Weiwu being dispatched by his brothers. The frustration from 2 days prior, when Gu Weiwu had outmaneuvered him, was finally released. The next day at noon, Qin Feng and his 5 loyal subordinates cautiously completed their reconnaissance, thoroughly investigating the entire Huafu villa. As Qin Feng grimly observed Gu Weiwu escorting Lu Ruyan out, his murderous intent surged relentlessly. Lu Ruyan appeared particularly cheerful today, laughing and chatting with Gu Weiwu, their intimacy noticeably heightened compared to the previous day. The 5 subordinates trailing Qin Feng, under the weight of his oppressive aura, dared not utter a word. They could only silently lament their leader's plight. Time is of the essence. Delay could lead to complications. Qin Feng exhaled a heavy breath, expressionless as he instructed, "Keep your distance and remain hidden. Once I lure out that guardian, you must act immediately. Remember, you must be swift. I cannot hold that guardian for long." "Understood. Please await our good news, boss." The 5 nodded in agreement, already viewing this mission as a certain success. They each employed their concealment techniques, vanishing around the Huafu villa, poised to strike against Gu Weiwu once Qin Feng made his move. Qin Feng silently watched as they disappeared, then focused his gaze on Villa No. 1. His expression hardened as he unleashed an overwhelming murderous intent. The slaughter he had experienced countless times surged forth like a black smoke, shrouding the heavens, scattering the clouds above. In an instant, the true essence of martial arts intertwined with heaven and earth. The path of slaughter's true intent. The world loses its color. At that moment, the world turned a desolate gray, stripped of color. Everyone present in the Huafu villa and its surroundings turned in shock towards the direction of Qin Feng. It felt as though an ancient beast of destruction loomed over their hearts, a suffocating aura of death rendering them immobile. Chapter 42. Luring the tiger from its mountain, yet the tiger may divide itself. How can a Heaven Realm warrior release such murderous intent here? What is he planning? In the Huafu villa, Base Commander Chen Minkai struggled to speak, utterly astonished. He was at the 5th stage, having begun to condense the martial momentum he grasped at the 4th stage into a true martial force, with a powerful spirit and will. Yet, before this sudden manifestation of martial intent, his own seemed ludicrously infantile. This was a genuine Heaven Realm powerhouse, one who had traveled far on the path of the Heaven Realm. But what could he possibly want? Chen Minkai gazed in horror at the direction of the martial intent, fixated on the villa of the Gu family's young master. "It's over." Chen Minkai's face turned ashen, his fear only eclipsed by the thought of his own demise. "Jiu Weiwu, I have come to slay you." Qin Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the heavens. A terrifying surge of his life force erupted, and under the command of the true essence of the kill, it coalesced in an instant into a blood-colored dragon in the sky. The dragon bore 2 wings, possessed 5 claws, and each blood-red scale shimmered like rubies. Its body stretched for 1,000 zhong, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that shook the very earth and sky. With a deafening roar, countless individuals were left disoriented, overwhelmed by the palpable intent to kill. Qin Feng's expression hardened as he willed the blood-colored dragon to dive towards Gu Weiwu's villa. A tempest swept through the land, the unparalleled will of the kill manifesting as a force capable of toppling mountains and seas. He hoped this strike would obliterate Gu Weiwu, yet he understood deep down that such a feat was unlikely, impudent. A voice, steeped in fury and authority, echoed through the heavens. The sky, tainted gray by the essence of the kill, was instantly shrouded in a profound darkness. In that fleeting moment, day turned to night, and the metropolis of Tianhua, teeming with hundreds of thousands, was transformed in an instant. The blood-colored dragon vanished without a trace, as if its earlier might had merely been an illusion. Within the city, Lin Tian, Li Fan, and Qian Duoduo stared in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon, struggling to comprehend how such formidable power could manifest in this humble second-tier base. In an instant, the trio's inflated aspirations were tempered, and they resolved to exercise caution. "Shadow-type laws?" Qin Feng murmured, his countenance growing grave. "A martial king. Indeed, a martial king." The hierarchy of martial prowess unfolded before him. 4th stage achieved the seed of martial arts. 5th stage the momentum, 6th stage comprehension of true intent, 7th stage mastery of the domain, 8th stage grasp of a law, and 9th stage dominion over the laws of heaven and earth. His prior estimation of the Marquis realm was erroneous. The Gu family had truly invested in allowing a martial king to linger in a secondary base city alongside a junior. However, it remained within the realm of his response. Without hesitation, Qin Feng retrieved a fragmentary knife-shaped pendant. Infusing it with his life force, an even more terrifying aura of killing intent erupted, slicing through the darkness like a knife through butter. The remnant weapon of a martial saint, once a legacy left behind by a martial saint of the path of killing, was capable of unleashing power equivalent to the 5th level of a martial king for a brief period. Were it not for its severe damage, it might have wielded power akin to that of a half-step martial saint. After piercing through the darkness, Qin Feng ignited a portion of his life force, harnessing the power of the martial saint's remnant to transform into a blood-colored comet soaring through the firmament. As he flew, he laughed heartily. "Old curmudgeon, today I shall spare you, but mark my words, I will uproot you and the entire Gu family another day." "Arrogant," Ingyuan scoffed, transforming into a streak of black light in pursuit. "Ha ha, old curmudgeon, I advise you to conserve your strength and not labor in vain." Qin Feng smirked. Even if this guardian was a martial king, his ploy to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair had succeeded. Soon, as long as Wu Minka and his party surrounded them, this malignant tumor known as Gu Weiwu would be eradicated. In high spirits, he intensified his taunts directed at the martial king behind him. Ingyuan remained silent, merely quickening his pursuit. It was only after they had departed that the dark phenomenon above began to dissipate. Lu Ruyan gazed at the sky in bewilderment. She couldn't shake the feeling that the assassin's voice bore a striking resemblance to Qin Feng's, especially since he and Gu Weiwu had a conflict. However, she quickly shook her head. If Qin Feng possessed such strength, he wouldn't be subjected to her family's whims day in and day out. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruyan headed toward Gu Weiwu's villa, resolved to offer her condolences. Thankfully, Chen Minkai, observing the direction in which the two had departed, let out a sigh of relief. Had the sole son of the martial saint perished under his watch, his life would have been irreparably marred. Contemplating for a moment, he prepared to visit Gu Weiwu's primary villa to extend his sympathies. Although the assassination attempt was not his fault, as the head of the Tianhua base city, he bore a degree of leadership responsibility. Summoning several deputy base leaders, Chen Minkai resolved to accompany them to pay a visit to Gu Weiwu. Just then, 5 formidable auras erupted from outside the Huafu villa, racing toward the primary villa. 4 5th stage. 1 6th stage. Chen Minkai's heart sank, halting his steps. Were they intent on ensuring Gu Weiwu's demise? "Brother, what shall we do?" In a moment of desperation, Chen Chengwu ceased to feign composure. Gritting his teeth, Chen Minkai made a decisive resolution. "We shall do everything in our power to protect Gu Weiwu. Our lives are of little consequence." Chen Chengwu and the other deputy leaders hesitated. After all, this was their lives at stake. Chen Minkai began to channel his life force, proclaiming loudly, "Do you wish for your children to continue in obscurity? Surviving by mere chance, we could attain wealth and honor. Even in death, we could follow in the footsteps of the martial saint's 3,000 righteous sons." With his declaration, he launched himself toward Gu Weiwu's villa. "Charge!" Chen Chengwu gritted his teeth and followed suit. It was no jest. He had cherished a mid-grade yellow martial art, while Gu Weiwu, at such a young age, wielded martial arts above the profound tier. It was not a matter of whether he could afford to gamble his life for his son. The other deputy leaders followed suit, clearly understanding that fortune favors the bold, and even in death, there would be riches. In the brief moments that followed, Wu Minka, along with Qin Jing and the others, reached the vicinity of Gu Weiwu's villa. They beheld Gu Weiwu standing calmly in the courtyard, seemingly unperturbed. Behind him loomed 2 towering 3-meter war mechs, the Zhang brothers, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, who could unleash the power of 5th-stage warriors through their formidable war machines valued at over 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. Wu Minka, undeterred, laughed heartily. "2 mere war machines are no match for us. Boy, since you foolishly led the martial king's guard on a chase, this time next year will mark your death day." Simultaneously, he and Qin Jing surged forward, intent on a swift resolution. Gu Weiwu glanced at the shadows. Where Ingyuan stood poised and resolute, it was precisely because he recognized the potential of the Shadow Master that he had adamantly requested his presence from his father. The ability to create shadow clones was immensely advantageous. Chapter 43. Reverse overwhelmed 5th-stage warriors have comprehended the momentum of martial arts, enabling them to amplify their foundational strength multiple times, coupled with the enhancement of martial arts and their formidable base power. This represents a catastrophic threat to 3rd-stage aerial realms. Though the shadow still offered protection, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with its first move, Gu Weiwu did not wish to rely on the Shadow Master's strength this time. He aimed to face the challenge himself. Fifth stage and sixth stage were powerful, but he yearned to test his mettle. With a flicker of thought, a fifth stage exquisite panlong spear appeared in his hand. Although he could not fully unleash its might without comprehending the momentum of martial arts, its weight of 30 million kilograms suited Gu Weiwu perfectly. At that moment, Wu Minca's team charged recklessly forward. The prowess of that guard exceeded their expectations. It was uncertain how long things could be delayed on Qin Feng's end. Thus they needed to resolve matters swiftly. Meanwhile, Gu Huayan, who also resided in the Huafu villa, was the first to arrive. Upon witnessing the hostile formation intent on assassinating Gu Weiwu, his expression shifted dramatically, and he prepared to roll up his sleeves and confront the 5 assassins. However, after hearing Gu Weiwu's admonition, he paused, his expression softening as he stood by, ready to assist at any moment. From a distance, Lu Ruyan, observing the unfolding scene, was taken aback. Just as she intended to check on Gu Weiwu, she found herself confronted with a second wave of assassins. Worry gripped her heart for Gu Weiwu. He had aided her countless times, and she wished for his safety. Yet, with so many formidable assassins, and without the protection of a martial king, how could he possibly respond? Joining her hands in prayer, she silently implored, "Young Master Gu, please be safe. Give it your all, and resolve this quickly." Wu Minca calmly instructed, the killing intent soaring to its zenith in an instant. With a swift motion, he vanished without a trace, blending into the void. Though he feigned joy at the martial king's departure, Gu Weiwu was, after all, the son of a martial saint and exuded confidence, so he remained cautious. Let the 4 Qin soldiers engage directly. While he struck from the shadows for a decisive kill, ensuring Gu Weiwu would have no means of defense. "We understand." The 4 Qin soldiers shouted in unison, fiercely surrounding Gu Weiwu and his companions. 2 of them engaged the war machines, while the other 2 focused on Gu Weiwu. With a flourish, they unleashed their devastating attacks, the momentum of martial arts igniting like a spark. The blood tiger's shockwave, the fierce wolf's heaven-devouring stance, the violent bear's mountain-crushing force, and the malicious leopard's hunting technique. 4 distinct martial arts forces erupted simultaneously, akin to a collapsing mountain, filling the space with lethal intent. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang hastily maneuvered the war machines, their colossal metallic forms shielding Gu Weiwu. However, the Qin soldiers worked in perfect harmony. Qin Bing and Qin Jing restrained the war machine's firepower while Qin Jiang and Qin Chong circled behind for a surprise attack on Gu Weiwu. Qin Jiang and Qin Chong, though silent, shared a sense of triumph. How could this mere youth withstand their combined assault? The 2 divergent martial arts forces converged, their power earth-shattering, seemingly capable of rending everything apart. Even 4th stage alloys would be unable to withstand the onslaught, reduced to countless fragments in an instant, let alone flesh and blood. Simultaneously, 12 4th stage assassins from the Dragon King Hall approached, acting as motionless machines of death. Employing their most formidable martial arts against Gu Weiwu, an overwhelming tide of murderous intent formed an inescapable net, completely sealing off any chance of survival for Gu Weiwu. A series of terrifying assaults surged from all directions, each capable of obliterating an ordinary 3rd-tier martial artist into ashes. With a scoff, Gu Weiwu lifted his gaze to the multitude of assassins converging upon him. He did not flinch. Instead, he wielded his 5th-tier panlong spear with a sweeping motion. The technique, dragon and tiger fist scripture, the unmatched divine spear, was originally a manifestation of spear techniques derived from fist techniques, and it was only natural to revert to spear techniques. The force behind it was a staggering 340 million kilograms, augmented tenfold. The spear swept forth like the tail of a true dragon, emanating an overwhelming pressure. This power was so formidable that even the wind pressure generated by the sweeping spear carried an extreme and terrifying lethality. Boom! In an instant, 12 4th-tier assassins could not even emit a cry of despair. Their attacks were utterly obliterated before they even made contact with the spear. Merely the force of the wind from the spear's sweep caused their bodies to shatter into pieces, raining down like a gruesome downpour of flesh and blood. In that moment, all 12 4th-tier assassins met a grim fate, their remains obliterated. Only Qin Chong and Qin Jiang survived, but their lethal maneuvers were also crushed by the overwhelming might, sending them flying backward. How could this be possible? Qin Chong and Qin Jiang steadied themselves, their eyes filled with horror as they beheld Gu Weiwu. They were both at the second level of the Broken Army realm, possessing a strength of 90 million kilograms, with a 10-fold enhancement from martial momentum and a 3-fold enhancement from their low-grade Shintier martial arts. The essence of martial arts, its momentum, and true meaning compounded together, resulting in a multiplicative effect, a total of 2.7 billion kilograms of force, and yet they were no match for Gu Weiwu. How old could he possibly be? Is he even human? Damn it, what manner of monster is this? Meanwhile, Qin Jing and Qin Bing, engaged in a fierce battle with the war machines, stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. They had sensed no trace of martial momentum emanating from Gu Weiwu, implying that he was wielding pure strength and martial enhancements to unleash such terrifying power. Is this reasonable? According to the intelligence provided by their leader, Qin Feng, Gu Weiwu was at most a mere third-tier practitioner. Still a high school student preparing for martial examinations, and a third-tier warrior, let alone unleashing such force, could hardly endure it. Who are you? You cannot possibly be Gu Weiwu. Qin Shang and Qin Jiang regarded Gu Weiwu with trepidation, exclaiming in astonishment. This power is absolutely beyond the capabilities of an 18-year-old youth. They would rather believe it was all a ruse, that beneath the boy's exterior lay an 80-year-old middle-aged powerhouse of the mountain-shaking realm. Gu Weiwu chuckled lightly, gripping the Panlong spear as he charged forward. Don't overthink it. Right now, you should be contemplating how to survive and escape this place. Qin Shang and Qin Jiang, filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, realized that it was they who had attempted to assassinate Gu Weiwu, only to find themselves on the receiving end. Inverted Celestial Gang, however, faced with the advancing Gu Weiwu, they had no choice but to join forces to confront him. Gu Weiwu brought his spear crashing down. Boom! The Panlong spear revealed its mountain-splitting might. The two of them barely managed to withstand the blow together. Yet, the once even lawn erupted, creating a massive crater. Gu Weiwu casually thrust forward again, concentrating power at the spear's tip, sharp enough to penetrate gold and stone. They exerted all their strength, managing to deflect the attack, but were forced to retreat several dozen steps. Nonetheless, blood welled from Qin Shang's chest, having been pierced by the spear's tip. After dozens of exchanges, Gu Weiwu's villa had been reduced to ruins, while Qin Shang and Qin Jiang, the two fifth-tier powerhouses, were left unable to raise their heads in defeat. Lu Ruyan, observing from the sidelines, felt her mind sway, profoundly shaken by the imposing and commanding figure before her. She murmured softly, "So this is the true strength of young Master Gu?" The third-tier Li Fan was not the pinnacle of Gu Weiwu's capabilities. He had barely scratched the surface of Gu Weiwu's true prowess, even when facing the combined onslaught of fourth-tier and fifth-tier martial artists. He could still maintain such dominance. This was power that stood at the apex of Tianhua Base City, and Gu Weiwu was but an 18-year-old youth. It was utterly astonishing. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's worries evaporated, replaced by rapt attention to Gu Weiwu's display of strength, imprinting that godlike figure into her heart. Before Gu Weiwu, even she, the so-called goddess of Tianhua Bay City, felt utterly inadequate. Meanwhile, the arriving reinforcements, Chen Mingkai and the 4 deputy base leaders, were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 44. Assassination fails, all captured. They could hardly believe their eyes. The scene before them remained unchanged. 2 legendary war machines were relentlessly pummeling the 2 fifth-tier powerhouses, clearly dominating the confrontation. They could marvel at the wealth of the Gu family, which was entirely expected. Yet, what truly left them astonished was that the very Gu Weiwu they had come to rescue was overpowering 2 fifth-tier mountain-shaking realm warriors. Should we still intervene? Qin Chengwu asked Chen Mingkai, a hint of dazed uncertainty in his voice. I suppose it's unnecessary. If we disturb his enthusiasm, it would be quite unfortunate, Chen Mingkai replied with a wry smile. Moreover, look over there. If you join the fray, you'll meet the same fate. Qin Chengwu and the other 3 fourth-tier base leaders turned to look, their hearts instantly gripped by alarm. What is that puddle of blood and flesh on the ground? Don't tell me it's the remains of the slain 4th-tier Broken Army assassins. The 4 deputy base leaders were left stunned, realizing they had merely been fodder before Gu Weiwu, who had already dispatched a group of adversaries. How infuriating! Qin Jiang and Qin Chang gritted their teeth in frustration, struggling to endure Gu Weiwu's relentless assault. They begrudgingly recognized that, While Gu Weiwu's techniques were not as intricate as theirs, his sheer strength forced them, two fifth-tier warriors, to continuously retreat. This meant that Gu Weiwu was not a mere impersonator. He was indeed a genuine 18-year-old youth. After a while, Qin Chang suddenly exclaimed, his face twisted in horror. This guy is using us to practice his techniques? He's growing stronger. In the beginning, the power of his strikes varied, fluctuating in intensity. At their strongest, they were no match for him. At their weakest, they could hold their own. But now, his strikes had become increasingly balanced, each hit delivering an overwhelming force they could not withstand. Gu Weiwu remained silent, immersed in the exhilaration of unleashing and mastering his power. Controlling his strength with caution in the training room could never compare to the comfort of going all out. The control that had been lacking due to the rapid increase in power was now swiftly ascending. As Gu Weiwu advanced, Qin Chang and Qin Jiang found it even more challenging to endure. On the other side, Qin Bing and Qin Jing were also falling behind under the assault of the war machines. Are we not going to intervene? If we don't act soon, the martial king will be back. Qin Chang and Qin Jiang, receiving a heavy downward strike, could not help but shout. Hidden within the void, Wu Minka remained silent, having seen no opportunity for a sneak attack. Yet, as Qin Chang and the others had indicated, if he did not act soon, it would be too late. Wu Minka pinpointed his position, emerging from the void behind Gu Weiwu, brandishing a dark, poisoned dagger aimed at Gu Weiwu's vulnerable back. The essence of martial arts, hidden kill. A low-grade Shin-tier martial art, dark stab, at the first layer of the 6th-tier celestial realm, wielding a force of 600 million kilograms. With the enhancement of the low-grade Shin-tier martial art, it boasted a 10-fold increase in power, while the essence of martial arts, hidden kill, provided a 100-fold additional multiplier, along with formidable spiritual attacks and terrifying properties that obliterated matter. With a single strike, the force amounted to 6 trillion kilograms. Just a single tier above Qin Chang and his companions created an insurmountable chasm. Before Gu Weiwu, who had been so fiercely suppressing Qin Chang and Qin Jiang, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet, this terrifying attack, bolstered by the hidden kill martial intent, was utterly silent, descending like a feather from the heavens. As Wu Minka approached Gu Weiwu's back, he felt a wave of relief. He had not been detected, nor had he triggered any defenses left by the martial saint. It seemed he could land a fatal blow. However, just as Wu Minka was about to succeed, he suddenly found himself frozen in midair. The devastating attack and mental pressure that could annihilate mountains dissipated in an instant, and his body became visible from its hidden state. He appeared as if a pause button had been pressed. Suspended in midair in a poised position to strike, Gu Weiwu, sensing something amiss, turned to Wu Minka and smiled before resuming his duel with Qin Chang and Qin Jiang. Wu Minka felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a wave of infinite terror surging within him. There was not just one martial king guard beside Gu Weiwu. Other powerful figures were concealed as well. This assassination had been doomed to fail from the outset. A martial saint's sole offspring, possessing such terrifying capabilities even at a young age, warranted any amount of protection. Wu Minka felt a chill run through his body, his only thought being, it's over. Minutes later, Qin Chang and Qin Jiang were subdued by Gu Weiwu, while Qin Jing and Qin Bing were overpowered by the war machines controlled by Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang. Gu Weiwu felt a sense of satisfaction, having finally begun to master his strength. Regrettably, he had yet to test the sea-devouring spell. Although it was not an explosive secret technique, it could still grant him a 10-fold additional multiplier in a burst. As Chun Mingkai observed the situation settle, he hurriedly approached with the 4 deputy base leaders to pay their respects. Young Master Gu, we sincerely apologize for not arriving in time. There is no need for apologies. This is not your fault. Gu Weiwu gently shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Your fearless willingness to assist has already moved me. The 5 strongest, including Chun Mingkai, were merely at the first layer of the mountain-shaking realm. Completely outmatched by these assassins, even a single Qin Jiang could sweep them aside. Their presence to rescue him was a testament to their immense courage. We feel ashamed for not being of any help. Chun Mingkai quickly interjected, waving his hands in rejection. They had merely come to witness a grand spectacle. Having not intervened at all, I believe that if there were a true need, you would not hesitate to risk your lives to save me. Gu Weiwu replied with a smile. Moreover, The subsequent investigation into the origins of these assassins will require your substantial assistance. Young Master Gu, you flatter us. These matters are within our responsibilities, Chun Minkai said solemnly. Feeling a surge of emotion, as expected of a scion from a prominent family, the upbringing is truly commendable. Such words are undeniably pleasing to the ear. During the investigation, should any elixirs be required, please seek out Gu Huayan for their refinement, Gu Weiwu remarked with a smile. This is a reward, a token of appreciation for the valor exhibited by these 5 in their rescue efforts. If their rescue proves effective, the compensation will indeed differ. Thank you, young Master Gu. We shall immediately pursue the traces of these assassins. Chen Minkai expressed his heartfelt gratitude, fully understanding the implications. With the influence of the Gu family, did they truly need individuals like them for the investigation? It was merely an excuse to reward them. With Gu Weiwu's words, their request for Gu Huayan's assistance in alchemy would undoubtedly be fulfilled without hesitation. The value of that statement could be deemed priceless. After bidding farewell, the 5 departed together, preparing to investigate the leads on the assassins within the Tianhua base city. On their journey, they finally opened up, engaging in lively discussions about their perspectives. Such grand endeavors were indeed rare in their experiences. When the topic of Gu Weiwu's age arose, it naturally elicited a round of astonishment. Chen Chengwu thoughtfully remarked, "Is he truly participating in the martial examination in half a month's time?" Hiss! The group collectively gasped, unable to fathom the beauty of such a scene. In the martial examination, there would be a multitude of tempered body practitioners, a few blood energy realm cultivators, and a handful of those capable of flight. How would these passionate youths of the martial path react upon encountering Gu Weiwu? Chapter 45. An invitation from Lu Ruyan, an honored guest in the afternoon, as dusk approached, before the Gu family's #1 villa. What was once an elegant and imposing residence had been reduced to ruins by the destructive forces of several individuals. Fortunately, the Gu family's servants were few, and amidst the chaos, there were no casualties. However, this minor property loss paled in comparison to the 5 assassins captured by Gu Weiwu. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, witnessing the situation stabilize, hurriedly approached Gu Weiwu to offer her condolences. Wu Minka and the others lowered their heads, avoiding Lu Ruyan's gaze. They were aware that she was the wife of their leader, Qin Feng, and the catalyst for this assassination attempt. Given the circumstances, even though they felt resentment towards this so-called sister-in-law comforting the enemy, they could only suppress their feelings, ensuring Qin Feng's presence remained unmentioned. The assassination, protected by the martial king, held grave significance, and the repercussions for the martial saint's only son could be catastrophic enough to incite bloodshed. For someone like Qin Feng, who had yet to break through to the Marquis realm, this posed a dire threat. Young Master Gu, with so many assassins attacking today, are you unscathed? Lu Ruyan inquired urgently, her concern evident. What issues could I possibly have? Gu Weiwu replied, neatly attired and smiling. If there are any problems, it is they who should be concerned. Yet, Miss Lu, you are standing so close. Are you not afraid of getting hurt? Of course, I am fearful, however. Young Master Gu has shown great kindness to my family, so I can overcome this slight fear. Lu Ruyan responded with a clear voice and sincere expression. It is regrettable that my cultivation is merely at the blood energy realm, which prevents me from alleviating young Master Gu's burdens. Her commitment to keeping promises and repaying kindness was her lifelong principle. Miss Lu's genuine heart moves me, Gu Weiwu acknowledged without hesitation. After all, she had not come after the conflict but had been watching shortly thereafter. It was no wonder she was the heroine. Such sincerity naturally fostered goodwill. You flatter me, young Master Gu. Aside from my anxiety, I have been of no assistance whatsoever, Lu Ruyan admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed, and continued, if there is any way I can be of service to young Master Gu, please do not hesitate to let me know. Gu Weiwu shook his head in refusal. There is nothing of great importance on my end. I shall not take up more of your time. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of melancholy, acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Gu Weiwu. His strength was sufficient to dominate Tianhua base city. How could the struggling Lu family provide any assistance? This stark contrast only underscored the rarity of Gu Weiwu's aid. Yet, upon witnessing the Gu family's villa in ruins, she conceived another idea. Biting her lip, Lu Ruyan pointed towards the debris and suggested, young Master Gu, since your villa has been devastated today, why not stay at my home for a few days? My family's villa has ample rooms, and accommodating you and your companions would pose no problem. Her residence was located nearby, a sizable luxury villa with dozens of guest rooms to spare. However, before Gu Weiwu could respond, the captured Wu Minka and others could no longer contain themselves. They had come to resolve Qin Feng's predicament, and Lu Ruyan's visit to console Gu Weiwu had already irked them. Now her invitation for him to stay at her home was intolerable. Lu Ruyan, you shameless wretch! Qin Bing glared fiercely at her, his voice laced with anger. Our leader married into your family willingly, and to eliminate that pretty boy, you dare to betray him? Silence! Wu Minka, filled with urgency, shouted to stop Qin Bing from continuing. At such a moment, faltering would only serve to roast their leader, Qin Feng, over an open flame. What? Lu Ruyan was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend. What was being said? Was this even coherent? The leader of the assassins was her family's son-in-law, who had attempted to kill Gu Weiwu for her sake. She couldn't grasp the situation at all. While it was true she had a husband who had married into her family, Qin Feng was merely a waste who enjoyed being slapped. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ruyan as she turned to Qin Bing and demanded, What exactly do you know? Who is your leader? Humph! Qin Bing, realizing his recent blunder, stubbornly remained silent. Lu Ruyan felt her world shatter, her heart beginning to piece together the truth in this assassination attempt against Gu Weiwu. Qin Feng likely played a significant role, possibly even leading these terrifying assassins. She recalled Qin Feng's reckless intrusion into the Gu family's villa days prior, recognizing that he indeed had a motive. She would rather believe that Qin Feng was a waste meant to be supported for life than accept that he was a potential assassin of Gu Weiwu. However, since the assassin had revealed information about Qin Feng, this matter must be linked to him. The saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. Why? Why would anyone want to assassinate her benefactor, plunging her into such an unjust predicament? Shattering the hope she had just glimpsed? Lu Ruyan's heart broke, and in an instant, she lost her soul, silent tears streaming down her face. Ji Weiwu approached Lu Ruyan, gently wiping her tears away as he softly reassured her. Rest assured, I shall discern right from wrong. Their leader may not necessarily be Qin Feng. Even if it were, it would not tarnish our friendship. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder if Qin Feng had orchestrated this scene. Even if that foolish assassin hadn't emerged, Qin Feng would have surely devised a way for Lu Ruyan to uncover his true nature. The revelation now saved him some effort. Young Master Gu. Lu Ruyan's voice was choked with emotion, unsure of what to say in such circumstances. Gu Weiwu's unwavering trust in her felt almost like a form of indulgence bordering on protection. This only deepened her guilt and discomfort. With reddened eyes, Lu Ruyan declared, If Qin Feng is indeed the mastermind, please, young Master Gu, eliminate him on the spot, reducing him to mere fragments. I shall follow suit, ensuring he finds no peace in death. Her hatred for Qin Feng ran deep. Even in death, she wished to extract a piece of flesh from him. There is no need for such extremes. He is he, and you are you. Two entirely distinct individuals. If you were to perish because of him, it would be far too unjust. Gu Weiwu gently patted her back in comfort. Wah? Leaning against Gu Weiwu's shoulder, Lu Ruyan broke down in tears, her heart overwhelmed with emotion, fury, and sorrow. After a while, once her feelings had somewhat stabilized, she choked out, Young Master Gu, I lost my composure just now. Please allow me to return and gather evidence to discern what Qin Feng is truly up to. She refrained from mentioning her previous invitation for Gu Weiwu to stay at her home, feeling too ashamed to bring it up again. Ji Weiwu, instead of declining, smiled and said, Did you not just say you would temporarily shelter this homeless person? Why now do you not mention it? Is it possible that in this brief exchange, my villa has already been restored? Lu Ruyan paused, her voice low as she replied, If young Master Gu does not mind, you are welcome to come over at any time. It's just... Chapter 46. A heart shattered the day before that is wonderful. I feared you no longer considered me a friend. Gu Weiwu chuckled lightly, then turned to Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, the two brothers, saying, You will escort these 5 assassins to Gu Huayan's residence for temporary lodging, while I prepare a room at Lu's home before swiftly proceeding to interrogate them. Yes, young master. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang responded decisively. Rest assured, young master. We will ensure these individuals do not cause any mischief. Gu Huayan echoed their confidence. Having been of little assistance thus far, he was eager to prove himself. Very well, Gu Weiwu nodded lightly before turning to leave with Lu Ruyan. Meanwhile, A shadow from Ying Yuan split, sending a shadow clone into Zhang Tai's shadow to ensure everything was foolproof. From the experience of his other clone, this Dragon King Hall was no ordinary establishment. While their strength seemed somewhat lacking, their potential was terrifying enough to leave him in awe. Thousands of miles away from Tianhua Bay City, a blood-red divine light surged forth with incredible speed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. This divine light was fearsome, tearing through the very fabric of space, and with a flicker, it appeared 1,000 miles away. Any flying beasts that dared to obstruct its path, whether of the 5th or 6th rank, were obliterated into a mist of blood, their vitality serving as fuel for the crimson divine light. The individual in question was Qin Feng, utilizing the pinnacle strength of the celestial realm alongside the power of the martial saint's remnant artifact, allowing him to surpass even Ying Yuan in speed. Yet, he dared not let his guard down for an instant, continuously infusing blood energy into the remnant artifact, even at the cost of burning his foundation. Relentlessly advancing towards a singular destination, a profound and terrifying shadow loomed behind him. An abyssal darkness surged forth in an instant, its flickering presence stretching for miles. This shadow, akin to a hunting divine arrow, possessed the formidable power to chase falling stars. The figure known as Shadow Abyss, the Shadow Slayer of the Martial King, unveiled a glimpse of the dread associated with his name in a mere moment. They had traversed hundreds of thousands of miles. Though still within the territory of the Divine Martial Federation, the distribution of base cities had become increasingly scattered, and within the wilderness, high-level ferocious beasts had already emerged. Yet Shadow Abyss relentlessly pursued him. As long as he could see his tail, he would continue the chase. Why does this old coot cling to me so tenaciously? Qin Feng silently ground his teeth, feeling an immense pressure weighing upon him. Although his intention was to divert the Martial King's guards and create an opportunity for Wu Minka, he never anticipated that this particular Martial King would pursue him with such fervor. His means of escape were also limited, and the more energy he expended here, the less he would have when danger arose in the future. Wait, aren't you worried about your young master's fate? In that instant, an ominous thought arose in Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that aside from this Martial King, Gu Weiwu had other backup plans at his disposal? No, that can't be right. The mere fact that the Gu family had a Martial King idling in a secondary base city was already astonishing enough. It is known that there are only around 30 Martial Kings within the entire Divine Martial Federation, each a terrifying entity capable of carving out their own dominions. If Gu Weiwu had additional means at his side, it would be an utter waste. Qin Feng silently reassured himself, casting a resentful glance at the relentless shadow pursuing him. Chase on, chase on. When you return to find Gu Weiwu's corpse, you will be subdued. After several more minutes of prolonged pursuit, the distance between them diminished to a mere 100 miles, a trivial distance for Shadow Abyss, who could cover it in a single step. Qin Feng estimated that several minutes were enough for Wu Minka and the others to have slain Gu Weiwu multiple times. No amount of time would change that. Thus, he let out a howl towards the heavens, halting the flow of his life force into the remnants of the martial sage. Old thief of the Gu family. You chase me here, yet why do you not consider the fate of your incompetent young master? Perhaps you should return and see if he lives or dies, and ponder how to report back to your master. With that, he invoked the principle of the mustard seed within the vast universe, causing himself, a living being, to vanish without a trace. Disappeared? Shadow Abyss was not concerned with Qin Feng's words. He was merely perplexed by Qin Feng's sudden disappearance. He felt no worry for Gu Weiwu's safety, as half of his strength remained with him. However, being evaded by a mere 6th-tier junior was a blow to his pride. Shadow Abyss unleashed the principles of shadow, instantly enveloping the surrounding area in darkness, transforming a vast expanse of land into a shadowy realm. The terrifying aura of gloom reached from the earth to the heavens, sending ferocious beasts into a state of panic as they roared in terror, while powerful beings within the realm of the Marquis knelt in submission from miles away. Within this darkened domain, the oppressive power surged forth in waves, each wash capable of eradicating even the strongest of Marca-level warriors. Yet, to Shadow Abyss's astonishment, there was no sign of Qin Feng. He could not locate him at all. Meanwhile, within a speck of dust, Qin Feng witnessed the changes in the outside world, unable to suppress his shock at the Martial King's might. If it came to a direct confrontation, he would have no means to retaliate. That terrifying power felt as if it were the sovereign of the heavens and earth, with all living beings unable to escape the clutches of darkness. Fortunately, he possessed the legacy of the martial sage, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Truly vanished? Shadow Abyss could not help but wonder, his immense consciousness scanning the area repeatedly, yet he found not a trace of Qin Feng. Nevertheless, a pinnacle being of the celestial realm managing to escape from under a martial king of the 8th tier was no small feat. His ability to save himself was certainly remarkable. And now he held a genuine interest in Qin Feng. The methods Qin Feng employed to evade capture were far from ordinary for a mere celestial ant. He surmised that Qin Feng must possess the legacy of the martial sage. What a stroke of luck! Shadow Abyss recalled his own rise to power, which was also marked by continuous fortuitous encounters, yet he felt he paled in comparison to Qin Feng. Back then, even when he reached the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, he stood in deference before the martial kings. He silently lamented, recognizing the truth. Talent emerges across generations. Since he could not find him, he would let it go for now. He discerned that it was some form of spatial technique. Qin Feng had either ruptured space to escape miles away or concealed himself within some spatial pocket. In either case, he had lost the trail. Shadow Abyss bore no resentment. He casually seized a few 6th-tier ferocious beasts, extinguished their wills, and took them back to provide a feast for Gu Weiwu. As he departed, the realm of darkness that had enveloped the heavens and earth receded. The wilderness, once consumed by darkness, had become a stark wasteland, devoid of life. Beasts, trees, and all forms of existence had been swallowed by the shadows, leaving behind only a haunting silence. The radiant sun shone down upon the earth, illuminating a desolate void that sent shivers down the spine. As Qin Feng watched the dark domain dissipate, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, out of caution, he did not immediately venture forth. At that moment, he gazed hopefully into the distance, yearning to hear news of Wu Minka and the others having successfully eliminated Gu Weiwu. The thought of his precious means of survival being severely depleted caused him a pang of anguish. As for the other possibility, he dared not even entertain the thought. Chapter 47. The crumbling mentality of Lu Rui and the commotion caused at the Hua Mansion's villa was substantial, unable to be concealed even in broad daylight. The first assassin's vehement declaration echoed loudly, alerting nearly everyone in the villa to the assassination attempt on Gu Weiwu. However, the reasons and processes behind it were shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that Gu Weiwu had survived. Yet this was an assassination attempt targeting the son of the martial sage. Regardless of the outcome, this incident had monumental implications for all within the Tianhua base city. It should be noted that a federal envoy had once been assassinated in a tertiary base city, with the perpetrators remaining at large. This directly resulted in the 6th-tier celestial realm martial artist resigning from their position, leading to a complete upheaval of power dynamics within that tertiary base city. In just a few short years, it plummeted from being a mid-tier base city within the Federation to the lowest-tier first base city, an upheaval rife with bloodshed and turmoil that defied description. Moreover, Gu Weiwu's status far exceeded that of a federal envoy. Should the assassination succeed, it was quite possible that the entire population of the base city, numbering in the millions, would perish alongside him. At this moment, those in the know felt a palpable anxiety, acutely aware of the impending storm, all eager to learn Gu Weiwu's stance. Would there be a sweeping purge, or would he adopt a more lenient approach? The future of Tianhua Base City hinged on Gu Weiwu's decision. It was not until the 5 base city leaders arrived to oversee operations and mobilize all available forces to search for any suspicious individuals within the city that the collective anxiety of the crowd began to ease slightly. Naturally, they also learned some of the partial truths behind the events. Goodness! To think they drew away the guards with a 6th-tier powerhouse and then attempted to encircle and kill him with 4 5th-tier warriors. What audacity! Upon hearing this, the head of the Hong family, Hong Ji, gasped in shock. There were only about 10 4th-tier warriors in the entire Tianhua base city, and as a head of an upper-class family, he himself was only at the 3rd tier. Yet today, over 10 4th-tier warriors had perished, not to mention the 4 5th-tier warriors and 1 6th-tier warrior, whose combined strength could dominate Tianhua base city. Such terrifying power failed to eliminate young Master Gu. What sort of force must be at his side? One individual gasped, feeling as though a fearsome dragon lurked nearby. It had been reported that 2 powerful mechs had appeared. With speculation that they were military war machines, This conclusion was nearly undeniable. Furthermore, the guards who had initially pursued were themselves sixth-tier super-strong beings. Those residing in the nearby villas quickly spread the news, which was met with fervent admiration. This is simply unbelievable. Military war machines, rumored to cost hundreds of billions of spirit stones, are limited in production due to the disproportionate cost-to-benefit ratio. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu has two of them by his side. Many were taken aback by this revelation, their eyes wide with disbelief. For a decade, Gu Weiwu had lived an unremarkable life in Tianhua Bay City, remaining low-key like a scion of a local family. This had led many to overlook his true identity, perceiving him as their equal. Only now did they begin to glimpse a fragment of the divine palace, catching a glimpse of the terrifying power wielded by the 5 ruling families that transcended common understanding. Moreover, I have also heard whispers that young Master Gu single-handedly subdued 2 fifth-tier warriors with a long spear. Another individual mysteriously revealed some insider information. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old could young Master Gu be? What realm could a 5th-tier warrior even be? Even the strongest genius rumored online could not possibly match a 5th-tier warrior at this age by hundreds or thousands of times. Many instinctively disbelieved. While they could draw parallels in terms of wealth, using low-grade spirit stones for cultivation versus young Master Gu's utilization of high-grade spirit stones, this disparity in talent was incomprehensible to them. Most possessed talents rated at levels 6, 7, or 8, placing them among the upper echelons of mortals. Yet even the cultivation speed of a talent as rare as the Huiyue grade could not possibly surpass them by 1,000-fold. Hush, silence, one person warned. We are not here to discuss young Master Gu's talents. Our task is to thoroughly search for any traces left by the assassins. Indeed. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, nearly broke into a cold sweat, their initial shock gradually giving way to other emotions. Regardless of the truth, young Master Gu was not someone they could casually discuss. Thus, the esteemed local families of Tianhua Bay City united their efforts, striving diligently to demonstrate their sincerity. They sought to dissociate themselves from any involvement in the assassination plot, for the repercussions could prove fatal. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had already returned to her villa with Gu Weiwu, graciously vacating the master bedroom on the 2nd floor for him. The room was bright and immaculate, adorned with elegant, minimalist furniture. The smooth, pristine white fleece blanket on the bed was reminiscent of the exquisite fur of a mythical beast. Lu Ruyan drew back the curtains, allowing the remnants of the evening sun to pour through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows as she softly introduced, "Young Master Gu, my family has traditionally held my grandfather in the highest regard. He was the sole occupant of the master bedroom on the 1st floor. The rest of us, including myself and my mother, have always settled for the side rooms. This master bedroom on the 2nd floor has remained unoccupied. Yet it is fully furnished and maintained regularly. I hope you find it to your liking." A flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. The furnishings, though exquisite by her family's standards, might seem trivial in the eyes of Gu Weiwu. The destruction wrought by Qin Feng on that fateful day had far surpassed these items in value. With genuine sincerity, Lu Ruyan wished to make him feel at home, believing he would harbor no disdain. Gu Weiwu caressed the blanket, relishing its silky texture. As long as young Master Gu is satisfied, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a smile. She understood that Gu Weiwu's presence was meant to reassure her, signaling that he would not pursue any inquiries regarding the relationship between the Lu family and Qin Feng, nor would he disrupt their previous collaboration. Even the assassination attempt on Gu Weiwu by Qin Feng had not diminished his trust in her. How could she not be moved? How could she not strive to repay such faith? "I shall return tonight to rest. For now, I must attend to those 5 assassins," Gu Weiwu declared with a light chuckle. "I shall await your return, young Master Gu," Lu Ruyan replied softly, biting her lip. Gu Weiwu waved goodbye and departed from the Lu residence. Sighing, Lu Ruyan watched him leave, her gaze filled with complexity. Though Gu Weiwu's counsel was invaluable, Qin Feng remained her nominal husband. Despite his grievous misdeeds, she could not simply bask in Gu Weiwu's compassion and elevate herself to an innocent position. Chapter 48. The rebellion has begun. Qin Feng. "Oh Qin Feng, are you truly intent on assassinating young Master Gu?" As Lu Ruyan recalled Qin Feng's shifting demeanor, a sense of certainty began to take root within her. However, a question lingered in her mind. If Qin Feng's jealousy stemmed from her plea for Gu Weiwu's assistance, then why did he not act sooner to resolve the Liu family's crisis? Had he done so, she would not have needed to approach Gu Weiwu for help. Instead, he chose to intervene only after Gu Weiwu had alleviated her troubles, allowing his indignation to escalate into a situation beyond repair. Lu Ruyan felt a dawning realization. Qin Feng's motives were not rooted in his feelings for her, but rather in his own pride. Despite possessing numerous avenues to mend their relationship, he opted for the most violent path. The man who often bore slaps across the face harbored an extraordinary arrogance, seeking to subdue her will and confine her like a caged bird. Despite her efforts to honor her grandfather's will by reluctantly accepting Qin Feng, even going so far as to provide him with a grand house and millions in federal currency upon casting him out, he still sought to force her into a corner. Qin Feng, consumed by personal grievances, cared little for Lu Ruyan's welfare. It was utterly detestable. It was revolting, Lu Ruyan murmured, her expression one of profound disdain. The last remnants of her grandfather's legacy had now been severed. Tonight, she would deny Qin Feng what he desired. She would ensure that Gu Weiwu enjoyed every moment. At that moment, Gu Weiwu arrived at Gu Huai's villa. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang had already brought the 5 assassins over, and the servants from Villa 1 were temporarily accommodated elsewhere. The underground garage had been transformed into a makeshift prison. Under the ruthless hands of Zhang Tai, Zhang Gang, and Gu Huaiyan, the bones of the 5 assassins were shattered at intervals of 10 centimeters, each segment affixed with electromagnetic steel nails. Blue arcs of electricity danced rhythmically upon the steel nails, causing their bodies to tremble in response. Within an hour, these once vibrant, menacing figures had been reduced to motionless husks. This was a precautionary measure to prevent any trickery on their part. After all, a martial artist's vitality was extraordinary. Even without the exaggerated notion of resurrection through blood, it was not uncommon for someone to regain a body from just a head. What is the status? Gu Weiwu inquired, unperturbed by the grim state of the captives, directing his gaze at Zhang Tai. Have they disclosed Qin Feng's whereabouts? How much have they revealed about the Dragon King Hall? Not smoothly at all. Zhang Tai grumbled, kicking Wu Minka with frustration. Young master, I tried, but these 5 refused to utter a word. Indeed, their resolve is commendable, Gu Huaiyan chimed in, unable to suppress a modicum of admiration. The concoction I created, the bone-strengthening pill, is not something ordinary people can endure. Once ingested, one's tendons constrict and bones grow, embedding themselves into the flesh, akin to a slow execution from within, coupled with the amplification of sensations through the electromagnetic nails. It is an unparalleled torment. Only martial artists of the 5th rank or higher could withstand such trials. Ji Weiwu scoffed, glancing at the 5 assassins. Qin Feng, that waste, somehow managed to recruit you 5 loyal subordinates. He must possess some skill after all. You will die a miserable death. Wu Minka's eyes bulged with fury as he ground his teeth, filled with hatred yet powerless. The agony coursing through his body rendered him incapable of focusing. His words weak and feeble. If you have the guts, let me die. See if Qin Feng will even flinch. The desperation of Qin Jiang was palpable as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Yet, as soon as he finished, the intense pain forced a howl of anguish from his lips. Ji Weiwu regarded Wu Minka with disdain, pointing at Qin Chang beside him. Kill that one. Keep this one for further refinement. Panic seized Qin Chang. His eyes wide with horror as he screamed in agony and outrage. He felt utterly humiliated. Why should he pay the price for Qin Jiang's transgressions? Though he was suffering now, he firmly believed that Qin Feng would come to his rescue. He still wished to live. Yes, young master. Zhang Tai said no more, swiftly ending Qin Chang's life with a precise strike. The remaining 4 assassins, witnessing Qin Chang's demise, erupted in a frenzy, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Gu Weiwu's family. Now, if you divulge Qin Feng's location or enumerate his transgressions, I can offer you an opportunity for redemption, Gu Weiwu declared, looking down at the captives with cold indifference. Never. Wu Minka summoned every ounce of strength to utter those words. I do not know Qin Feng. If you intend to resort to torture, you have mistaken your target. I shall never wrongfully accuse an innocent. Ah, how convincingly you perform, Gu Weiwu retorted with a scoff. It appears your bond with Qin Feng is indeed enduring. Very well, let us electrify them. placing them atop the remnants of our villa, and inscribed the misdeeds of the Dragon King Hall upon them. I trust Qin Feng will not abandon such loyal subordinates. Having received news of Qin Feng's escape from Yingyuan, Gu Weiwu felt no trepidation. With a sigh, he reflected on Qin Feng's remarkable heirloom. Yet he remained unperturbed by the prospect of Qin Feng fleeing. Lu Ruyan, the object of his affections, remained here, as did his fiercely loyal subordinates. If Qin Feng possessed even a modicum of honor, he would return to see them. Indeed, a son-in-law like Qin Feng could endure slaps from his mother-in-law, yet when facing adversaries, he must rise to the occasion. In mere moments, Gu Weiwu determined the fate of the Dragon King Hall assassins. There would be no escape, not even the chance to be dispatched to the front lines as cannon fodder. Wu Minka and his companions regarded Gu Weiwu, the seemingly emotionless youth resembling a heartless demon. So young, yet so cruel, the true face of a nefarious ruling family. They understood that success was a distinct possibility, not only due to their bond but also because of the unwavering authority Qin Feng wielded as the Dragon King. Soon, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang executed Gu Weiwu's orders, subjecting the remaining assassins, Wu Minka and the others, to high-voltage electricity atop the ruins of Villa 1.as. For Qin Chang's corpse, they hung it alongside the others. For in the end, they would all become mere corpses. Chapter 49. Qin Feng forges for spirit herbs in the wilderness, but the crystals are depleted as night fell, while others rested in Gu Huai and S Villa. Gu Weiwu made his way to the Lu residence. At that moment, Lu Ruyan and her mother, Lu Ting, awaited his arrival, having patiently bided their time for 2 to 3 hours. During this interval, Lu Ruyan appeared restless. Her anticipation for Gu Weiwu palpable, yet her eyes betrayed a deep-seated anxiety. Lu Ting sought to console her, but found herself at a loss for words. Lu Ruyan merely shook her head. She could not bring herself to disclose that Qin Feng had likely orchestrated an assassination attempt on Gu Weiwu, lest it provoke a heart attack in her mother. Just then, Gu Weiwu stepped through the door of the Lu home. Lu Ting and Lu Ruyan rose to greet him. "Young Master Gu, you have arrived." Lu Ting's eyes brightened, and she expressed her gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, we would be at a complete loss. Our Lu family has little to offer in terms of hospitality, but if you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall fulfill any request within our means. The meal is already prepared." "Master Gu, would you care for a bite?" Lu Ting displayed extraordinary warmth, her demeanor a stark contrast to that of the middle-aged woman who had earlier delivered a resounding slap. She was acutely aware of the substantial favor Gu Weiwu had conferred upon them, not only in spearheading the collaboration with the Lu group, but also in tolerating the previous indiscretions of the useless son-in-law. And of course, at that moment, she remained unaware that the assassination attempt had been orchestrated and led by Qin Feng. Otherwise, she would have been on her knees, begging for forgiveness. "Since Aunt Lu has extended such a gracious invitation, I shall not be impolite," Gu Weiwu remarked with a gentle smile. "I happen to be a bit hungry. Could you kindly bring out some dishes?" To be frank, he found Lu Ting's current demeanor somewhat disconcerting. He had grown accustomed to seeing Qin Feng's unyielding attitude, which had etched a stereotype in his mind. "Not at all, not at all. This is merely our duty," Lu Ting replied with a beaming smile, exuding warmth. "Please, Master Gu, follow me. Take a seat for a moment. The meal will be ready shortly." The reason for the brief wait was that Lu Ting did not wish for Gu Weiwu to be served leftovers. Even if the food had merely been set aside for a moment and required only reheating, such pre-prepared dishes would be considered discourteous. She had long instructed the kitchen to prepare seasonal ingredients, ensuring that as soon as Gu Weiwu expressed his desire, the dishes could be swiftly stirred-fried. As for dishes requiring extended cooking times, such as braised meats, they had been simmered well in advance for Gu Weiwu's potential dining. While she may not be well versed in managing the Lu group, she possessed the grace befitting a member of a prominent family. Thus, Lu Ting and Lu Ruyan escorted Gu Weiwu to a delicately adorned small dining room. Observing her daughter in a daze, seemingly wishing to speak with Gu Weiwu, Lu Ting discreetly closed the door behind her and turned to oversee the kitchen, leaving only Gu Weiwu and Lu Ruyan in the room. With Lu Ting's departure, Lu Ruyan relaxed and inquired, "Master Gu, have you clarified the situation? Is it indeed the work of Qin Feng?" In truth, Lu Ruyan had already confirmed her suspicions to a degree, and her inquiry now served merely to extinguish any lingering hope. Gu Weiwu sighed and replied, "It must be him." There is no doubt. The first to divert my guards was a peak 6th-tier assassin. And that was Qin Feng that I see, Lu Ruyan murmured, her expression despondent as she hesitantly asked, "Do you know Qin Feng's exact identity? Who exactly is he?" Qin Feng was indeed the mastermind behind this assassination plot. A formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 6th-tier martial arts realm. Her earlier conjectures had proven correct. Qin Feng was, after all, a superficially low-profile yet arrogantly malicious individual. Following investigations, I discovered that those captured were the backbone of the assassin organization. The Dragon King's Hall, with Qin Feng being its titular Dragon King, who had temporarily concealed himself in Tianhua Bay City after assassinating a federal congressman. Jiu Weiwu retrieved a dossier from his spatial ring and casually handed it to Lu Ruyan. "Ah?" Lu Ruyan gasped in shock as she took the dossier and began to peruse its contents meticulously. She had anticipated that Qin Feng's background might be substantial, but she was taken aback by the magnitude of his notoriety. The name of the Dragon King's Hall, despite its somewhat crude connotation, was associated with a plethora of heinous acts. The dossier detailed alarming accounts, revealing that the Dragon King's Hall had committed no fewer than 100,000 murders. Most chilling was the account of a congressman who proposed an initiative to eradicate evil forces, only to be silenced by the Dragon King's Hall. Such actions were nothing short of unscrupulous and lawless. Those congressmen represented the voices of entire groups of Tier 4 base cities. While their individual strength might not be remarkable, their status and influence rivaled those of formidable figures in the realm of nobility. To assassinate such a person was no trivial matter. Even a mere cold could spell disaster. The dossier contained comprehensive intelligence, detailing the 5 assassins, but Qin Feng's identity remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Lu Ruyan began to grasp why Qin Feng would resort to violence against Gu Weiwu for trivial matters. He was a ruthless outlaw, quick to eliminate anyone he found displeasing. As she studied the dossier, a sense of dread filled her heart. She felt compelled to express her gratitude to Qin Feng for sparing her life throughout the past year. Reflecting on her grandfather's discernment, she could only conclude that she was unworthy of someone of Qin Feng's caliber. A man like him was far more reassuring confined within prison walls. Lu Ruyan returned the dossier to Gu Weiwu, exclaiming, "What merit do I possess that would attract the attention of someone like Qin Feng? I must have run out of luck for 8 generations. Indeed, Gu Weiwu nodded in agreement. It is astounding that someone like Qin Feng could assume the role of a protagonist, while he has become a pitiful and helpless minor antagonist. Truly, the heavens seem blind to justice. Were it not for his fortuitous system, he might have met his downfall after eliminating a few protagonists with his family's influence. What can he do now? He can only send these protagonists to their demise one by one." Just then, a series of gentle knocks resonated at the door. "Come in," Gu Weiwu casually invited. The door swung open, and Lu Ting entered, accompanied by several maids bearing an array of delectable stir-fried dishes, a steaming clay pot chicken stew, and a plate of perfectly cooked tomahawk steak. The dishes lay before them, the green vegetables glistening like emeralds. A layer of golden chicken fat floating atop the stew, and the steak boasting an enticingly charred exterior. "Master Gu, the dishes are ready," Lu Ting announced with a hint of pride. "Thank you, Auntie. It looks absolutely delightful," Gu Weiwu praised with a warm smile. "Please, take your time to enjoy. I still have some matters to attend to," Lu Ting said cheerfully before excusing herself once again. She had no intention of lingering, recognizing that many business matters required discretion. Knowing when to advance and when to withdraw, she avoided delving into matters that were not her concern. Chapter 50. The enemy's crystal has been breached as Gu Weiwu dined. Let us set aside the troublesome Qin Feng for the moment. Lu Ruyan poured a bowl of chicken soup for Gu Weiwu, gently placing it before him. She couldn't help but marvel at Gu Weiwu's prestigious lineage, unsurpassed in the Federation, and his courteous demeanor. Compared to the murderous Qin Feng, he was nothing short of extraordinary. Gu Weiwu lifted the porcelain bowl to his lips and took a sip, finding the flavor quite agreeable. Though it could not compare to the exquisite ingredients his father had sent, it was indeed the pinnacle of what an ordinary chef could achieve. After all, it was a rather grim reality that despite having recently dispatched 2 fifth-tier assassins with ease, he still found himself outmatched by certain ingredients sent by his father. Lu Ruyan began to eat as well, occasionally glancing at Gu Weiwu, her mind consumed by a growing thought. Chapter 50. Capturing Lu Ruyan, the night was serene, the moon hanging high in the sky. After a brief wash, Gu Weiwu reclined on his bed, contemplating his martial arts techniques and secret methods. With his current physique, he could easily forego the need for sleep. The numerous protagonists he had encountered thus far had provided him with significant pressure. While he felt confident in his current abilities, his future success would ultimately depend on his own strength. Whether it was the Tai Yin Dao Shu or the Na Hai Tun Tian Zhu, he found himself merely at the threshold of understanding, requiring continuous study and refinement. As for ascension to higher realms, that seemed less pressing. After reaching the Void Realm, he had acquired 500 high-quality spirit stones, simply awaiting his body to absorb them gradually. In the shadows, Ying Yuan nodded approvingly. He admired Gu Weiwu for this very quality, his self-awareness and ability to adapt to any circumstance. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Gu Weiwu said, a smile gracing his lips, pausing his meditation. Tonight's training regimen was set aside for new endeavors. Lu Ruyan entered in response to his call, while Ying Yuan quietly departed. Lu Ruyan appeared particularly enchanting this evening, her skin as pale as mutton fat jade, her exquisitely crafted face adorned with a hint of rosy hue. Clad in a silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful figure, she exuded a bewitching charm that contrasted with her former image as a capable and assertive woman. Her hair, slightly damp, cascaded over her shoulders like black satin, emanating a subtle allure. "Ruyan, what brings you to me at this late hour?" Gu Weiwu inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance. With a flush of color to her cheeks, Lu Ruyan mustered her courage and replied, "Master Gu, I am at a loss for how to repay your immense kindness. I wish to engage in a lengthy conversation with you tonight." Her words were undeniably bold. Even the typically resolute Lu Ruyan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. However, recalling Gu Weiwu's assistance and gazing upon his strikingly handsome visage, her confidence swelled. Perhaps it was a desire for retribution against Qin Feng, or perhaps a wish to fulfill a youthful fantasy, or possibly an expression of gratitude. Regardless, she had made a momentous decision to arrive at Gu Weiwu's chamber at this hour. "Very well then," Gu Weiwu replied with a slight smirk, his tone playfully teasing. "Might I inquire, dear lady, if you would care to share my bed this evening?" Without uttering a word, Lu Ruyan blushed fiercely and stepped forward to remove Gu Weiwu's clothing. His words stirred within her a sense of longing. Though she was nominally married to Qin Feng, she did not consider herself a true wife. This fact would need to be addressed in the forthcoming events. System notification. The fated child, Qin Feng, has suffered a severe setback, resulting in the plundering of 50 points of destiny value. A night swiftly passed, and dawn broke. Everything that was meant to happen, and that which was not, transpired within the darkness of the night. At this moment, Lu Ruyan remained in a deep slumber, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of fragility. Gu Weiwu leaned gracefully against the edge of the bed, exuding an air of vitality without a hint of fatigue. After a night passed, he had reaped considerable rewards. He had not anticipated that merely subduing Lu Ruyan would deal a significant blow to Qin Feng, directly siphoning away 50 points of destiny value. It seemed Lu Ruyan's importance to Qin Feng surpassed that of Yin Hongjuan's Ti Chenat It. Is worth noting that the Yi Qian he had previously vanquished possessed merely 100 points of positive destiny value, with subsequent negative values not taken into account. As for Qin Feng, the protagonist of the Dragon King narrative, his destiny value was a mere 150 points. When Gu Weiwu first endeavored to expel Qin Feng from the villa, he confiscated 20 points. The Shadow Master's relentless pursuit of Qin Feng cost him another 30 points, and now, capturing Lu Ruyan had resulted in a direct gain of 50 points. Presently, Qin Feng was left with only 50 points of destiny value. In just over a week's time, Gu Weiwu had transformed the seemingly advantageous Dragon King into a mere half-hearted rogue, employing only a modicum of strategy, beyond the unexpectedly substantial gain of destiny value. He had also obtained an unforeseen boon from Lu Ruyan. His cultivation soared 3 levels, elevating him to the 4th tier of the Skyward Realm, with a tremendous enhancement in strength. However, the elevation in cultivation was merely a secondary benefit. More crucially, Gu Weiwu had acquired an entirely new attribute. He extended his hand, and a faint, ethereal white aura materialized, coalescing into delicate frost. This represented the essence of the Taiyin, the pinnacle of the Yin attribute. embodying extreme cold and lethal prowess. Its cultivation would also significantly augment one's mental fortitude, making it exceedingly precious. How intriguing, Gu Weiwu mused, gently caressing Lu Ruyan's cheek. Compared to the previous night, Lu Ruyan now appeared markedly more beautiful, as if she had transformed into a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Her skin was smooth and radiant, surpassing the finest jade. "Young Master Gu, you are awake so early," Lu Ruyan murmured, her eyes fluttering open with difficulty. Still somewhat dazed, she felt utterly drained, unable to comprehend how Gu Weiwu, who had toiled throughout the night, appeared so invigorated. Indeed, early to bed and early to rise is a commendable habit, Gu Weiwu replied nonchalantly. Though in truth, he had not slept at all the previous night, he gently arranged her tousled hair and softly inquired, "By the way, do you feel any changes?" "Changes?" Lu Ruyan was somewhat bewildered, uncertain if her transformation from a young woman to a mature one counted. Gu Weiwu subtly hinted at her martial prowess. Lu Ruyan immediately sensed an astonishing breakthrough, discovering that she had ascended directly to the 5th tier of the Skyward Realm. "How is this possible? I was only at the 6th tier of the Qi Blood Realm before, and now, after just one night, I've jumped 9 levels." It was noteworthy that she had only managed to reach the 6th tier at the age of 26, failing to even break into the top 20 of Tianhua Bay City's high school rankings, a stark contrast to Gu Weiwu. The notion of achieving such a miraculous leap in a single night felt surreal. Moreover, she sensed an unprecedented smoothness in the flow of her qi and blood, accompanied by a strange new attribute, as if her very essence had been reborn. "What has happened to me?" Chapter 51. Bloodlust Rising. Mature plans. Gu Weiwu stroked Lu Ruyan's hair and smiled, saying, "There is no need to be astonished. I suspect you possess a unique constitution that was activated yesterday." He had yet to consult any records. Thus unaware of the specifics of Lu Ruyan's special constitution, in fact, the Shadow Master had also failed to discern it. However, he was confident in his assertion, as he was quite familiar with this narrative. A unique constitution? Lu Ruyan seemed to be in a dreamlike state, gradually coming to an understanding. So that having lived for 26 years, she had accepted the reality of her mediocre talent. Yet she had not anticipated such an extraordinary transformation overnight. The leap of 9 levels in cultivation was undeniably remarkable. Being a perceptive individual, she quickly grasped why Qin Feng would willingly accept the role of a son-in-law. Enduring slaps in the face, the mere thought of it only intensified her disdain for him. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruyan turned to Gu Weiwu and declared, "Young Master Gu, if you do not mind, I am willing to be with you for a lifetime, regardless of the title." She spoke with utmost sincerity, unaffected by her sudden acquisition of talent. After all, she had not forgotten Gu Weiwu's kindness. Furthermore, having surrendered herself to him, even if her talent had not awakened, she had no intention of seeking another. "Very well, I appreciate your sentiments," Gu Weiwu replied calmly and confidently. "From this day forth, you shall be a valued member of my retinue. And I assure you that you will ascend to great heights." He refrained from uttering empty promises of eternal love, as their relationship had been constructed on a foundation of artifice. He acknowledged the element of attraction in his intentions. Yet it could hardly be characterized as true love. Given this, Gu Weiwu was prepared to welcome Lu Ruyan as a subordinate, recognizing the potential in her newfound abilities. Had she not awakened her special talent? However, this beautiful woman would have likely become a mere pet. "Thank you, young Master Gu." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, yet felt a profound sense of security. She had not expected Gu Weiwu to be so composed. Had he flippantly professed his affection, she, as an adult, would have perceived it as insincerity. Instead, Gu Weiwu's promise provided her with immense comfort, simple, unembellished, and somewhat cold, but his word held great weight. Perhaps it was Gu Weiwu's maturity, transcending age, that drew her in. Glancing out at the golden warmth of the sun, Gu Weiwu smiled and said, "It is getting late. We should rise. I will look into your unique constitution to prepare the necessary resources for your cultivation." Understood, Lu Ruyan nodded obediently, gently assisting Gu Weiwu in dressing. Before long, the two emerged from the room together. Observing this scene, Lu Ting paused momentarily, but finding no fault in her daughter's choice, decided to let it be. Meanwhile, far away, Qin Feng remained in the shadows of Tianhua Bay City. In the last place he had sought refuge from his pursuers, He concealed himself within a hidden realm, a sanctuary resting upon a speck of dust. This was the legacy he had inherited, left by the martial saint of the killing path from a millennium ago. It contained various resources, accessible only through trials. Moreover, before he could truly inherit the martial saint's teachings, he had 3 opportunities to seek refuge within it. Unfortunately, I only have one chance left, Qin Feng lamented to himself. Having spent over 2 decades as an assassin, he had encountered numerous dangers, reluctantly expending one opportunity. After evading the pursuit of the martial king yesterday, he used another, leaving him with but a single chance remaining. This fueled his growing resentment toward Gu Weiwu. Had it not been for him, he would have already secured his beloved and advanced toward the ranks of nobility. As he pondered, Qin Feng maneuvered the hidden realm to flee thousands of miles away, striving to distance himself from his previous location. He remained exceedingly cautious, fearing that the martial king might still be lurking nearby. After traveling a considerable distance, he finally emerged from the hidden realm without hesitation, setting his course at full speed toward Tianhua Bay City. There, he still needed Lu Ruyan, a crucial opportunity on his path. Only by obtaining Lu Ruyan's Taiyin essence could he truly inherit the core teachings of the martial saint of the killing path. He also worried about his loyal subordinates, uncertain whether Wu Minka and the others had succeeded in their assassination attempt. A sense of inexplicable anxiety washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. After a day and night of travel, he returned to Tianhua Bay City and was immediately confronted with shocking news. You mean to say that the organization which dispatched 5 elite assassins to eliminate the martial saint's son in hiding here was apprehended? Are they all in custody now? I doubt it. Although 5 key figures were captured, an organization bold enough to undertake such a deed would not consist of just a handful of members. Furthermore, I heard their leader managed to escape yesterday. We should exercise caution. We ought to refrain from going out too often, lest those assassins come after us. By the way, the assassin organization is called the Dragon King Hall. Correct? They certainly have audacity. The citizens of Tianhua Bay City engaged in lively discussions, their curiosity piqued even among the ordinary folk regarding the significant events within the martial community. Meanwhile, uniformed officers patrolled the streets, searching for any possible remnants of the assassin group. Wu Minka and the others had failed. Dressed in a new guise, Qin Feng listened to the chatter around him, his expression darkening. It was the outcome he had most dreaded. Aside from the martial king he had lured away, Gu Weiwu had formidable martial artists capable of dealing with 6th-tier powerhouses. Seizing a passerby, Qin Feng forced a smile and inquired, "Do you know what happened to those assassins afterward? I heard they were hung up in the Huafu villa, left to bask in the sun alive. It's a pity that someone like me isn't qualified to take a look," the passerby sighed, clearly disappointed. Those are figures above the 5th tier, and only the base leader reaches such heights in Tianhua Bay City. Qin Feng silently gazed toward Huafu Villa, his heart ablaze with fury. To have his Dragon King Hall members displayed in such a manner was not only a trivial harm to 5th-tier beings, but an affront that was utterly humiliating. This was not merely a torment of his subordinates. It was a slap in his face. More importantly, Lu Ruyan was now right under Gu Weiwu's nose. Lu Ruyan's Taiyin body was crucial to his inheritance of the Killing Saint's legacy. Without the enhancement of that Taiyin essence, he would never gain access to the most vital teachings of the martial saint of the killing path. This was precisely why he had traversed thousands of miles. Daring to return to the perilous vicinity of Gu Weiwu's martial king guards, in an instant, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Qin Feng, igniting new thoughts in his mind. The inhabitants of the Gu family could hardly anticipate his return, nor could they foresee his second attempt at action. If he were to seize an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow and subsequently escape under the guise of a final chance at survival, he could personally cleanse himself of this disgrace. Moreover, he could acquire the treasures possessed by Gu Weiwu, partially compensating for his losses. Considering that Gu Weiwu was under the protection of the martial king, it was reasonable to assume that his possessions would be substantial. As for the method to approach Gu Weiwu. Chapter 52. The encounter of the two protagonists, Li Fan's predicament. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he set his sights on Lu Ruyan. Currently, his name was conspicuously absent from the wanted lists circulating within the Tianhua base city. He had yet to be exposed. If he could locate Lu Ruyan and leverage their previous relationship to apply some pressure, rather to persuade her by elucidating the stakes, he could effectively bind Lu Ruyan to his cause. Such a course of action would surely facilitate his approach to Gu Weiwu, and after eliminating him, he could directly claim Lu Ruyan's Taiyin energy. Qin Feng's gaze shimmered as he finalized his subsequent plan. At that moment, a group of security officers caught sight of Qin Feng's dark expression, which seemed decidedly suspicious. They immediately advanced to interrogate him. "Who are you? Show us your identification." It was no surprise that they were cautious. Qin Feng's demeanor had indeed carried an unsettling blend of lewdness and insidiousness, raising suspicion. Orders from above had been issued with utmost severity, demanding the thorough search for remnants of the assassin's faction. "Do not provoke trouble." With a scowl, Qin Feng replied in a low voice. Although he felt confident that he had not been exposed, it was prudent to avoid leaving any telltale signs. Moreover, as a dignified Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, his credentials were not something mere security officers should scrutinize. At the very least, they ought to be a beautiful officer to pique his interest. "Produce your identification." Several security officers had subtly encircled Qin Feng, already sensing that something was amiss. Qin Feng remained silent, deliberating whether to take action. Just then, a youthful voice rang out, "Stop! This is my friendly Fan." "Who are you black-suited lackeys to question him?" The officers turned to see a pallid youth, his expression darkened, reminiscent of a gaunt specter. He was none other than Li Fan, who had made quite a spectacle at the welcome banquet days prior. Although he had transformed from a once stalwart youth into a skeletal figure, he was still recognizable. A young security officer captain glared at Li Fan. "Instead of reflecting on your misdeeds at home, you dare to stir up trouble." He was one of the attendees at the welcome banquet and was well aware of the chaos Li Fan had caused, as well as the troubles now plaguing the Li family. "Silence!" With a furious shout, Li Fan lunged forward, delivering a sharp slap to the officer. The officer, at the Qi blood realm, was instantly sent flying, while the others were momentarily stunned, hesitant to act. They were merely in the second tier of the Qi blood realm and stood no chance against Li Fan, who was at the third tier of the void control realm. "A bunch of useless fools. The Gu family's lackeys are no better than this." Li Fan spat contemptuously at the officers before turning to Qin Feng with a smile. "Brother, please follow me." In recent days, the higher-ups of the base city had been overtly suppressing the Li family, compounded by the irremediable wounds he had previously suffered, leaving him in a state of despair. Fortunately, the elder Hebo had appeared, allowing him to regain his footing. Having just taught a lesson to the security officers, Li Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to lead the way for Qin Feng. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to follow in Li Fan's footsteps. From Li Fan's earlier conduct, it seemed he possessed some knowledge of the situation. Strangely enough, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of affinity toward him. The security officers, feeling wronged after being humiliated without cause, were indignant. They were risking their lives to investigate assassins. How were they at fault? Why were they labeled as lackeys of the Gu family when they had gained nothing from it? Before long, Qin Feng followed Li Fan into a study within the Li family residence. At this juncture, Li Fan decided to drop the pretense and smiled at Qin Feng. "Brother, I know you are an assassin. The plot to assassinate Gu Weiwu the other day truly captivated my imagination." As he spoke, Li Fan shook his head in regret. "What a pity, you failed and lost 5 brothers to that dog thief." "I do not comprehend what you are referring to," Qin Feng said steadily, his mind swirling with murderous intent. He acknowledged a slight, peculiar fondness for Li Fan, yet those privy to this matter ought to meet their demise. Li Fan, perhaps sensing the murderous aura, remained unfazed and merely remarked, "I possess keen insight and can discern many things. The martial intent of slaughter emanating from you has imparted much knowledge to me." "Die?" Qin Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively struck. The martial intent praised by Li Fan coalesced into a lethal spike, the pinnacle of his power at the 9th layer of the celestial being realm concentrated into a singular point. This fatal strike, arising in an instant, wielded immense destructive force while remaining utterly silent. In the epoch of the martial saints from whom he inherited his martial path, it was an age marked by the most formidable and dark forces. Ultimately, it took 3 martial saints to intervene, incurring the loss of one and grievous injury to 2 others, to severely wound him, allowing the martial saint to depart after leaving behind his legacy. This technique, aimed at Li Fan, who was merely at the void control realm, was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine, rendered incapable of even uttering a sound under such an onslaught. Just then, an elder materialized beside Li Fan, chuckling softly. I was initially skeptical of your insight, but it appears I have indeed grown old. Your perception surpasses that of this junior. The moment the elder appeared, Qin Feng found himself immobilized, and the deadly strike he had intended to unleash was ultimately suppressed. Who are you? Qin Feng inquired, astonished. The elder, though aged, was muscular enough to stretch his suit to its limits, exuding an aura that was anything but ordinary. If he could immobilize Qin Feng in midair, he certainly was no ordinary elder. Qin Feng could ascertain that he was yet another martial king, reminiscent of the feeling he had received from Gu Weiwu's guardian. What in the world was happening? In this small second-tier base city, two martial kings had emerged. The number of martial kings within the vast and dominion-holding Divine Martial Federation was limited to around 30. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. I am He Bo Yi, the supreme elder of the He Bo family, also known as the Pillar of Heaven Martial King. Huh? Qin Feng was certainly aware of some publicly available information regarding martial kings, and he was even more astonished. The He Bo family and the Gu family were both among the 5 ruling families. How could they both appear in a second-tier base city? Was this a violation of some heavenly decree? He soon felt despondent, for being bound by the laws of the martial king, he was rendered unable to utilize his final chance for survival. With a sigh, Qin Feng said, if the elder wishes to aid the Gu family, then just kill me. He was merely taking a gamble. Since He Bo Yi had not killed him immediately, he dared to wager that He Bo Yi was an enemy of the Gu family. Ha! I have little to do with the Gu family and am not the type to meddle in others' affairs, He Bo Yi replied, releasing his hold on Qin Feng. I see. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, he now had an opportunity to escape into the void. The elder, being detached from worldly affairs, possessed a heart that cherished talent, indicating that he would not act against him. Li Fan, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, said to Qin Feng, I also admire your fearless demeanor in the face of authority, which is why I intervened on your behalf. So you mean to say? You wish to assist me in eliminating Gu Weiwu? Qin Feng's eyes brightened, unable to contain his excitement. With the aid of a martial king, his prospects had nearly become limitless. Chapter 53. You speak? I listen. He. I have no intention of involving myself in the grievances of you young ones. He Bo Yi maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of a transcendent being. It was a jest. Although the He Bo family held animosity toward the Gu family, he had no desire to eliminate Gu Weiwu. After all, he was the son of a martial saint. Should Gu Weiwu perish, it would send ripples throughout the entire federation. He could not afford to gamble his life against the temper of martial Saint Gu Qingyuan. Then what does the elder imply? Qin Feng cautiously probed. I can offer you a chance at survival. Should you fail in your assassination and attract the ire of the Gu family, the He Bo family can intercede on your behalf. Conversely, if you succeed and provoke the wrath of the martial saint, the He Bo family will do everything in its power to plead for you. He Bo Yi regarded Qin Feng with a smile. He lacked the courage to gamble with his own life against Gu Qingyuan's temperament. Yet he was willing to gamble Qin Feng's life, and he was quite bold in doing so. If Qin Feng survived, the He Bo family would gain a promising ally. If he perished, it would merely be the loss of an inconsequential individual. Since Gu Qingyuan had achieved martial saint status, the Gu family had surged from the bottom of the 5 ruling families to the top, seizing the most critical military power within the Federation. As for the He Bo family, which had historical grievances with the Gu family, they had naturally faced considerable targeting. If they could eliminate the talented son of Gu Qingyuan, they would find themselves in a more secure position. I understand, and I shall express my gratitude to the elder for extending his assistance. Qin Feng nodded gently, feeling considerably reassured. Although it was not direct aid, this development served as a very promising signal. At the very least, as he offended one martial saint family, he had received an olive branch from another, ensuring a degree of safety. He could hardly be bothered to ponder He Bo Ye's ulterior motives. Orchestrating from the shadows and mitigating risks was his forte. Not be hasty in your thanks. To gain the protection of the He Bo family, you must become a guest elder of my family. He Bo Yi remarked, casting a glance at Qin Feng. That is only proper. Although Qin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable, he nonetheless acquiesced. As the esteemed Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, he had always held himself in high regard. When had he ever been in a subordinate position? It was only due to the current circumstances that he found himself yielding. However, it matters little. Once he matures, the true identity of the Heba family may well be uncertain. The Heba family, seizing upon the misfortune of others, has certainly etched this grievance into his memory. Those who recognize the times are indeed the true talents. Your future is boundless. Heba Yi laughed heartily, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Qin Feng. I have another matter at hand. Should you succeed, I shall personally safeguard you for a time. Qin Feng's eyes brightened at this prospect, responding with great enthusiasm. Senior, please elaborate. If it is within my capabilities, I shall not refuse. If Heba Yi could provide protection for a while, he need not worry about Gu Weiwu's martial king guardianship any longer. Heba Yi drew Li Fan closer, stating, this young friend, Li Fan, possesses extraordinary insight, yet he has fallen victim to the treachery of that scoundrel Gu Weiwu, who employed dark arts to severely injure my young friend's soul. Once a top-tier genius, he is now plagued by a devouring will, suffering greatly. I hope that when you confront Gu Weiwu, you can extract the means to counter that dark technique. Heba Yi's regard for Li Fan surpassed even that for Qin Feng. The remarkable talent he exhibited could rival, if not exceed, that of the radiant Sun. In Heba Yi's view, Li Fan was an uncut gem, naturally suited to join the Heba family, especially considering the enmity they harbored against the Gu family. He had a granddaughter of suitable age, thus designating Li Fan as a prospective son. Law, Li Fan cast a nervous glance at Qin Feng. The mention of dark arts was merely a ruse. He had only sought to stealthily learn Gu Weiwu's martial techniques, only to suffer backlash. Yet, it was Gu Weiwu who should bear the blame. Why should anyone else's martial arts be freely learned while his family's required theft prevention measures? He understood that to lift his current predicament, he needed to acquire the inheritance that had caused his backlash. However, his own strength was insufficient to confront the Gu family. His only hope lay with Qin Feng. Qin Feng studied Li Fan, lost in contemplation. The latter appeared gaunt and haggard, his current state a far cry from the spirited demeanor he had displayed at the welcoming banquet. An emotion akin to shared suffering welled within him. He too had fallen to such depths due to Gu Weiwu. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng readily agreed. No problem. Once my plan comes to fruition, I shall certainly find a way for Brother Li Fan to resolve his predicament. By agreeing, he not only fulfilled Heba Yi's request but also secured a favor from the remarkably insightful Li Fan. An advantageous trade indeed. Ha ha, good lad, you have spirit. Heba Yi clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder, laughing heartily. From this day forth, until your assassination is complete, I shall accompany you. Thank you, senior, Qin Feng said with a respectful nod. My plan is about to unfold. I ask for your support. At that moment, rejuvenated by this new ally, he shook off his previous despondency, feeling a sense of hope akin to dawn breaking through darkness. Though he had lost several loyal subordinates, he had gained the protection of a martial king and the promise of a martial saint family. This time, he would decisively eliminate Gu Weiwu. Then I shall watch your performance, Heba Yi said with a slight smile, merging into the essence of the world around him. In the room, Qin Feng and Li Fan began to converse. One bore a grudge against Gu Weiwu for a stolen wife, having lost much of his elite force in establishing the Dragon King Hall. The other harbored a grudge from past grievances, with the Li family recently targeted by the upper echelons of the Tianhua Bay city. Both viewed Gu Weiwu as a thorn in their sides, yearning for vengeance. Their dialogue quickly forged a bond akin to brotherhood. After a brief respite, Qin Feng officially commenced his plan. He retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. He watched the connection prompt on his screen. An unsettling feeling crept over him. When had he come to rely on threatening the woman he loved to deal with another man? Yet, he reassured himself that once Gu Weiwu was dead, all would return to normal. A melodious ringtone echoed. Lu Ruyan answered her phone, her expression shifting instantly upon seeing the caller ID. She recognized Qin Feng's number, and in that moment, a sense of unease washed over her. Young Master Gu, Qin Feng is calling, she said, handing the phone to Gu Weiwu, her voice tinged with anxiety. Answer it. Pretend you are unaware of his murderous intentions, and let us see what trick he wishes to play, Gu Weiwu replied. A smile curving his lips. It had not been long since Qin Feng had lost his composure, making this situation easier than he had anticipated. Yes, Lu Ruyan nodded, pressing the answer button. On the other end, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the call connected, he feared most that Lu Ruyan would act as though he did not exist. Qin Feng could hardly contain himself, his voice soft and tender. "Ruyan, I miss you dearly." The mere thought of Lu Ruyan's flawless visage and physique ignited a fire within him. After days apart, surely she would regret having hastily sent him away? "Call me Miss Lu. You do not have the privilege to address me as Ruyan," Lu Ruyan replied, her brow furrowing as if ants crawled upon her skin. "Qin Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. If it's money, I can send you more." Qin Feng's expression faltered, all his tender words dying on his lips. Chapter 54. A woman of strong will. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng spoke. "Ruyan, I have regretted my actions. I should not have lost my temper at your family's villa, causing you such anger. Please grant me a chance to apologize to Gu Weiwu in person." Lu Ruyan paused, observing Gu Weiwu shake his head slightly, before replying coldly. "Qin Feng, I have already apologized to young Master Gu. Your additional efforts are unnecessary. Your presence will only serve to irritate him." "Of course he will be irritated." Qin Feng's emotions flared. "His target is you. Naturally, he would loathe me, the rightful partner. He wishes for my demise to claim you entirely. Show me some respect. Aside from the marriage contract established by my grandfather in his confusion, I have no connection to you. I have unilaterally torn up that contract. We are even less related now." Lu Ruyan cast a glance at Gu Weiwu, fearful of misinterpretation, and thus endeavored to distance herself from Qin Feng. After a moment's hesitation, she coldly declared into the phone, "Even if young Master Gu's target is me, so what? I merely feel pleased." "Adulterers, adulterers!" Qin Feng's blood boiled, his teeth grinding in fury. How long had he been gone? Lu Ruyan had the audacity to utter such words. He felt as if a glaring green hat adorned his head, an insult he could not tolerate. Moreover, the essence of the Taiyan woman was of utmost importance, pivotal to his inheritance. He had traversed great distances for her, and how could she yield herself to Gu Weiwu? Qin Feng, enraged, retorted, "Lu Ruyan, I warn you, do not think you can simply cast me aside. Do not believe you can cozy up to the Gu family. I am the orchestrator of the assassination attempt against Gu Weiwu, the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. It is my subordinates who hang at the gate of the Gu family villa. You wish to share Gu Weiwu's bed? I will ensure that does not come to pass. You must lure him out. Otherwise, consider whether your family can compare to a federal senator and whether you possess the means to escape danger." Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. The intel she had received from young Master Gu was indeed accurate. Qin Feng was nothing but a charlatan of a dragon king, having lingered in her home for a year to evade the wrath of the federal senator. Now he sought to threaten her, attempting to drag both her and the Lu family into peril. Her grandfather had truly lost his senses to have chosen such a heartless individual. Previously, she would have feared him, given that her family could not withstand even the mere sweep of Gu Weiwu against a dozen fourth-tier warriors, let alone contend with someone of Qin Feng's caliber, at least sixth tier and above. But now, circumstances had changed. She was now under Gu Weiwu's protection. Lu Ruyan glanced at Gu Weiwu, her eyes conveying a silent question. "Agree to him," Gu Weiwu silently mouthed. Feeling much more at ease, Lu Ruyan suppressed her fury and mockingly addressed Qin Feng. "Unable to confront the Gu family, you resort to threatening a mere woman with schemes, truly befitting of the so-called Dragon King." "Preposterous!" Qin Feng roared, shedding any pretense of civility. "You merely need to say whether you agree or not. I will see just how resilient your Lu family's necks are and how difficult it is to eliminate your mother." "Lu Ting!" Lu Ruyan's chest heaved, her anger surging. "Such bravado! Indeed, my family fears for our lives, so I will agree to your terms. However, young Master Gu has shown me kindness. He is a clever man and will not be easily deceived. I will feign allegiance to him and then trick him into meeting with you. You dare! You are my woman. Your body belongs to me." Qin Feng was driven to madness, his rage boiling over. He smashed a wooden desk to splinters with a single fist and crushed the smooth, polished floor beneath his foot, wishing to obliterate everything before him. Lu Ruyan was the woman he desired. How could she be defiled by Gu Weiwu? Furthermore, the essence of the Taiyan maiden could only be of use to him if it remained pure. If Lu Ruyan surrendered herself to Gu Weiwu, what then? Then think of another way. With my limited intellect, I cannot conceive any other means to lure young Master Gu out, Lu Ruyin coldly retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. Despicable woman! Despicable woman! Qin Feng erupted in furious curses, his anger so intense that it felt as though smoke was billowing from his 7 orifices. His love for Lu Ruyin ran deep, and he was equally determined to possess the Taiyin energy within her. Should Gu Weiwu gain the upper hand, his opportunity to inherit the legacy of the killing saint would undoubtedly vanish into thin air. Fine. I have agreed to your terms, but the method must follow my lead, he declared. Lu Ruyin's lips curled into a smirk. Hearing Qin Feng's breakdown brought her a sense of satisfaction. Once you've made up your mind, just send me the address. I still need to have a 2-hour conversation with young Master Gu. Qin Feng fell into a heavy silence, his murderous intent brewing violently within him. In a hoarse voice, he replied, All right, I will send you the address later. It mattered little that Gu Weiwu had stolen the lead. He regarded Lu Ruyin as merely a stranger. Even if Gu Weiwu acquired the Taiyin energy, as long as he could completely refine Gu Weiwu, he too could obtain it. Very well, I shall take my leave to bathe, Lu Ruyin said lightly, her nonchalance evident as she hung up the phone. Damn, damn, damn. With eyes ablaze, Qin Feng knelt and began to pound the floor in a frenzy. Wood chips and stone fragments flew as the once pristine study of the Li family was reduced to chaos, his fury reaching an extreme. This woman had chosen to give her most treasured possession to his enemy. Off to bathe? Afterward, delivering herself to Gu Weiwu's bed. He had already donned the proverbial green hat, feeling utterly humiliated. The Taiyin energy that was rightfully his was now something he had to reclaim from Gu Weiwu, turning him into a mere second-hand acquisition. Qin Feng seethed with rage and heartbreak, visions of Lu Ruyin coyly interacting with Gu Weiwu flooding his mind, his eyes quickly turning bloodshot. He had longed for this goddess for a year, only to see her now in the arms of his foe. Damn it. What a formidable woman. I have indeed gained some insight, he mused from the shadows. Having lived for such a long time, he had never encountered a woman with such a vibrant personality. Initially, he had looked down upon Qin Feng's despicable schemes, but now he felt a twinge of schadenfreude and a hint of pity. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, the system notified, the child of fortune, Qin Feng, has suffered a moderate setback, losing 20 points of fortune value. Rest assured, Lu Ruyin, Qin Feng's threats will bear no fruit. Gu Weiwu reassured her, patting her back. There will be dedicated personnel to protect the Lu family, and Qin Feng's Dragon King Hall will soon be uprooted. He was somewhat taken aback by Lu Ruyin's acting skills, which were rich in emotion and remarkably engaging. For a fleeting moment, he even felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Feng. Beyond that moment, however, Gu Weiwu felt nothing but joy and satisfaction. He began to regard Lu Ruyin with increased seriousness. She was a woman with the potential of Jiang Yuyin, perfectly complementing him as the protagonist's rival. From the system's notification, he understood just how devastated Qin Feng was. I trust in you, young master, Lu Ruyin responded with a smile, her demeanor entirely transformed from before. After receiving Gu Weiwu's assurances, Lu Ruyin felt a profound sense of security. With the protection of the Gu family, any remaining threats from Qin Feng would pose no danger to her mother. Actually, my only family is my mother. Those relatives who constantly drain me of my resources do not count as kin. To ease Gu Weiwu's burden, she softly added, Young Master Gu, you need not expend excessive effort on my family. Just ensure my mother's safety. The others in the Lu family were not worth lamenting over should they perish. It seems they have indeed crossed the line, Gu Weiwu pondered, smiling as he replied. Then let's concentrate their share on your mother. A 6th-tier celestial guest will guarantee her safety. How much power does it take to protect the Lu family? At most, just a 6th-tier celestial being, he continued. While young prodigies were hard to come by, middle-aged 6th-tier cultivators were merely the lowest-ranked guests in the Gu family, easily obtainable. Thank you, young Master Gu, Lu Ruyin replied cheerfully, her gaze filled with affection for him. Once Qin Feng was dealt with, a 6th-tier warrior would certainly ensure her mother's safety. The value of such a warrior surpassed that of the entire Tianhua base city, clearly demonstrating Gu Weiwu's regard for her. Yet, Lu Ruyin began to worry for Gu Weiwu. After all, Qin Feng's previous assassination attempt had just failed, resulting in significant losses. But rather than retreating, Qin Feng was already scheming a new plot, raising suspicions of ulterior motives. Lu Ruyin asked anxiously, young Master Gu, do you think Qin Feng's rapid re-strategizing after his last failure could indicate some deception? It matters not what schemes he concocts. He cannot stir up any significant trouble, Gu Weiwu replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. What means can he summon? At best, he can only call upon a martial saint. If he can, why can't I? He had long recognized the existence of protagonists, even before he understood his role as an antagonist. He knew this was a world rife with conflict. Thus, he had equipped himself with every protective measure he could muster. When necessary, he could even summon his father in an instant. Of course, if Qin Feng's methods surpassed those of a martial saint, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. Summoning a martial saint? Lu Ruyin murmured, astonished by Gu Weiwu's statement. Such a figure was one she had never contemplated, a being standing at the pinnacle of the divine martial federation. Merely hearing the title imparted a sense of immense confidence. Lu Ruyin felt reassured. What was Qin Feng in the presence of a martial saint? We shall wait until tomorrow to see why he is so self-assured, Gu Weiwu said with a gentle smile. Indeed. Lu Ruyin felt a surge of anticipation. Tomorrow would mark the end for Qin Feng. That shameless scoundrel was finally due to meet his demise. Young Master Gu, I shall take my leave to bathe and will return shortly. Lu Ruyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Gu Weiwu, saying, since I mentioned it to Qin Feng over the phone, it should feel more authentic. Go ahead, Gu Weiwu replied, shaking his head with a smile, granting his approval. Lu Ruyin left in a light-hearted manner, clearly in high spirits. However, once she departed, Gu Weiwu's expression turned serious as he called for the Shadow Master to discuss the plans for the following day. Shadow Master, do you feel confident in capturing Qin Feng tomorrow? Gu Weiwu inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Previously, the Shadow Abyss had pursued Qin Feng for miles, only for Qin Feng to escape. Now, with Qin Feng returning due to Lu Ruyin's condition, intent on eliminating him, the stakes were high. Should Qin Feng evade capture again, he might retreat into some remote wilderness, making him nearly impossible to find. Not a problem, young master, the Shadow Master asserted confidently. Last time, Qin Feng escaped because he activated the power of the martial saint's relic while I was in pursuit, ultimately hiding within a cave. This time, as long as he appears before us for even 10 seconds, I can seal the heavens and earth with the laws of the shadow path. Unless a martial saint personally intervenes, he can only defeat me directly to escape. Furthermore, to be on the safe side, he would leave behind traces of the law's aura on Qin Feng, ensuring that even if he managed to flee, he would remain within the Shadow Master's grasp. The power of a martial saint was indeed formidable, powerful enough to allow a 6th-tier Qin Feng to escape. Yet, even fallen martial saints had their limits. The battered relics of time could not withstand a confrontation with someone of his 8th-tier martial king status. Good, then I can rest easy. It seems that tomorrow will be Qin Feng's day of reckoning, Gu Weiwu said, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. After gathering all the necessary information, the Shadow Master once again melded into Gu Weiwu's shadow. Sitting in his chair, Gu Weiwu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, quietly observing his status panel. Host, Gu Weiwu, physique, primordial body, level, 4th layer of sky control, vitality strength, 40 times standard quality, vitality capacity, 170 times standard capacity, body strength, 170 times standard strength, physical output, 3,677 billion kilograms, technique, Tai Yin Dao Book Super Divine Level, traits, Fulong Jinhu, Longhu Golden Body, Shinong Refining Dao, Taiyin Energy, Martial Arts, Longhu Fist Cannon Heavenly Tier Top Quality, Silk Thread Force Mysterious Tier Upper Quality, Basic Martial Arts Compilation, Secret Technique, Swallowing the Sea and Heaven Spell Super Divine Level, Treasures, Top Quality Spatial Ring, Panlong Spear Set, 1/8 tier, Demon Suppression Blade Set, 1/8 tier, 8th tier Resurrection Grass, 8th tier Poison Dragon Saliva. Fate value, 140 points. In fact, just moments ago, when Lu Ruyin had confidently provoked Qin Feng, he had once again obtained 20 points of fate value. Thus far, he had extracted a total of 120 points from Qin Feng, leaving him with only 30. Compared to the initial fortune, it was a steep decline. Now, Gu Weiwu possessed enough fate value for 2 lottery draws. He had initially planned to consolidate his draws after eliminating Qin Feng, but given Qin Feng's unwavering determination to kill him, This prompted Gu Weiwu to realize that it would be wise to convert his fate value into strength immediately, allowing for greater flexibility in future encounters. With that thought, Gu Weiwu focused his mind, and the 140 points of fate value swiftly diminished to 40. A grand and magnificent wheel began to tremble, showcasing a plethora of powerful treasures that flashed by, each potent enough to drive a martial saint into a frenzy. Soon, 2 treasures emerged, temporarily stored within the system space. Super Divine Level Item 10,000 Transformation Dao Soldier, capable of replicating any weapon and elevating it by 1 tier based on its original grade, without consuming additional resources, with a maximum enhancement tier not exceeding Super Divine level. Gu Weiwu glanced at it, a spark of excitement igniting within him. It is an intangible essence, a mere sample capable of enabling the Wan Hua Dao Bing to replicate and elevate to a higher tier without increasing consumption. This is tantamount to duplicating an 8th tier weapon, which allows it to manifest a fraction of the power of a 9th tier sacred artifact within its capacity, rendering it nearly invincible. Should it replicate a sacred artifact and elevate it further, the magnitude of its power is beyond imagination. Moreover, the Wan Hua Dao Bing can record the information of the replicated weapons, allowing for an effortless transformation of forms. This is exceedingly useful, considering the diverse categories of sacred artifacts, with each martial saint possessing at most 2 sacred artifacts. With the Wan Hua Dao Bing, once one has encountered those sacred artifacts, it is as if they possess the functionalities of various sacred artifacts, potentially even surpassing the originals in strength. Gu Weiwu was exceedingly satisfied with the Wan Hua Dao Bing and immediately shifted his gaze to the next reward. Chapter 56. The Dawn of Demonic Path, Super Divine Level Secret Art, Soul Seizing and Spirit Transforming Record. The heavens possess spirits. All beings have souls. Seize the myriad spirits and gather them into one. Thus, all spirits unify, rendering one invincible. A torrent of immense information surged into Gu Weiwu's mind, revealing a terrifying vision. An formless celestial demon emerged, devouring the essence of an infant, thereby acquiring the infant's nature. Then it consumed the child's parents, and subsequently the local strongmen. The celestial demon grew increasingly powerful and ever more mutable, with everything in the world serving as its sustenance. It assimilated the experiences of countless beings, flawlessly integrating them into itself, propelling it to higher realms. Ultimately, the celestial demon transformed into the sovereign of the world. It could embody any being among the myriad spirits of heaven and earth, even the heavens themselves. The soul-seizing and spirit-transforming record elucidates the path of cultivation for the celestial demon soul, capable of seizing the essence of anything from infants to the very void of heaven and earth. Gu Weiwu was enraptured, feeling as though he had become that celestial demon, retracing its path. Truly, this is a super divine reward, a method that directly points to the ultimate truth. He sighed inwardly, having glimpsed the path of the soul ahead. Previously, the sea-swallowing heaven curse represented the path of devouring, while the soul-seizing and spirit-transforming record epitomizes the path of the soul. The content is indifferent to notions of good and evil. It can embody the celestial demon's techniques of soul-seizing or the divine physician's methods of soul restoration. For Gu Weiwu, possessing this secret art allows him to strip others of their insights into martial arts and the Tao, augmenting his own understanding through the wisdom of countless beings to achieve the pinnacle of mastery. A smile crept upon Gu Weiwu's lips. What could be more fitting for the application of this soul-seizing and spirit-transforming record than figures like Qin Feng and Li Fan? Destined to achieve greatness, however, before indulging in the main course, he felt it prudent to sample a few appetizers first. Gu Weiwu commanded Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang to bring forth a few of Qin Feng's subordinates. Soon, they returned, leading a group of ragged individuals, sealing the study door behind them to prevent any interruptions. At this moment, apart from the one directly slain, Qin Chong, Qin Bing, Qin Jing, Qin Zhuang, and Wu Minka were all forced to kneel before Gu Weiwu. Compared to their former fierce assassin demeanor, the group now appeared half-dead. Were it not for the wooden sticks supporting them, they would be unable to kneel, resembling mere lumps of clay sprawled on the ground. Wu Minka, summoning his remaining strength, looked at Gu Weiwu with desperate pleading. "Kill me, please end my suffering swiftly." He had condensed his martial intent, his will as unyielding as granite. Yet, under the torment of the Gu family, even the hardest stone would be ground to dust. At this moment, he desired nothing but death, and he alone, as a sixth-tier individual, retained a flicker of vitality amidst the Gu family's inhumane torture. While Qin Zhuang and the others were akin to the dead. Your wish shall be fulfilled. Jiu Weiwu shook his head, speaking in a calm tone. He placed his hand upon Wu Minka's head, silently activating the newly acquired soul-seizing and spirit-transforming record. Jiu Weiwu's soul seemed to sprout tendrils, weaving into Wu Minka's mind. Countless fragments of memory flooded his consciousness, the martial inspirations therein as sweet and refreshing as spring water. During this process, he encountered a modicum of resistance, yet it remained within his threshold, and with sufficient force, he pushed through. Subjected to brutal torment, Wu Minka's spirit lay in tatters. Soon, his eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. In Gu Weiwu's palm, a small, radiant orb of pure white light coalesced, beautiful beyond compare. This orb represented the culmination of Wu Minka's martial insights. By absorbing it, Gu Weiwu could gain the training experiences of a sixth-tier Tianren realm martial artist from childhood to present. It could be said that as long as one possessed a talent of level 4 or above, they would be almost guaranteed to break through to the 6th tier within their lifetime. However, apart from the soul power contained within this small orb, the martial insights it held were of no use to Gu Weiwu. It was not that he was aloof. Rather, upon condensing this orb, he had already etched every insight into his mind. With a mere thought, a terrifying killing intent manifested within the room, chilling the air like a serpent's hiss. This was Wu Minka's martial intent, hidden kill. A ticket to the Tianren realm. At this moment, Gu Weiwu wielded it with such ease that it surpassed even Wu Minka's own ferocity. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the soul-seizing and spirit-transforming record. Gu Weiwu closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of having just condensed the light orb, extracting the entirety of a person's life experiences and insights along with their soul. That is the essence of seizing souls. Allowing others to empathize with these insights, perfectly assimilating the soul without side effects. That is the essence of transforming spirits. Moments later, Gu Weiwu opened his eyes and approached Qin Jing and the others. Touching their heads one by one. Shortly thereafter, all three perished, and Gu Weiwu found himself in possession of 3 more luminous orbs. Behind him, the blood tiger's shock beast, the fierce wolf's devouring heaven, and the evil leopard's pursuit of prey. 3 martial intents emerged in succession, having perfectly absorbed the martial insights of Qin Bing and the others. Compared to the initial orb condensed by Wu Minka, these 3 were 4 to 5 times smaller. And Gu Weiwu encountered no significant resistance during the soul-seizing process. Truly, this is a divine skill that seizes the very essence of heaven and earth, imparting immense benefits. Jiu Weiwu gazed at the orb in his hand, unable to suppress his admiration. The perfect inheritance of another's insights, disregarding the vast differences between individual souls, was simply astonishing. In contrast, the soul powers that enhance one's essence seemed trivial, without a moment's hesitation. Gu Weiwu absorbed 98% of the soul power from the 4 orbs, leaving only a fraction. This remaining soul power was again divided in 2, each portion containing a complete insight. This was an exceedingly precious resource, even more so than when Wu Minka and the others were alive. Imagining a prodigy with a brilliance equivalent to that of a Hu Yue level talent, perfectly merging Wu Minka's complete insights during the body refinement realm, they would break through to the Tianren realm with astonishing speed, and thereafter, their prospects of achieving the realms of Martial King and Martial Saint would be greatly enhanced. Alternatively, it could be used on martial artists who originally lacked the comprehension to break through to the Tianren realm, facilitating the mass production of Tianren realm experts and the establishment of a complete 6th-tier legion. Moreover, the amount of soul power required for these insights was minimal. To illustrate, with Wu Minka's complete orb, only 1% of his soul power would be needed to sustain his full insights. This meant that one Wu Minka could yield 100 complete insights of the 6th tier. Crafting 100 6th-tier experts. Zhang Tai, Zhang Gang, you two come in. Jiu Weiwu called out towards the study door. Chapter 57. Simple banter. Yes, young master. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang replied, entering the room. They ignored the 4 corpses on the floor, simply gazing respectfully at Gu Weiwu. Bowing their heads, Gu Weiwu smiled. I offer you both an opportunity. As his subordinates, the 2 had begun to lag behind. Tio speak frankly, even if the 2 brothers activated their previous war machines, he could easily handle them with one hand. However, he found them exceedingly convenient and did not wish to replace them, thus necessitating a swift enhancement. With Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang's Hu-level talents, combined with these insights and the Gu family's resources, it was entirely feasible for them to remain his subordinates. Should he achieve enlightenment, the roosters in his home would crow at dawn, and the dogs would be as fierce as heavenly gods. In light of this, such a meager reward seemed insignificant. Yes, young master. Though somewhat puzzled, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang obediently lowered their heads. Jiyu Weiwu placed his hands upon their heads, integrating 4 orbs into each. In an instant, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang felt a jolt, as countless insights poured into their minds from Gu Weiwu's touch. Seemingly sprouting from within their very hearts in a mere moment, they traversed the complete path from a level 0 mortal to the 6th-tier Tianren realm, while also completing the journey from mortal to 5th-tier Huanyu realm. Unconsciously, 3 beastly martial intent phantoms emerged behind them, along with an exceedingly terrifying essence of hidden kill. However, compared to the earlier intensity exhibited by Gu Weiwu, they appeared considerably more inexperienced. The orbs were not flawed. Rather, they were simply not Gu Weiwu, who lacked the support of super-divine rewards like the Hongmeng Body. This is impossible. After a long pause, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang regained their senses, staring at Gu Weiwu with astonishment. Their young master had merely touched them, yet it had directly led to their comprehension of 3 martial intents and 1 martial essence. Furthermore, these were not unfamiliar concepts. They were identical to those they had previously encountered while wielding their war machines against others. How does it feel? Gu Weiwu asked with a gentle smile. I've never experienced such a marvelous sensation. It feels as though I am bathing in the insights of martial arts, inspiration pouring forth. Zhang Tai exclaimed, exhilarated. I feel the same, and I sense that as long as the intensity and quality of my vitality are sufficient, I can smoothly break through to the Tianren realm. Zhang Gang, as if in a dream, marveled at this beautiful reality. Do I truly have the confidence to break through to the Tianren realm within half a year? Have I become overambitious? He was merely at the 8th level of the Ikong realm, a vast distance of 3 major realms away from the Tianren realm, where each major boundary's challenges would ensnare countless individuals. However, he was now profoundly confident in his abilities, for he had already grasped the most arduous essence of martial arts. Perhaps there were aspects that required refinement to better suit his path. Yet the overarching framework was complete. This monumental transformation was brought about by a single gesture from Gu Weiwu. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang exchanged a glance and knelt in unison before Gu Weiwu, declaring, young master, your immense kindness leaves us with no means to repay. We only wish to brave fire and water to clear all obstacles for you. Their voices resonated like the clash of metal. Evidently heartfelt, Jiyu Weiwu merely smiled faintly and replied, rise, for I have long been aware of your intentions. Otherwise, this precious opportunity would not have fallen to you. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang were even more moved, asserting, we are willing to serve you unto death. Focus on your training. Strive to remain alive as long as possible, Gu Weiwu said, patting their shoulders and gesturing towards 4 corpses. Take these bodies away. Do not desecrate the Lu family's grounds. Understood, young master. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, filled with vigor, promptly removed the bodies of the 4 Qin soldiers. As they departed together, an unspoken thought crossed their minds. The immortal blesses my crown, bestowing longevity upon me. They were uncertain whether they could attain immortality, but in their hearts, Gu Weiwu had indeed become akin to a legendary figure. At that moment, the last streak of orange on the horizon vanished, replaced by the resplendent moon and twinkling stars overhead. Lu Ruyan had finished her bath, having refrained from entering earlier so as not to disturb Gu Weiwu in his discussions. Noticing the jubilant departure of Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, she finally stepped into Gu Weiwu's chamber. Another night passed in silence. Time flew, and soon a night had elapsed. Qin Feng, temporarily residing in Li Fan's home, found himself in a state of distraction. He was troubled by the thought of Lu Ruyan surrendering herself to Gu Weiwu, a humiliation that stripped him of dignity and deprived him of a direct means to obtain the Taiyin essence. He also feared that after her submission, Lu Ruyan might not adhere to the plan to lure Gu Weiwu to meet him. Or worse, inform Gu Weiwu of his assassination plot. If that were the case, eliminating the vigilant Gu Weiwu would be an insurmountable challenge. Sharing his sentiment was Li Fan, who bore injuries from his path. He too was anxious, haunted by the terrifying notion of a devouring black hole that echoed in his mind, his comprehension deepening passively, causing his injuries to worsen and nearly tearing apart his soul, awakening a reckless desire for self-destruction. Were it not for the inability to acquire Gu Weiwu's martial arts manuscripts through Qin Feng, Li Fan felt he would gradually turn into a void-like puppet, devoid of humanity, consumed by the path of annihilation. Brother Qin, has your plan encountered any issues? Li Fan could not help but inquire. Will that woman truly act as you said? Qin Feng nodded solemnly, a cold smile creeping onto his face. She will, without a doubt, if the plan is exposed. I will not only fail to kill Gu Weiwu but also destroy the Lu family, won't I? Just then, a ringtone pierced the air, instantly capturing their attention. It was Lu Ruyan's call. She was indeed frightened. As Qin Feng was about to reveal a smile, showcasing his strategic prowess, the thought of his green hat firmly entrenched upon his brow extinguished his mirth. Cursing inwardly, he answered the call with a dark expression, asking in a somber tone, "So, have you gained Gu Weiwu's trust?" "Of course, I have gained his trust," Lu Ruyan replied with a flat tone. "Did you give it to him?" Qin Feng asked, harboring a flicker of hope. He wished that Lu Ruyan's previous words had been mere anger and that she had not surrendered her innocence to Gu Weiwu. "Certainly, I did," Lu Ruyan responded matter-of-factly. "You could have lured him without giving it." Qin Feng's heart bled with frustration. "But I wanted to give it," Lu Ruyan sighed. "Yu Gongzi has shown me great kindness. I cannot repay his gratitude with treachery. If you intended to provoke me, you have succeeded." Qin Feng took a deep breath, his voice heavy. "Arrange for him to meet you at the house you gifted me. I shall eliminate him there." He laid aside any delusions, confronting the harsh truth. The final option was to eliminate Gu Weiwu entirely, to refine him completely. Only by absorbing Gu Weiwu's Taiyin essence along with his very flesh could he attain the true inheritance of the killing saint. "Are you not afraid I might deceive you?" Lu Ruyan asked, her surprise evident. She understood that easily obtained results often breed suspicion, thus requiring some obstacles to better ensnare Qin Feng. "Do you no longer wish for it?" Qin Feng retorted coldly. Chapter 58. Qin Feng's deadly move. Those who can only rely on schemes are truly repulsive, Lu Ruyan unabashedly scorned. "Wait there. Gu Gongzi and I will arrive shortly. You forced my hand." Qin Feng sneered, hanging up the phone. He was aware this might be a trap, yet he was determined to step into it. Had he not encountered Hebei the previous day, he would have meticulously checked the plan until it was foolproof. But now, there was no need. With Hebei by his side, he merely needed to ensure Gu Weiwu would come. That old man wanted to use a blade to eliminate his enemies while avoiding the wrath of the martial saint. "Ha! Such opportunities are rare in this world. Li Fan, stay put at home while I procure Gu Weiwu's dark martial arts for you," Qin Feng said amiably to Li Fan. "Thank you, Brother Qin, for your assistance. I owe you a life debt, and I shall repay you in kind." Li Fan was exceedingly excited, even more so than Qin Feng in his desire to eliminate Gu Weiwu. After all, Qin Feng had only lost his wife, while he was on the brink of losing his life. Furthermore, if he could obtain that immensely powerful martial arts manuscript, he could not only control his injuries but also advance further, beginning to comprehend that terrifying path. With this thought in mind, Li Fan abruptly knelt, sincerely addressing the void. "Please, Senior, lend a hand to my brother Qin, why life hangs by your will. If healing is possible, I am willing to adopt you as a kin and serve as devotedly as I would my own father." A sigh echoed through the void. Hebei manifested, gazing at Li Fan with a smile in his eyes. "Child, your sincerity compels me to act. I will certainly procure that dark martial arts manuscript for you. Ensuring your path remains unobstructed." He did not promise to personally eliminate Gu Weiwu but was willing to threaten him into relinquishing the martial arts. "Thank you, Senior," they echoed in unison, Li Fan's face alight with surprise and gratitude, while Qin Feng felt a surge of triumph. This time, it was assured. Soon, Qin Feng rushed towards the house Lu Ruyan had gifted him, a spacious, elegantly decorated residence within an upscale community, in just 2 minutes. He had traversed from Li Fan's villa to his destination. Along the way, none were aware that the security of the upscale community seemed to crumble before him. Qin Feng concealed himself within the residence, quietly awaiting Gu Weiwu and Lu Ruyan's arrival. As he waited, he silently adjusted his strength, preparing to deliver the most lethal blow upon Gu Weiwu's appearance. Such a simple and effective opportunity would only present itself once. He aimed to assassinate Gu Weiwu in the fleeting moment of his inattention. Should that fail, he would have to initiate a brutal confrontation, forcibly slaying Gu Weiwu. An hour later, Gu Weiwu and Lu Ruyan's vehicle entered the community. At that moment, an invisible barrier, intricately woven from the laws of the shadow path, descended from the sky, enveloping the entire community and its surrounding streets. Pedestrians and cars passed through the edges of the barrier without any hindrance. However, a first-level body refinement realm warrior felt as though they had collided with a gentle breeze, while a third-level Ikong realm warrior experienced it as if they had struck cotton. The barrier was palpably present, specifically targeting those with stronger vitality. Above the 6th level, it was akin to a martial king exerting full force to block their path. Any existence below the 8th level was rendered as feeble as an infant before this shadow law barrier. The barrier encased the entire community without tightening further. Ying Yuan was also concerned that Qin Feng might sense something amiss and escape, complicating matters. Soon after, Gu Weiwu and Lu Ruyan entered the house where Qin Feng lay in hiding, their expressions unperturbed, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. The room was indeed tranquil, golden sunlight spilling through the windows onto the floor. It would be a delightful affair to lounge on the sofa and bask in the sun for a while. An opportunity. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, secretly rejoicing at Gu Weiwu's arrival. After long preparation, he sprang into action. Channeling the full power of the peak Tianren realm, he brandished an exquisitely sharp, pitch-black dagger aimed at Gu Weiwu. The celestial-grade ultimate martial arts technique. Stabbed to the heavens. In years past, the killing saint had used this very move to eliminate a martial saint who had ambushed him, instilling fear in the remaining 2 martial saints. Ultimately, the killing saint had retreated from the battlefield, leaving behind his entire legacy. An overwhelming intent to kill was concealed within the dagger, silent yet potent. It was a terrifying attack capable of piercing mountains. Yet it emitted no sound, not even the whisper of wind, only utter stillness, erupting with the most dreadful power. Closer, closer. The repressed murderous intent erupted in an instant, blazing like a star exploding. Lu Ruyan felt a chill run down her spine. As if she had fallen into a pit filled with steel needles, the palpable killing intent freezing her in a frigid northern expanse. Qin Feng's expression gleamed with excitement as he observed the veins in Gu Weiwu's neck. A mere graze would spell certain death, beyond the reach of any elixir or remedy. This was the path of killing. This was the path of death. However, the pitch-black dagger was halted 3 feet before Gu Weiwu's body. Qin Feng felt a peculiar sensation beneath his hand, as if he had pressed against an incredibly resilient, gel-like substance. Despite the formidable strength of the dagger in his grip, it merely sank a trifling 3 inches into the surface. He swiftly withdrew, retreating to a distance of 10 meters from Gu Weiwu, officially presenting himself before him. With a slight twitch of his lips, Qin Feng sighed expressionlessly. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The martial king is indeed providing constant protection, which is quite bothersome. Young Master Gu, are you all right? Lu Ruoyan inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at Gu Weiwu. The murderous intent that had just been directed was not aimed at her. Yet she was already gripped by a visceral fear. What kind of terrifying pressure must Gu Weiwu have endured in the face of such lethal intent? Qin Feng observed Lu Ruoyan's concern for Gu Weiwu, and his heart twisted painfully. I am perfectly fine, Gu Weiwu replied, lightly touching his neck and smiling at Qin Feng. I must admit, you've surprised me. There seemed to be a lingering aura of death encircling his neck, an ominous reminder that while he had not met his demise, he felt the chilling essence of mortality. This lethal move is indeed capable of shaking the defenses of a martial king. As a celestial realm warrior, you have every reason to take pride in yourself. It can only be said that he truly embodies the protagonist. Despite some character flaws, he remains formidable where it counts. You didn't kill me, but it seems you've grown rather complacent. Qin Feng scoffed, laughing heartily. Martial King Qingtian, if you do not act now, when will you? I have risked my life under the commission of the Heba family to assassinate the martial saint's only son. Surely, you cannot remain indifferent. Qin Feng. Heba Yi emerged from the void with a dark expression, fixing a fierce gaze upon Qin Feng. Chapter 59. Never yield, only battle. Who is this? Lu Ruoyan stared blankly at Heba Yi. recognizing that this elder was anything but ordinary. His muscular frame filled out his suit, and his white hair framed a face that resembled a regal lion. Simply standing there, he exuded an aura that demanded respect. Martial King Qing Tian, it has been a long time. Ying Yuan had unknowingly positioned himself before Gu Weiwu, his demeanor serious. His featureless face, typically calm like a polished obsidian mirror, now rippled with a hint of turbulence, akin to a dark abyss harboring a predatory desire. There were only about 30 martial kings in the entire federation, and aside from a few who were merely surviving, most were old acquaintances. Shadow Killer Martial King Ying Yuan, you vanished a decade ago. Who would have thought you'd reappear in such a small secondary base city? Heba Yi inhaled sharply. Though he had suspected as much, seeing Ying Yuan in person still startled him. There were disparities even among martial kings. He and Ying Yuan were among the very few at the pinnacle point 10 years ago. He would not have considered himself a match for Ying Yuan. And even now, after a decade of growth, he could only hope to match his strength from 10 years prior. The Shadow Killer Martial King had amassed quite a reputation, willingly spending a decade accompanying Gu Weiwu in this secondary base city. Two martial kings, Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened, as if she were trapped in a dream. Martial kings were monumental figures within the Federation, elusive even in the capital city of Shindu. Now, two of them stood before her. While she marveled at their terrifying presence, concern for Gu Weiwu crept in. The Qingtian Martial King was clearly Gu Weiwu's adversary. If a battle erupted between the two martial kings, who would protect Gu Weiwu? Do not worry, he won't stir up much trouble. Gu Weiwu merely glanced at Lu Ruoyan, his tone unruffled. Initially cautious due to Qin Feng's hidden cards, he felt reassured upon the emergence of Heba Yi. Indeed, hearing Gu Weiwu's calm words, Lu Ruoyan felt a sense of relief. Since Gu Weiwu appeared composed, he must have some trump cards of his OWN.AT that moment. Qin Feng, observing the exchange between Lu Ruoyan and Gu Weiwu, felt a surge of anger and a dull ache within. In the past, Lu Ruoyan had regarded him with indifference. Now, he had been sidelined by Gu Weiwu after only a few days' absence. However, there was no time to dwell on his heartache. Heba Yi glared at Qin Feng, his expression dark as he seemed ready to devour him whole. Qin Feng, our previous agreement only guaranteed your safety. He had initially intended to remain hidden, even turning to leave when Qin Feng called out, not wishing to attract the attention of the Gu family. Heba Yi harbored no fondness for the Gu family. They were adversaries, but he did not wish to become the first casualty of the martial saint's wrath. Yet as he attempted to depart, he found the room ensnared by a barrier of laws, preventing him from leaving without confronting the martial king who had established it. Reluctantly, he materialized from the void. To dare scheme against a martial king. Qin Feng's audacity was indeed boundless, as a martial king. Heba Yi had always looked down upon others, and even when he occasionally showed humility, it was a mere facade. Oh, is that so? I was under the impression that the Qingtian martial king was following me in hopes of personally slaying Gu Weiwu. Qin Feng flashed a brilliant smile, unconcerned with Heba Yi's perception. Very well, let us treat this as a momentary lapse in judgment. However, since you have revealed yourself, I implore you not to hesitate. I am willing to join the Heba family and serve you. Senior, with Heba Yi's appearance, Qin Feng had achieved his objective. Whether by leveraging Heba Yi's strength to eliminate Gu Weiwu or having him safeguard his escape, both outcomes were acceptable to him. Hemph. Heba Yi felt a surge of displeasure. Yet he acknowledged that Qin Feng had indeed maneuvered him into a corner. His previous notion of remaining unscathed had crumbled, and he found himself embroiled in conflict. If he were to leave now, not only would he tarnish his reputation as the Qingtian martial king, but he would also gain nothing but enmity. Considering this, Heba Yi turned to Gu Weiwu, his voice deep and resonant. Young man of the Gu family, return the original item that harmed Li Fan, and let me take Qin Feng away. I will depart, and we shall have peace. Senior, Gu Weiwu is cunning and exceptionally gifted. Allowing him to live today may result in grave consequences in the future. Qin Feng's resentment towards Gu Weiwu had reached a fever pitch, and he was now determined to incite a conflict. He reveled in Heba Yi's intervention on his behalf, feeling secure. Yet he still wished to eliminate Gu Weiwu entirely. Heba Yi was momentarily swayed, contemplating the necessity of eliminating Gu Weiwu. From what he had witnessed in Tianhua Bay City, Gu Weiwu was undoubtedly a future adversary that needed to be dealt with. After a moment of silence, He stood with hands clasped behind his back, addressing Gu Weiwu. Young man of the Gu family, you have 1 minute to consider. Hand over the martial arts and let us leave. If you do so, no one shall be harmed today. A formidable and unrestrained aura emanated from him, the laws of force manifesting around him. Lu Ruoyan gasped, for with her ascension to the 9th layer of the Void Ascension realm, she felt as though she might be crushed beneath this pressure. Any pride she had felt in her talents vanished in an instant. At that moment, even Qin Feng at the pinnacle of the celestial realm felt a wave of discomfort, as though a great mountain pressed upon him. What if I refuse to hand over the martial arts and refuse to let you leave? Gu Weiwu coldly laughed, dismissing Heba Ye's pressure as inconsequential. Having encountered the 3 super god-level rewards in the secret realms, how could he be intimidated by a mere martial king? Then you shall die. I can hold off Ing Yuan. How long can you withstand Qin Feng? Heba Yi met Gu Weiwu's defiance with unabashed pride. Even if Gu Weiwu was the son of the martial saint, what of it? He could be killed without consequence. The Heba family had their own martial saint to back them. The old dog barking furiously would only provoke disdain. Ji Weiwu completely disregarded the threat, tauntingly retorting, a martial king cannot be insulted. Heba Ye's aura intensified, becoming ever more imposing. Even Qin Feng, standing beside him, felt as if he were but a leaf adrift in a stormy sea. His peak celestial realm prowess was negligible before a martial king. Yet rather than fear, he felt exhilaration, seizing the moment to speak. Senior Heba? Gu Weiwu's wolfish ambition is glaringly evident. Allowing such a person to take control of the Gu family would spell disaster. Slaying him here, I shall bear the consequences alone. He deemed Gu Weiwu foolish for provoking a martial king. What did it matter if he possessed extraordinary talent? If he had not yet matured, he was merely a handful of dust. Heba Ye's murderous intent surged, the laws around him intertwining as he prepared to strike. Ing Yuan stood silently before Gu Weiwu, his resolve to protect absolute. Ji Weiwu remained unperturbed by the tense atmosphere, merely gazing at Heba Yi as he declared, if you dare make a move today, blood will surely flow, and tomorrow the Gu family and the Heba family will be at war, with no end to the slaughter. His voice was calm, yet his conviction was unwavering, imbued with a chilling murderous intent. Chapter 60. A Deadly Stalemate. Do you dare? You are but a junior, and you dare to speak of matters concerning the Federation? Heba Yi scoffed, disbelief etched across his features. However, at that moment, a drop of golden blood appeared upon Gu Weiwu's brow. In an instant, an aura of supreme majesty filled the room, as though he commanded the very heavens and earth. The pressure that had once surrounded Heba Yi dissipated, revealing the truth of how trivial a martial king could be. This was the essence of the martial saint's blood. How could Gu Qingyuan hold you in such high regard? Heba Yi was struck with an overwhelming shock, his caution heightened. The essence of the martial saint. Gu Qingyuan, when wielded with the laws of the realm, could produce power sufficient to contend with the martial saint for a brief period, easily overpowering him. How could this be? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Having previously incited Heba Yi, now feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Every calculation had gone awry. He had not anticipated Gu Weiwu possessing such a trump card, as an 18-year-old. Even with a martial king by his side, it was utterly absurd. The prodigious heirs of other esteemed families possess remarkable talents, yet are accompanied by mere vassals. After all, how could these so-called prodigies ever rival the exalted status of the martial king? However, Gu Weiwu, against all odds, is under the protection of the martial king, even possessing the rare essence of martial sage's blood. A surge of indignation welled up in Qin Feng's heart. How could one be so calculating and treacherous? Heba Yi no longer exhibited his previous arrogance, his tone softening considerably. Young man of the Gu family, the essence of martial sage's blood is exceedingly precious no matter how highly Gu Wuxing regards you. It is improbable that he would bestow it repeatedly. You needn't squander it here. Let us each take a step back. I will take Qin Feng away without demanding martial arts in return. And thus, no one suffers a loss. The essence of martial sage's blood is nearly equivalent to a martial sage's avatar and cannot be replenished lightly. Once given, it leaves the martial sage in a prolonged state of weakness. Gu Weiwu merely chuckled coldly, unperturbed, and declared, "You may depart, but Qin Feng must remain." Otherwise, even exchanging the essence of martial sage's blood for a martial king is worthwhile. He was fully aware of the essence's value. And indeed, there was but a single drop. He was loath to waste it here. Yet if He Ba-yi insisted on taking Qin Feng, he would feel no regret for allowing He Ba-yi to leave. That would not come without consequence. When the time comes for true conflict with the He Ba family, it could serve as an excellent catalyst. What deep-seated grudge do you hold against Qin Feng? That you would forsake the essence of martial sage's blood to eliminate him? He Ba-yi sighed softly, yet stood warily aside, tacitly accepting Gu Weiwu's words. To expend a drop of martial sage's blood at the cost of a martial king's life is indeed justified. He could trade another's life, but could not wager his own. Thus, relinquishing Qin Feng at this moment was the wisest choice. Those who kill shall be killed in turn, and I shall be even more ruthless. Anyone who obstructs my path shall not escape my wrath. Gu Weiwu spoke calmly, his voice as resolute as iron. He Ba-yi shuddered. Despite being a martial king, having shed blood countless times on the martial path, he now sensed a demonic aura emanating from Gu Weiwu. Maintaining composure, Gu Weiwu refrained from striking down He Ba-yi, simply due to his murderous intent, yet he would not hesitate to act if his true interests were infringed upon. He had no doubt that once Gu Weiwu attained his full strength, he would turn against him, despite Gu Weiwu currently appearing weak in his eyes. That day was still far off. This is a trait of the strong. Often manifesting even in their weaker moments, He Ba-yi, burdened with heavy thoughts, regretted his involvement in this affair. Senior, you cannot act thus. We had an agreement. Qin Feng's heart sank as he looked towards He Ba-yi. It was thanks to He Ba-yi's assistance that he felt confident and secure in provoking others. Now, facing Gu Weiwu's martial king protector alone, how could he possibly stand a chance? He Ba-yi disregarded Qin Feng entirely. Addressing Ying Yuan instead, Ying Sha, I implore you to lower the barrier of rules and permit my departure. Ying Yuan paid no heed to He Ba-yi, seemingly deaf to his words. He Ba-yi felt no embarrassment, turning to Gu Weiwu. Young master of the Gu family, I have no desire to interfere. Please allow me to leave. Ha, old fool, still playing your petty games. Speak another word, and I shall execute you without mercy. Gu Weiwu retorted without hesitation. Once we have dealt with Qin Feng, you shall be free to go. He was well aware of He Ba-yi's intentions. Merely seeking to allow Qin Feng to escape at the moment the barrier was lifted. It must be noted that the Shadow Master had set up the barrier precisely to prevent Qin Feng from activating the remnants of the martial sage. He Ba-yi ceased to speak, his expression darkened as he stood aside. He indeed harbored a scheme. After all, Qin Feng had previously escaped from Ying Yuan's grasp. Perhaps this time, a small opportunity might present itself. After all, Gu Weiwu had humiliated him so thoroughly, and he wished to witness Gu Weiwu's full preparations yield no success. Yet, he did not foresee that Gu Weiwu would not fall for his ruse, rendering him utterly embarrassed. Shadow Master, apprehend Qin Feng, Gu Weiwu ordered directly. Yes, young master, die in an instant. Ying Yuan vanished, reappearing before Qin Feng. Sensing the peril, Qin Feng still clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to activate the legacy cave for refuge. However, under the constraints of the martial king's laws, no matter how he called upon it, the legacy cave remained unresponsive. In the next moment, a hand, cloaked in the laws of shadows, seized Qin Feng. In an instant, he found himself immobilized, captured by Ying Yuan. It was over. Qin Feng's complexion turned ashen, having been rendered powerless by the shadow laws. In the blink of an eye, he was stripped from the pinnacle of the sixth-stage sky realm to the stature of a mere mortal. The overwhelming disparity left Qin Feng's heart in despair. In this moment of hopelessness, he suddenly thought of love. He turned to Lu Ruyan, his voice trembling. Ruyan, after a year together, have you truly never loved me? Lu Ruyan shivered, goosebumps rising all over her body. He had even resorted to threatening her with her mother. How could he dare speak of affection, originally intending to recount Qin Feng's sins? She was now thoroughly disgusted, merely replying, do not misrepresent our relationship. I fear Gu Gengzi may misunderstand. System notification. The fated child Qin Feng has suffered a severe setback, plundering 30 points of fortune. Fortune reduced to 0. Gu Weiwu's expression revealed a smile, not even glancing at He Ba-yi, as he turned to leave. Let us depart. Ying Yuan, still clutching Qin Feng, silently lifted the shadow laws. Lu Ruyan, as if awakening from a dream, followed closely, her mind muddled by the series of events. Observing Gu Weiwu's retreating figure, He Baye's expression darkened, ultimately murmuring with resentment. Being domineering is not a virtue. Even the son of a martial sage will falter in time. What could he do? As long as Gu Weiwu held that trump card, he could never threaten him. Chapter 61. Devour Qin Feng. Slay the sage's legacy. In the modest training chamber of the Lu family villa, Zhang Tai, Zhang Gang, and Lu Ruyan prudently withdrew, leaving the space to Gu Weiwu and Qin Feng to at this moment. Ying Yuan had released Qin Feng from his bindings. But with his cultivation level rendered null, and his bones and meridians shattered, he could only lay helplessly on the ground. Yet, this was not dire. Given enough time, his formidable recovery at the 6th stage would eventually restore him. The true peril lay in the fact that his soul had been severely injured by Ying Yuan, rendering him unable to recover without a miraculous elixir. With his vitality, spirit, and essence all in ruins, Qin Feng had become utterly incapacitated. You intend to keep me here to torment me? Qin Feng's pallid visage bore a cold smile as he retorted, if you think I will display any fear to please you, or beg for mercy, you are sorely mistaken. In my next life, I shall kill you. He felt his demise was inevitable, yet retained the pride of a dragon king, even as excruciating pain caused his body to convulse. He would not concede an inch. Jiu Weiwu merely smiled faintly, softly lamenting. I have heard you possess the legacy of the martial sage. What fortuitous tidings. Qin Feng's pupils constricted, coldly declaring, if you wish to obtain the martial sage's legacy, you might as well abandon your delusions. I shall not utter a single word. The legacy of the Sage of Slaughter is not easily acquired, even if the Gu family's martial sage intervened. Without specific methods and conditions, it would yield naught but fragments. What a pity, Gu Weiwu sighed, shaking his head. Ha! Qin Feng gazed at Gu Weiwu, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, forcing a smile through the pain. Since Gu Weiwu's appearance, he had been at a disadvantage, yet now he had finally managed to reclaim a measure of triumph. However, at that moment, Gu Weiwu's gaze deepened, and with lightning speed, he pressed his hand upon the crown of Qin Feng's head. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the soul-seizing secret record during the fleeting moment when Qin Feng's spirit relaxed. He would not relent in the slightest towards the protagonist. Even though Qin Feng's spirit had been grievously wounded by the Shadow Master, he remained vigilant. Although the soul-seizing secret record is a transcendent-level secret technique, it still adheres to fundamental principles. The disparity between them could result in failure, as expected. Gu Weiwu's timing was impeccable, yielding significant results immediately. Qin Feng emitted an involuntary scream, the fleeting pride vanishing from his countenance. The torment he had previously endured paled in comparison to this singular moment. His memories, insights, and everything of utmost importance began to flow towards Gu Weiwu, naturally including the secret of his greatest opportunity, the legacy of the Sage of Slaughter. He yearned to resist, but the wounds to his soul rendered him powerless. The sudden relaxation had exposed a tremendous flaw. Despite his martial understanding being at its zenith, he could offer no resistance against Gu Weiwu. He even felt as though Gu Weiwu was the true master of his soul, while he himself was merely an intruder. What kind of sorcery is this? No, no. Qin Feng's gaze grew increasingly vacant, his murmurs fading to whispers. Moments later, he fell silent. Though his 6th-stage pinnacle body still retained some vitality, in essence, he was utterly deceased. Gu Weiwu withdrew his hand, a crystalline sphere of light merging into his spirit. The protagonist Qin Feng had been swiftly refined. System notification. Fated child Qin Feng has perished, depleting 20 points of fortune. What a magnificent feast it was. Jiu Weiwu opened his eyes, savoring Qin Feng's insights and memories. A fearsome blood-red dragon emerged behind him, exuding an aura capable of slaying the heavens. This was the martial truth that Qin Feng had comprehended to its pinnacle, merely one step away from breaking through to the Marquis realm, placing him among the true elite within the Federation. Moreover, all of Qin Feng's martial techniques and experiences became his own, thoroughly consumed without a trace left behind. It is indeed commendable that the protagonist, the Dragon King, has mastered every challenge of cultivation to perfection, exhibiting no weaknesses whatsoever, in comparison to Wu Ming, who stands at the first level of the 6th stage. Qin Feng is almost a being from an entirely different dimension, far surpassing him in both combat prowess and foundational strength. Such a solid foundation now wholly belongs to Gu Weiwu. With these insights, he traverses the path to the 7th stage of the Marquis realm with absolute ease, facing no obstacles whatsoever. Regarding his system rewards, Gu Weiwu could only utter one word: invincible. While the protagonist's advantages are formidable, he possesses even greater superiority. After a considerable while, Gu Weiwu calmed his emotions and conjured a short, blood-colored blade in his hand. This was none other than the relic of the martial saint, concealed within the void, that Qin Feng had been reluctant to mention, a token of inheritance. "Heh, you may not wish for what I desire, yet I have acquired it all," Gu Weiwu remarked with a light chuckle as he glanced at the lifeless body of Qin Feng. Without a hint of hesitation, he infused the incomplete blade with the pure essence of the killing Tao, vanishing from his original position. Armed with all of Qin Feng's insights and memories, alongside the Taiyin energy that Qin Feng lacked, he was poised to fully inherit the legacy of the killing Tao martial saint. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a remnant microcosm, with land expansive enough to rival the entire Tianhua base city. Capable of accommodating millions, at the heart of this microcosm lay an unremarkable courtyard, surrounded by restrictions, which housed the core inheritance inaccessible to Qin Feng. Beneath a phoenix tree in the courtyard sat a young man of striking appearance, drenched in blood, exuding a terrifying aura. His robe bore several horrific tears, revealing blood that gleamed a vivid crimson. Gu Weiwu remained unfazed, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, the killing Tao martial saint retains his allure even after a millennium. Much like Qin Feng, this was a living corpse. However, it was undeniable that the most valuable aspect of this killing saint's inheritance was the killing saint himself. If activated through secret methods, it could temporarily unleash the power of the martial saint. One must also commend the generosity of this killing saint, who left even his own corpse for the inheritor without hesitation. Before the body of the killing saint lay a blood-colored long knife, a weighty tome of gold, and an ancient spatial ring. The resources within the spatial ring were boundless, so abundant that even Gu Weiwu, a wealthy individual, was taken aback. As for the blood-colored long knife, it was a sacred artifact of immeasurable worth, possessing extraordinary power despite its damage. However, for the time being, he had no use for these items, his focus entirely on the tome of gold, which contained the Taiyin Shirsing method. A top-tier celestial-grade technique that subtly transcended its ranked IT was a technique that could only be cultivated with Taiyin energy, which was also the reason Qin Feng was unable to access the core inheritance. Without hesitation, Gu Weiwu grasped it, and a torrent of profound information flooded into his mind. Kill, kill, kill. By linking the essence of the killing Tao with the Taiyin energy, he nearly achieved 2 peak paths, which explained the terrifying might of the killing saint in his heyday. While others grasped one path as martial saints, he commanded 2, thus naturally outclassing them significantly. This was the most formidable celestial-grade technique. Once mastered to its zenith, it could resurrect the killing prowess of the saint. A mere smile graced Gu Weiwu's lips as he integrated it into his Tai Transformation Tao book on his interface. A new attribute appeared in the Tai Transformation Tao book. After vanquishing Qin Feng, he also seized 20 points of destiny value, accumulating a total of 60 points, allowing him to draw once more. As the system wheel spun, a plethora of treasures dazzled his eyes. Ultimately, a radiant pill materialized before him. Super Divine Level Treasure 9 Turn Rebirth Pill. Consuming it grants a chance for resurrection upon death, automatically activating and restoring all conditions. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Weiwu consumed it. Having an extra life was undoubtedly advantageous. He was well aware of a certain protagonist who was impossible to kill. Binding their life force meant that killing them equated to self-destruction. Chapter 62. Terrifying indeed. Thus, his panel underwent significant transformation compared to before. Host. Gu Weiwu Physique. Primordial Body, enhanced by 9-turn Rebirth Pill, Cultivation, Sky Sovereign 5th Layer, Vitality Strength, 40 times Standard Quality, Vitality Capacity, 170 times Standard Capacity, Body Strength, 170 times Standard Strength, Physical Output, 7,687 billion kilograms, Technique. Tai Transformation Tao Book Super Divine Level, Attributes, Dragon Subduing, Tiger Suppression, Divine Farmer Refinement, Taiyin Shirsing, Martial Arts. Killing Dao True Understanding Celestial Grade Top Tier, Dragon Tiger Fist Scripture Celestial Grade Top Tier, Silken Force Mysterious Grade Upper Tier, Blood Killing Secret Record Earth Grade Upper Tier, Earth Shattering Fist Mysterious Grade Top Tier, Secret Techniques, Ocean Swallowing Heaven Spell Super Divine Level, Soul Snatching Secret Record Super Divine Level, Treasures, Premium Spatial Ring, Bloodthirsty Blade Sacred Artifact, Inheritance Realm Microcosm, Coiling Dragon Spear Set, 1-8 Stages, Demon Suppression Blade Set, 1-8 Stages, 8th Stage Rebirth Herb, 8th Stage Poison Dragon Saliva. Destiny Value, 60 points, under the influence of the Ocean Swallowing Heaven spell. His cultivation advanced a layer compared to the previous day, with an additional 3 billion kilograms of strength. The martial techniques he acquired were numerous, all contributed by Qin Feng and his entourage. Moreover, these individuals did not merely contribute martial arts, they offered at least minor achievements, saving Gu Weiwu a significant amount of time in training. Though he was currently at the 3rd stage, his foundational strength approached nearly 6 times the standard of a 5th stage 9th layer. Coupled with the most elite martial arts essence point, one might wonder, what difference was there between him and a 6th stage celestial realm? In terms of combat power, none. In potential, many times greater. Even if he faced Qin Feng in his peak state at this moment, he was confident of not being defeated. In just over 10 days, he had become 1,000 times stronger. Gu Weiwu closed the system panel, feeling invigorated as he exited the realm of inheritance. The microcosm dissipated into a speck of dust, clinging to him. Upon emerging, he beheld Qin Feng with closed eyes, ensconced in a slumber akin to that of an infant. It was evident that Qin Feng was dead, as confirmed by the system. Nevertheless, the formidable 6th stage physique could maintain vitality even without a soul. Gu Weiwu glanced at the soulless body of Qin Feng and earnestly murmured, "Thank you, but please refrain from being a sycophant in your next life." Sycophants meet unfortunate ends. Although Qin Feng, having had his soul devoured, would not have a next life, Gu Weiwu felt compelled to express his sentiments. While Qin Feng was alive, he refrained from idle chatter. But now that he was deceased, he relished the villainous delight. After a brief moment of composure, Gu Weiwu, with a beaming countenance, summoned Yingyuan. "Shadow Master, I must trouble you once more, and no problem. Just let me know what you need." Yingyuan replied with a nod, a hint of anticipation evident in his demeanor. Following the encounter with Qin Feng, his perception of Gu Weiwu had risen significantly, defeating a 5th stage opponent while at the 3rd stage. With a daily cultivation increase of 1 layer, was nothing short of monstrous. Moreover, with the inheritance of the martial saint now in hand, Gu Weiwu was bound to soar to great heights. Yingyuan considered the prospect of relying on Gu Weiwu for his own advancement in the future. Gu Weiwu nodded, producing the tome containing the Tien Shirsing method, and said, "Shadow Master, please deliver Qin Feng's body and this sacred technique to my father. You may examine the technique as well, it should yield some insights." Although Qin Feng's soul was extinguished, his living body still possessed remarkable cultivation talent, making him a highly valuable resource. Whether for research or for certain elders' offspring to possess, it was an excellent choice. As for the technique, being a secret transmission of the martial saint, it would undoubtedly be of significant benefit to his father, Gu Qinghe. "Thank you, young master," Yingyuan expressed, accepting the items with evident pleasure. "Look at that. What did I just say? Now I find myself in a position to rely on you." The inheritance of the martial saint, merely to observe, was a privilege only the father-son duo of the Gu family could afford. Unbeknownst to him, Yingyuan, who had initially contemplated serving the Gu family to the death, now felt even more elated about his choice. "Shadow Master, do go ahead. Let my father know this good news at once. Let him extract a substantial tribute from the Heba family. Before indulging in a feast, one must first collect some interest. Also, do nudge Yin Hengjuan regarding his progress. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Gu Weiwu said with a light chuckle, "No problem. I will set off immediately." Yingyuan nodded, promptly dispatching a shadow clone to commence the delivery. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, recalling how he had previously delivered a corpse. The gifts exchanged between this father and son were rather unique. Moreover, for some reason, he had an inkling that such gifts would occur frequently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hebei returned to the Li family villa with a grim expression. Li Fan's heart sank upon not spotting Qin Feng. He immediately sensed something amiss. "Elder, what transpired? Do not speak." Gu Weiwu had a hidden card up his sleeve, orchestrating this deadly trap deliberately, He Bei replied gloomily. Recalling the previous perilous situation, he felt a chill run down his spine, narrowly escaping with his life. He truly believed that had he been a bit more resolute, he could have unleashed the martial saint's killing strike. That young man was genuinely ruthless and quite willing to sacrifice. How could it be that with you personally intervening, he could not be subdued? Li Fan questioned incredulously, pressing for answers, and what of Brother Qin? He should be fine, right? Humph. He Bei scoffed coldly, responding bluntly, he is just as shameless. He should now be dead at the hands of that Gu family brat. I could not save him. The mere thought of Qin Feng coercing him into action ignited his anger. Now that he was exposed before Gu Weiwu, he dreaded the challenges he would face from the Gu family. Li Fan was perplexed by the unfolding events and could not defend Qin Feng. He distinctly remembered that Qin Feng was a formidable 6th stage master, and together with the 8th stage elder from the Heba family, they were unable to subdue Gu Weiwu, only to be counterkilled? Elder, what exactly happened? Li Fan could not help but inquire. That young man from the Gu family not only has a martial king as his guardian, but is also a war fanatic. He threatened me with the disintegration of the Federation, leaving me with no choice but to yield. He Ba Ye's expression darkened, and he replied resolutely, this matter pertains to the integrity of the Federation. Let us not speak of it further. Should he inform Li Fan that he was intimidated by Gu Weiwu, standing idly by without daring to take action? At this moment, the only way to salvage his dignity was to embellish the truth. What a detestable fellow, indeed a despicable person, Li Fan, without suspicion, merely expressed his indignation. He Ba Ye felt a touch of embarrassment and stated, I will first find alternative means to suppress your cultivation issues. We cannot resort to violent coercion regarding that young man from the Gu family for the time being. Thank you, Senior. Li Fan expressed his gratitude outwardly, yet internally he remained troubled. With his extraordinary comprehension, he sensed that what he glimpsed that day was a divine skill far more terrifying than the heavenly level. Such knowledge should not be imparted lightly, and the harm it could inflict could not be easily mitigated. However, he understood that he could not reveal this to He Ba Ye, lest he risk being abandoned. Chapter 63. A shock across the miles. A day later, at the Southeastern Military District's headquarters, situated countless miles from Tianhua Base City, within Gu Qin Yuan's courtyard, the shadow clone of Ying Yuan arrived before him, carrying the corpse of Qin Feng along with the Tien Shixing method. Gu Shang, the young master has entrusted me to deliver 2 gifts to you. A method of killing saints and a living corpse of a prodigy. Another corpse? Gu Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. While the previous corpse had indeed been useful, having yielded some preliminary findings, consistently presenting corpses as gifts felt somewhat inappropriate. However, upon examining Qin Feng's living corpse, he immediately recognized it as a remarkably perfect vessel for possession, making it an excellent choice for some younger members of the clan who lacked talent but held esteemed positions. He could not deny that this gift was truly delightful. Ying Yuan promptly elaborated. The situation is as follows. This corpse belonged to Qin Feng, the leader of the assassin organization Dragon King Hall, who once conspired to assassinate a federal legislator and inadvertently attracted the young master's attention while hiding in Tianhua Base City. After a series of complications, we ultimately captured him, and the legacy of the martial saint he possessed has also fallen into the young master's hands. Notably, during the final battle, Qin Feng provoked that old fellow He Ba Ye into action. Had it not been for the young master's decisive intimidation, the Federation might have descended into chaos. Ying Yuan recounted the events of the past period in meticulous detail, emphasizing particularly Gu Weiwu's meteoric rise in strength as he effortlessly crushed 5th-tier assassins and remained unflappable in the face of a martial king. He also mentioned Gu Weiwu's ability to absorb and transmit insights to others, as well as his clear system of rewards and punishments, which allowed Ying Yuan to observe the legacy of martial saints. His words brimmed with admiration for Gu Weiwu. Are you saying Weiwu has already broken through the 5th layer of the Air Sovereign Realm and can overpower 5th-tier assassins? Gu Qin Yuan found it hard to believe his ears, doubting that he had misheard. He can even absorb the insights of others. Now he possesses a top-tier martial intent and considerable martial might. Even those two, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, might have the opportunity to break through to the 6th tier within a year. He felt as if he were listening to a joke, even with his extensive experience as a martial saint. He never imagined Gu Weiwu would achieve such terrifying progress. It was worth noting that less than a week had passed since his last remote communication with Gu Weiwu, who had appeared to just begin his journey of opportunity. Now, he had soared to a level that left Gu Qingyuan astounded. Indeed, I have been secretly protecting the young master, and I am fully aware of the situation. Ying Yuan affirmed, his featureless visage rippling like watered eye. In truth, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. As he spoke, Ying Yuan presented the golden tome containing the Taiyin Shixing method to Gu Qingyuan, saying, "This is the core legacy of the Saint of Killing that the young master acquired. It has greatly benefited me. The young master hopes that Gu Sheng can gain something from it." "Good. My son possesses the potential of a martial saint. What a fine young man. He has not disappointed my unwavering support for him." Gu Qingyuan laughed heartily as he accepted the Taiyin Shixing method, filled with joy. What father does not wish to receive gifts from his son? Even a simple meal would be sufficient to bring happiness. Furthermore, what Gu Weiwu presented him was a genuine treasure, a legacy that even the martial saint families hold in the highest regard. This was far more precious than a subordinate of a martial king, truly an epic gift. After some time, he ceased his laughter and casually opened the Taiyin Shixing method. The intricate teachings of the path of killing igniting a spark of understanding within him. It was indeed the authentic core legacy of a martial saint. Yu Qingyuan closed the golden tome, exclaiming, "I never expected that a mere second-tier Bay City would harbor a sixth-tier transcendent criminal. Moreover, this criminal possesses the legacy of a martial saint, ultimately drawing the old dog of the Heba family into action. How could such a small Tianhua Bay City be worthy of hosting a possessor of a martial saint's legacy? To think that it would even attract an eighth-tier martial king is utterly perilous." Gu Qingyuan's expression gradually darkened as he murmured, "Had it not been for Wei Wu's protection through my essence blood, I cannot fathom what the outcome might have been." He turned to Ying Yuan and stated, "I am now aware of this matter. Let Wei Wu rest easy. The assassin organization that attempted to assassinate the federal legislator has been eradicated, and the Federation will not be stingy with its rewards for such merits. The pack of spine-snapping hounds from the Heba family dared to lay hands on my family's Qilin child. In due time, I shall ensure their entire clan is extinguished, and I will not let this matter pass lightly. The 5 ruling families rely on the existence of 5 martial saints and have never been a monolith. Each has its own hidden agendas, united solely by mutual interests. Among them, the relationship between the Gu and Heba families is the most tenuous, and they are but a tumultuous event away from open conflict. Yes, I shall convey this to the young master." Ying Yuan nodded earnestly. "You may return to protect Wei Wu for now. There is nothing further for you to do here." Gu Qingyuan waved his hand, signaling Ying Yuan to depart promptly. Though he was merely a shadow clone before him, it still had a substantial impact on Ying Yuan's full battle capability. Hearing of the dangers surrounding his son, he naturally wished for increased protective measures. However, Ying Yuan did not leave immediately. Instead, he awkwardly said, Gu Sheng, the young master asked me to convey a message to you." Gu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback before grandly gesturing, "Speak freely. The young master would like me to urge Yin Hongjun's puppet. He is becoming quite impatient," Ying Yuan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor despite feeling somewhat awkward. Gu Qingyuan chuckled heartily, saying, "What a fine young man. Does he fear I might be covetous? Ying Yuan, tell him that the puppet is being hastily refined, and once it is complete, I will deliver it to him post-haste." Had this been earlier, he might have withheld it for a few days, first crafting some elixirs. However, knowing that Gu Weiwu frequently encountered significant figures, he did not wish to delay even for a moment. After all, even when the puppet was idle, he could still refine elixirs. "Yes, I will ensure the message is conveyed accurately." Ying Yuan bowed to Gu Qingyuan before merging into the shadows below, swiftly traversing the darkness back to Tianhua Bay City. As he watched Ying Yuan depart, Gu Qingyuan gradually reined in his mirth, his expression darkening once more. The news his son relayed to him was filled with good tidings. Yet he was acutely aware of the challenges faced by his son. An encounter with a 6th-tier assassin calling upon an 8th-tier martial king for assistance posed a threat that even he, at 18, had never encountered despite his displayed talents. Leaving the southeastern military district, Gu Qingyuan's mind was consumed with the profound principles of killing within the Taiyin Shixing method. Although the time for bloodshed had not yet arrived, It was inevitable that the He-Ba family would soon face a reckoning. Even though the martial saint of the He-Ba family had surpassed 800 years of age, strength could not be measured by age alone. A year for a genius far exceeds a lifetime for an ordinary person. The same principle applies among martial saints. Disparities exist. Chapter 64. Enormous sacrifice, awarding first-class honors 2 days later, following the initiative of the He-Ba family legislator and the repeated refusals from the Gu family legislator. The Federation issued an announcement revealing the full details of the case surrounding the death of a federal legislator from a year prior. The name Dragon King Hall instantly became etched in the public consciousness. The citizens of the Federation had never anticipated that an assassin organization would be audacious enough to assassinate a federal legislator, a crime tantamount to rebellion. They were astounded by the brazen actions of Qin Feng from Dragon King Hall. In addition to his formidable strength, a strange and youthful name emerged before them: Gu Wei Wu, the son of a martial saint and the young master of the Gu family. In Tianhua Bay City, he set a trap to annihilate the entire leadership of Dragon King Hall, including the peak 6th-tier transcendent Qin Feng and numerous elite members of the organization. Simultaneously, he provided intelligence to the Public Security Bureau's Riot Control Division, resulting in the complete eradication of all remnants of Dragon King Hall. In recognition of his accomplishments, the Federation awarded him a first-class medium merit, granting him 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and an 8th-tier weapon. Furthermore, the He-Ba family, impressed by the young man's ambition, bestowed upon him several rare treasures. Upon the release of this news, every corner of the Federation's 30,000 base cities erupted in a fervor. A first-class medium merit is typically awarded only to those of the martial king level who have achieved great feats, representing a superlative honor. Among the 20 ranks of merit in the Federation, it is second only to the pinnacle first-class high merit. The last martial king to receive a first-class medium merit was a decade ago when he annihilated an entire clan during an alien invasion at the border. The Federation had enjoyed a decade of tranquility, thus lacking any first-class merits during this time at it. Is worth noting that even the lowest tier of merit, the 5th-class low merit, grants privileges such as admission for one's offspring into elite martial universities, alongside numerous other benefits. The second-tier first-class medium merit comes with an abundance of rewards, enough to elevate a family of moderate standing in the capital to great heights. Certainly, those who often achieve such merits are not lacking in benefits. However, considering that the Dragon King's palace has assassinated a federal congressman, which is an unprecedented major case for the Federation, there is some justification in awarding such merits. Yet, the fact that this merit ultimately falls upon an 18-year-old youth is bound to spark controversy. Is it credible that a mere 18-year-old could orchestrate the downfall of a powerful being in the realm of celestial beings? A resident of the Divine City expressed disbelief, deeming it utterly absurd. Logically speaking, this is a raw novice who hasn't even attended a martial arts university, and possessing a mere 3rd-tier mastery of the sky is already an impressive feat. To eliminate a peak assassin in the celestial realm seems rather exaggerated. Does it not? Even if he resides in the federal capital and has heard numerous legends of prodigies, such an outrageous occurrence is something he has never witnessed before. What's so outrageous about it? Have you not seen his identity? The young master of the Gu family, the sole heir of the martial saint. What can such a noble scion not accomplish? A resident of the Divine City remarked with a tinge of envy. If I had such conditions, I would surely achieve the merit of slaying a martial king. Gazing at the rewards listed in the commendation and the youth, his envy was palpable. If he had the martial saint as his backing, wouldn't he be free to do as he pleases? Not to mention eliminating a celestial assassin for merit. Even if he were to establish a harem of 3,000 beauties, he would still be credited for contributing to the human race's propagation. Spare me the jealousy. If you, like the martial Saint Gu, were to preach to the world and benefit martial artists, I would overlook whatever happens to your son. A resident of the Divine City sneered. Furthermore, did you not see that the commendation states he orchestrated the downfall of Qin Feng? You must be lacking in intelligence. Surely you cannot expect the mind of the Gu family's young master to be as dull as yours? Instantly, those who had just been envious fell silent, their heads bowed in defeat. However, those at a higher echelon perceived the situation more profoundly. They noted that the proponent was the He family, while the refuser was the Gu family, and thus understood that this matter was far from simple. After all, these two families have always had a strained relationship, and such a scenario was clearly amiss. coupled with the multiple bursts of auroras that had erupted on the He family's territory 2 days prior. Many felt a sense of trepidation. From the current circumstances, it appeared that the two martial saints had clashed, with the Gu family's martial saint emerging victorious. Regardless of how much Gu Weiwu contributed to this incident, it was evident that he was indeed the true heir of the martial saint, the absolute core supported by the Gu family. The young master of the Gu family, who had previously secluded himself in a secondary base city, had revealed a glimpse of his potential to the world upon reaching adulthood. Meanwhile, the Tianhua base city, where Gu Weiwu resided, was in an uproar. Lin Tian, the reborn sword sovereign, furrowed his brow, contemplating. Even a sixth-tier celestial being faltered before Gu Weiwu. It seems his protective forces are anything but ordinary. He examined Gu Weiwu's physique, contemplating refining it to expedite his ascension to sainthood. He had initially harbored plans for a covert assassination, considering Gu Weiwu's isolation in a remote area had left him without significant power. However, Qin Feng's defeat served as a wake-up call, revealing that his current strength was far inferior to that of a sixth-tier celestial being. Even with the remnants of a martial saint-level soul from his past life in his mind, the damage was too severe for excessive USIT. Seems he must remain dormant for the time being, refraining from action until a more opportune method presents itself. Lin Tian sighed, feeling a sense of reluctance. He had set his sights on Gu Weiwu's body and was unwilling to give up. For his current predicament, it represented a treasure surpassing the 9th tier. Refining it would be a tremendous boon. Despite the challenging circumstances, it would not deter the sword sovereign from pursuing his ambitions. The notion of wealth and glory often lies in risk. Those who walk the path of darkness are never lacking in determination. The meat laid before him, despite the tremendous danger it accompanied, would not extinguish his fiery spirit in that fleeting moment. Several plans began to form in his mind in his past life as the sword sovereign. Even a mere hint of knowledge shared could yield significant rewards. If he were to leverage this to his advantage, opportunities might arise. Meanwhile, Qian Duo of the Qian family read the news and felt a tremor in his heart. To have received a class emerit, along with such an array of rewards, gazing at the long list of accolades on the commendation, he could hardly contain his drool. Although he possessed an infinite supply of spirit stones from the divine rich system, it merely alleviated his cultivation worries. It certainly did not make him exceptionally outstanding. His infinite spirit stone advantage could only be maximized in larger locales. In a mere secondary base city, he found it challenging to exert his full potential. Looking at Gu Weiwu's name, Qian Duo couldn't help but feel indignant. If he were the son of a martial saint, paired with infinite spirit stones, he would have soared to great heights long ago. Yet now, he could only silently envy and resent Gu Weiwu's commendation, feeling utterly powerless. After a few moments of self-reassurance, Qian Duo rallied himself, saying, "It's all right, Qian Duo, you are the real protagonist. As long as you develop, those insignificant Gu Weiwus will be easily dealt with." Chapter 65. Li Fan's exposure. Meanwhile, at the Li family, He Ba-yi stared at the commendation in silence. Though not a single word mentioned him, each letter seemed to strike him like a slap to the face. Observing the heavenly materials and treasures funded by the He family, even he felt a pang of regret. It was clear that the He family had paid a hefty price due to his rashness. This was almost the compensation he had envisioned for eliminating Gu Weiwu. Yet now he had barely managed to scratch the surface. Li Fan stood beside him, watching He Ba-yi's unease with trepidation. "Senior, what should we do?" He was beginning to feel frightened, as it was he who had incited He Ba-yi to confront Gu Weiwu. Now that the outcome was thus, he could not escape the blame. He Ba-yi glanced at Li Fan and comforted him. "It's nothing, merely a temporary setback. Since the family has already offered compensation, this matter should pass. However, to protect you, we will likely need to return to the He family together." Although this incident arose because of Li Fan, He Ba-yi held no excessive resentment. After all, he viewed Li Fan's exceptional talent as a potential future martial saint, and he believed that Li Fan's achievements would not be inferior to his own. If bringing Li Fan back could atone for their sins, he would still be considered a great contributor to the He family. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart soared with joy, and without hesitation, he knelt. "Thank you, Senior. I am willing to serve you like a loyal dog, regarding you as my father and ancestor. Good boy, rise quickly." He Ba-yi's face lit up with a smile, feeling greatly relieved. Although he had suffered a significant loss due to Li Fan, Gaining a prodigy like him was not a total loss. Yes, thank you, senior, Li Fan said excitedly, standing up with utmost respect towards He Baiyi. For a moment, the old and young shared a harmonious interaction, dispelling the shadow cast by Gu Weiwu. Just then, He Baiyi's expression changed as he sensed a terrifying will calling through their bloodline connection. He dared not show any neglect and quickly summoned all his strength to welcome the arrival of their ancestor. Senior, what is happening? Li Fan asked, seeing He Baiyi on high alert. Kneel down. He Baiyi forcefully pushed Li Fan to the ground before kneeling himself, explaining. Our He family's ancestor, the lawmaking martial saint, He Ba Shang, is descending. The lawmaking martial saint is descending. Li Fan knelt on the ground, astonished. He was one of the 5 legendary figures of the Federation, one of its highest authorities, responsible for establishing laws. The father of the very Gu Weiwu he had just provoked was on par with him, controlling the entire military system of the Federation. With one martial saint personally arriving, how could he not be shocked? In an instant, using their bloodline connection as a conduit, the power of a martial king manifested. The figure of a young man clad in black materialized in midair before the two. His wild black hair flowed freely, and his face bore an unapproachable authority. Without any movement, merely standing still exuded a sense of awe that confronted the very heavens. Such a powerful aura! Li Fan felt a tremor within. Even kneeling, he felt insufficiently respectful in his eyes. This person was almost an embodiment of a certain path, filled with boundless wisdom. In just that fleeting moment, he was overwhelmed with countless insights. One martial arts prototype after another began to manifest. And within this brief moment of enlightenment, given some time, he could potentially create an earth-tier martial art. This understanding was only second to the terrifying path he had witnessed in Gu Weiwu, which had injured him to such an extent. I pay my respects to the ancestor. The offense I have committed has drawn the ancestor's personal inquiry. I deserve death 1,000 times over. He Baiyi's voice was hoarse, having lost the demeanor of a senior before Li Fan. Was the situation so severe that the ancestor could not wait for him to return and had to expend great energy to descend? You have indeed made a grave mistake by acting carelessly. He Ba Shang stood with his hands behind his back, his expression darkening, coldly rebuking. That young brat Gu Qingyuan came to my doorstep, causing me to lose face. He should have suffered the loss of his only son to quell my anger. Just recalling how Gu Qingyuan had inexplicably come to his door and, intending to assert dominance, had instead been soundly beaten, filled him with fury. The martial saint wields profound authority, with thoughts as deep as the ocean. Yet high status does not mean devoid of wrath, having been unexpectedly beaten. His rage burned hotter than heavenly flames. Were it not for sustaining some minor injuries requiring a couple of days of recuperation, he would have sought trouble with He Baiyi immediately. Ancestor, it is my fault. He Baiyi lowered his head, resembling a child caught in mischief. I never anticipated that Gu Weiwu would possess the essence blood of a martial saint. He was even bold enough to declare war on the entire He family. Hearing the martial saint's words, he felt his mind spin. He had never anticipated that the formidable King Shenwei, Gu Qingyuan, would dare to strike at the ancestral home of the Heba family, delivering a resounding defeat to their greatest support. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Both were martial saints, and his family's ancestor was even a senior. Yet, it was Gu Qingyuan who emerged victorious. It was no wonder that the ancestor descended in a fury. Unable to wait for him to return, Yu Weiwu possessed the essence blood of a martial saint, which indeed absolved you of blame. He Ba Shang's tone softened, yet his expression remained grim. His ire was not directed at He Baiyi, but rather at himself. Jiu Qingyuan had achieved the rank of martial saint in barely over a decade, bestowing upon his own son the essence blood of a martial saint, which would require another 10 years for recovery. The result was that he could not best the younger Gu Qingyuan. This only intensified the humiliation on his face and augmented his trepidation towards Gu Qing. Ancestor, I have a means to redeem myself. He Baiyi, oblivious to the thoughts of the martial saint, pulled Li Fan closer. This youth possesses extraordinary insight and the potential of a martial saint. However, he has fallen victim to the schemes of the younger generation of the Gu family. Leaving him with some afflictions, he is willing to join our Heba family, and from henceforth, he shall be our family's prodigy. Should you lend your hand to heal him, he will surely become a great asset to our family in the future. In his estimation, with the assistance of the martial saint ancestor, Li Fan could undoubtedly be cured. Moreover, realizing Li Fan's value, the ancestor would likely overlook his previous blunder. After all, the Heba and Gu families had long been at odds, and he could hardly be blamed for provoking a formidable enemy. Having witnessed the martial saint's power firsthand, Li Fan straightened his back after Heba Ye's introduction, a surge of boundless hope swelling within him. Although he perceived his injuries as troublesome, they might not be insurmountable for the martial saint. If he were to catch the eye of the esteemed martial saint before him, the vast sea would be his to traverse, and the sky would be his to soar. Ha ha ha! Heba Sheng cast a glance at Li Fan, immediately sensing something amiss, and in a fit of rage, laughed scornfully. A mere third-tier insect has managed to lead our Heba family's chief martial king in circles, inciting a battle between two martial saints. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Senior, you must be jesting. How could I possibly have the capacity to deceive a martial king? Li Fan retorted, his complexion paling as he struggled to defend himself. Chapter 66. Ignored. Disaster begins. Heba Sheng disregarded Li Fan's defense and instead turned to Heba Yi. Heba Yi, it appears you have been duped into causing trouble for Gu Weiwu. You are truly blind. This lad is not afflicted, but rather bears the burden of a Dao injury. Such an injury spells ruin for his future. The more he cultivates, the deeper the wound will grow. He is already a wasted talent. He had initially thought Heba Yi possessed some treasure, but now he was thoroughly disappointed. He acknowledged that it was indeed unusual for Li Fan, with his meager cultivation, to have sustained a Dao injury. But now he was rendered devoid of investment value. Furthermore, such injuries are often self-inflicted. Li Fan likely sought to pry into the core inheritance of the Gu family and was subsequently punished for his audacity, dragging Heba Yi down with him. Heba Sheng's disappointment in Heba Yi grew. A dignified martial king had been led by the nose by a mere junior, truly disgraceful. What? Not even you, ancestor, can cure him? Heba Yi was shaken, his mind in disarray, and no hope remained. Death awaited him. Heba Sheng delivered the grim verdict and then addressed Heba Yi. You have failed to discern character and committed a grave error. The compensation our family owes to the Gu family will be solely your responsibility. Return to the family at once. You are sentenced to 10 years of confinement. With a Dao injury, even this martial saint would be left with but half a life, potentially dissolving into the very essence of the world. It was fortunate that Li Fan's cultivation was low, and he had yet to qualify for such dissolution. Once he reached the 4th tier and comprehended the essence of martial arts, the injury would worsen, amplifying his martial prowess. Then, upon reaching the 5th tier and grasping the momentum of martial arts, he would face a deadly backlash. This could not be. Listening to the martial saint's dire proclamation, Li Fan was left in a stupor. Was he to await death merely for having glanced at Gu Weiwu? Was it truly so absurd? Was it really the case that a single glance could lead to such catastrophic consequences? Yes, ancestor. Heba Yi was despondent, never anticipating such an outcome. His visit to the Tianhua Bay City had resulted in utter failure. You may leave this Li Fan here. Let the Gu family deal with him as they see fit. Heba Sheng suppressed his displeasure as he spoke, a sign of weakness towards the Gu family, compounding his humiliation. With that, he could endure no longer, and the temporary shadow conjured by the power of the martial king dissipated in an instant. Within the study, only Heba Yi and Li Fan remained, facing each other in silence. Senior, you cannot abandon me. I can still be salvaged. If I can obtain the martial arts from Gu Weiwu, I can recover. Li Fan implored earnestly, his last hope resting on Heba Yi. Without Heba Yi's assistance, how could he contend with Gu Weiwu? His elder brother, Qin Feng, at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, had been utterly defeated. Get away! Just looking at you annoys me. Heba Yi swatted Li Fan aside with a wave of his hand, filled with disdain. This fool had spouted nonsense, initially claiming that Gu Weiwu had schemed against him, only to reveal that he sought to spy on the core inheritance and was punished instead. Regret washed over him as he realized how foolish he had been to heed this boy's provocations against Gu Weiwu. He could have remained safely hidden while plotting against the Gu family, but now he had failed spectacularly. Senior, you cannot abandon me. We had an agreement. Li Fan was frantic, aware that this was his final chance. Leave? Heba Yi had no desire to linger, vanishing in a flash as he rushed back to face his punishment. Had it not been for the hope of using Li Fan to retaliate against Gu Weiwu, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Li Fan then and there. This exemplified the coldness of a martial arts family. Had the martial saint been able to heal Li Fan, he would have been welcomed into the Heba family and nurtured with care. Even if he had deceived Heba Yi previously, Heba Yi would have swallowed his pride. But now, with Li Fan devoid of value, he was destined to be discarded. In an instant, the study was left desolate, with only Li Fan remaining. Li Fan collapsed onto the ground, lost in despair. Just days prior, he had the support of an 8th-tier martial king and a 6th-tier pinnacle elder brother leading the charge. His future ablaze with promise. That vibrant, flourishing state of existence was still vivid in his mind. Yet, how had it come to this? In a matter of days, his brother Qin Feng had perished, and the 8th-tier martial king had abandoned him. Without the 8th-tier martial king, how could he possibly contend with the immense power of the Gu family? In such a short span, he had found himself on the brink of death. Gu Weiwu. Li Fan let out a bitter laugh, uttering that loathsome name. Were it not for Gu Weiwu's relentless pursuit, how could he have been driven to such depths? All he had sought was to study Gu Weiwu's remarkable talent for physical growth. To learn a pinnacle martial art, was that truly a crime? If he refused to share, why resort to underhanded tactics against him? At that moment, Li Fan's hatred for Gu Weiwu ran deep, ingrained in his very bones. After a moment, Li Fan staggered to his feet, reasserting his resolve. I still have a chance. The martial arts examination is approaching. As long as I secure a place in the top 10 of the Federation, I can enter one of the 5 super universities and stage a comeback. I still have a chance. With my extraordinary insight, few talents in the Federation can rival me. He glimpsed a sliver of hope. Although the martial saint had declared his Dao injury beyond cure, so what? Within the prestigious martial arts university, he sought not complete healing, but merely a means to prolong his life. The heavens do not leave one without a path. As long as he pressed forward, a solution would surely present itself. Gu Weiwu, who ultimately laughs last, remains to be seen. Li Fan clenched his fists, his expression resolute as he stepped into the training room. However, the likelihood of that opportunity presenting itself was slim. In the Huafu Biyuan, at the home of Base Chief Chen Mingkai, he and his younger brother, Deputy Base Chief Chen Chengwu, were engaged in discussion within the living room. A commendation for Gu Weiwu laid before them. It turned out that the one who had attempted to assassinate young Master Gu, Qin Feng, had even committed the grave offense of attacking a federal legislator. Base Chief Chen Mingkai trembled, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. A pinnacle 6th-tier celestial being had audaciously succeeded in assassinating a federal legislator, easily overpowering him, a 5th-tier Mount Tremor cultivator. He couldn't even handle those assassins previously bound outside the Gu family's villa. Indeed, who would have imagined? Deputy Base Chief Chen Chengwu nodded in agreement, lamenting. What heinous individuals! Had it not been for young Master Gu stepping in to deal with them, who knows what havoc they would have wreaked? Chen Mingkai concurred, nodding in agreement. Young Master Gu's kindness is undeniable. Although he may not care, we must remember. Chen Chengwu's eyes lit up as he said, I recall that at the last banquet, there was a youth who disrespected young Master Gu, nearly dragging us all into trouble. Was it Li Fan? Intensify the rectification efforts against the Li family. Let them understand the consequences of provoking those they ought not to. A cold smile spread across Chen Mingkai's face as he made his decision. Previously, due to the assassination attempt on Gu Weiwu, the entire base city had been in an uproar, leading to a neglect of the Li family's transgressions. Allowing them to enjoy a few days of respite. Brother, you may not be aware, but according to my informants, Li Fan is connected to the assassination of young Master Gu. My officers previously attempted to investigate Qin Feng but were obstructed by Li Fan, who even slapped the officer before taking Qin Feng away. Chen Chengwu recalled the information reported by his subordinates, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 67. Family Pressures. Escape is no easy feat in the Huafu Biyuan. After a thorough discussion between the Qin brothers, they reached a resolute conclusion. They intended to eliminate the Li family, not only as a show of loyalty, but also to vent their frustrations. Who could tolerate Li Fan's audacity, daring to provoke Gu Weiwu and later even harboring intentions of murder? If not for the Li family, it would render the two of them, regardless of their positions as chief and deputy base chiefs, utterly inept. However, they were not reckless. Rather, they were both quite astute. They had previously witnessed the scene of Gu Weiwu's assassination and were naturally aware that Qin Feng's narrow escape was due to a subsequent assassination attempt, of which they were oblivious, resulting in his demise, a feat that far surpassed their own abilities. They were also cautious regarding Li Fan, who had connections to Qin Feng, fearing that a sixth-tier assassin might emerge to eliminate them. Therefore, they refrained from visiting directly, opting instead to covertly pressure the Li family into a trial point 2 days later. Various establishments owned by the Li family were beset by significant issues, with inspection teams flooding in from all sides, far outnumbering the actual customers. Hotels were scrutinized for fire safety and surveillance, food establishments were examined for hygiene, and weapon shops were investigated for client sales. This relentless chain of inspections forced the Li family's enterprises to a standstill, resulting in severe short-term losses and a long-term outlook of utter ruin. The members of the Li family, regardless of rank, were suddenly overwhelmed, scurrying about in search of assistance, yet none were willing to lend a hand. Only days earlier, the pressure they had faced due to Qin Feng's assassination attempt had eased somewhat, as Gu Weiwu did not pursue the matter of their earlier indiscretion at the banquet. They had thought the storm had passed, only to find themselves in this predicament. At this juncture, they received alarming news. What? You mean my son Li Fan is suspected of being involved in the assassination of young Master Gu? Li Gang's face darkened, his shock palpable. Impossible. My son has been secluded at home, honing his skills since his last setback. He has not stirred up trouble. Isn't it simple? Just summon Li Fan and verify the truth. Li Fan's second uncle, Li Yin, interjected with a cold scoff. Moreover, on that day, Li Fan obstructed law enforcement on the street. Don't pretend you were unaware, elder brother. Li Fan's earlier disruption at the banquet welcoming Gu Huayan had already subjected them to undue scrutiny. Now, being entangled in such a grave matter was a life-threatening scenario. Indeed, elder brother, the innocent have nothing to fear. If Li Fan is truly innocent, handing him over for investigation should pose no issue. Li Fan's third uncle, Li Qing, urged desperately. Now that he is embroiled in this assassination affair, our financial losses are secondary. This is a matter of life and death. After a moment of contemplation, Li Gang sighed. I shall speak with Fanner and urge him to clarify matters swiftly, yet deep down, he was filled with dread. Did he not know whether Li Fan had committed the act? His study had been wrecked by Qin Feng, and it remained in disrepair. He had merely sought to placate his two brothers and protect his son. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, elder brother. Let us hasten to clear this up, if it turns out he is indeed innocent. We shall overlook the prior losses. Li Yin and Li Qing exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in agreement. All right, I will go at once. Li Gang managed a bittersweet smile, stooping as he departed. Observing their elder brother's despondent figure, Li Yin and Li Qing felt a pang of sympathy. The severity of the situation had escalated to a point where it threatened the very lives of their entire clan. Ji Weiwu, who had eliminated Qin Feng, possessed a commendable level of merit, while the entire Li family would likely face dire consequences. Such a temptation was simply irresistible within Tianhua Bay City. In the blink of an eye, Li Gang knocked on the door of Li Fan's training room. Upon entering, he cautiously squeezed through after Li Fan opened the door. Father, what has happened? Li Fan inquired, observing his father's anxious demeanor. Fanner, you have landed us in grave trouble. Li Gang's expression was one of despair. Your connection to Qin Feng has been discovered, and someone is watching our Li family, demanding that we hand you over. Your second and third uncles are already feeling the pressure and have come to question me. What? They actually know? Li Fan's face went pale, an ominous sense of foreboding washing over him. If even Qin Feng, with his strength, fell at the hands of Gu Weiwu, how could he, a mere practitioner of the Sky Realm, stand a chance? Hearing that his uncles were pressing for answers, he felt a wave of indignation. Are my second and third uncles not family? Instead of shielding me, they choose to complicate matters at such a critical juncture. Yet, he could hardly blame them. They too had wives and children to protect. Li Gang sighed, regarding Li Fan with a flicker of hope in his eyes. Is the esteemed martial king you mentioned still around? If he is, perhaps he can help resolve the misunderstanding between us and young Master Gu. This was their last hope, reliant upon the martial king who had taken an interest in Li Fan. With a martial king as a mediator, it was plausible that even the Gu family would hesitate. Moreover, since Li Fan had not directly participated in the assassination, it should not pose a significant issue to appeal to the martial king's sense of honor. That old man has grown weary of my plight and is unwilling to assist me, Li Fan retorted dismissively indeed. He Baiyi had grown disinclined to offer aid, primarily due to Li Fan's weakened state. The reasons for his injuries and the deceptions woven to mislead He Baiyi were matters he could not voice. How could this be? Li Gang's face fell, the last flicker of hope extinguished. Even the martial king refuses to confront the Gu family. How can our humble Li family hope to survive? Li Fan watched his father's troubled expression, feeling a deep sorrow welling within him. His lips parted in an attempt to offer comfort, yet no words emerged. After a prolonged silence, Li Gang's visage aged further, his youthful vigor now resembling that of a man in his 50s. Fanner, you must leave. Depart from the Li family and seek refuge elsewhere. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Remaining here is a certain path to death. Li Fan was deeply moved, unable to restrain his curiosity. But father, what of you? I would gladly sacrifice my life if it meant you could have a bright future. You are my pride, the most remarkable martial talent. As long as you live, I have hope. Li Gang reassured his son, resolute in bearing any burden as long as Li Fan remained alive. Dad. Li Fan was profoundly touched, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet he could not help but feel resentment. Why must he endure such suffering while someone like Gu Weiwu enjoyed boundless wealth and power? Enough. I will arrange for you to leave swiftly. Li Gang patted Li Fan's shoulder, offering solace. If you depart, we may yet avoid disaster. If the Gu family considers face, they might not pursue us relentlessly. Besides, with so many members of the Li family, they are unlikely to resort to widespread slaughter. This was a moral quandary, and as the patriarch of the Li family, he had mastered the art of manipulation. At this moment, using it to save his son's life had an extraordinary effect. I understand. Father. Li Fan nodded firmly, his voice resolute. One day, I shall return in glory. I will make the Gu family regret their actions. And I will see the martial king rue his decisions, compelling my second and third uncles to kneel and plead for my forgiveness. Chapter 68. The day of Li Fan's tribulations. Li Gang patted Li Fan's shoulder, refraining from further discussion, preparing to lead him away discreetly. However, just then, Li Yin and Li Qing, accompanied by several elders from the family, barged in, casting cold smiles at the pair. Well done, elder brother. Well done, nephew. Is Li Fan's life of greater value than ours? To wager the entire Li family for Li Fan's life. How noble of you. How lofty. Having overheard the earlier conversation, they initially felt a flicker of hope upon learning that Li Fan had once garnered the martial king's attention. Yet as the discussion progressed, they became increasingly incensed. Not only had the martial king departed, but Li Gang also intended to secretly allow Li Fan to escape, leaving them to bear the brunt of Gu Weiwu's potential wrath. Even more infuriating was Li Fan's desire to return and exact revenge upon them. What kind of absurd logic was this? Was only Li Fan's life valuable while their own sons and daughters were deemed expendable? Had they not overheard the discussion, they would have become the most unjustly wronged victims in all of Tianhua Bay City. Second brother, third brother, let me explain. Li Gang stammered, panic rising as he confronted the aggressive crowd. There is nothing to explain. Seize him. Li Yin and Li Qing lacked the patience for explanations, immediately signaling their followers to take action. The audacity of their plan had been laid bare, and they would not allow Li Gang to obfuscate the truth any longer. Seize Li Fan. This scoundrel is no longer one of the Li family. A swarm of 12 individuals, skilled practitioners of the Sky Realm, surged forward, representing the entirety of the high-ranking members of the Li family. Excluding Li Gang and Li Fan. Li Qing and Li Yin advanced upon their elder brother, their earlier words leaving no room for mercy. Regardless of Li Gang's protests, they turned a deaf ear. Seize him first. We can sort out the details later. Why are you forcing me? Li Fan's expression darkened, his aura menacing. It's so difficult to let me leave. After all, you may not even face death. To hell with you! The crowd erupted in foul-mouthed curses. I had nothing to do with this. Yet you two fools have dragged me into your mess, and now you want my life too? How dare you speak so brazenly? They could not fathom why Li Fan was so shameless. They had been law-abiding citizens, now ensnared in a web of calamity, awaiting execution. Who could endure such a fate? 10 of them rushed forward, launching an array of martial arts attacks at Li Fan. Ragtag group. Li Fan's expression turned to one of disdain as he met their charge head-on. Now at the 4th level of the Sky Realm, He had grown significantly since challenging Gu Weiwu at the banquet, augmented by several perfected Huang-tier martial arts techniques. These individuals were no match for him. Li Fan's form became a blur, weaving through the 10 attackers with agility. Despite their onslaught, not a single blow managed to touch his garments. Not only that, but his fists fell like meteors, wielding a colossal force of 6 million kilograms, surpassing those besieging martial artists by 5 or 6 times. In a mere moment, 10 warriors from the Li family found themselves in excruciating agony, holding on only by a fierce sense of life and death. Everyone, hold on. If we allow this ungrateful wretch, Li Fan, to escape today, we can forget about living peacefully in the future. The Li family's warriors gritted their teeth, fighting to the bitter end for the sake of their kin. Ha ha. You worthless fools think you can capture me? Dream on. Li Fan was filled with delight. The long-standing frustration within him finally released. He could not match Gu Weiwu, feeling like an ant before Qin Feng and He Bei. Yet now, in the face of these elite warriors from the Li family, he regained a semblance of confidence befitting a protagonist. Li Fan, will you still resist? Li Yin and Li Qing called out to him, their feet beside the unconscious Li Gang, blood trickling from his mouth. Your father is already in our hands. Do not be foolish. They were equally astonished by Li Fan's combat prowess, but fortunately, Li Gang was not as monstrous as Li Fan. Their combined efforts quickly subdued him. Release my father, or you will pay dearly, Li Fan growled, his expression twisted in rage. What a prime opportunity! A cold light flickered in Li Yin and Li Qing's eyes as they launched a surprise attack on Li Fan. The other 10 martial artists also seized the moment, not willing to let this chance slip by. After a fierce struggle, Li Fan was ultimately captured. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, Li Yin and Li Qing regarded Li Fan with trepidation. They had exhausted tremendous effort, nearly allowing Li Fan to escape, revealing the extent of his innate talent. If only this fellow had not been foolish enough to provoke young Master Gu, they would have gladly supported him in leading the Li family to glory. But at least now they had seen through Li Fan's treacherous nature. They confined the elder brother, while Li Fan was hung outside the main gate as a testament to their resolve. Li Qing struck Li Fan, breaking his bones, and calmly stated, well, after all, he is still the elder brother. Unlike this wretched brat, Li Yin kicked Li Fan, expressing his disdain. This guy not only wants to use us as shields, but also seeks revenge afterward. He is utterly deranged. Enough of this, Li Qing shook his head, worry evident in his voice. Our Li family is facing such calamity. I wonder if we can weather this storm. Although we have captured Li Fan to demonstrate our stance, the fate of the Li family ultimately depends on the will of young Master Gu. He glanced at Li Fan, but his sentiments were not as extreme as Li Yan's. He felt anger. Yet it was not overwhelming. It was a pity. Had Li Fan been a genius surpassing Gu Weiwu, he would have gambled his life on the future of the Li family without hesitation. Did he truly lack compassion? Alas, Li Fan lagged far behind Gu Weiwu. Li Yin fell silent, sharing in the sense of helplessness. Before Gu Weiwu, their Li family felt like mere ants. Not to mention the vast might of the Gu family. The Li family's power was woefully inadequate. Just Gu Weiwu alone could easily sweep away the entire Li family. After all, they had to exhaust every trick to barely subdue a single Li Fan. Yet Li Fan could not withstand even a single strike before Gu Weiwu. It was hard to fathom that they, like Gu Weiwu, were human beings coexisting in the secondary base city, yet the disparity was insurmountable. They had initially harbored many schemes. Otherwise, Li Fan would have already fled. However, before absolute power, they could only obediently await their fate. The following day, a long pole was erected before the Li family's main gate. Bound to the shattered form of Li Fan, left to endure the scorching sun overhead, beside him stood a sign. Li Fan harbored ill intentions against the young master of the Gu family, repeatedly committing heinous acts. Henceforth, he is expelled from the Li family, to be subjected to the sun's relentless rays until death. The Li family deeply regrets the lack of proper education and sincerely apologizes, willing to accept any punishment and compensation. This same message, through the Li family's calculated efforts, dominated the front page of the Tianhua Bay City's news. Chapter 69. Inviting guests, decapitation, and accepting subservience. The actions of the Li family immediately sparked a tremendous uproar in Tianhua Bay City. No one expected the Li family to sever ties so decisively. Chun Mingkai gazed at the newly released news, unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, It has barely been 2 days, and Li Fan is already hanging outside. Truly swift and resolute. Chen Chengwu shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. It's a pity we couldn't contribute much, missing the opportunity to showcase ourselves before young Master Jiyu. Though not be disheartened. This is still a good thing, at least it indicates that Li Fan lacks any formidable backing, or that any powerful support has abandoned him, Chun Mingkai replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, not overly disheartened. However, now that the Li family had adopted such a stance, we were not in a position to intervene. It would have to be handled personally by young Master Gu. Chun Chengwu still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. But what can we do? The Li family is terrified to this extent precisely because of young Master Gu's influence. Chun Mingkai sighed, stating, indeed, just a single piece of news has left the Li family in a state of terror. The Gu family is truly formidable. Chun Chengwu nodded, feeling a sense of awe. The two exchanged glances, sharing a mutual understanding. Today's Li family, due to Li Fan's minor association with Qin Feng, was caught in a maelstrom, facing imminent doom if in the future they were even slightly implicated and any unfavorable rumors about Gu Weiwu were to circulate. They might find themselves in a predicament not unlike that of the Li family. Even if the strongest among them were merely Tier 3, while they had already ascended to Tier 4 or 5, before the Gu family and Gu Weiwu, they would still be easily crushed like ants. Like the brothers Qin Mingkai and Qin Chengwu, numerous families in Tianhua Bay City shared similar sentiments. They condemned and reviled the Li family while simultaneously anticipating how Gu Weiwu would handle the situation. Indeed, the annihilation of the Li family by Gu Weiwu would create a vacuum of interests in Tianhua Bay City, ripe for division among the families. Yet they feared such a result. The demise of the Li family today might foreshadow their own destruction tomorrow due to a trivial dispute with Gu Pharmaceutical. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Liu family's villa, Gu Weiwu casually tossed aside the rewards issued by the Federation, for he had never lacked resources. To him, they were merely numerical figures. The grade A medium merit was somewhat useful, but only marginally so. After all, 1/5 of the Federation belonged to his family. There would always be justifications for advancements among kin. Over these past few days, Gu Weiwu had been immersed in the training chamber. Comprehending martial arts, he possessed several inheritances pointing directly to the path of enlightenment, which was a delightful dilemma. Each required extensive time to fathom, and any one of them held significant utility, making it impossible to prioritize. Fortunately, with the spirit seizing and soul transforming secret art, he could leverage the experiences of others to surge through realms, allowing him to comprehend techniques without hindering his progress, in just 3 days. His body absorbed spiritual energy, elevating from the 5th stage of void control to the 8th stage, with his foundational strength increasing by over 1 billion kilograms. Alongside him in training was Lu Ruyan, who possessed the Taiyin Cheon physique, an unquestionable Zyra's-level talent. She had been taught the Taiyin Shirshing method by Gu Weiwu, enabling her to replicate a fraction of the saint's prowess, destined to become Gu Weiwu's capable aide. The saying goes, to have tasks to accomplish is to have purpose, to have nothing to do is to be aimless. System prompt: the fated child, Li Fan, has suffered a significant blow, losing 30 points of destiny value. Gu Weiwu opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile faintly. He was well aware of the upper echelons of Tianhua Bay City's suppression of the Li family, and he had seen the news of the Li family's submission. Remarkably, none of this involved the Gu family's influence. It was solely due to a sense of intimidation that Li Fan found himself in dire straits. Indeed, before the protagonist, favored by destiny, could mature, he was utterly no match for the favor of his father. Gu Weiwu mused momentarily before stepping out of the training chamber, preparing to address the matters concerning Li Fan. Zhang Tai, Zhang Gang, we are heading to the Li family. Understood, young master. Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang immediately responded. At the Li family estate in Tianhua Bay City, Li Qing and Li Yin stood in formation, awaiting the arrival of guests, while a row of high-ranking members flanked them. Beside them, Li Fan, disheveled and bloodied, glared at them in fury, his mouth opening and closing but unable to produce any sound. Yet, Li Qing and Li Yin remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged as they anxiously scanned the road. They had received word from Gu Weiwu and were thus waiting at the entrance. To Gu Weiwu, this might seem a trivial matter, but for the Li family, it was a meeting that could determine their survival. The two felt perspiration bead on their palms, apprehensive of the judgment that Gu Weiwu would render. At that moment, a discreet black sedan pulled up to the entrance, and 3 individuals emerged from the CARD Li Fan. Bound to the pillar, grew increasingly agitated, his eyes aflame with fury. Meanwhile, Li Qing and Li Yin wore forced smiles. Eagerly approaching the newcomers, Ji Weiwu has arrived. Young Master Gu, please, step inside. We have already prepared a banquet. Let us discuss matters further within. Li Qing bowed and extended his hand, exhibiting utmost humility. Such courtesy is unnecessary. We shall not stand on ceremony, Gu Weiwu replied with a slight smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Li Qing and Li Yin instantly sighed with relief, smiling as they led the way to at least, judging by Gu Weiwu's attitude. The possibility of the Li family's survival appeared promising. Soon, in the grandest reception hall of the Li family, Gu Weiwu and his companions took their seats at the head of the table, while Li Qing and Li Yin, as the hosts, stood to the side, serving them attentively. After pouring several cups of fine tea for Gu Weiwu and his companions, Li Qing and Li Yin knelt on the ground, their faces etched with guilt and sincerity. Li Fan's involvement in the plot to assassinate young Master Gu is indeed a grave offense. Even if we expel him from the family tree, we cannot absolve the Li family of all responsibility. Should young Master Gu wish to exact punishment, we shall harbor no grievances. One can only hope for a modicum of opportunity, allowing me to atone for my past transgressions. Having said this, the two individuals anxiously turned their gazes towards Gu Weiwu, awaiting the decree of life or death. There was no hint of moral coercion in their hearts. They merely sought a glimmer of hope through their sincere intentions. Everyone, please rise, Gu Weiwu gestured, and Zhang Tai promptly stepped forward to assist. Li Qing and Li Yin initially contemplated resistance. Yet they soon realized that their cultivation at the 7th level of the Sky Realm was no match for Zhang Tai's strength. And thus, in shock, they rose. Ji Weiwu nodded slightly and then solemnly stated, Li Fan has indeed erred, and he must face the consequences. Though you bear some responsibility for negligence, the losses endured by the Li family in recent days have been sufficient. Henceforth, I shall not pursue further accountability, and the Li family may collaborate with Gu Pharmaceutical. However, if the Li family presents an unyielding front, insisting on protecting Li Fan, and even a third of them wish to shield him, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them without mercy. Yet, since the Li family has demonstrated sincerity by capturing Li Fan and offering their lives to Gu Weiwu, he sees no need for further bloodshed. Rather, he can utilize the Li family as a benchmark. The so-called hospitality is merely a guise for execution and acceptance of their fate. Chapter 70. The Consensus of the People. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your magnanimity, Li Qing and Li Yin exclaimed joyfully, overwhelmed by their relief. From now on, the Li family is willing to offer our modest assistance to Gu Pharmaceutical, with no hidden agendas. Through Gu Weiwu's words, they understood that their lives had been spared. The subsequent matters were straightforward. They were to submit a pledge of allegiance. I am not coveting the Li family's assets. I merely wish to provide you with peace of mind, Gu Weiwu remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Hearing this, Li Qing and Li Yin were even more moved, viewing Gu Weiwu as a paragon of virtue. Indeed, the entire Li family combined could not compare to even a fraction of the accolades bestowed upon Gu Weiwu by the Federation. By allowing them to align with Gu Pharmaceutical, he was signaling his intent to shield them from the scorn and encroachment of other families. The two solemnly pledged, their words resolute. Young Master Gu, your noble character and high principles shall be eternally remembered by the Li family. There is no need for haste in your gratitude, Gu Weiwu replied earnestly. I still intend to execute Li Fan. As is right, Li Qing immediately affirmed, his voice unwavering. Indeed, Li Fan conspired with the nefarious Dragon King Hall to attempt the assassination of young Master Gu. His crimes are unforgivable. Li Yan's killing intent was palpable. He would show no favoritism towards his erstwhile nephew. Even if Gu Weiwu chose not to kill him, he would take matters into his own hands. You two are commendably righteous in your familial justice, Gu Weiwu praised before sighing. If Li Fan had merely sought to take my life, I might have spared him. However, anyone who dares to threaten him must face certain death. Young Master Gu's integrity is truly admirable. Li Qing, astute as ever, immediately lauded him. Ji Weiwu continued, I could have let Li Fan live. He is, after all, a prodigy. But alas, I cannot condone the atmosphere of assassination. Why do we, as warriors, cultivate on a smaller scale? It is for the legacy of our families. On a grander scale, it is to combat foreign threats and fortify our homeland. Frontline soldiers shed blood in battle so that we may cultivate and thrive in safety. Aiming to bolster the Federation, we must not permit a few individuals to foster a culture of assassination, secretly harming our own kin for personal gain. The death of Qin Feng, a pinnacle of the sixth stage, is a testament to this. He disregarded his duty to the nation and instead sought to sow discord within the Federation for his own benefit, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Likewise, Li Fan at the third stage is to meet his demise. He has no one to blame but himself for straying down the wrong path and harboring flawed ideologies. Ji Weiwu paused, then turned to Li Qing and Li Yin, inquiring, "Do you understand?" He was destined to be a leader, and thus, some semblance of showmanship was essential. Today's performance would enhance his future reputation and provide him with a polished facade. The path of the demonic and the righteous may differ, yet at their core, they are often great. We comprehend, Li Qing exclaimed, deeply moved. He bowed deeply to Gu Weiwu, stating, "Your words resonate deeply, leaving me shaken. I feel utterly inadequate. If only the Federation had more individuals like young Master Gu, it would not be in its current state." Gu Weiwu's pronouncements effectively absolved them of all guilt, both overtly and covertly. Such magnanimity and composure are indeed befitting the son of a martial sage and the future helmsman of the Gu family. His words exhibited a level of sophistication that transcended the confines of a mere secondary base city, focusing instead on the broader strategic landscape of the Federation. Claiming the moral high ground and rallying support, he embodied the qualities of a mature leader. He thought of Li Fan, small-minded and vengeful, deserving of his fate at Gu Weiwu's hands. I too? Li Yin quickly echoed his brother's sentiments. Li Qing, with newfound resolve, stated earnestly to Gu Weiwu, "Upon hearing your words, I have come to realize how hollow my previous existence was, devoid of meaning. I am willing to donate half of my family's wealth to aid the frontline soldiers. While it may seem trivial, it is a gesture of goodwill from the Li family to I too." Li Yin chimed in. Li Qing shot a bewildered glance at his simple-minded brother, his eyelids twitching. "We are a family. If I donate half and you donate half, what will be left?" "Very well. The Li family's generosity is commendable." Gu Weiwu chuckled, patting their shoulders. Li Qing repeatedly declined. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable. Before long, the lavish banquet meticulously arranged by the Li family was served. The meal concluded with joy and satisfaction shared by all. The Gu Weiwu departed with Li Fan in tow. The Li family's bustling endeavors came to an end. Under Li Qing's initiative, the contents of this semi-private meeting were relayed verbatim to the outside world. Other families, upon receiving the news, breathed sighs of relief, praising Gu Weiwu's handling of the situation. Young Master Gu truly possesses a heart of compassion, allowing the Li family to escape unscathed. Chen Minkai remarked as he gazed at the distant villa, and those words, "They left me feeling quite ashamed." Chen Chongwu admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. He possesses a grand vision, focusing on the entirety of the Federation. While they remain mired in the confines of a secondary base city, there is no comparison. Indeed, young Master Gu's magnanimity is extraordinary. Chen Minkai nodded, reflecting, the Li family has been fortunate. Had they encountered another, their fate would likely have been one of total annihilation. Now, they have entered into a partnership with Gu Pharmaceutical. Though their power and resources have diminished, their stability has significantly increased. If a family with a blemished reputation can receive such treatment, what might await those without stains on their record? He envisioned Gu Weiwu fervently proclaiming, "Look, I will reward those who attempted to assassinate me with 100,000. For those who did not, I shall grant 1,000,000,000, brother. Does that not entice you?" Chen Chongwu inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Chen Minkai affirmed, his resolve strengthened. "At my age, progress through my own efforts seems improbable. Now that Gu Pharmaceutical has reached such heights, with young Master Gu being such a broad-minded individual, and considering his exceptional talent, having dispatched fifth-stage foes with ease, he is destined to be a remarkable figure. This may be my only opportunity in this lifetime. I cannot let it slip away." The more he spoke, the more resolute Chen Minkai became, envisioning a bright future. With such a young master leading the Gu family, prosperity was assured. If they allied themselves with him, their futures would be equally promising. "I shall join as well. Together, we can bolster our standing." Chen Chongwu, feeling similarly inspired, quickly made his decision. "Excellent. Let us, as brothers, unite and progress together." Chen Minkai exclaimed, clapping his brother on the shoulder and laughing heartily. The two brothers promptly began preparations to align themselves closely with Gu Pharmaceutical, securing their place on the Gu family's bandwagon. However, initially, it was just the two brothers, one a primary base leader, the other a deputy. Yet after a round of discussions, 3 additional deputy leaders also gravitated toward them. Following another round, nearly all the higher-ups of Tianhua Bay City had flocked to join. Such is the nature of collective sentiment. Chapter 71. The death of Li Fan. The grand movements of the upper echelons of Tianhua Bay City did not escape the notice of the prominent families in the capital. In truth, ever since Gu Qingyuan ventured to confront the Heba family and vanquished Heba Shang, the Heba family had publicly commended Gu Weiwu, leading to increased scrutiny of Gu Weiwu's actions in Tianhua Bay City by many observant individuals. Whether from the 5 ruling families, Ji, Gu, Ling, or the second-tier families such as the Li, Jiang, and Wang families, all were covertly monitoring Gu Weiwu's maneuvers in Tianhua Bay City, witnessing his benevolence and ability to consolidate the hearts of the Li family, thereby prompting the entire city to rally behind him. Many were left in quiet astonishment. Among the 30,000 base cities within the Divine Martial Federation, Tianhua Bay City ranked around 20,000. Merely a mid-tier location. When compared to the influence of the 5 ruling families, it was akin to a droplet of water in the ocean, scarcely warranting attention even from third-rate families within the capital. Yet, despite its modest size, a droplet can coalesce into a sea. The complete alignment of Tianhua Bay City with the Gu family is a signal of considerable significance. Ji Weiwu's initial display of power, swiftly transforming an entire base city into a vassal, showcased his extraordinary methods and ambition. As the sole son of the martial sage and heir of the Gu family, destined to wield 1/5 of the Federation's authority, every action of Gu Weiwu warranted careful consideration. In a secluded courtyard of the Heba family, Heba Yi sat cross-legged on the grass, contemplating the freshly arrived news. He had been sentenced by Heba Shang to 10 years of confinement, forbidden from leaving the premises. However, he is the second in command of the Heba family, and during the times when the martial sage is preoccupied, his voice is the loudest. In such circumstances, how could he possibly enjoy a decade of leisure without consequence? Therefore, during his time in the courtyard, he must still fulfill his obligations, and intelligence reports naturally find their way to him. As Heba Yi perused the latest news from the Tianhua Bay City, he couldn't help but recall Gu Weiwu's earlier resolute and unyielding stance, akin to a fish fighting to the death. Even before the formidable martial king, Gu Weiwu displayed an impressive tenacity that left a profound impression on him. He was a rebellious and sharply defined youth. However, the situation with the Li family left him astonished. Contrary to his expectations of Gu Weiwu exterminating the entire Li clan, he instead incorporated them under the Gu family's banner, seemingly disregarding past grievances altogether. The dragon's power to conceal and reveal, with its myriad divine abilities, makes it the most formidable of mythical beasts. Today's Gu Weiwu, with his seamless blend of strength and gentleness, evoked a similar sensation in him. Sitting in the courtyard, Heba Yi remained silent for a long while. It was not until he saw his grandson, who was also in seclusion for guidance, that he sighed deeply. Though Gu Weiwu is young, his depth of character is remarkable. He has already become a significant adversary for our Heba family. He couldn't help but feel envious. If only he had an heir like Gu Weiwu, the Heba family would surely flourish. He resolved his internal confusion. If Gu Weiwu were in his family, the martial sage would undoubtedly bestow his original blood essence to safeguard him. Grandfather, why do you bolster others' ambitions while undermining your own authority? If that Gu Weiwu dares to come to the divine capital, I will certainly teach him a lesson. Heba Pajun declared confidently, his demeanor exuding self-assurance. He was a direct disciple nurtured by the martial sage family, a paragon of the Federation, unmatched by any of his peers. My grandson possesses lofty aspirations, naturally not inferior to Gu Weiwu, Heba Yi remarked with a chuckle, stroking his chin. Although he privately believed his grandson fell short compared to Gu Weiwu, lacking the latter's adaptability, he still held a high regard for his grandson's prodigious talent in martial arts. Under the family's robust cultivation, he had already reached the second layer of the 4th stage of the Po Jun realm, standing tall among his contemporaries. Even with Gu Weiwu's training under the martial sage, he believed his grandson would not lag behind in the slightest. You are formidable, Gu Weiwu casually remarked, standing with several spectral beasts flickering behind him. The young master is too kind. Even if my brother and I joined forces, we would still require the young master to hold back considerably to have a fighting chance, Zhang Tai said, drenched in sweat and looking abashed. Zhang Gang, equally astonished, praised. The young master has wielded several martial forces with such divine mastery that even though my brother and I possess similar insights at the same level, individually, our combat prowess exceeds the 4th stage, and together we could match the 5th stage. Yet we are still no match for the young master. They had just sparred with Gu Weiwu using their martial forces and true intent, resulting in a swift and decisive defeat. Even though both sides had drawn their martial forces from several assassins, Gu Weiwu's exquisite application led them to a rapid loss. The interplay of various martial forces was executed with such skill that the resultant power was beyond their reach. That is only to be expected, Gu Weiwu nodded in agreement. Not to mention his extraordinary physique. Even the souls he consumed through the spirit-seizing and soul-transforming secret record set him apart from ordinary individuals, making him significantly more agile and harmonious. The same techniques wielded by different individuals yield vastly different results. Ji Weiwu then turned to the two, smiling as he inquired, "How long until you both break through to the 4th stage? Do not fall behind me, Dai. In the past couple of days, we have had a sense of impending breakthrough," Zhang Tai replied earnestly after sensing the atmosphere. With the young master's bestowal of 4 martial forces and 1 martial intent, we have already paved a path forward. If we cannot break through now, it would be quite pathetic. Thanks to the young master's miraculous methods, the greatest hurdles to advancing to the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages have been eliminated. And as long as they proceed step by step, rapid breakthroughs are assured. Moreover, having access to martial true intent in advance means that as long as their bodies keep up, they can unleash 1,000-fold power. Fighting at a higher tier becomes effortless. After all, having configurations typically exclusive to the 6th stage appearing in the 3rd stage warrants some exceptional results. Good. I look forward to your performance, Gu Weiwu nodded, retracting his imposing aura. After the practice session concluded, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang exited the training room, while Gu Weiwu approached the center of the training chamber, where Li Fan was bound. As a cautionary example of the backlash from path injuries, Li Fan held significant research value for Gu Weiwu, serving as a counterpoint to the primary example, the swallowing the heavens and oceans curse, yielding tremendous insights. In this process, Li Fan also gained considerable knowledge. Through closer observation of Gu Weiwu, his path injuries began to stabilize. If this development continued, Li Fan might find a way to resolve his injuries and make a comeback. Unfortunately, he would not have the opportunity, as what he perceived was precisely what Gu Weiwu intended for him to see. Insight truly is a remarkable asset. Even the path of devouring can yield such swift understanding, Gu Weiwu mused. Placing his hand atop Li Fan's head, spirit-seizing and soul-transforming secret record, a torrent of information surged from Li Fan's mind, flowing into Gu Weiwu's body through his hand. Various modified martial arts techniques below the profound stage, perfected training insights, understandings of the path of devouring, and even the initial conception of the Hunyuan transformation technique birthed from observing Gu Weiwu. Ji Weiwu couldn't help but marvel at Li Fan's astonishing comprehension. Merely from their first meeting, Li Fan had managed to create the Hunyuan transformation technique, a divine skill capable of transforming one's talent to the stellar level. As for the other hundreds of martial arts techniques perfected to their pinnacle in the yellow tier and over a dozen at the peak of the profound tier, those that Li Fan had modified and innovated were no longer as striking. He had no doubt that with his extraordinary insight, Li Fan would undoubtedly become a formidable figure surpassing the martial sage in the future. With a brighter prospect than the likes of Qin Feng and Yi Chun. As Gu Weiwu seized Li Fan's soul, the system's voice resonated incessantly. Chapter 72, Heavenly Insight, System Notification. The Child of Destiny, Li Fan, has encountered a significant setback, acquiring 30 points of destiny value. System Notification. The Child of Destiny, Li Fan, has encountered a significant setback, acquiring 20 points of destiny value. System Notification. The Child of Destiny, Li Fan's destiny value has been reduced to 0. Due to his extraordinary opportunities, a special plunder option has been triggered. Would you like to spend 50 points of destiny value to plunder Heavenly Insight? What? Gu Weiwu's eyes widened in astonishment, experiencing a thrill akin to receiving a heavenly prize. The system could not only plunder destiny value to extract divine rewards, but could also seize Li Fan's Heavenly Insight. It made sense. The system's full title was the Villain Plunder System, not merely a destiny value lottery system, which was entirely reasonable at that moment. Even Gu Weiwu, with his vast experience, felt an overwhelming urge to laugh towards the heavens and an immense surge of exhilaration. This was indeed heavenly insight, the fundamental ability that enabled Li Fan's rapid advancement. In just a few months of possessing this extraordinary insight, Li Fan had effortlessly surpassed numerous minor levels and created more than a dozen profound tier martial arts that left those at the 5th stage envious. Given 1 or 2 more years, his achievements would be truly limitless. Just moments ago, Gu Weiwu had been envious of Li Fan's insight, and now a chance to possess it lay before him. It was illogical not to seize it. This was a trait that rivaled, if not surpassed, even the most divine rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Weiwu made his choice in his heart. Spend 50 points of destiny value to plunder Li Fan's heavenly insight. Instantly, the compass nestled deep within Gu Weiwu's true spirit activated, emitting an invisible ethereal light that enveloped Li Fan. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar trait from Li Fan was completely stripped away and returned to Gu Weiwu along with the ethereal light. The shadowy abyss lurking in the darkness remained oblivious, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in an instant, Gu Weiwu experienced a profound transformation. The world before him had never appeared so vibrant and clear. Every moment, his mind brimmed with fresh thoughts and ideas, with an unending stream of insights regarding the various superdivine rewards. Although these insights seemed trivial in the face of the boundless principles of superdivine rewards, they were nevertheless a significant leap from Gu Weiwu's previous rate of comprehension, akin to upgrading from a bicycle to a high-speed train. Gu Weiwu opened his eyes and gazed at the now cold Li Fan, remarking, "No wonder you suffered from path injuries. You looked too early and too carelessly. While human life is finite, the path is boundless. To forcefully pursue it is perilous." Li Fan's path injuries stemmed from having encountered too much information about a path too early. Without the critical suppression of the swallowing the heavens and oceans curse, his soul and body were unable to withstand it. Gu Weiwu couldn't help but smile, feeling immensely pleased. The unexpected acquisition of heavenly insight thrilled him. But what excited him even more was the new feature displayed by the system, the ability to plunder the golden fingers of the Child of Destiny. Some protagonists' abilities were so enticing that even he couldn't help but drool. Now, he could finally fulfill that desired. At this moment, Gu Weiwu no longer felt any fear towards the Child of Destiny. Instead, he was filled with a profound interest in the hunt. The core abilities of a Child of Destiny could forge an unparalleled powerhouse. What might happen if countless such abilities converged within him? Perhaps there were even more powerful and fully developed children of destiny ahead, but nothing could deter his insatiable ambition for boundless growth. Just as Gu Weiwu lost himself in these thoughts, Zhang Tai sent a new message. "Zhang Tai, young master, the high-ranking officials of Tianhua Bay City are hosting a banquet to express their gratitude for your elimination of Qin Feng. Will you be attending?" Gu Weiwu simply replied that he would certainly attend. The gratitude towards Qin Feng was merely a fade. In truth, this was a banquet of allegiance. Through this gathering, it would symbolize his formal acceptance of the entire Tianhua Bay City in his capacity as the young master of the Gu family. As the inaugural Bay City he has secured. This holds profound significance. He merely spared the innocent members of the Li family, yet reaped rewards exceeding 100-fold, such as the cunning of righteousness. The leaders of the righteous path often achieve their greatest gains without a single drop of blood shed, owing to their dual advantages of power and prestige. A mere gesture of goodwill is enough to garner the gratitude of many who eagerly seek to attach themselves to such a figure. Whether these individuals harbor ulterior motives is, in truth, of little consequence. Before a ruling family like the Gu, any intentions will be crushed, becoming the very soil beneath the roots of a great tree. At Wangjiang Tower, laughter and conversation filled the air. As leaders from dozens of factions engaged in dialogue, the atmosphere markedly more amicable than before. Previously, they had each pursued their own agendas, entangled in various conflicts of interest. Now, having collectively decided to align themselves with Gu Weiwu, although their disagreements lingered, they had undeniably softened. With the arrival of Gu Weiwu and his entourage, this harmonious atmosphere reached its zenith. "We are grateful to young Master Gu for ridding the Federation of the malignant tumor that is Qin Feng. Had it not been for your intervention, we cannot fathom the extent of casualties Qin Feng might have inflicted upon Tianhua Bay City, nor the nefarious deeds he would have committed in the shadows." Chun Minkai stepped forward first, representing all factions and extending his gratitude to Gu Weiwu. There is no need for such formality, as warriors. It is our duty to eradicate evil and uphold the Federation. Such modest achievements are hardly worth mentioning, Gu Weiwu replied, waving his hand lightly in humility. Young Master Gu possesses profound understanding and righteousness, which fills me with immense admiration. Chun Minkai praised once more before stepping back. Instantly, a chorus of voices from the leaders of various factions erupted in praise. Li Qing then took his turn, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he spoke. Previously, a descendant of my family committed a grave error. Thanks to young Master Gu's magnanimity, we have been spared from repercussions and granted a new lease on life. We are unable to repay such immense kindness, but my family is willing to donate half of our assets to express our gratitude to the soldiers of the Southeast Military Region. As he spoke, he presented a black card, respectfully handing it to Gu Weiwu. Excellent. Gu Weiwu accepted it solemnly, exclaiming, though the Li family has temporarily encountered treachery, it is not devoid of patriotic souls. On behalf of the Gu family, I gratefully accept your donation. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your generosity. Li Qing bowed deeply, reiterating, my family has learned through this ordeal the hardships of walking a solitary path. We humbly request that virtuous individuals such as yourself guide us in our endeavors. Gu Weiwu did not acquiesce immediately. After several polite refusals, he finally relented, albeit reluctantly. He took Gu Huayan's hand and said, I have understood the Li family's heartfelt dedication to their country. However, I am but a man of limited wisdom. Should the Li family require counsel, Master Gu Dan, with his exceptional talents, would be most fitting. Although Tianhua Bay City was his conquest, its symbolic value outweighed the actual benefits. He had no intention of establishing a long-term presence there. It would be more advantageous for Gu Huayan to take root. Gu Huayan, taken aback but still humble, accepted the offer. Observing the situation, the senior officials of Tianhua Bay City collectively voiced their desire to join the Gu family. After a lively exchange, led by the base commander Chen Minkai, all senior officials expressed their willingness to follow Gu Huayan's lead. Thus, Tianhua Bay City officially became the Gu family's territory, indelibly marked with their imprint. Chapter 73. A New Facade. The Seeds of Malice. During the banquet, with all factions aligning themselves with the Gu family, the next phase devolved into a superficial celebration of tentative alliances. Gu Weiwu had no desire to partake in the festivities, instead delegating the task to Gu Huayan, who was more than willing, feeling immense gratitude towards Gu Weiwu. Originally, he viewed his arrival at Tianhua Bay City as a leisurely retirement, yet he had unexpectedly consolidated the entire city under Gu Weiwu's influence, which greatly benefited him. At this moment, Gu Weiwu sat in the prime position alongside his companion, Lu Ruyan, quietly observing the proceedings. While he paid no heed to the scheming families, two individuals of particular fortune caught his interest. The formidable Lin Tian, who had reincarnated, was notably absent, his presence conspicuously lacking. The other, Qian Duoduo, endowed with a wealthy system, frequently cast furtive glances in Gu Weiwu's direction, appearing quite distressed. Why must I find myself at odds with Gu Weiwu? Qian Duoduo lamented, glancing at Gu Weiwu at the head table, his expression morose. Initially, he had merely perceived Gu Weiwu as an eyesore. However, following the incident with the Li family, his system had suddenly issued a rather absurd task. Time-limited mission. Eliminate Gu Weiwu within 1 year. Failure results in the host's demise. Success rewards the holy artifact, treasure-gathering pot. The blood-red characters glaring at him from the system interface were both alarming and daunting. Since acquiring the wealthy system, aside from daily spending tasks, he had never encountered any other type of mission. This was his first experience. Although the task promised a reward befitting a martial saint, the nature of the mission posed a significant challenge for Qian Duoduo. To kill Gu Weiwu? Alas, he was the one who had eliminated the 6th-tier assassin team, the Dragon King Hall. Even if he were to expend the entirety of the Qian family's resources, he could not hope to touch a hair on Gu Weiwu's head. Were he capable of eliminating Gu Weiwu, he would act without hesitation, not a single frown crossing his brow. After all, two tigers cannot coexist in the same mountain, unless one is male and the other female. In this world, it sufficed for only Qian Duoduo to be the singular formidable man. The presence of Gu Weiwu was undeniably irksome. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he was incapable of such an act. and the task was one that demanded completion under the threat of death, which was quite distressing. If only my father were a martial saint as well. Qian Duo mused forlornly as he glanced at his father, Qian Duo. However, lamenting in such a manner bore no fruit. The system's compulsory mission was a tangible reality, and he needed to devise a way to eliminate Gu Weiwu within the year. His only glimmer of hope lay in the wealthy system, which he believed would not assign him an impossible task, as long as he could pass the martial examination and enter a top-tier martial university in the prosperous capital. His financial advantages could be maximized, at that point. Hiring 10 or 20 martial kings at a high price should suffice to deal with Gu Weiwu. The intent to kill was palpable. Gu Weiwu regarded the pudgy young man with a contemplative expression. Although he was unsure of the young man's confidence in confronting him, he was resolute in not allowing this individual further opportunities for growth. As for the absent Lin Tian, he was a formidable figure of the demonic path. Akin to a divine dragon trapped in shallow waters, with intellect and capabilities far surpassing those of any other fated individual. In summary, these two must be dealt with promptly on the other side. In the Lin family, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in his training chamber, tirelessly absorbing spirit stones to convert into vital energy. His demeanor was as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, the prolonged monotony of training having instilled in him no sense of impatience. Rather, he diligently sought to refine his state to perfection. Ever since Gu Weiwu had stirred up such a significant commotion in Tianhua Bay City, he had felt an ominous foreboding and chosen to conceal himself discreetly. He was acutely aware of both his strengths and weaknesses, and he aimed to develop rapidly within the shortest possible time. Gu Weiwu's physique directly influenced his growth rate and potential. He could not afford to abandon this pursuit. However, in the immediate future, he did not intend to reveal himself before Gu Weiwu. The disparity in their abilities was simply too vast. Gu Weiwu had at least one formidable ally by his side. While he was currently devoid of any resources, Lin Tian could not help but scoff at the absurdity of his situation. His treatment here was even more outrageous than that of the holy sons and daughters of the great sects in his previous life. He could only place his hopes on the martial examination, for only by entering a sufficiently powerful school could he fully leverage the knowledge within his mind, seeking formidable allies and enforcers to gradually contend with Gu Weiwu. As night fell, the banquet at Wangjiang Tower came to a close. After bidding farewell to Gu Weiwu, the senior officials of Tianhua Bay City returned home, jubilant, occasionally discussing their anticipated prosperous futures with their families. The entire Tianhua Bay City had now fallen under the Gu family's banner, and they envisioned the forthcoming allocation of resources and policy support from the Federation, heralding a monumental opportunity for them to reap abundant rewards. Qian Duo, however, disregarded his father's exuberance, instead making his way towards the training chamber. As he walked, he popped several third-tier vitality pills into his mouth. Recently, Gu Pharmaceutical had begun trial sales of various pills, and with the advantage of his wealthy system, he had unreservedly purchased them all. His cultivation had seen substantial improvement thanks to the feedback from the wealthy system, simultaneously unlocking a higher daily spirit stone quota. One of the thousands of branches of Gu Pharmaceutical had afforded him such remarkable gains. It was easy to imagine how rapid his cultivation would progress if he were to venture into the bustling capital. A place replete with resources. In light of this, the compulsory mission from the wealthy system seemed increasingly achievable. I am the most dashing figure in this world. I shall become the strongest, and all beauties shall bow before me. Qian Duo proclaimed, raising his finger like a white radish towards the heavens, his face adorned with a lewd and lascivious grin. The household servants, accustomed to such antics, even praised him loudly. Young Master Qian has great aspirations. No beauty in the world can resist the allure of young Master Qian. No woman could refuse the financial power of young Master Qian. The servants silently grumbled to themselves. Well said. A reward. Qian Duo's melancholic mood dissipated as he casually tossed out a few mid-grade spirit stones. Thank you, young master. Young master is mighty. The servants gleefully accepted the offerings, showering Qian Duo with loud compliments. Qian Duo swayed his head, thoroughly enjoying the adoration. One day, he would become the wealthiest and most formidable individual. However, just as he was about to waddle his plump yet nimble body towards his room, he was startled to find a shadow materializing before him. This figure was shrouded entirely in black, with a mask that revealed only a pair of eyes, looking both comical and terrifying. Despite holding nothing, the presence exuded an exceedingly menacing aura. "Who are you?" With audacity, Qian Duoduo inquired. The moment he laid eyes on the situation, he sensed impending doom. As he covertly summoned the guards, "I am Qin Xiong." The elder brother of Qin Feng, Jiyu Weiwu, did not impede Qian Duoduo's furtive actions, calmly stating, "It seems you are quite pleased with yourselves. Gu Weiwu has slain my brother, and you all are here to celebrate him." Chapter 74. The Death of Qian Duoduo, the Path to Wealth Warrior. There's a misunderstanding. Qian Duoduo's eyes brightened instantly as he exclaimed, "I have harbored disdain for Gu Weiwu for quite some time. My intentions to congratulate him were not genuine. I was coerced." He continued, "Let us converse amiably. I am willing to finance your efforts to eliminate Gu Weiwu." "Eliminate?" Gu Weiwu's tone was inscrutable as he replied, "But I find it hard to trust you. How could one expect him to kill himself? Act swiftly." Qian Duoduo trembled, letting out a pained wail. "Qian Xiao, I am coming to your rescue." A dozen martial artists rushed in, each eager to showcase their prowess. Most were of the third-tier Void Realm, each a notable figure within the Tianhua base city. Gathered together, they exuded an aura of formidable ferocity. Among them, 2 leaders were actually 4th-tier Breaking Army Realm experts, on par with the deputy base chief within Tianhua. This force was sufficient to elevate the Qian family to the pinnacle of power in Tianhua base city, yet they were merely bodyguards hired by Qian Duoduo with a substantial amount of spirit stones. "Everyone, attack!" Qian Duoduo bellowed, retreating behind the crowd. Despite the strength of his bodyguard team, he felt no sense of security. The man claiming to be Qin Feng's brother was utterly unpredictable, worthy of being a major power in Tianhua base city. "I shall use you to demonstrate my resolve and appease the spirit of my brother, Qin Feng." Gu Weiwu let out a long howl, a terrifying and overwhelming aura erupting forth. The true essence of slaughter. Heaven and earth lose their color. A blood-colored dragon coiled around him, its purple-black eyes radiating an insatiable killing intent. Though he was at the 3rd-tier 9th level, his immense vitality had already half immersed into the 6th tier. Combined with the martial intent acquired from Qin Feng, he performed with the semblance of a 6th-tier expert. The guards surrounding Qian Duoduo were horrified, unable to suppress their exclamations. A 6th-tier celestial realm martial artist possessed the might to move mountains and fill seas. An immense power. How could they, mere 3rd and 4th-tier warriors, hope to contend with such strength? Die! Gu Weiwu had no time for trivialities. The blood-colored dragon dove down, crushing everything in its path with its immense vitality. The 3rd and 4th-tier martial artists exerted their utmost efforts, either fleeing or resisting, utilizing every ounce of their strength. Yet, before the blood-colored dragon, they were reduced to mere dust, as if made of paper. In an instant, the martial artists vanished without a trace. Everything else remained unscathed under Gu Weiwu's masterful control of power. "Brother Qin, I am wronged." Qian Duoduo trembled, on the verge of tears. "I truly despise Gu Weiwu. We can kill him, and I can offer a substantial amount of spirit stones. I believe you, but I still intend to kill you." The smile on Gu Weiwu's mask mirrored the pale moonlight as he sighed softly. "Having slain so many of your subordinates, you would harbor resentment towards me. Cooperation would be impossible. Moreover, if I kill you, would not your spirit stones become mine? Curse you." Qian Duoduo's face turned ashen, staring at the lunatic before him as if he were a ghost. These damned assassins were all madmen with peculiar thought processes, utterly incomprehensible in his mind. He frantically called upon the godly wealth system, hoping for a final rescue. However, it was futile. The godly wealth system only provided spirit stones, cultivation, and tasks, ignoring everything else. Farewell. With a casual wave, Gu Weiwu commanded the blood-colored dragon to obliterate Qian Duoduo into dust. System notification. The Child of Fortune, Qian Duoduo, has been annihilated, plundering 100 points of fortune value. System notification. The fortune of the Child of Fortune, Qian Duoduo, has been completely depleted. Detection reveals fragments of the heavenly Tao residing within his body. Should 70 points of destiny value be consumed to plunder the heavenly Tao fragments? Heavenly Tao fragments? Gu Weiwu paused slightly, noting this new term. He speculated that this item was likely connected to Qian Duoduo's godly wealth system. Even if it were not, it sounded powerful and surely warranted plundering. Consume 70 points of destiny value to seize the heavenly Tao fragments, Jiyu Weiwu silently commanded in his mind. Soon, an intangible ethereal light emanated from his body, drawing something from the space where Qian Duo had perished. The object attempted to resist, but ultimately, the ethereal light exerted its force, enveloping the object as if a bandit had seized a bride, drawing it back into Gu Weiwu's body. Heavenly Tao Fragment, Path of Infinity. As the host's cultivation increases, it unlocks corresponding amounts of spirit stones. Current tier, 9th level of Void Realm, yielding 10,000 high-grade spirit stones daily. Next tier, 1st level of Breaking Army Realm, yielding 100,000 high-grade spirit stones daily. Gu Weiwu raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, nearly the annual output value of a city with a population of 30 million. A sum significant enough for first-rate families in the divine capital to take note of. Receiving such a daily influx of spirit stones was akin to carrying around a vast vein of spirit stones, a super resource coveted even by the Martial Saint family. Furthermore, the daily acquisition limit would increase alongside his cultivation, making it all the more remarkable. This resolved a potential future concern for him. He was now in possession of resources that could amplify his strength exponentially. Below the Martial King realm, he trusted that the Gu family could support his cultivation. A 100-fold resource should still be attainable. Yet, above the Martial King realm, the Gu family would undoubtedly lack the means to provide resources sufficient for 100 Martial Kings to reach the Martial Saint level. As for the 100-fold resources for a Martial Saint, that was a figure so astronomical it was scarcely worth contemplating. Yet now, with the heavenly Tao fragment, Path of Infinity, he no longer needed to fret about future cultivation resources. Jiyu Weiwu glanced around the now empty courtyard, expressing gratitude towards the recently obliterated Qian Duo. He then surveyed the remaining trembling servants of the Qian family. Qian Duo's father, Qian Duo, stared with bloodshot eyes at the man in the smiling mask. Feeling an intense mix of rage and fear, Jiyu Weiwu nodded gently at him, and the blood-colored dragon surged into the Qian family's backyard. Most of the Qian family members had been slaughtered, including Qian Duo, with only a few servants and collateral branches managing to escape. Those who survived were tasked with spreading the word, ensuring that those who had defected would be more compliant. Farewell, everyone. Consider this a lesson. You had best pray that Gu Weiwu can protect you all. In Tianhua Base City, my brother Qin Feng met his demise here, and none among you shall survive. Jiyu Weiwu's expression was tranquil as he turned to leave. He still had to proceed to another location. Lin Tian awaited him. Initially, he had numerous methods to eliminate Lin Tian and Qian Duo. Sending a few subordinates should suffice. However, to ensure a thorough approach, he ultimately decided to take action personally under the guise of Qin Feng. This way, he could prevent these children of fortune from stumbling upon an opportunity to survive while simultaneously eliminating some of the tainted forces that had aligned with them. Of course, the latter was merely a matter of convenience. Once he engaged, he would strive for a more flawless outcome. The Qian family has been eradicated. The Qian family has been eradicated. The remaining survivors, jolted awake from their stupor, fled in terror. Chapter 75. The Shameless Lin Family. Having stayed up late to cultivate, Lin Tian abruptly rose and strode out of the training room, gazing into the distance. That direction was. Lin Tian squinted towards the Qian family's location, his pupils contracting. He had reincarnated and taken over a body. Although his soul was not as potent as during his previous life as a martial saint, his sensitivity far surpassed that of an ordinary celestial realm expert. At this moment, he distinctly felt an overwhelmingly terrifying martial intent, powerful and full of potential, rivaling the demonic sword intent he had wielded in his previous life as a 6th-tier warrior. Yet, such martial intent should not have manifested again. Lin Tian was filled with endless confusion, murmuring to himself, that sensation is reminiscent of the martial intent that once appeared in the Huafu Garden. It belongs to the Dragon King's Hall Master. But Qin Feng was killed by Gu Weiwu, was he not? He was certain that this was identical to the martial intent, once possessed by Qin Feng. Perhaps even more potent than before. However, each individual's comprehension of martial arts differed greatly, and it was nearly impossible for two martial intents born from the same martial arts manual to exhibit such significant similarities. Forget it, whatever the case, the best course of action is to leave. Lin Tian shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. He quickly gathered his belongings, preparing to avoid the storm in the span of just 1 month. Far too many events had transpired in Tianhua Bay City. Whether it was Qin Feng or Gu Weiwu, they represented forces he could not contend with in the short term. Being at the eye of this whirlwind, he felt a profound sense of unease, an instinct that was anything but comforting. For a martial artist, especially one who had once been a martial saint, trusting one's instincts was of utmost importance. Before long, Lin Tian opened his father's secret vault, stripping it of all spirit stones and elixirs. Though the vault contained numerous defenses, he was, after all, a former martial saint and a thief within his own home. These trivial obstacles posed no challenge for him. Farewell, father. If you have perished, I shall avenge you in the future. Lin Tian had already stepped out the back door, casting a final glance at the darkness enveloping the Lin family. His resolve was as solid as iron, fixated on the path ahead, biding his time outside the base city until he could return and unleash his power once the martial examination commenced. He navigated through the narrow alleys, remaining on high alert. The remnants of the martial saint's soul within his consciousness had coalesced into the form of a black longsword, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice should any threat arise. Lin Tian once again ventured into a narrow alley, moving quietly until he suddenly halted in his tracks. Before him stood a figure adorned with a smiling mask, silently observing him. The mask concealed the person's expression, yet their deep, piercing eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Is this person specifically targeting me? Lin Tian regarded the mysterious figure warily, filled with confusion. He had always maintained a low profile in Tianhua Bay City, to the extent of seeming reclusive. Although he was the revered sword master of the demon heaven, he had shown great courtesy towards fellow students of equal standing since his reincarnation. Under such circumstances, he could not fathom how he had provoked the enigmatic individual before him. Might I ask you to step aside? I am in urgent need of passage, Lin Tian inquired with a smile. His tone calm. Death, Gu Weiwu pronounced coldly, an unprecedented killing intent surging forth. This was the first formidable, troublesome child of fortune he had encountered, already contemplating escape. Though his power paled in comparison to Qin Feng's, it was the cunning ability to appear and disappear at will that posed a far greater threat. A blood-red celestial dragon roared forth, its icy killing intent saturating the air. This signified that the martial path had been cultivated to its zenith, taking on the semblance of the realm of martial arts. A further step would lead to the 7th tier of the marquis rank. Within 10 paces of the domain of slaughter, an overwhelming might loomed. Lin Tian's expression darkened, yet at that very moment, he took action. A black longsword materialized behind him, unassuming in appearance, yet it was the complete embodiment of his past life's demon heaven sword Dao. The slaughter domain conjured by the blood-red dragon was effortlessly cleaved through, failing to exert any influence over him. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the masked figure as he hoarsely declared, "Depart now, and I may grant you a chance at survival." This was his final trump card. He would unleash a cataclysmic strike using the last vestiges of his martial saint soul, a blow capable of inflicting significant harm even to a martial king. The emergence of this sword signified that, prior to his ascension to the 9th tier of martial saint in this life, he would merely be a novice endowed with martial saint experience. Reluctant to squander this most potent of cards on a meaningless encounter, he was resolute. This technique is formidable, and you possess the true legacy of a martial saint. Truly astonishing, Gu Weiwu remarked, gazing at Lin Tian with a tone of admiration. I initially aimed to extinguish 2 families to quell the rising reputation of Gu Weiwu, yet I did not anticipate crossing paths with someone of your caliber. Will you leave or not? Lin Tian demanded, his black sword hovering behind him, poised to deliver a decisive blow. He remained skeptical of the mysterious man's words, particularly given the uncanny coincidence of their meeting. Moreover, the inclusion of the word also betrayed a terrifying implication. This person bore the legacy of the martial saint, which undoubtedly heightened Lin Tian's wariness. Do not be hasty, young man, Gu Weiwu replied leisurely, his voice gentle. It is not every day one encounters a partner such as yourself. How could I let you slip away so easily? What is it that you wish to convey? Lin Tian's vigilance intensified, yet he refrained from immediate action. Gu Weiwu dismissed the demon heaven sword as inconsequential. Proceeding with his own narrative, I am Qin Xiong, the elder brother of Qin Feng. My brother and I are bound by a profound connection, having inherited the legacy of the Slaughter Saint from a millennium ago. When my brother Qin Feng was slain by Gu Weiwu, I rushed to his aid, only to find myself outmatched by Gu Weiwu's martial king guards. Thus, I resorted to eliminating a few families allied with Gu Weiwu to vent my frustrations, only to unexpectedly encounter a strong ally in you. I wish to invite you and your master to join forces against Gu Weiwu. All I seek is the reclamation of the Slaughter Saint's legacy from Qin's grasp. While everything else will belong to you, I have no interest, Lin Tian replied, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coldly. The words of the enigmatic figure alleviated some of his doubts. The likelihood that Qin Feng's brother was indeed genuine seemed high. Only twins with a profound connection might grasp remarkably similar martial truths. In an instant, he felt a flicker of temptation, for he coveted Gu Weiwu's body, which, once refined, could serve as the foundation for his grand path. However, he regrettably realized that he possessed only one opportunity to threaten a martial king, and collaborating with the peak of the celestial realm, Qin Xiong, was akin to courting disaster. Then let us remain here and bide our time, Gu Weiwu suggested nonchalantly, his demeanor cheerful. Such commotion will undoubtedly attract the attention of the martial king beside Gu Weiwu. Once he has settled matters with Gu Weiwu, I shall have my means of departure, while you will remain exposed before both Gu Weiwu and his martial king. Your legacy is formidable, nearly rivaling my own Slaughter Saint inheritance. Would they allow you to escape unscathed? Lin Tian's expression shifted, deeply troubled by the audacity of the man before him, who bore a semblance of his own demeanor. Chapter 76. The Art of Deception. Lin Tian's previously serene countenance darkened as he scrutinized the mysterious figure before him, seeking any flaw he could exploit. This individual had astutely perceived his vulnerability, deftly employing Gu Weiwu, his adversary, as leverage against him. Should he refuse to comply, the subsequent repercussions were all too apparent. The Gu family would entice him to relinquish the martial saint legacy or resort to outright murder to seize his treasures. As a master of the demonic path, he was unreserved in his capacity to speculate the worst of others, for he embodied that very principle. Lin Tian could not help but furrow his brow, exhaling a sigh as he acquiesced. Very well, I agree to join forces against Gu Weiwu, but I must first claim what is rightfully mine from him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to explain to my master. The mention of a master was, of course, a fabrication, a facade to bolster his position. Exposing the truth of his martial saint reincarnation at such a moment would be folly. One could scarcely imagine the allure a ninth-tier martial saint would hold for the world. Agreed, a swift decision, Gu Weiwu exclaimed, his laughter booming. Come, little brother, let us find a more suitable location to discuss matters. Lin Tian paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. The black sword behind him melded into his being, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Having resolved to collaborate with Qin Xiong, he was no longer the indecisive individual he once was. In a flash of thought, he devised a plan to extract further benefits from this alliance while minimizing risks. If he could indeed acquire Gu Weiwu's corpse, his ascent would be accelerated. Moreover, with the premise of eliminating Gu Weiwu, he might be able to engage in a deeper collaboration with Qin Xiong. Though compelled, Lin Tian was confident that he could leverage 5 centuries of demonic wisdom to transform peril into opportunity. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as Lin Tian's head was obliterated, a shower of blood mist and bone fragments scattering into the air. A fragment of his dark soul sought to coalesce into a sword, unleashing the might of a martial saint. However, dark chains of the shadow path seized him, rendering the nascent sword ineffective. The chains swiftly coalesced into a sphere, securely imprisoning Lin Tian's soul within. Why? Lin Tian, now a mere essence, was engulfed in confusion. He could not comprehend why Qin Xiong had suddenly attacked. Yet, this was inconsequential, for he had anticipated such a scenario. Even with only a fragment of his martial saint soul remaining, he was not easily subdued by any means beneath the laws of existence. However, now, his head lay shattered, and even his soul was confined. How could this be possible? Why could Qin Xiong subdue his martial saint remnant? Through the shifting chains of reality, Lin Tian settled his thoughts, awaiting Qin Xiong's next move. Yet, he sensed something. Young master, I shall not fail in my mission. Ying Yuan, wielding the chains of law, addressed Gu Weiwu. He could not help but marvel at Gu Weiwu's cunning strategy, which had proven unexpectedly effective. Had it not been for Gu Weiwu's masterful performance that lulled Lin Tian into a false sense of security, the ambush would not have succeeded so effortlessly. A martial saint, even with a mere fragment of their essence, was not easily subdued. Initially, Ying Yuan had felt a twinge of anxiety for Gu Weiwu. Had it not been for the martial saint's essence blood backing him, he would never have dared to execute such a plan. He marveled at his master's audacity while feeling ecstatic at the success of their scheme. Ultimately, the righteous always outmaneuver the wicked. Gu Weiwu was thoroughly pleased, chuckling softly. His elaborate ruse to capture Lin Tian's attention had indeed granted Ying Yuan a fleeting opportunity for a surprise attack. Had he not orchestrated this distraction, he could have eliminated Lin Tian, but the rewards would not have been as substantial. Gu Weiwu scrutinized the soul bound within the chains. Even in captivity, it exuded an aura of supreme authority. The system's notification had already sounded. System notification. The child of fortune, Lin Tian, has suffered a fatal blow, plundering 100 points of destiny value. System notification. The child of fortune, Lin Tian, has been abandoned by fate, losing his status as a child of fortune. Yet another possibility emerged. Gu Weiwu pondered deeply, having gleaned insights from the nefarious understanding acquired from Li Fan. Lin Tian's soul was now under his control. While it appeared to be alive, it had effectively been sentenced to death, thus abandoned by fate and stripped of its status as a child of fortune. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Yi Qin's negative fate value, Gu Weiwu gained a profound understanding of the concept of fate. Fate possessed an intrinsic nature. Initially, it allowed Yi Qin to borrow destiny value, yet when Yi Qin failed to repay the 50 points, subsequent children of fortune could no longer partake in such loans. That moment, Lin Tian's soul within the prison of chains churned, visibly shaken and incredulous. He overheard the two conversing, as well as the presence of the martial king. And it dawned on him the true identity of the man before him in Tianhua base city. Could there possibly be another martial king who would heed the words of a junior? Gu Weiwu. The qin shown before him was none other than Gu Weiwu. The one who had obliterated his corporeal form and imprisoned his soul was indeed Gu Weiwu's martial king guardian. However, while he had unraveled the enigma of his enemy's identity, further questions loomed in his mind. Why did Gu Weiwu possess Qin Feng's martial truths? How could one of the third tier wield the energy of the sixth tier? And what motivated Gu Weiwu to pursue him, orchestrating a clandestine ambush with a martial king? Lin Tian's soul was perplexed. He harbored thoughts regarding Gu Weiwu's body, yet he had never expressed them aloud. In such circumstances, why would Gu Weiwu treat him in this manner? Observing Gu Weiwu from the depths of his soul, Lin Tian found that comical mask of a smiling face to be exceedingly sinister. He had been defeated. Despite 5 centuries of experience in the demonic path, he was unable to see through the clever schemes of a mere youth. Truly, heroes emerge from all corners of the world. And one must never underestimate anyone. He had grasped this truth on numerous occasions, each time rendering him more cautious, yet this time he found himself with no opportunity for change. Gu Weiwu, perceiving the stirrings of Lin Tian's soul, was well aware that this individual was burdened with numerous thoughts and inquiries. However, he had no intention of clarifying matters for Lin Tian. Instead, he addressed Ying Yuan, saying, "Ying Shi, let us depart and contemplate how to deal with this remnant soul of the martial saint." He was certain that this martial saint's possession would yield immense benefits for him. Yet, the question of how to handle it posed a significant challenge, one that required careful consideration. This was not akin to the soul of Yan Hongjuan, which could be easily manipulated. The chasm between laws and paths was nearly insurmountable. Ying Yuan, ever vigilant, grasped the cage of laws and merged it with Gu Weiwu's shadow. He could already envision the substantial advantages this martial saint's remnant soul would bestow upon the Gu family. The experiences, insights, and knowledge of the martial saint represented a colossal treasure, worth far more than a martial saint family devoid of its martial saint. This could potentially elevate the already formidable Gu Qingyuan to even greater heights, transforming him into a more powerful martial saint. Chapter 77. The alluring lure of Prophet Tianhua base city was vast, boasting a population exceeding 30 million, yet, it was also a small community where even the slightest noteworthy figure was familiar with one another. At this moment, the Qin and Lin families had both been vanquished, with only a few servants and collateral branches managing to escape. Beyond these two families, 7 or 8 other significant clans had also suffered severe blows, with their leaders facing heavy casualties. Many prominent figures, trembling in trepidation, received news from various sources, causing chaos to ensue. Recently returned from a banquet in a state of inebriation, these dignitaries resembled ants on a hot pan, their drunkenness dissipating in an instant, leaving them in a cold sweat. They urgently contacted Chen Mingkai, gathering together in search of solace. The annihilation of the Qian and Lin families was a direct result of Qin Feng's brother returning for vengeance. From the current circumstances, he, like Qin Feng, was a 6th-tier celestial realm powerhouse. Such a being was an existence we could not contend with. Li Qin gazed out at the brilliantly illuminated nightscape, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was it not said that the Dragon King Hall had been completely eradicated? Why then did such a formidable presence still linger? That Qin Xiong was utterly deranged. The Lin and Qian families had not even played a role in eliminating Qin Feng. Yet he ruthlessly annihilated both families. Did he fear the Federation's pursuit? Did he not fear the power of young Master Gu? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of anxious discussion, their panic starkly contrasting their usual haughty demeanor. Each one feared that Qin Xiong might come knocking at their door. Enough with the incessant chatter. We are all distinguished figures. Do not allow others to mock us. Chen Mingkai's furious rebuke quelled the tumult. After all, he was a 5th-tier powerhouse with a formidable martial presence, his will far surpassing that of the others present. While equally shocked, he maintained his composure, unlike the others who had lost their wits. The crowd, feeling as though they had found a pillar of strength, hurriedly turned to Chen Mingkai, asking, "Base leader, what do you propose we do? This matter must be resolved by young Master Gu. After all, only he possesses the means to subdue a 6th-tier celestial realm powerhouse," Chen Mingkai replied, surveying the assembly with a grave expression. "This." The crowd exchanged glances, some in agreement, others in dissent. Regardless, they all harbored doubts. They had considered seeking young Master Gu's assistance, yet he was not a figure of their stature. Moreover, this time, Qin Xiong had acted out of rage due to their allegiance to young Master Gu. If they rashly sought his aid, they feared becoming targets for Qin Xiong's wrath. Oh, not overthink it. The fact that Qin Xiong dares not seek revenge against young Master Gu but only targets us already highlights his weakness. Chen Mingkai analyzed. Moreover, we have already allied ourselves with him. Would we now draw a line and sever ties with the Gu family? Are we truly willing to offend young Master Gu for the sake of a Qin Xiong, who is not even his match? The crowd nodded, though some remained hesitant. At that moment, Qin Chengwu stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Our current state is precisely what Qin Xiong desires. He aims to tarnish young Master Gu's reputation and instill fear among us. He may very well be lurking in the shadows, mocking our cowardice. His propensity for slaughter is not one to be trifled with. We must unite firmly behind young Master Gu. The more perilous the situation, the more we must demonstrate our unwavering loyalty. I believe that given young Master Gu's character, he will surely not mistreat us." His words resonated powerfully, laying bare the advantages and disadvantages before all. From their first encounter with Gu Weiwu, witnessing his unhesitating generosity in bestowing 50,000 low-grade spirit stones upon his subordinates, Qian Chengwu had been captivated by his magnanimity. Furthermore, at the welcoming banquet for Gu Huayan, seeing Gu Weiwu gift a 4th-tier elixir to Hong Gang only solidified this impression. Indeed, Deputy Base Leader is correct. Hong Gang's father, Hong Ji, stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "Regardless of your thoughts, my son has received young Master Gu's favor and a chance to ascend. My family will unwaveringly follow in young Master Gu's footsteps. I too. Young Master Gu is benevolent and virtuous. He is our rightful leader, given young Master Gu's ability to obliterate the entire Dragon King Hall. This newly emerged Qin Xiong was merely a foolish clown, far from being an adversary for young Master Gu. We will not allow this jester to gain power. We shall firmly stand beside young Master Gu." With Hong Ji leading the charge, the high-ranking officials no longer hesitated, each expressing their clear stance. United in their resolve, every individual held the same sentiment. "Then I shall represent our collective will and inform young Master Gu of the situation," Chen Mingkai stated confidently, observing the unity among the crowd. However, he found it peculiar that there were no dissenting voices today. Normally, Tianhua Bay City was not devoid of self-serving individuals, yet today had an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. It was as if the usual troublemakers had vanished overnight. Could it be that Qin Xiong's desire for vengeance against young Master Gu had caused him to disdain those petty individuals? Before Chen Minkai could ponder further, a phone call came through. Base Leader Chen, the remnants of the Dragon King Hall are being pursued relentlessly by Sha Wuwang and have no place to hide. Zhang Tai's voice was calm, tinged with a hint of pride. Rest assured, Tianhua Bay City is not a haven for such scoundrels. What occurred today will not happen again. He was fully aware of the events that had transpired. Yet his performance in this charade was no less convincing than that of the Federation's most renowned actors. What? The crowd was taken aback, then erupted into joy. They had not anticipated Gu Weiwu's swift actions. The matter had barely unfolded before it was resolved. They felt a mix of enlightenment and astonishment. To think that Gu Weiwu had a Wuwang guarding him. That was a Wuwang, a figure at the pinnacle of the divine martial federation. Subordinate only to 5 ruling martial saints. Individuals from their level, residing in a second-tier base city, could only admire the prowess of the Wuwang through television and news. In a wonder, the formidable Dragon King Hall had been eradicated so swiftly. A Wuwang's intervention could decisively tip the scales, and that Qin Xiong, he likely had anticipated the presence of a powerful guardian beside young Master Gu, but never imagined it would be a Wuwang. It was no wonder he had met his swift demise. The high-ranking officials of Tianhua Bay City felt an overwhelming sense of security, feeling safer in the Huafu Biayuan than in their mother's wombs. At this moment, Zhang Tai continued on the line, stating, "The young master has expressed compassion for the families affected by this incident. How innocent they are." His intention was to gather the legacies of various families to support those unfortunate widows. However, concerned that this could be perceived as seizing assets, he has decided to entrust the legacies to you valiant individuals, allowing you to manage them and provide for the remaining members of each family. A supervisory committee will be established, with Dan Master Gu Huayan as the chairman, and the heads of each family as members, ensuring that no one is allowed to usurp assets or insult the deceased. Should such incidents occur, they will be thoroughly examined by all and met with no leniency. This strategy would not only soothe the frightened hearts of these individuals, but also showcase the benevolence of the Gu family, while simultaneously severing the foundation for any resurgence of those remaining families. Furthermore, it would grant tangible benefits to those present, binding them even closer to the Gu family. Chun Minkai took the call in front of the crowd, and these words naturally reached the ears of the high-ranking officials. They looked at him with eager anticipation, almost wishing to snatch the phone from him to express their agreement. Chapter 78. Distributing profits to calm the heart. Chun Minkai did not disappoint. Sincerely stating, young Master Gu has considered everything, demonstrating integrity and high moral standards. We extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of our deceased friends. We will ensure that those widows are well provided for and not subjected to any harm. That would be most excellent. I shall hang up now. Zhang Tai smiled faintly before ending the call. Meanwhile, a new storm of discussion erupted within Chen Mingkai's villa. The Wei family has been on friendly terms with the Liu family for generations. Today, as the Liu family faces great calamity, I shall take it upon myself to care for their kin. The patriarch of the Wang family wept openly, as if he truly were a long-time friend of the Liu family. The Liu family's assets shall be managed by me. I assure you that no Liu family child or relative shall go hungry, nor shall any Liu family widow be mistreated. By heavens, they have never seen such shameless individuals. As the onlookers beheld the patriarch of the Wang family, they inwardly cursed him, who in the entirety of Tianhua Bay City was unaware of the substantial overlap in business between the Liu and Wang families. They had always been rivals, often exchanging glances filled with disdain. Yet now, the words of the Wang patriarch painted the Liu family as long-standing allies. Moreover, while the Liu family's total assets exceeded a staggering 100 billion federal coins, the Wang patriarch merely suggested that the Liu family should be well-fed and well-cared for. How could one possess such a black heart? Nevertheless, the thought of the vast fortunes left behind by those families made their mouths water. Consequently, these high-ranking individuals began fabricating familial connections, determined to carve out a share of the spoils. Among them, Chun Minkai and Chen Chongwu were no exception, driven by their insatiable desire for the alluring inheritance. Even though they had to accept the constraints imposed by Gu Huayan and forge a genuine interest alliance centered around the Gu's pharmaceutical subsidiary, all while providing for the remaining family members. They embraced the challenge with enthusiasm. The sacrifices they made paled in comparison to the potential rewards. Of course, as they reaped the benefits, they would also be required to offer a significant portion upwards. Meanwhile, the brothers Li Qing and Li Yin were also vying for their share. Despite having cleansed their lineage of Li Gang and Li Fan's kin, claiming an abundance of resources, who wouldn't want to see their coffers filled? At this moment, within the Gu family villa, the young master received a report. Everything has been handled as you anticipated. The removal of those troublesome individuals has resulted in a more cohesive team. Zhang Tai concluded the call and conveyed the situation to Gu Weiwu. You may descend to train. I have a few matters to attend to. Gu Weiwu nodded lightly and instructed, remember, if you find yourself short on spirit stones, do not hesitate to ask me. With a wave of his hand, he scattered 10,000 top-tier spirit stones before Zhang Tai. This was equivalent to 100 million lower-tier spirit stones, amounting to the salary of their homeroom teacher. Li Wu, for over 16,000 years, in other words. These spirit stones could cover the salaries of 5 fully equipped squads of third-tier martial artists for over a year. A staggering sum, yet, for Gu Weiwu, it was merely a tenth of his daily earnings, hardly worth mentioning. Ever since he eliminated Qian Duo, he likely would never have to worry about spirit stones again. I have no regard for wealth. I deeply regret having plundered fragments of the heavenly Tao. Young master, do you require anything of me? Zhang Tai gazed at the crystalline mound of spirit stones before him, his voice trembling with awe. He felt that the time had come to dedicate his life to the young master. The sheer abundance of spirit stones made even a martial saint like him, who never lacked for them, feel as if he had received a life-saving fortune. It's nothing, merely that you have recently gained considerable martial momentum, resulting in a significant consumption of spirit stones. This is to ensure you have adequate resources for your cultivation. Gu Weiwu casually remarked, oblivious to Zhang Tai's thoughts. Thank you, young master. Without uttering another word, Zhang Tai gathered the mound of spirit stones into his spatial ring, profoundly moved as he exited the room. Having received the remarkable and terrifying martial insights from Gu Weiwu, he and his brother Zhang Gang were currently experiencing a period of explosive growth and strength. Having absorbed a substantial amount of spirit stones, their previous cultivation quotas were becoming tight. However, with the young master occasionally bestowing spirit stones, combined with the current gift of 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, they found themselves with more than enough to spare. To follow such a leader, one would be remiss not to offer their life in service. Zhang Tai, in a daze, felt an illusion that the young master, who had never cared for spirit stones, seemed to have grown even more indifferent to them, exuding a newfound wealth. But how wealthy could the most affluent in the Divine Martial Federation truly be? The young master was already among the wealthiest of individuals. In the training room, Gu Weiwu found himself alone at last. A smile crept onto his lips as he eagerly remarked, Shadow Master, it is time to attend to Lin Tian's soul. Shadow Abyss, cradling the rule-bound prison containing Lin Tian, appeared before Gu Weiwu, sighing, I advise against using that technique to consume his soul at this moment. The soul of a martial saint exists in an entirely different dimension compared to that of a martial king. Even with your exceptionally powerful soul, it is still too early. It would be better to hand him over to the King of Divine Might, allowing him to interrogate and extract information through martial saint methods. Alternatively, the King of Divine Might could seal him until you, young master, are sufficiently strong to attempt it yourself. He understood that if Gu Weiwu could absorb Lin Tian's experiences as he had done with Qin Feng and the others, the benefits would be immense, yet the risks were too great to warrant such an attempt. Even as a martial king, he had no means to manipulate Lin Tian's soul without destruction. You make a compelling argument, Shadow Master. Gu Weiwu nodded before stating flatly, however, time is of the essence. Today, he is a resource in my hands. Tomorrow, he may become an adversary. He was acutely aware that the chosen ones of this era were far more numerous than one could imagine. The 5 he currently dealt with were merely the tip of the iceberg. From the moment the system awakened, he understood that there was a figure named Xiao Lin, eyeing his father with malicious intent, seeking to influence him through Gu Weiwu's downfall. This individual was several tiers above Qin Feng and Lin Tian, as his target was none other than Gu Weiwu's father, indicating that Xiao Lin was a late-stage chosen one. And there were others like him. A whole line of them was recorded in the initial system log. Many names were unfamiliar to him, and apart from a handful of concealed human geniuses, the rest were likely otherworldly beings or fierce beasts among the chosen ones. Faced with such threats, he needed to convert resources into power swiftly. He could not afford to postpone the matter of Lin Tian's soul. What are your thoughts? I shall do my best to cooperate. Shadow Abyss, not one to press further, replied obediently. Gu Weiwu feigned contemplation, while in reality, he was searching for a solution within the system. Chapter 79. The Wandering Soul of the Celestial Demon. This was a feature he had previously overlooked. Yet it proved to be remarkably useful. Spend 100 destiny points to lock in 2 entries for reward extraction. The reward will be of super divine level. Previously, Gu Weiwu had not regarded this function seriously. 50 destiny points allowed for a single reward draw, with a chance of receiving either a divine or super divine level reward. His luck had been exceptional thus far, securing only super divine rewards. Although the variety was vast, the items were overwhelmingly what he required. Hence, prior to capturing Lin Tian's soul, he had felt fortunate to have consistently drawn super divine rewards and had not considered expending double the destiny points for a fixed category reward. However, this function was critically important. It could filter out unnecessary divine rewards, such as various divine physiques below the primordial level or lower-tier rewards from the soul-snatching and spirit-capturing secret record. It allowed him to narrow the reward scope and provided an alternative method to overcome challenges when faced with issues that, of course, the lifetime martial saint experience of Lin Fan alone was not compelling enough for Gu Weiwu to expend 100 destiny points for a fixed extraction. The primary reason for making this decision was that he identified his own shortcoming. Although his soul was infinitely potent under the influence of the primordial body, it still lacked the capacity to resist the souls of those above the Marquis realm. Physically, he was protected by both the essence blood of the martial saint and shadow abyss. Yet his soul remained a significant vulnerability. It was well known that chosen ones often exhibited comprehensive development, while those at a higher level possessed formidable souls that could not be usurped. Spending 100 destiny points to remedy his soul's deficiencies while simultaneously acquiring Lin Tian's martial saint experience seemed exceedingly worthwhile to Gu Weiwu. After previously extracting from the chosen ones, the system now boasted 190 destiny points, more than sufficient for his needs. Gu Weiwu silently thought. Spend 100 destiny points to conduct a locked extraction. Locking in the entries, Celestial Demon Soul, and Transformative Celestial Demon. This idea stemmed from the soul-snatching and spirit-capturing secret record, which represented the pinnacle of the Celestial Demon's soul path. Created by a supreme celestial demon, profound and mysterious. This celestial demon possessed an exceptionally high essence of soul and the remarkable trait of maintaining its original nature, even after assimilating an entire world. Such power far exceeded his understanding of martial saints. If he were to possess the celestial demon soul, the possibility of his soul being fatally attacked would be nearly eliminated, and concerns about mental control or soul-snatching would be rendered moot. The celestial demon soul, particularly the transformative celestial demon soul, was widely recognized as the strongest soul talent and the most formidable demonic talent, granting unparalleled advantages in relation to the majority of soul-related paths, aligning perfectly with the superdivine secret technique he had previously obtained. Thus, spending his 100 destiny points was an absolute necessity. The only concern now was whether such a remarkable inheritance existed within the system. As the numbers on the panel fluctuated, 190 destiny points diminished to 90. A pitch-black polyhedral crystal, multifaceted and dark, emerged from the infinite void of the system. The crystal boasted countless facets, each one smooth as a mirror, yet reflecting no image. Any information projected upon it was absorbed entirely without leaving a trace. Merely observing its shape instilled a terrifying sense of being drawn into the depths of the soul. It was the essence of profound darkness, the harbinger of the void. It was the soul of all beings, the unifier of spirits. It was the antithesis of tangible matter, the supreme deity of the abyss of spirituality. Is there truly such a thing? Gu Weiwu could not help but be astonished at the system's vast capabilities. He had merely intended to test the waters. If it did not yield results, he could always choose something else. Yet, to his surprise, it succeeded on the first attempt. The system indeed housed the celestial demon soul, and it was the supreme essence of the transformative celestial demon soul. Reflecting on the primordial body he had previously received, this revelation seemed entirely within reason, so take flight. Gu Weiwu chose to fuse without hesitation. Suddenly, the multifaceted crystal of the unconventional remedy plunged into his very soul. Diffusing and merging in an instant, it felt as though he was being born in an infinite void. innately endowed with an exalted spirituality. He seemed to traverse countless dimensions, obliterating myriad worlds, raising and integrating countless beings into one singular essence, elevating them to an ineffable realm. Time held no significance in the void. He was one of the most formidable entities in the unfathomable annals of ancient history. An inexplicable epiphany surged within Gu Weiwu. And besides the elevation of his soul, he received no other information. These insights were solely derived from the profoundly heightened self-awareness of the soul of the heavenly demon. Within mere seconds, the multifaceted remedy completely melded with his soul. An integration that felt almost effortless, akin to an inheritance bestowed without complication. Yet, the initial fusion with the primordial body had also transpired in a fleeting moment, a testament to the system's formidable prowess. This sensation was unprecedentedly sublime. Gu Weiwu opened his eyes, his pupils as deep and black as an abyss. He had made the right choice. The soul of the heavenly demon was indeed remarkably attuned to his current predicament. Not only had his soul undergone a fundamental enhancement, but his innate talents in darkness, emotion, soul, devouring, and assimilation were also fully realized. Even the extraordinary comprehension he had previously seized from Li Fan had seen substantial improvement. "Young master?" Ying Yuan gazed at Gu Weiwu, a flicker of uncertainty shadowing his expression. He felt as though he sensed the immense transformation within the young master once more. The profound darkness emanating from him compelled even this king of martial arts, who understood the laws of shadow, to revere him. He could not fathom how such a monumental change could occur in such a brief span. "I'm fine," Gu Weiwu replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Now, it is time to deal with Lin Tian." "Understood," Ying Yuan responded, his tone growing more respectful. He presented the cage of Lin Tian's soul laws before Gu Weiwu, watching in silence to see how he would proceed. However, Gu Weiwu simply placed his hand atop it, directly infusing his soul power. Soul seizing and rebirth secret record. This was a superlative technique from the heavenly demon legacy. Now, under the enhancement of the heavenly demon soul, it manifested as an instinctive ability, seamless and exponentially more effective. "Young master, no!" Ying Yuan exclaimed, panic etched upon his face. "Young master, this is the remnant soul of a martial saint. You cannot contend with him now. You will only be annihilated and usurped." He had anticipated some wondrous and peculiar method, but he never expected Gu Weiwu to be so audacious and direct. After all, this was a remnant soul of a martial saint, far surpassing the likes of Qin Feng. What was to be done? If Lin Tian seized the opportunity to usurp, threatening the young master as soul, how could he possibly handle that? In a moment of turmoil, Ying Yuan felt a tumult of confusion, yet he dared not rashly intervene. Yet, Gu Weiwu opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Within the cage of laws, a glimmer of golden soul essence vanished without a trace, while he held a strand of golden divine thought in his hand. Little Lin Tian, grasped entirely and swiftly refined. "Young master?" Ying Yuan awoke from his stupor, speaking as if in a dream. He hurriedly retrieved Gu Weiwu's soul token from his spatial ring, which now shone with a brilliance 100-fold compared to before. Fortunately, the figure before him was indeed Gu Weiwu. Lin Tian had truly been dealt with. But how could this be possible? Chapter 80. The path of the sacred has been set. Gu Weiwu regarded Ying Yuan with a smile, saying, "Heaven does not close off all paths for man. There exists a glimmer of hope in the way in this world. Nothing is impossible." He felt quite pleased, for the 100 points of heavenly fate he had gained were a richly rewarding return. Just as possessing either strength or wisdom could elevate one above others, possessing both rendered one a hero. Possessing both in exceptional measure marked one as the pride of an era. The soul of the heavenly demon bestowed upon him the power to transform the decayed into the miraculous. Naturally, this also served as a reminder not to underestimate the heroes of the world. With a system as extraordinary as his, how could he be certain that others lacked similar fortunes? While he could almost certainly conclude that the opportunities of other fated individuals paled in comparison to his own system. Even a slight disparity of 2 or 3 tiers would still present formidable opponents. Caution was paramount. The more powerful one became, the more one must recognize one's own insignificance. Ying Yuan observed Gu Weiwu's composed demeanor, feeling tumultuous waves within himself, ultimately sighing, "Young master speaks wisely. I in this vast world. There is nothing that cannot be achieved at this moment. Although his lifespan as a king of martial arts had yet to reach its midpoint, he could not help but feel the pangs of a hero's twilight. He recalled his youth, when he too was a prodigy, dominating an entire generation within the Divine Martial Federation. Every king of martial arts was a legend in their own right. Yet, in his youth, he had never encountered monsters like Lin Tian or Qin Feng, let alone someone like Gu Weiwu, who could suppress and absorb such monsters. In this era, figures like Yi Qian, Lin Tian, Qin Feng, and Li Fan had been slain by their own young master, yet they were undeniably endowed with the potential of a martial saint. This was merely a small outpost of Tianhua. Who knew how many prodigies lay in wait across the vast world, quietly amassing their strength? Was a grand epic about to dawn? Gu Weiwu was oblivious to Ying Yuan's thoughts, simply stating, sure. Lin Tian's insights are numerous, encompassing experiences from mortal to martial saint. You may often discuss them with me. Ying Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy and comfort. The young master's suggestion to discuss was, in reality, a form of guidance. Having inherited the complete insights of a martial saint, he, a mere king of martial arts, lacked the qualifications to engage in discussion. Moreover, the young master was quite adept at considering his feelings. On this point, he held some reservations. Typically, kings of martial arts had thick skins and were not overly concerned with appearances. The young master was still too benevolent. Ying Yuan initially performed a solemn bow before continuing. Previously, when I met Martial Saint Gu, I received considerable insights, which I am still digesting. If I have any questions in the future, I hope the young master will enlighten me. Who could possess such extraordinary fortune? The insights of two martial saints from the Gu family were laid bare before him, allowing him to inquire and absorb knowledge freely. For any other king of martial arts, merely receiving guidance from a martial saint would be a stroke of heavenly luck, often at a great cost. Who could have foreseen that a mundane protective mission would yield such rich rewards? Sure, you overestimate my contributions. It is a mutual exchange, Gu Weiwu replied modestly, smiling. Young master, simply summon me if needed. There is no need for formalities, Ying Yuan spoke earnestly, before once again merging into the shadows. You treat me as a national hero, and I shall repay you as such. Witnessing Gu Weiwu's attitude instilled in him a resolve to sacrifice his life to protect him. With death, there would be no concerns for the aftermath. Living even held the promise of attaining the realm of martial saint. In the cultivation chamber, Gu Weiwu found himself alone. He sat cross-legged, accessing the system panel. Host, Gu Weiwu, enhanced by 9 turns rebirth pill, physique talent, primordial body, soul of the heavenly demon, cultivation, first layer of the break army realm, blood strength, 40 times standard quality, blood capacity, 170 times standard capacity, body strength, 170 times standard strength, body output, 17 billion kilograms, path, demon heaven sword path, 70%, cultivation techniques, Tai E transformation scripture super divine level, characteristics, subduing dragon, taming tiger, Shinnong's refining path, slaying the holy with the Een, demon heaven sword, martial arts, killing path true solution heavenly rank supreme, dragon tiger fist classic heavenly rank supreme, demon heaven sword classic heavenly rank supreme, 2 goose sword manual heavenly rank supreme, trapped earth sword classic heavenly rank mid-grade, secret techniques, sea swallowing heaven curse super divine level, soul seizing and rebirth secret record super divine level, treasures, 10,000 transformation path soldier super divine level, demon heaven sword sovereign inheritance thought, blood slaying blade holy artifact, inheritance of heaven and earth small world. Heavenly fate value, 90 points. In silence, he effortlessly broke through to the 4th layer of the break army realm. The standard break army realm increases strength by 3 million kilograms per layer. His increase of 30 billion kilograms was well within his calculations. What was truly remarkable was the extensive list of martial arts added to his martial arts section, comprising Lin Tian's lifelong learnings, not only high in rank but also cultivated to profoundly deep levels. Naturally, all of this was inherited by Gu Weiwu. He was now akin to a master of swordsmanship, a great martial artist capable of creating earth-rank martial arts with relative ease. It was merely a matter of time before he mastered heavenly rank sword techniques. The 70% of the demon heaven sword path represented the lengthy journey Lin Tian had traversed on the path of the martial saint. A formidable presence at the 7th layer of the martial saint realm that, of course, now that Gu Weiwu had completely inherited 70% of the demon heaven sword path, as long as his blood energy was sufficient, he could wield it exactly as Lin Tian had in his past life, with no discrepancies whatsoever, as for the various implicit enhancements brought about by the soul of the heavenly demon. They required no further elaboration. I have achieved the path. Ji Weiwu gazed at his exceptionally luxurious panel, feeling only this singular sensation. Although he was merely at the 1st layer of the break army realm, his true strength had already ascended to the absolute upper echelons of the Federation, reaching the intensity of the 7th layer of the sealing marquee realm. His future potential was boundless, and the path ahead lay clear and unobstructed. Yet even so, he maintained a vigilant heart, never underestimating the heroes of the world. Observing the fated individuals gradually intensifying in strength, the favor of heaven was evidently increasing. At this juncture, it seemed his father's favor should also be upgraded. Looking at the newly appeared treasure in the inventory, Demon Heaven Sword Sovereign Inheritance thought, Gu Weiwu smiled faintly. Encapsulated by the last remnants of Lin Tian's pure soul, it contained all of Lin Tian's experiences and insights from his time as the Demon Heaven Sword Sovereign. Much like the tokens previously gifted to Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, this could be absorbed for inheritance, showcasing the terrifying nature of the soul-seizing and rebirth secret record. Regrettably, the remnants of Lin Tian's soul were limited. Creating this one copy was already at its maximum. Otherwise, the Gu family might have soon produced another martial saint. Since there was only one copy, it was most fitting to bestow it upon his father. Gu Qingyuan. The addition of 70% of sword insights from a martial saint represented an immense enhancement. Naturally, he felt compelled to personally deliver such a precious item to ensure peace of mind. Chapter 81. The storm of the martial examination begins. Tianhua Bay City, several days later. It is now the 1st of June in the year 1724 of the divine martial calendar, with just 6 days remaining until the annual martial arts examination officially commences. However, there is no time left for the martial arts students of the secondary base cities to continue their training and preparations. They are to embark on airships to tertiary or higher base cities for their assessments. The federal government does not establish testing centers in base cities below the tertiary level, and only locally established martial arts universities have limited autonomy in admissions. Yet, these self-established martial arts universities are vastly inferior to those recognized by the Federation. Often led by principals who are merely 5th-tier base leaders, and possessing a resident instructor of 4th-tier breaking army realm is already remarkable. Here, the focus is more on teaching martial arts rather than techniques. And students graduating who can break through to the 2nd-tier blood chi realm are considered successful, albeit at their own expense. In contrast, the officially recognized martial arts universities by the Federation, even if not among the 88 superlative institutions, typically boast at least one celestial being realm principal and a dozen professors of 5th-tier earth-shaking realm, with half of the training resources funded by the institution. Those exceptionally outstanding students may even receive recommendations from the principal to pursue further studies at higher-tier martial arts universities. Given such a significant disparity, all students aspire to board the airships and take a gamble at the official testing sites. Regrettably, only those who have achieved the 5th level of body refinement have the opportunity to board the airships. This may well be the only chance for the martial students from the secondary base cities to ascend to a higher tier in their lifetime. Even if they ultimately fail, the experience of witnessing true geniuses would not be in vain. This year, nearly 1,000 students from the Tianhua Bay City are boarding the airships, a remarkably good turnout compared to previous years. It is unfortunate, however, that the strongest among them, Li Fan, Lin Tian, and Qian Duoduo, have each encountered their own calamities and perished. Yet aboard the airship, the students from Tianhua No. 1 High School do not see the figure of Gu Weiwu, nor do they spot Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang. Did these three not participate in the martial examination? Clearly, there is only this one airship heading to the Tianhua Base City. The Huajin Base City Group, an enormous cluster formed by 12 4th-tier base cities, boasts a population exceeding 10 billion and ranks second only to the military district in the Southeastern Administrative Region. Within the Divine Martial Federation, there exist only 5 such regions, each housing a city of similar stature. Above them, only the capital, Shindu, and the core residences of the 5 ruling families exist. Moreover, the Southeastern Military District originally belonged to Huajin Base City. Yet due to the presence of a martial saint and its status as the front line against the fierce beasts and alien tribes, It has become a stronghold for Tiangang, overshadowing Huajin Bay City. This is the final station for the martial arts assessments in the southeastern region, as well as the place where the top candidate will be determined. Jiyu Weiwu is currently here, having arrived a few days prior aboard the Gu family's private airship. Accompanying him are two loyal subordinates, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, along with the newly recruited dual-skilled worker, Lu Ruyan. They reside in the core area of the Huajin Bay City Group, within a super-luxurious villa district overseen by the deputy base leader, a seventh-tier marquis realm individual who has long presided over its development. Weiwu, the martial saint, is presently occupied with important matters, and we are unable to reach him. However, he left a message stating that he would emerge from seclusion in about 10 days. Spoke Gu Songping, the 8th-tier martial king and base leader of Huajin, in a gentle tone. No worries. I shall seek him out after the martial examination concludes, Gu Weiwu casually replied, shaking his head. He speculated that his father was likely busy crafting the Yin Hongjuan puppet, a task requiring great skill to ensure the puppet not only possesses loyalty but also retains the original abilities of a martial king. That's good to hear, Gu Songping said, stroking his beard with a smile. Weiwu, you have eliminated a significant threat for the Federation and secured an entire base city for the family. I was overjoyed upon hearing this. It appears both of you are exceptional individuals, heralding a bright future for our Gu family. The seventh elder flatters me. I have merely benefited from the legacy of my forebears and cannot claim any merit, Gu Weiwu humbly replied. A young prodigy who remains unpretentious is indeed a great fortune for our clan. Gu Songping expressed, his admiration evident. Following this praise, his expression shifted to seriousness as he stated, Weiwu, I was initially concerned about your participation in this martial examination and considered advising you to bypass it and directly enter university. However, given your current mindset and attitude, I see no need for such measures. Why do you say that, seventh elder? Gu Weiwu inquired with curiosity, his expression shifting slightly. He had not intended to participate in the martial examination, as he had already attained the strength of the marquis realm, and it seemed uninteresting to bully lesser talents of the second and third tiers. Yet, he thought that such significant events often attract the attention of those fated to shine, prompting him to consider participating. Even if no such fated individuals emerged this time, achieving first place in the southeastern region would still draw considerable attention. Indeed, he no longer sought to avoid such fated individuals. Rather, he looked forward to discovering several powerful allies for himself. Jiyu Songping's demeanor remained calm as he explained, the situation is as follows. This year's Southeastern Martial Examination is presided over by the Martial King Ling Poquang from the Ling family. While the Ling family does not specifically target our Gu family, it is inevitable that they will conduct some subtle tests and obstacles, especially since you have gained notable recognition for your achievements in the Federation. He is unlikely to miss this opportunity. I see. Gu Weiwu immediately grasped the implications, a confident smile spreading across his face. Then this time, I shall astonish them all. Excellent. Truly worthy of being a scion of the Gu family. Truly the offspring of the martial saint, Gu Songping exclaimed, observing the spirited and composed youth before him. In past years, the top candidates in the southeastern martial examinations have typically been in the mid to late stages of the third tier. Your confidence suggests you must be above the 7th level of the sky-riding realm, am I correct? Although he was unaware of Gu Weiwu's hidden strengths, he could tell that Gu Weiwu was not a reckless individual, and it seemed his hard power truly rendered him unafraid of this martial examination. I am but an unworthy contender, having fortuitously broken through to the 4th tier, currently residing in the 2nd level of the Breaking Army realm. Gu Weiwu replied with a modest smile. You have indeed broken through to the 4th tier? Gu Songping exclaimed in astonishment, murmuring, in previous years, there were candidates who reached the 4th tier, yet they all swept through their respective martial examinations. With such strength, regardless of how Ling Poquang attempts to test you, it will only serve to enhance the prestige of our Gu family. In that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the face of absolute strength, schemes and deceptions would prove utterly futile. Undoubtedly, a presence at the 4th tier of the Breaking Army realm would dominate the martial examination. Jiyu Songping felt reassured. Chuckling at his own overzealousness, I was once worried for you and intended to advise you to avoid the limelight, but it seems I was merely overthinking things. Since that is the case, I shall not linger any longer. Take care, young master. The 7th elder shall take his leave. Jiyu Weiwu watched Gu Songping depart, remaining as calm as water. he thought of Ling Po Kuang, realizing that he had already garnered the attention of a martial king immediately upon stepping out of Tianhua Base City. Ah, in this world of martial prowess, how exhilarating it is to have formidable adversaries, he mused, hoping that these individuals would not disappoint him. Chapter 82. Ling Po Kuang, the martial saint's disciple in the highest standard guest house of the Huajin Base City Group. Ling Po Kuang convened with several deputy examiners in a serene and elegant private room, where exquisite dishes made from precious spirit would adorn the table, their enticing aromas sufficient to unsettle the minds of ordinary martial artists. Yet, none of those present seemed captivated by the culinary delights, as if they were merely heaps of dirt and stones. Amidst the fragrant sandalwood, the group spoke in calm tones, discussing the finer details of the upcoming martial examination. Naturally, Ling Po Kuang led the discourse, as he not only possessed the highest cultivation as a martial king but also served as an elder of the Ling family, which oversees martial arts education within the Federation. He is currently one of the 5 deputy ministers in the Ministry of Education of the Divine Martial Federation, as well as the president of the Southeastern War University. The Minister of Education is none other than the martial saint ancestor of the Ling family, and each deputy minister is a martial king from the Ling family, with each holding the presidency of a top-tier martial arts university. Consequently, the Ling family attracts countless students and accommodates the most external talents, establishing a stature in the Federation that rivals that of the other 4 ruling families. The martial examination will largely proceed as usual, and since all present have extensive experience as examiners, I shall not belabor the point. However, there are 2 crucial points I must emphasize, Ling Po Kuang stated, scanning the room with a serious expression. We shall heed the principal examiner's guidance. The deputy examiners, all of 6th and 7th tiers, straighten their faces, standing solemnly to show their respect. Firstly, we must ensure the absolute fairness of this martial examination. No genius shall be sullied, and no form of malpractice shall occur in any sense. Secondly, we must guarantee the safety of every martial arts student during the examination, ensuring that the future pillars of the Federation are not subjected to any harm outside the bounds of the martial examination. Ling Po Kuang's voice resonated with the clarity of shattered jade, his resolve as steadfast as metal. We shall not disappoint the principal examiner. The deputy examiners responded in unison, their expressions grave. Seeing their demeanor, Ling Po Kuang relaxed his countenance and smiled. Please, be seated. I have faith in your abilities to uphold the Federation's honor. The deputy examiners felt a wave of relief wash over them, their tension easing. Ling Po Kuang continued, additionally, there is a special candidate this time, one who recently rendered great service to the Federation and was awarded a class of medium merit. Given the Federation's customary kindness towards its meritorious individuals, I have granted him direct entry into the top 10 of the Southeastern Martial Examination, bypassing all preliminary screenings. Should he wish to compete, he may do so. If not, he will still be placed in the 10th position, with resources and benefits equivalent to those of a normal examination result. Undoubtedly, he referred to Gu Weiwu. Legally, his actions were entirely compliant, and granting such privileges to a class of medium merit recipient is quite normal. Ling Principal, this may not be appropriate. You just stated the necessity for absolute fairness. Why the sudden change of heart? Vice Examiner Gu Siming furrowed his brow and addressed Ling Po Kuang. Though Gu Weiwu holds an intermediate class A merit, he should rely on his own abilities in the martial examination. While it is commendable to treat distinguished contributors well, there are myriad other methods to do so that do not attract controversy. He hails from the local area of Huajin Base City and is a core descendant of the Gu family, serving as a vice examiner to fulfill his supervisory duties. It appears that Ling Po Kuang intends to grant preferential treatment to the young master of the Gu family. Yet in reality, it is a psychological tactic that significantly tarnishes the young master's reputation. Ling Po Kuang cast a sidelong glance at Gu Siming, smiling amiably as he remarked, no need for further discussion. My decision is resolute. The young master of the Gu family possesses exceptional talent and remarkable capabilities. I am sparing him from unnecessary layers of scrutiny to alleviate his burdens. His tone was calm, yet it bore an undeniable air of authority. A decade ago, the Gu family's martial sage disseminated the dragon and tiger stance across the world, allowing a premier foundational cultivation method to enter the public domain, thereby severely disrupting the Ling family's monopoly. Furthermore, Ling Po Kuang's own ancestor was once in charge of the Federation's martial education and was revered as the martial sage. Yet due to the actions of the Gu family's martial sage, whispers began to circulate among the populace, attributing the title of martial sage to him instead. Additionally, the Southeast War University, where he taught, had been largely undermined by the Gu family, with a greater number of talents flowing into the military. A situation that was utterly intolerable. At this moment, the 18-year-old young master of the Gu family had attained a Class A second-tier merit, typically reserved for those with the rank of Martial King, which further unsettled him. He was keen to assess the young master's true caliber, eager to impart a lesson to the younger generation. Nevertheless, even if Gu Weiwu's strength was indeed commendable, he had his own methods of countering. Heba's most talented individual this year, Heba Pajun, had traveled from afar to the Southeast District to participate in the martial examination, already reaching the Pajun tier. Making victory a mere formality, moreover, he believed that his nephew, Ling Feiyang, who had attained the 8th level of the Sky Sovereign Realm, was more than capable of overshadowing a host of geniuses in this year's Southeast District. I understand, Gu Siming's expression darkened as he took a seat. After all, he was merely a supervisor. Ling Poquang, as the chief examiner, was logically justified in his stance, leaving him unable to refute the words of a martial king. It was indeed appropriate to treat the Federation's contributors well, this much was clear. Observing the scene, the other vice-examiners could only echo Ling Poquang's sentiments. They were astute individuals and naturally discerned the underlying issues. While there was nothing wrong with providing special treatment to contributors, it was generally understood that such benefits were additional and should not encroach upon the opportunities of others. Allowing Gu Weiwu to ascend into the top 10 meant that all the talented individuals who would have originally placed 10th or lower would be displaced. If the martial examination rankings bore no rewards, it could be overlooked. However, the rewards for the top 100 were vastly different, with each decile offering increasingly substantial benefits. Consequently, Gu Weiwu's preferential treatment would inevitably incite discontent among many talented individuals. Should his abilities prove inadequate, the criticism would only amplify. Yet, since this was Ling Poquang's decision, they had no recourse but to acquiesce. Taking a sip of tea, Ling Poquang smiled and stated, "I require you to immediately make this news public." Showcasing the Federation's generosity towards its contributors, Gu Siming's expression darkened further, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. "We will do our utmost to disseminate the information." The vice-examiners exchanged glances, their minds racing with concern. This maneuver was even more audacious. Such actions were prone to inciting public outrage, and publicizing it would only exacerbate the dissatisfaction. They couldn't help but wonder what had driven Ling Poquang to engage in a contest of wills with the only son of the Gu family's martial sage. Rising from his seat, Ling Poquang cheerfully declared, "That is all. Since I have concluded my remarks, I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment any longer. Safe travels, Chief Examiner." The vice-examiners rose to see him off, only exhaling in relief once he had departed. In the Divine Martial Federation, where strength was paramount, a martial king was akin to a martial sage in the absence of the latter's intervention. The difference between a swift strike and a second's delay was negligible. Even after Ling Poquang's departure, the pressure had significantly eased, yet their appetite for the meal had dissipated. After exchanging farewells, they each left to seek out trusted friends. Beginning to deliberate on the matter, as it pertained to the two prominent ruling families, demanding their utmost caution, Gu Siming and several other vice-examiners of local origin promptly reported to Gu Songping, hoping that this martial king could persuade Ling Poquang to reconsider. However, Gu Songping merely smiled dismissively. His young master had already reached the second tier of the Pajun realm. Even if this martial examination stirred considerable waves, it would not shake Gu Weiwu's absolute advantage. Any underhanded tactics would only serve to bolster the Gu family's prestige. Chapter 83. Rising ripples 3 days before the commencement of the martial examination. Under the directive of Chief Examiner Ling Poquang, the news that Gu Weiwu had received special consideration to bypass the examination and enter the top 10 spread across various examination venues in the base cities, capturing the attention and sparking discussions among numerous martial candidates. On the online forums of each base city, this topic eclipsed all others. "I want to attend university. Is this the special treatment for a Class A intermediate merit? I envy it immensely. That's a direct path into the top 10 of the martial examination, allowing entry into any of the 88 elite martial universities or even the 5 war universities. Moreover, there are various rewards issued by the Federation. Even the resources for the 10th place are sufficient to elevate a body refinement realm practitioner to the mountain-shaking realm, with countless hidden benefits thereafter. Such abundant resources truly reflect the Federation's generous treatment towards its contributors. The undertones of envy were palpable. It is no exaggeration to say that if one were to receive such treatment, they could effortlessly ascend to greatness, solidifying their future as a formidable martial artist, destined to dominate a Bay City. Although there was a tinge of discomfort regarding Gu Weiwu's direct entry into the top 10, what could be done given his Class A intermediate merit? They consoled themselves, believing that if the Federation treated Gu Weiwu so favorably now, they too would be rewarded handsomely once they accomplished great deeds. Targeting the top 10,000, don't you realize? He is the son of a martial sage. Such resources are but a drop in the bucket for him. I want to attend university. Impossible. Such a vast sum of resources would surely cause even a martial sage to wince. He was taken aback, unable to fathom the notion that such an extensive allocation of resources could be described as trivial. It's worth noting that the entirety of his base city combined could not match the value of a 5th-tier mountain-shaking realm expert. Targeting the top 10,000, brother, you must be from a secondary base city, right? I want to attend university. No, I hail from a primary base city. The vast expanse of the Federation meant that the networks between each base city only allowed for scheduled information transmission, lacking real-time interaction. Generally, netizens from various base cities could only discuss matters internally, with few individuals possessing the intent or authority to glean information beyond fixed announcements. Having journeyed from a primary base city to a tertiary base city's examination site, everything online here was refreshingly novel and astonishing to him. Targeting the top 10,000, well, that explains it. The Gu family's depth of resources is unfathomable. They enabled peers like Gu Weiwu to defeat 6th-tier experts and earn a Class A intermediate merit. The current benefits he receives are utterly insignificant compared to the resources previously expended. His perspective broadened, leading him to realize and understand the harsh realities. He even speculated that prior to the martial examination, the Gu family had orchestrated significant achievements for Gu Weiwu to ensure his unimpeded entry into the war universities, paving a bright path ahead. I want to attend university. So, you mean to say that Gu Weiwu is not inherently talented, but rather owes his accomplishments to the power of his family, thus securing a shortcut into the top 10 of the martial examination? At that moment, his youthful heart was profoundly shaken, as the once majestic image of the martial sage grew dimmer. Targeting the top 10,000. Is there any other possibility? Have you ever heard of a martial candidate so absurdly talented as to defeat a 6th-tier celestial expert? Have you ever heard of a descendant of a contributor receiving the privilege of bypassing the examination to enter the top 10? It seems that the chief examiner was likely under pressure from the martial sage, compelled to make such a decision. Sigh, there are some things I dare not express online. It's too dark. In a tertiary-based city, a young man tapped away at his phone screen, at merely 18 years of age already possessing advanced political insights. His tone dripped with sarcasm, imbued with uncontainable resentment. If such privileges were permitted to flourish, what significance did their 12 years of arduous training in martial arts hold in vying for entry into martial universities? The proclaimed fairness of the martial examination now appeared utterly ludicrous. I want to attend university. Targeting the top 10,000, feeling somewhat frustrated, continued, regardless of whether you come from a primary base city, you must have seen the Federation's commendation for Gu Weiwu, right? I want to attend university. Yes, I have seen it. Targeting the top 10,000. Then you surely recall the magnitude of resources awarded to Gu Weiwu by the Federation. Those resources could purchase several tertiary base cities, far surpassing the benefits of the top 10 in the martial examination. Yet, Gu Weiwu still seeks to claim the resources of the top 10 martial examination. I suspect it's because the resources spent on defeating that 6th-tier celestial expert were exorbitant, prompting him to employ every means to recoup his losses. Targeting the top 10,000 vented with relief, to replenish the expenditures of his ostentation at the expense of our opportunities. That is the true face of privilege. I want to attend university typed with a hint of melancholy, his heart cooling in silence. The Federation's 88 elite martial universities and 5 war universities offered benefits vastly superior to those of other institutions, with admission quotas exceedingly limited. Today, Gu Weiwu occupied one of those coveted slots, leaving one less opportunity for others. However, the Gu family is not limited to just this one youth. how many others are secretly filling the vacant spots? Tianhua Honggang, stop talking nonsense. Young Master Gu has long been a third-tier martial artist. The entire Bay City knows that he previously defeated the third-tier demonic martial artist, Yichen. He was rewarded with the fourth-tier bone-strengthening elixir from Gu Weiwu, which added the strength of a first-layer sky-soaring realm to him. With his sixth-layer vital energy, he would originally need to exert great effort to enter a top-tier martial arts university, but now he can easily gain admission to 5 war universities. How could he passively watch Gu Weiwu being slandered online? I want to go to university. Felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he imagined. If Gu Weiwu truly possessed such capabilities, then entering the top 10 would be acceptable to him. Targeting the top 10 in martial exam, was unconvinced and typed furiously. Who knows if he borrowed family influence again? What is there to discuss? Tianhua Honggang was enraged. I witnessed young Master Gu defeat Li Fan, who is also a third-tier martial artist. You know nothing in your damn third-tier Bay City, so stop spouting nonsense. His anger was so intense that he wished to tear apart the family tree of the person opposite him in a fit of rage. Targeting the top 10 in martial exam. What Gu Weiwu does is not just your say-so. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I could never believe it. Tianhua Honggang snapped back. If we met offline, I swear I would beat you until you can't shit clean. Targeting the top 10 in martial exam. You, I, one person, 2 people have entered the realm of earthly key immortals, and they continued to argue online. I want to go to university, logged off, feeling disheartened, unable to discern who was right. Yet, he still held expectations for Gu Weiwu. In the end, the truth would emerge once the martial exam concluded. Chapter 84. Plans follow the heart's intent. However, not everyone was as composed as this youth from a first-tier Bay City. The thoughts of many others aligned with those of the youth from the third-tier Bay City. Countless students and parents shared this sentiment. The more talented among the commoners were increasingly resentful that Gu Weiwu had seized opportunities that rightfully belonged to them through privilege. They thought to themselves, clearly, the resources for entering the top 10 in the martial exam are not crucial for the son of martial saint. Why must he take away their chance to change their fate? The conflict between top-tier and non-top-tier martial arts universities, the clash between privilege and fairness, the divide between the powerful and the common folk, and the disparity between those with connections and those without. These tensions were widespread yet typically subdued. However, under the deliberate provocation of certain individuals, emotions erupted rapidly. At this moment, martial exam candidates from Tianhua Bay City spoke out online, clarifying that Gu Weiwu had indeed defeated the third-tier Li Fan and slain the demonic third-tier martial artist Yichen, thereby proving Gu Weiwu's capability to rank among the top 10 in the martial exam. Yet, even these facts were recognized only within a very limited circle. The majority were ignorant and overly confident, believing only what they wished to believe. In such circumstances, Gu Weiwu was thrust into the limelight, becoming the target of public disdain as a member of the privileged class. In truth, had it not been for Gu Weiwu's identity as the son of martial saint, the criticism he faced would have been even more pronounced and blatant. Most candidates who considered themselves geniuses were secretly holding their breath, waiting for the martial exam to commence so they could showcase their abilities. Should they be fortunate enough to make it through the final selection, if Gu Weiwu dared to step into the arena, they would surely make him aware of their prowess. Over 100 third-tier sky-soaring realm geniuses formed an alliance, vowing to teach Gu Weiwu a lesson regardless of who faced him. Meanwhile, within Gu Weiwu's new villa, he perused the myriad of comments online with great interest, as if the words circulating were not about him at all. "Aren't you angry?" Lu Ruyan inquired softly from behind him, gently massaging his shoulders with genuine concern. She was infuriated by much of the online discourse, itching to grab a keyboard and engage in a heated debate for hours. Yet, the main character, Gu Weiwu, appeared to find the situation amusing, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. There is nothing to be angry about. It is merely a group of mediocre individuals manipulated by petty minds, making a noise they mistakenly believe to be powerful. Gu Weiwu closed the forum page and smiled casually, saying, "Not only am I not angry, but I am also quite pleased. Today, they may be led around by Ling Poco, but tomorrow, I will turn the tables on them." Lu Ruyan tilted her head in thought and nodded in agreement. You are right. If these individuals were each as cunning as foxes, constantly weighing the pros and cons of everything they heard, that would indeed be troublesome. At least when she was CEO of the Lu Group, she preferred to have more honest employees. A few cunning individuals were sufficient for management, and the smartest person should ideally be herself. Lu Ruyan pondered a moment longer and advised, however, I feel it might be better to address this matter. If it affects the reputation of the Gu family, it could potentially impact your standing within the family. She was concerned for Gu Weiwu, knowing that the Gu family was large and that dissenting voices were inevitable. She remembered her own struggles while managing the Lu family in Tianhua Bay City, where she had been tormented by relatives, expending tremendous energy to ultimately leverage Gu Weiwu's influence to subdue them. Ji Weiwu was unconcerned and replied nonchalantly, status is determined by strength. As long as I am Gu Weiwu, my position will remain as solid as a rock. Lu Ruyan realized her overthinking and apologized. I was being overly concerned. She then recalled that Gu Weiwu was the son of Martial Saint, and that alone made him the unequivocal authority within the Gu family. Not to mention, Gu Weiwu possessed extraordinary talent, bearing the qualities of a martial saint. When the two of them stood together, they could easily command the entire Gu family. It's not your fault. You are simply perceptive and doing very well. Gu Weiwu gently shook his head, his gaze calm as a deep pool. These people are currently facing my sword, but later, they will become my most useful tools. Though the Ling family controlled the federal education system and oversaw all matters related to the martial exam, the southeastern region is the stronghold of my Gu family. The hearts of the people here are not something he can manipulate at will. The southeastern region serves as a pillar behind the front line. It has long been cultivated by the Gu family as their own territory. The current public outrage is merely the final piece of the puzzle for him to win the hearts of the people. You had already made preparations. It seems I was overly cautious. Lu Ruyan initially chuckled at her own folly, then expressed concern. I've also heard that 2 prodigies from other regions are making waves online ahead of this martial exam. Should we pay attention to them? Gu Weiwu was somewhat surprised by Lu Ruyan's keen insight and smiled slightly. Ruyan, your observations are indeed meticulous. You noticed these 2 key players at such a moment. Huh? Lu Ruyan was taken aback by the compliment. So Gu Weiwu had already been aware of these 2 and had made preparations? With that, she decided not to ask any further. She smiled softly, dedicating herself even more to serving Gu Weiwu, seeing it as her most important task, even above her own training progress. From the moment she began following Gu Weiwu, she understood her role. Her goal was to become a capable subordinate like Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang. While the position of a concubine was secondary, Ji Weiwu closed his eyes in delight, the spiritual energy within him being rapidly absorbed. Advancing his cultivation. 90% of his focus was on comprehending foundational paths such as devouring, heavenly demon, and Tai, while the remaining 10% was devoted to assimilating experiences gained from figures like Qin Feng and Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian had granted him insights into the sword path of the martial saint, he remained acutely aware of his foundational roots. Only those few godly rewards formed the core of his development. He allocated just 10% of his focus to digesting the numerous insights acquired from the secret record of spirit seizing and soul transforming. And even that 10% had to be divided for future planning and calculations. To counter Ling Poko and unify the hearts of the southeastern region, the main strategy was conceived during this idle time. He could foresee Ling Poko's current smugness, believing he had suppressed the influence of Gu's family and tarnished their reputation. However, if he ensured that the 2 prodigies from other regions failed to place, if he seized the first position in the martial exam with absolute strength, and if he directed Ling Poko's tactics against those 2 prodigies, after such a series of maneuvers, how would Ling Poko respond? Public sentiment can shift in an instant. The more fervent the current public sentiment, the greater the satisfaction Ling Poko feels, and consequently, the more severe the backlash he will face later. Chapter 85. The Path of Indirect Flattery. A few days later, on June 7, 1724 of the Divine Martial Calendar, it was only 8 in the morning, yet the entire Divine Martial Federation was already buzzing with activity. Regardless of their status, all were closely monitoring the commencement of today's martial exam. How many talents would rise to prominence? How many potential dragons would emerge from the depths? How many martial exam candidates would alter their fates? Countless factions, large and small, across the Federation focused their attention on the nearby examination venue, eager to absorb emerging talents to strengthen their organizations. This was a grand feast of talent for both candidates and major factions alike. The martial exam, held annually, was indeed a channel through which many might only leap into the Dragon Gate once in their lifetime. In the Huajin Bay City, Within a massive venue protected by military forces, the audience of 1 million was already seated, eagerly anticipating the moment the martial exam would be unveiled. Numerous cameras aimed at various angles of the venue, broadcasting live. They were not just spectators but also a watchful eye ensuring the fairness of the martial exam. Amidst the collective anticipation, dozens of powerful, awe-inspiring lights surged into the sky, standing proudly in the void. Among them, the weakest was at the celestial being realm, while the strongest was even a martial king. Ling Pokong stood in the void, an endless expanse of white radiance emanating from his being. Although merely 7 feet tall, in this moment he exuded a power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, vast enough to fill every onlooker's vision, causing their hearts to tremble and sway. Beside him, numerous 7th-tier and 6th-tier examiners boldly displayed their formidable auras, like stars accompanying the bright moon, encircling the esteemed martial king. Countless individuals gazed up at the towering figures, their hearts surging with emotion. Many martial candidates felt a surge of ambition, dreaming of one day joining those who stood among the heavens. This was the elite of the Federation. Merely the presence of these individuals was enough to overpower most ferocious beast clans. Yet, these formidable beings were here solely to oversee the martial examinations in a particular region. Such grand gestures ignited a sense of pride within countless hearts, leading to fervent cheers. The might of the Federation. Eternal glory to the Federation. The resounding waves of voices echoed above the venue, a testament to their might. Silence. With a single step, Ling Pokong's voice, though calm, held an air of authority. The crowd's fervor momentarily stilled, their eyes intensely focused on the void. The Federation, dedicated to selecting talents and nurturing martial prowess, had established the annual martial examinations, the results of which had been remarkable, with many talents emerging to stand alongside the rest. This year, I hope to witness a fierce competition among dragons, with geniuses surging forth like a tide. Thus, we may not betray the weight of the Federation's vast dominion nor the hopes of the 5 ruling families. Ling Pokong's demeanor softened, his voice resonant and powerful. May all students showcase their talents. The Federation shall generously reward them, ensuring that true gold does not gather dust. With a wave of his hand, the rewards for this martial examination projected their ethereal images into the sky. Those ranked beyond 10,000 would have the chance to enter one of the Federation's 88 prestigious martial universities. Those ranked between 100 and 10,000 could gain admission to the Federation's 5 major war academies, in addition to varying amounts of scholarship funds, starting from at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with rewards increasing by 1 tier for every 1,000 participants. Those within the top 100 could choose 1 martial art of the profound tier, along with at least 10 million low-grade spirit stones as scholarship funds. Entering the seed program of the 5 major war academies, with rewards ascending by 1 tier for every 10 participants. The top 3 would receive 1 chosen Earth-tier martial art, 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and admission into the inheritance sequence of the 5 major war academies, with each individual also advancing by 1 tier. The martial candidates gazed at the bountiful array of rewards, collectively shouting, "We shall give our utmost effort." Living up to expectations, entering the top 10,000 represented a tremendous opportunity for commoners, offering a chance to transcend social classes. The top 100 were a significant allure for the scions of smaller families from the 4th-tier base cities. The top 3 positions held great appeal even for the direct descendants of the 5 ruling families, as Earth-tier martial arts were the essence of the martial king's legacy, second only to the heavenly martial arts created by the martial saint. Under such substantial rewards, every martial candidate felt a resolute determination to exert their utmost effort. "Excellent. I can see your resolve," Ling Pokong observed the fervent atmosphere, nodding slightly. "May each of you reap your rewards today and showcase your prowess." The Federation's martial examination officially commenced. As soon as the words left his lips, the deputy examiners standing behind him shot forth like shooting stars, heading to oversee the other important examination points within the Huajin Bay City cluster. In the main venue, 100,000 martial candidates lined up to enter for the first round of screening. Those ranked beyond 10,000 would simply undergo potential and strength assessments through instruments, while those within the top 10,000 would be ranked based on combat prowess. For the top 100, all participants needed to be convinced of each other's rankings, which would be determined through a contest format. This had been the most equitable method established after years of martial examinations. Everything would be based on strength. Within the exclusive guest room of the main venue, the atmosphere was charged with vigor and eloquence. Exuding an air of mentorship, Jiu Weiwu sat upon an opulent sofa, casually mocking, "Young master, I see this old fellow is all show, but his heart is as vile as they come." Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang clustered around Gu Weiwu, cursing resentfully. They were well aware of Ling Pokong's underhanded dealings and held no fondness for the old fox. Though he was a martial king, who among them lacked a martial king? You two, go participate in the screening. Stop wasting time here. Gu Weiwu waved his hand, smiling as he said, "He spared me a few exams, making things much easier for me. I truly hope he remains this joyous after the martial examination concludes. Then we shall take our leave." Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang bid farewell and exited the guest room to head towards the center of the venue for screening. Lacking any exemption, they had to fight their way through each round. However, having recently broken through to the 4th tier, these tests and battles felt like mere trifles to them. Meanwhile, Ling Pokong flew back to the main platform of the main venue, commanding the overall situation. On the main platform, aside from a few positions reserved for deputy examiners, there were 2 main seats, one of which was already occupied by Gu Songping. Upon seeing Ling Pokong return to speak, he nodded lightly in acknowledgement. "Brother Gu, I trust you are well." Ling Pokong performed a courteous bow, feigning politeness to Hm. Gu Songping's eyes narrowed slightly, and he responded with a nonchalant nod. As the highest-ranking martial king in the Huajin Bay City cluster, he believed that for matters like the martial examination, he only needed to make a final appearance to speak, without needing to remain present throughout. Yet, due to Ling Pokong's maneuverings involving Gu Weiwu, he had to keep a close watch over the proceedings. Naturally, he did not intend to show Ling Pokong any cordiality. "Brother Gu, your composure is as profound as a deep abyss. I am most impressed." Ling Pokong remarked unfazed as he took his seat. "I, however, am not as deep-minded as Brother Ling. I merely play the part of a refined beast," Gu Songping retorted, offering no face. "Why do you say such things, Brother Gu?" Ling Pokong feigned astonishment, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Could it be that you harbor grievances against the martial saint's progeny and disapprove of my elevation of Gu Weiwu? You know your own heart well enough." Gu Songping replied, taking a sip of tea, his tone indifferent. "I only hope you remain this cheerful. I also hope you surpass the martial saint of law and strength." Brother Gu jests. "I possess neither the virtue nor the capability to compare with the martial saint of law." Ling Pokong's smile faded, and he dared not be so brazen. The conflict between the martial saints had only recently concluded, and he remembered well the news of the martial saint of law being soundly beaten by the martial saint of military command. While martial saints generally refrained from dealing with juniors, a certain level of respect was still necessary. Yet, he felt a sense of pride. The more Gu Songping treated him with disdain, the more elated he became. He had achieved notable success in targeting the Gu family. Was it not fitting to provoke them a little? And this meager success was merely the beginning. He had grander ambitions in mind. At that moment, one of Ling Pokong's confidants appeared in the void of the external venue, solemnly announcing, "Today, a martial candidate, Gu Weiwu, has established a Class A medium merit, becoming a significant contributor to the Federation. Chief Examiner Ling grants him exemption from the exam, allowing him direct entry into the top 10 of the martial examination. We now invite the meritorious Gu Weiwu to the main platform to witness the martial talents together." At these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the examination hall. He was truly exempt from the exam and directly entering the top 10. An audience member, incredulous, exclaimed in shock. The atmosphere at the martial examination had been so intense that he had nearly forgotten about this matter. Yet, the examiner's announcement had confirmed it entirely. "That aside, we were already aware," another audience member remarked in disbelief. "But now the martial king invites Gu Weiwu to the main platform to assess the martial candidates together. He may be a federal contributor, but he is merely a martial candidate. What gives him the right?" While being exempt from entering the top 10 was already outrageous, now inviting a martial candidate to the main platform was tantamount to placing a student as a judge during an examination. Simply absurd. In my view, the martial king is far too benevolent, lavishing excessive favor upon a federal contributor. Some audience members praised Ling Pokong's character but equally felt that such a decision was inappropriate. Now, it remained to be seen whether Gu Weiwu would accept the invitation. They hoped he would recognize his position and refrain from accepting any honors. This exceptional treatment should be recognized by Gu Weiwu. He ought to exercise some restraint, one audience member declared indignantly. Regardless of whether Gu Weiwu chose to attend or not, he had already been thrust into a position of controversy. This was the essence of the path of flattery leading to demise, at this moment. The deputy examiner had arrived before Gu Weiwu's guest seat. Ling Yiqing smiled slightly, speaking gently. Young Master Gu, Chief Examiner Ling invites you to the main platform to jointly assess the talents. Will you go? He was a direct descendant of the Ling family, already possessing 5th-tier celestial realm cultivation and teaching at the Southeastern War Academy. Unlike most, he harbored no reverence or fear of the Gu family. On the contrary, he now felt a sense of schadenfreude towards Gu Weiwu, who had become the center of attention, his reputation in tatters. The heir of the Gu family, having established a class of medium merit, was nothing remarkable. Gu Weiwu chuckled lightly, responding casually, since the martial king extends such a gracious invitation, how could I refuse to show my respect? He nonchalantly gestured towards Ling Yiqing, treating him as a mere servant. I am a direct descendant of the Ling family. My name is Ling Yiqing, and I am at the 5th layer of the celestial realm. Ling Yiqing's smile froze, and he struggled to suppress his anger as he introduced himself. He had not anticipated that Gu Weiwu would truly fail to understand the situation and accept the invitation so readily, nor did he expect such blatant rudeness from Gu Weiwu. He is indeed a direct descendant of the Ling family, often commanding respect from his peers, while those of a higher rank must show him courtesy. Even the martial king cannot casually insult him. Even within the family's lineage, he would not be looked down upon so easily. Could it be that Gu Weiwu considers him merely a nameless individual at the celestial realm, thus underestimating him? Enough with the nonsense. Lead the way. Gu Weiwu frowned, still not regarding this fellow as a worthy opponent. If this individual were not causing him trouble, he might have shown some politeness. However, daring to target him, what does it matter if he is a direct descendant of a ruling family at the celestial realm? He is merely a trivial existence that could be easily dismissed with a single slap. The young master of the Gu family is indeed full of vigor, a sight to behold today. Ling Yiqing, filled with indignation, could only grit his teeth and say, You may be arrogant now, but just wait until the martial examination is over. You will have your moment of regret. He left on his own. Soaring towards the main viewing platform, Gu Weiwu stood still, as if he were a lord. Ling Yiqing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to exert some of his power to envelop Gu Weiwu and fly him up to the main viewing platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two entered the main viewing area together, instantly igniting a frenzy among the audience. They could hardly believe that Gu Weiwu had truly accepted Ling Yiqing's invitation to enter the main viewing area. Such arrogance, such self-importance. Countless spectators had an abundance of words to express, yet considering Gu Weiwu's status, they could only suppress their thoughts and voice less pointed inquiries. They felt stifled, their anger intensifying. Why should someone who relies on family power to achieve success be so audacious? Why should someone backed by formidable forces seize their last chance at transformation, doing so openly and shamelessly? Upon entering the main viewing area, Ling Yiqing took his seat with a dark expression. Ling Poku was taken aback by Gu Weiwu's agreement. A smile of delight spread across his face. He could easily imagine how the outside world perceived this situation. Gu family's reputation was surely taking a hit. Although reputation mattered little to ruling families, seeing the Gu family suffer losses brought him joy. Ling Poku, filled with delight, welcomed Gu Weiwu, saying, Classmate Gu, so young yet accomplished, recognized as a distinguished individual. Today, your celestial grace and noble bearing are indeed well-deserved. However, Gu Weiwu did not even glance at Ling Poku and walked straight towards Gu Songping. Weiwu, sit beside me, Gu Songping said amiably, gesturing to the seat on his left. Thank you, Elder 7. Gu Weiwu sat down gracefully, his expression unchanging. Ling Poku, with a stern face, scolded Gu Weiwu in a tone befitting an elder. Weiwu, despite your noble status, you must still adhere to basic etiquette. I wonder who taught you such disrespect. Gu Wuxing ought to punish him properly. It was I who taught him, but Gu Wuxing wouldn't dare punish me. If you wish to impose a penalty, you should do it yourself. Ying Yuan emerged from the shadows of Ling Poku, whispering in his ear. Ling Poku stiffly turned his head, gazing at the faceless visage before him. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he forced a smile, saying, Ying Sha, I was merely joking. Chapter 87. The roles reversed. It is well known that there are disparities even among martial kings. He is merely a second-level martial king, while Ying Yuan stands at the 8th level. In terms of fundamental strength, Ying Yuan's might exceeds his by over 16 times. Moreover, Ying Yuan is an attribute-based martial king, whereas he is merely a light-based martial king. Compounding the difference further. In essence, Ying Yuan possesses a combat power 32 times greater than Ling Poku's, a terrifying strength. He is one of the top figures among the martial kings within the Federation, a member of the elite quintet. The name of Ying Yuan is renowned, having slain 2 alien martial kings, a feat that sends shivers down the spine. The only martial king from the Ling family capable of contending with Ying Yuan is Ling Jingyuan, the principal of the Western North War University, a prominent figure apart from the revered Wuxing. His usual strategy of overpowering others with his rank leaves him far behind the top martial kings. Furthermore, he is flanked by Gu Songping, who is on par with him at the second level of martial kings. Sandwiched between these 2 martial kings, even knowing there is no threat to his life, he dares not exhibit an ounce of arrogance. I hope next time you can be more humorous and refrain from making such lowly jokes, Ying Yuan remarked, patting Ling Poku on the shoulder. His voice low and haunting, akin to a specter from another realm, laden with heavy ominous energy and murderous intent. I understand. Ling Poku's voice was strained, his earlier arrogance vanished, resembling a timid rooster. He felt an immense sense of frustration. He merely wished to teach the younger generation a lesson and assert the authority of the martial king. Yet now, he felt as though his face had been trampled into the ground. Ling Poku cast a glance at Gu Weiwu, his anger boiling like magma in a volcano. Suppressing his fury, he sought to sit quietly for a moment. Gu Weiwu, however, was unwilling to grant him any comfort. With a slight smile, he addressed Ling Poku. This year's martial examination is teeming with talented individuals, each possessing unique abilities. As the chief examiner, Martial King Ling ought to scrutinize thoroughly. Standing while observing may yield greater insight. Young man, don't be too arrogant, Ling Poku shot back, his eyes flashing with menace. He hadn't anticipated that Gu Weiwu would choose this moment to undermine him further. Inwardly, he hoped the youth would recognize the gravity of the situation and retract his statement. He held a healthy respect for Ying Yuan and Gu Songping, yet that did not mean a martial king could be subjected to casual humiliation. Arrogant? Is there any? Gu Weiwu scoffed dismissively. I merely offer you a piece of advice. After all, this is the territory of my Gu family, and I wouldn't want you to overlook any talents. Ling Poku stared at Gu Weiwu, acutely aware of the youth's vengeful spirit. With those words, he resembled a servant of the Gu family, at the beck and call of his master. At that moment, he truly comprehended Gu Weiwu's lofty arrogance, realizing that beneath his ostensibly polite demeanor lay an attitude more arrogant than anyone else's. Merely a martial examination candidate, he dared to play tricks on him, the chief examiner. Despite his surprise at Gu Weiwu's audacity, Gu Songping still smiled in agreement, saying, "What Weiwu says is quite reasonable. Since the Federation has entrusted you, Ling, with overseeing the martial examination in the southeast region, it is imperative that you do not miss any geniuses and thus betray the Federation's trust." Ying Yuan chimed in, his tone commanding. The southeast region is rife with talented individuals. If you are unwilling to shoulder the responsibility of the martial examination, my brother Songping and I can take over. Ling, if you are fatigued, feel free to rest. My brother Ying and I are more than capable of presiding over this martial examination. Gu Songping's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they could oversee the martial examination, it would greatly benefit the Gu family, and any previous troubles Gu Weiwu faced would also be resolved. How could Ling Poku allow them to have their way? After all, overseeing the martial examination was a responsibility of the Ling family. If it were handed over to Ying Yuan and Gu Songping, he would have no face to return to Gu Wuxing. Furthermore, if the martial examination were to be managed by these two, he would instantly become a scapegoat for the Ling family, rendering his previous attempts to target Gu Weiwu utterly meaningless. He forced a smile, suppressing his anger, and stood up, pretending to examine the event's display screen. What you all say makes sense. This year's exceptional talents are indeed numerous, and it is necessary to stand and observe closely. Internally, he roared with fury. A dignified martial king responsible for overseeing the regional martial examination was being coerced by a few members of the Gu family in his own arena. How utterly ridiculous. His anger surged, but in deference to the two martial kings present, he dared not vent it. Regret washed over him. His plans had been proceeding smoothly, so why had he called Gu Weiwu over to escalate matters? Now, he had made himself look utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Ling Poku's resentment towards Gu Weiwu deepened. He casually glanced at the other deputy examiners present, feeling a swell of irritation. If today's events were to become public knowledge, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among his peers, the most disgraceful martial king in the Federation. With a deep gaze, he inwardly prayed for the martial examination to accelerate towards the top 1,000 battle. At that point, he would relish seeing Gu Weiwu thrust into the spotlight and whether this young man could maintain his arrogance. Ling is diligent and responsible. I commend you, Gu Songping remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Ying Yuan, meanwhile, sat in Ling Poku's original seat, appearing calm and collected. Ling Poku felt his teeth grinding, wishing he could leave immediately in a fit of rage. At that moment, all the deputy examiners on the main viewing platform sat in silence, their gazes fixed on the scene, none daring to utter a word. The martial king chief examiner had lost face before them, leaving them in a state of unease. Ling Yiqing, who had initially called Gu Weiwu over, felt even more embarrassed, akin to having lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He had not anticipated that Gu Weiwu would not only best him but would also cause his uncle, Ling Poku, to suffer greatly. Was there truly no one capable of taming this young man? Ling Yiqing could only place his hopes on the developments following the martial examination. The groundwork had been laid, and with two powerful geniuses standing in opposition, it would be a certain kill. The young master is unfazed by authority, bold yet meticulous, as steady as Mount Tai. Truly admirable, thought Gu Siming as he observed the composed Gu Weiwu. If he were in Gu Weiwu's position, even with a martial king's protection, he would not dare to provoke Ling Poku in such a manner. The young master possesses an innate nobility, destined to overshadow others. However, he still felt a twinge of concern for Gu Weiwu. The uproar caused by Ling Poku had incited the ire of nearly every martial examination candidate, with two talented individuals from ruling families even crossing regions to participate in the examination. The martial examination determines the top 100 rankings through a territorial defense method, assessing not only absolute strength, but also the candidate's willpower under extreme combat conditions. Even if their own young master is indeed a genius, facing the relentless challenges of the top 100 would be an insurmountable task for anyone. Among the 10 million candidates from the Southeast District, the top 100 selected are truly exceptional geniuses. While there may be disparities among them, these differences are not so vast as to render the numbers unbridgeable. Chapter 88. The Power of Genius in the Huajin Bay City Cluster, within the main venue for the martial arts examination. The deputy examiners in the main stand indulged themselves in gossip, oblivious to the thoughts of the martial examinees and the audience. The recent visit of Gu Weiwu to the main stand lingered in their minds. But in his absence, their scornful remarks lost their fervor. As the 100,000 martial examinees commenced their tests in succession, the spectators' attention shifted accordingly. The main examination area comprises 100 zones, each accommodating 1,000 martial examinees for various assessments, with the corresponding testing processes projected onto 100 large screens labeled A1 to J10 for public observation and oversight. Additionally, there is an extra large screen that displays real-time data of the top 10,000 martial examinees. Beyond the main venue in the Huajin cluster, numerous third- and fourth-tier base cities in the Southeast District exhibit similar scenes. The testing data is instantly uploaded and consolidated within the core supercomputer of the Huajin cluster for comprehensive comparison, thereby determining the rankings of the martial examinees among the top 10,000 and the subsequent 500,000. It is possible that some may narrowly miss the opportunity to rank within the top 500,000 or the top 10,000. Despite being marginally more exceptional than their predecessors, they have no recourse for appeal, and even if they did, their rankings would remain unchanged. Such discrepancies are an unavoidable aspect of fairness in the martial examination. Or one might say, luck is indeed a part of fairness. Meanwhile, within the main venue of the Huajin cluster, every half hour, 10,000 martial examinees complete their assessments, with data aggregated for comprehensive comparison on the supercomputer. 10 minutes have elapsed since the commencement of the martial examination, and the results and rankings of the first batch of 10,000 martial examinees were announced. First place, Chen Moran, 4th level of the Yuyan realm. Base strength 1.57 million kilograms, power multiplier 1.5, second place. Li Qianqiu, second level of the Yuyan realm, base strength 920,000 kilograms, power multiplier 1.3, third place. Wang Kaijiang, second level of the Yuyan realm, base strength 870,000 kilograms, power multiplier 1.2, fourth place. Lu Kaishan, ninth level of the Qi and Blood realm, base strength 100,000 kilograms, power multiplier 1.7, 10,000 place. Sun Qian, fifth level of the Body refinement realm, base strength 5,000 kilograms, power multiplier 0.7. This is merely the performance of the first batch of 10,000 martial examinees. The true rankings will only be solidified once the subsequent 990,000 candidates have completed their assessments. Nevertheless, the data from the initial batch provides a glimpse into the caliber of this cohort. Chen Moran, the first-place contender, not only reached the fourth level of the Yuyan realm but astonishingly achieved a power multiplier of 1.5, indicating that while he honed his Qi and Blood, he also perfected a top-tier yellow-grade martial art. An audience member, a martial artist, was astounded, exclaiming, "Is he starting off with such grandeur at just 18? Such talent and combat prowess would surely secure a place among the top 30 in previous year's examinations." The so-called power multiplier reflects the utilization of 1's inherent strength. A multiplier of 1.5 signifies that Chen Moran can unleash his full potential in addition to an additional 5 times his strength. Possessing a base strength of 1.57 million kilograms, Chen Moran can exert a colossal force of 1,570,000, 9,420,000 kilograms. This suggests that he has either mastered a top-tier yellow-grade martial art to its peak or has attained a minor achievement with a high-grade martial art. The second and third places are commendable as well, having reached the Yuyan realm with the yellow-grade martial art cultivated to a significant level. Securing a position in the top 100 should not pose a problem. An amazed spectator remarked, "There are already 3 individuals in the Yuyan realm among the first batch. Could it be that this year's geniuses are all gathered together?" "Possibly," mused a middle-aged martial artist. Stroking his chin, I recall a time when all the top 10 talents were in the first batch of assessments, which left many astonished. Even so, this cohort appears remarkable. Another spectator exclaimed, fixating on the names within the top 10, already contemplating potential investments. Meanwhile, the martial examinees ranked beyond the 1,000th place garnered little interest. These individuals of mediocre cultivation often exhibit power multipliers below 1, failing to unleash their complete strength and lacking the value for advanced investment. Sun Qian, ranked 10,000, stands in stark contrast to the first-place Chen Moran. Both being 18 years old, there exists a staggering disparity of 2,700 times in strength, nearly insurmountable. It is worth noting that Sun Qian's true ranking should be around 9 million within the Southeast District. Not genuinely 10th. After all, the minimum requirement for participation in the martial examination is 5th level of the Body refinement realm, and Sun Qian merely meets that criterion. Historically, the 10th place has typically been occupied by those at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Possessing a base strength of 50,000 kilograms and a power multiplier of 1.2 hours later, with 120,000 martial examinees having completed their assessments, significant changes transpired on the leaderboard. First place, Wang Tianba, 5th level of the Yuyan realm, base strength 1.86 million kilograms, power multiplier 1.3, second place. Yuan Chenghuan, 5th level of the Yuyan realm, base strength 1.77 million kilograms, power multiplier 1.2, third place. Chen Moran, 4th level of the Yuyan realm, base strength 1.57 million kilograms, power multiplier 1.5, 10,000 place. Sun Song, 9th level of the Body refinement realm, base strength 100,000 kilograms, power multiplier 1.0.1. Originally in first place, Chen Moran has now dropped to third. However, the 2 individuals preceding him, provided they do not conceal their true capabilities, will certainly remain below him in the final rankings. As the forthcoming arena competition will determine the precise standings among the top 1,000, the initial 10th place, Sun Qian, has long since fallen off the leaderboard, indicating that the current rankings are increasingly approaching reality. At this moment, 2 young aspirants, waiting in different zones of the main examination area, gazed at the temporarily leading names on the leaderboard with a hint of disdain. The next contestant, Heba Pejuan, boomed the loudspeaker in the A1 area. The next contestant, Ling Feiyang, echoed the loudspeaker in the K10 area simultaneously. The 2 young men, summoned, strode confidently into their respective testing zones. the examination officially commenced for these prodigious heirs from influential families. 10 minutes later, two new names surged from the bottom of the rankings to claim the first and second positions. First place, Heba Pajuan, second level of the Pajuan realm, base strength 9.6 million kilograms, power multiplier 174. Second place, Ling Feiyang, ninth level of the Yuyan realm, base strength 3.2 million kilograms, power multiplier 16. Once these names were firmly established on the leaderboard, the audience erupted in astonishment. Their might utterly eclipsed all previous contenders. Chapter 89. The hope of the Federation. Ling Feiyang, with a cultivation of the ninth level of the Yuyan realm, possesses a base strength of 3.2 million kilograms and a power multiplier of 16. What an astonishing talent! A middle-aged spectator of the fifth level of the Huanyue realm could not contain his excitement, his face flushed as if he had encountered a rare treasure. As a genius on the brink of breaking through to the fourth level, he had already ascended to the mid-tier of the Federation's power structure. Despite being fifth level, he regarded Ling Feiyang with no disdain. The prospect of Ling Feiyang rising to prominence at a rapid pace, potentially surpassing him and achieving the rank of a marquis, was undeniable. Beyond the fourth level, each tier represents an entire societal class. With a single strike, he could easily obliterate numerous Qi and Blood Realm and Body Refinement Realm practitioners. A spectator murmured in awe, "He transcends the mundane. He is a true prodigy. In terms of both martial cultivation and martial comprehension, he far exceeds any previous martial examinee." Even with his current level of cultivation, Ling Feiyang could serve as a mid-level officer in the military, fulfilling aspirations unattainable for many commoners throughout their lifetimes. The most daunting aspect is that he is merely 18 years old, with ample time ahead to strive for even greater heights. If in previous years, he would have undoubtedly claimed the title of first in the Southeast District's martial examination. A spectator mused, lost in thought at Ling Feiyang's name on the leaderboard. Had Ling Feiyang participated in the last martial examination, there would have been little doubt he would emerge as the top contender from the Southeast District. Yet this year, another behemoth has emerged, Heba Pajuan. Heba Pajuan. Is he the heir of the Heba family? A spectator pondered over the rare surname, tasting it on his lips. It must be so. Only one of the Federation's 5 great families could nurture such a genius, another spectator asserted. Achieving the second level of the Pajuan realm at the age of 18, with a comprehension of 4 parts of the martial essence. This must be the pinnacle of this year's martial examination across the Federation. Though this is a speculative statement, the conviction in their voices is unmistakable. Heba Pajuan's power multiplier is calculated as 17,432 times, with 17 representing self-mastery and the benefits of martial cultivation, while 4 signifies the amplification from comprehending 4 parts of the martial essence. Once he perfects his martial essence to 10 parts, Heba Pajuan can strive to elevate it to martial momentum and attempt to break through to the 5th level. Given Heba Pajuan's current grasp of the martial essence, no one doubts his ability to swiftly achieve this comprehension. The essence of martial arts, the momentum of martial arts, the true meaning of martial arts, the realm of martial arts, the laws, the Tao. These are the profound insights required to transcend from the 4th to the 9th tier. And they serve as the primary reason for the vast disparities in combat prowess across various realms. This represents the 6 formidable ladders that have ensnared countless martial artists. Surpassing the first ladder is already an arduous task, and each subsequent step escalates in difficulty exponentially. In the nearly century-long martial examinations conducted by the Federation, the combined total of the top candidates from the 5 major districts amounts to merely 500 individuals. Heba Pajuan alone is formidable enough to rank among the top 10 within this monstrous cohort, a truly terrifying prospect. Countless martial aspirants at the body refinement stage gaze upon those 2 names with a sense of despair. Are they truly of the same race? Though they share humanity, why is there such a staggering gap? Their lifelong aspirations appear trivial and within reach when compared to those 2 individuals. The chasm between genius and the ordinary is not unlike that between a monkey and a banana. Life has always been characterized by such stark inequalities. After completing the martial examination, Ling Feiyang gazed at the rankings displayed on the screen, a bitter smile creeping across his face. He had regarded himself as an exceptionally talented member of the Ling family, with aspirations to secure the first place in the Southeastern District's martial examination. Now, however, he understood that he had been overly optimistic. Heba Pajuan was an opponent he could not hope to conquer. This was not a loss of fighting spirit, but a recognition of reality. His utmost effort could muster approximately 23 million kilograms, while He Ba Pejun's full strength easily surpassed 300 million kilograms. Even with his remarkably resilient bones and unparalleled combat will, such an absolute disparity could only be resolved with a mere slap. He Ba Pejun, the prodigy of the He Ba family? Ling Fei-yong looked at that name and could only smile forlornly. In comparison, his great-grandfather's faith in him seemed utterly misplaced. This was a true epic-defining genius, one he could not hope to face in the first 100 of the martial examination. Yet He Ba Pejun could effortlessly dispatch opponents with a single strike. In every era, there are always one or two individuals who lead the charge, leaving even the most gifted feeling powerless. However, moments later, Ling Fei-yong adjusted his mindset. It is nothing to blame oneself for lacking the skill of others. With diligent training in the future, should fortune favor him, he might yet rise above. Ling Fei-yang's gaze swept across the large screen displaying the rankings. Seeing himself firmly in second place, he smiled confidently. If first place eludes me, second shall be mine by right. In every martial examination, the 5 ruling families typically send forth only their most exceptional member. This selective approach allows for greater opportunities for other martial candidates. By dispatching their finest, they demonstrate to the outside world that their lineage remains strong and ever-evolving. Usually, representatives from the 5 ruling families compete across 5 different districts, each vying for supremacy. However, this time, it is rather rare for members from 3 ruling families to gather in one place. This is a concerted effort by the He Ba and Ling families to target the Gu family. Of course, this was not communicated in advance. Otherwise, Ling Fei-yong would not have needed to settle for second place. This also implies that it matters little if he cannot defeat the current top contender, He Ba Pejun. As long as he can teach Gu Weiwu a lesson, he will still earn the favor of the martial king ancestor. Ling Fei-yong glanced towards the stands, a confident smile gracing his lips. Surely, his martial king ancestor must have noted his accomplishments by now. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwu, who had brazenly ascended to the main viewing platform, was likely astonished by his strength. However, he was unaware that the very person he sought to curry favor with, Ling Pekong, was currently being punished to stand on the main platform. Ji Weiwu remained undeterred, meditating with closed eyes, awaiting the passage of time on the other side. Having completed the tests, He Ba Pejun returned leisurely to his VIP seat. Observing the rankings on the screen, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Martial examinations are as easy as flipping a hand. My son possesses extraordinary talent, and thus cannot be compared to these mere mortals, proclaimed He Ba Wu with pride. At-18. Pejun's rank is exceedingly rare in the Federation's history, with often only 1 or 2 individuals achieving such a feat in any given era. Even the martial saints of their youth did not universally exhibit such rapid cultivation rates. Though quick advancement does not guarantee enduring success, it does offer a greater opportunity for long-term achievement in the martial arts. Chapter 90. Extreme confidence. Father, you flatter me, He Ba Pejun replied with a humble demeanor, yet deep within him, a sense of pride affirmed his father's words. The evidence is clear. There is nothing to debate regarding commendation. To possess 4th-tier cultivation at this age marks one as the best in any district. He Ba Wu's expression grew serious as he stated, "But do you remember why I brought you to the southeastern district?" "I remember. The Gu family is arrogant and overbearing, and I am here to restore face for the He Ba family," He Ba Pejun responded earnestly, shedding his previous bravado. "As long as you remember." He Ba Wu replied in a calm tone, "Your grandfather was angered by Gu Weiwu's mockery, and our martial saint was disturbed from his meditation by Gu Qingyuan. When you face Gu Weiwu, remember to win with an overwhelming force." In truth, he had downplayed the situation significantly. He Ba Yi was not merely mocked but had his face ground into the dirt, only to be confined by the martial saint afterward. As for their martial saint, he had not only been disrupted but had even suffered visible injuries. The intention behind sending He Ba Pejun to the southeastern district for the martial examination was to re-establish the He Ba family's prestige, and to placate the martial saint enough to release He Ba Yi. "Rest assured, I shall not allow Gu Weiwu an easy defeat," He Ba Pejun declared earnestly, a fierce glimmer in his eyes. With his 2nd-tier cultivation in the Pejun realm, subduing Gu Weiwu would pose no challenge. His only concern had been whether Gu Weiwu would concede mid-battle. However, with the cooperation of the Ling family's examiner, Gu Weiwu's refusal to fight would reflect poorly on the Gu family's reputation. Thus, he would be compelled to engage. Time flew by, and it was already June 10, 3 days since the martial examination commenced. During these 3 days, the testing data was collected over 8 hours each day, with the remaining time allocated for martial candidates to rest and adjust while awaiting the completion of data testing. Candidates from the blood chi and body refinement stages, who were clearly not participating in the subsequent ranking battles, were not sent away but instead provided accommodation by the Federation until the conclusion of the martial examination rankings. This was to allow them to witness a broader world and gain valuable experience. Throughout these 3 days, Gu Weiwu made regular appearances at the martial examination venue, relinquishing his VIP room to Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang, while he himself ascended to the main viewing platform amidst the gaze of the crowd. This arrogant display incited outrage among countless spectators. Was one day not enough to satisfy him? Did he truly consider himself a judge? Yet, Gu Weiwu paid no heed to the murmurs, for he had more pressing matters at hand, namely, continuing to subject the chief examiner Ling Pekong to punishment. This was not merely for his enjoyment of observing the old man standing at attention. It was also to undermine the Ling family's reputation and, in turn, mentally torment this scheming elder. As it stood, the outcome was favorable. Gu Weiwu's reputation among the common folk was tarnished, while Ling Pekong suffered disgrace among his peers in the upper circles. However, Gu Weiwu's reputation would soon reverse, whereas Ling Pekong would find it challenging to reclaim his lost honor. After 3 days of enduring punishment, Ling Pekong finally arrived at the long-awaited June 10th. Over 10 million martial candidates in the southeastern district had completed their tests, and the rankings beyond the top 10,000 had been finalized. Among the initial rankings based on data, Zhang Tai and Zhang Gang ranked unremarkably within the top 100. Having only tested at the Sky Master realm. In truth, both were already at the first tier of the 4th Pajun realm, with an additional multiplier from the first tier of the 6th Celestial realm, their latent prowess merely serving to lower the guard of others. Alas, machines are machines. They cannot account for the full extent of a martial candidate's strength. Those who are certain of their place in the top 100 often conceal some hidden capabilities, waiting to surprise their adversaries at the final rankings. Even the arrogant Heba Pajun had his own secrets. Naturally, it is unwise to conceal abilities without absolute certainty. In past examinations, there have been candidates who feigned weakness only to find themselves excluded from the rankings, thus missing the chance to enter one of the 5 prestigious martial universities. A truly lamentable fate. Now, the battle for determining the specific rankings among the top 10,000 was about to commence. Candidates from other base cities who had qualified for the top 10,000 had all arrived at the main venue in Huajin Base City. The most talented martial candidates of the southeastern district gathered in one place, having emerged from millions of candidates at least at the 5th tier of body refinement to establish the final rankings. There is no first in literature, nor second in martial arts. The champion of this session will receive the greatest rewards and the most attention. Due to the preceding data rankings, the ranking battles were considerably simplified.